In the realm of Tianxuan, Bai Ye traverses the Tianyan sacred land and activates the signing system. Signing in the Saintess's boudoir yields the reward, a master-servant contract. Signing at the Tianyan ice crystal grants the reward, the sacred body of Tianyan. Signing at the inheritance site rewards one with sacred-level comprehension. Signing at the ancient sword tomb bestows upon him supreme sword bone. Signing in the Beast Chaos Mountains rewards him with Beast Mastery Technique. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ye suddenly realizes he seems to be invincible. Chapter 1. The Saintess's Boudoir in the Tianxuan Continent, at the Tianyan Sacred Land. Beep. Host has reached the age of 16, activating the signing system. Loading beep. System loading complete. Issuing signing task. Signing location. Saintess's Boudoir. Task deadline, within 1 day. Task reward. Master Servant Contract Premium. Experience Card Royal Body. Beep. Since this is the host's first signing, the difficulty has been lowered and the host will be directly transported to the signing location. Suddenly, a series of cold system notifications echoed in Bai Ye's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned, his gaze trembling. The system has finally arrived? As a traveler, he is well aware of the extraordinary power the system possesses. Yet, before Bai Ye could collect himself, a flash of white light enveloped him. And in the next moment, the environment around him transformed dramatically. Within a luxurious and elegant chamber, various pieces of furniture crafted from precious materials adorned the space, and the air was suffused with a subtle, enchanting fragrance. Accompanied by an extraordinarily beautiful maiden. Beep. Host has arrived at the signing location. Please remain within the area for 1 second to complete the signing, or the task will fail. Upon hearing the system's notification, again, Bai Ye abruptly regained his composure. This was the Saintess's boudoir. Only those who surpass all female disciples of the same era can qualify as a Saintess in the Tianyan sacred land. The current Saintess of this era is the stunning maiden before Bai Ye, who is not only the Saintess, but also the daughter of the Lord of the sacred land, named Ji Qingshang. Clad in a snow-white gown, her tall and graceful figure boasted exquisite features, with a complexion as fair as jade, flawless and delicate. Her eyes, akin to the stars in the night sky, radiated an icy coldness that seemed to freeze the very soul upon meeting her gaze. She is, without a doubt, the most beautiful woman Bai Ye has ever encountered in this world. However, he has heard that the Saintess Ji Qingshang harbors a profound disdain for men. Sure enough, at this moment, Ji Qingshang's expression turned to shock, her brows furrowing in anger at the intrusion of a strange man into her room. Bold lecher. Though unaware of how he entered, Ji Qingshang had no inclination to ponder this. She immediately grasped a sharp sword, pointing it menacingly at Bai Ye. Bai Ye's heart sank, given his current strength. He stood no chance against Ji Qingshang. To put it bluntly, she could easily take his life with a mere finger. Fortunately, the 1 second passed in the blink of an eye, and the system notification followed. Beep. Host has successfully signed in, receiving rewards. Master Servant Contract, Premium Experience Card Royal Body. Beep. The next signing task will be available in 1 day. Please prepare yourself mentally. Simultaneously, the system provided a detailed explanation of the Master Servant Contract. In essence, possessing the Master Servant Contract allows one to forcibly bind a designated target. Once the contract is established, the servant cannot defy the master's commands, and if the master dies, the servant will perish as well. The only limitation is that the target cultivation must not exceed the user's by 2 major realms. Additionally, the relationship is unidirectional. The death of the servant does not affect the master, thus posing no negative consequences for Bai Ye. However, in an instant, Ji Qingshang lunged at Bai Ye, intent on taking his life. The icy voice snapped Bai Ye back to reality. In this critical moment, he disregarded everything and invoked the Master-Servant Contract against Ji Qingshang. At that moment, their souls were irrevocably bound. As the user, Bai Ye assumed the role of master, and Ji Qingshang became the servant. Unbeknownst to Ji Qingshang, as her sword was about to pierce him, her hands suddenly became unresponsive. Her entire body inexplicably froze, the sword unable to advance even a fraction closer to its target. What is happening? As Ji Qingshang grappled with confusion, Bai Ye suddenly commanded, "Lower your weapon and stand still." He could see that Ji Qingshang was now under his control, indicating that the conditions for the Master-Servant Contract had been met. In the realm of martial arts, there exists a clear hierarchy of cultivation levels, ranked from weakest to strongest: body refinement, Mansion opening, spirit sea, heaven opening. Fusion heaven, divine mansion, and so forth, with each major realm subdivided into 9 minor levels. Though Bai Ye's cultivation is only at the 9th level of body refinement, Ji Qingshang's strength does not surpass him by 2 major realms. If she did, she would be at the heaven opening realm, a level only reached by the outer elders of the Tianyan Sacred Land. At this moment, Ji Qingshang completely ignored Bai Ye's words, but the next instant, her expression shifted dramatically. For her body inexplicably obeyed his command, and she found herself placing the sword on the ground, standing in a proper posture. It dawned on her with terror that her body was entirely compliant with his orders. "What have you done to the Saintess?" Ji Qingshang coldly questioned, her tone laced with icy venom, even tinged with murderous intent. Yet Bai Ye remained composed, even slightly amused, as he replied gently, "Saintess Ji, it seems you are unaware of your predicament." With deliberate steps, he approached Ji Qingshang. As he drew nearer, her beautiful eyes filled with disdain, but also a flicker of panic. The mere presence of a man beside her evoked an overwhelming sense of disgust. She desperately wished to resist, yet for some inexplicable reason, her body remained immobile, inducing a subconscious sense of fear. Confusion plagued Ji Qingshang, this mere outer disciple, whose attire marked him as such, should not possess the ability to command her, a cultivator of the spirit sea realm. At that moment, Bai Ye gently lifted her delicate chin, remarking softly, "I believe you've realized by now. You cannot defy my commands." Feeling a man's touch upon her, Ji Qingshang was overwhelmed with disgust and humiliation, yet her expression remained icy, not because she was under his control, but because she refused to show weakness before him. "You intended to kill me just now, did you not? My intrusion into your chamber may be wrong, but is hardly a crime deserving of death." Still holding her chin, Bai Ye gazed deeply into her eyes, stating, "I'm a person who repays grievances. I have heard that you, Saintess Ji, harbor a profound disdain for men." He felt a genuine indignation this woman had not afforded him a moment of explanation and sought to slay him upon their first encounter. Had it not been for the master-servant contract bestowed by the system, he would have surely met his demise beneath her sword. As an act of retribution, your first kiss now belongs to me. Chapter 2. The forceful kiss of the Saintess. At this moment, Bai Ye bore no semblance of jest as he gradually closed the distance to Ji Qingshang's exquisitely beautiful face. Ji Qingshang's pupils suddenly constricted, her lovely eyes brimming with an intensifying hue of terror and despair. She harbored an intense aversion to men, particularly one who was merely a peripheral disciple she had never regarded seriously. Indeed, Ji Qingshang was the revered saintess of the Tianyan Sacred Land, while Bai Ye, as an outer disciple, occupied the lowest strata of this esteemed realm. Their disparity in status was as vast as heaven and earth. To have her first kiss forcibly taken by an outer disciple was an affront of monumental proportions for Ji Qingshang. Yet, it was precisely this humiliation that spurred Bai Ye to seek revenge in such a manner. "No, please don't." Ji Qingshang's tone was filled with resistance, but her body was utterly immobilized, leaving her to endure Bai Ye's advance. This was due to Bai Ye's earlier command, which had only constrained her physical movements, neglecting to inhibit her expressions and words. Otherwise, she would have been rendered entirely voiceless. Bai Ye, disregarding Ji Qingshang's protests, cruelly reiterated his command, "Silence." Instantly, her delicate lips sealed shut, unable to utter even a whimper. Although Bai Ye possessed a striking appearance, his features sculpted by fate itself, Ji Qingshang's aversion to men transcended mere words. The profound inequality of their statuses was a source of disgrace, yet her disdain for men was an instinctive reaction. As Bai Ye's visage loomed ever closer, she could nearly feel the warmth of his breath, engulfed by overwhelming fear, despair, helplessness, and humiliation. In that instant, Ji Qingshang felt utterly vulnerable. These emotions swelled within her, manifesting as tears that trickled down her cheeks. Her expression was one of profound grievance, yet she struggled to maintain the dignity befitting a saintess. This scene was breathtakingly poignant. Even Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of pity stirring within him. However, he quickly bit his tongue to regain composure, reminding himself not to be swayed by the allure of this woman's beauty. Ultimately, he softened slightly, bestowing a gentle touch upon Ji Qingshang's alluring lips. Even this fleeting contact was an unparalleled delight, a sensation so tender and soft that it lingered in memory. Enough of the vengeance. I shall grant you temporary freedom now, he declared, lifting the restrictions he had imposed upon her. He added, by the way, I must remind you, our fates are now entwined. Do not harbor any nefarious thoughts. With her body restored to freedom, Ji Qingshang suppressed the urge to slay him on the spot. Her body trembled slightly, but she had to endure, for she sensed the gravity of his words. An unknown, mysterious force bound her to him. Should he face danger, she too would suffer, rendering her unable to strike against Bai Ye. Lecher, scoundrel. Unable to retaliate physically, Ji Qingshang resorted to verbal assault. In response to her scathing remarks, Bai Ye smiled nonchalantly. Thank you for the compliment. Witnessing his unabashed demeanor only fueled her ire, her proud curves heaving with indignation. Before you insult me, perhaps you should wipe your tears, or would you prefer I assist you? Bai Ye it. Absolutely not. The mere thought of him caressing her face to dry her tears sent a shudder through Ji Qingshang, and she retorted with disdain. Swiftly, she produced a white handkerchief to cleanse her tear-streaked face, mortified at the thought of him witnessing her vulnerability. Bai Ye chose to ignore her further, settling cross-legged upon a clean carpet, preparing to enter a meditative state. The rewards bestowed upon him by the system included not only a master-servant contract, but also an exceptional experience card. This card, as described by the system, could elevate one's physique directly to the royal body for a duration of 24 hours. His innate constitution was merely that of a spirit body. Would this extraordinary experience card truly elevate him to royal body? A spark of anticipation ignited in Bai Ye's heart. While the majority of people were of the common body, and possessing a spirit body was commendable in the Tianyan Sacred Land, a congregation of prodigies, it was rather pedestrian. After all, he had only gained entry through connections. The Bai family, though somewhat prestigious, was still relatively modest, and his father had expended great resources to secure his place within the sacred land. You scoundrel! Ji Qingshang was filled with both fury and helplessness upon finding Bai Ye occupying her space. Yet, Bai Ye paid her no heed. With a mere thought, the exceptional experience card materialized in his hand, a milky white orb of light. As he fused the orb into his being, Ji Qingshang remained oblivious to his actions until he felt a surge of mysterious energy coursing through his limbs, dramatically enhancing his constitution. Mystic body, king body, lower royal body, mid-royal body, upper royal body. His transformation continued until it gradually slowed, finally stabilizing at upper royal body. It was worth noting that Ji Qingshang's constitution was merely mid-royal body. Although his upper royal body would only persist for a day, that was more than sufficient. A new task would emerge after a day, likely yielding even greater rewards. As Bai Ye contemplated this, he began his cultivation, eager to experience the effects of his newfound upper royal body. The method of cultivation was straightforward: absorb the spiritual energy of the world and transform it for one's own use. However, Ji Qingshang had already left the room, her mind preoccupied with the memory of her unwanted kiss. She retreated to her usual bathing area, cleansing her face, particularly the lips that had been touched by Bai Ye. Overwhelmed by humiliation and rage, she lamented how her purity had been tarnished by a complete stranger. She did not even know his name, her heart brimming with loathing. You shameless cad, I will not let you escape unscathed. Thus, Ji Qingshang resolved that, though she was powerless now, she would eventually find an opportunity to exact her vengeance. Although Bai Ye had only lightly brushed against her, the mere act ignited a fierce desire for retribution within her. Suddenly, an inexplicable thought crossed Ji Qingshang's mind, perhaps spurred by a moment of youthful whimsy. Her fingertips instinctively grazed her lips, and an inexplicable notion took root within her. This was her first kiss, though she was uncertain about the other person. Chapter 3. The Shameless Saintess. However, Ji Qingshang quickly regained her composure, shaking her head vigorously, realizing she had no reason to care whether that scoundrel was experiencing his first kiss. After all, she was unwilling to acknowledge that it was her first kiss either. Such a casual touch could hardly be counted. Thus, she forcibly comforted herself. Subsequently, Ji Qingshang returned to her room and discovered Bai Ye was there, immersed in his cultivation. She longed to seize the moment to eliminate him, but that was merely a thought. Suddenly, Ji Qingshang sensed something unusual. The flow of spiritual energy in the room became exceedingly erratic, gathering towards Bai Ye at an astonishing speed. At that moment, shock flooded Ji Qingshang's exquisite eyes. Even during her own cultivation, she believed herself incapable of generating such a dramatic commotion. This implied that the physique of the youth before her was even stronger than hers. Yet, this scoundrel was merely an outer sect disciple. Ji Qingshang's heart was filled with disbelief. The man she had initially deemed a vile scoundrel now bore an aura of profound mystery. The unknown means by which he could control or even bind her, along with the extraordinary physique he displayed, left her incredulous that he was merely an outer sect disciple of their heavenly yin sacred land. In that moment, the deep-seated hatred Ji Qingshang held for Bai Ye transformed into a flicker of curiosity. She yearned to immediately inquire about the true identity of this scoundrel, but hesitated and refrained. Regardless of who he was, she preferred to find a way to escape his control. With such thoughts in mind, Ji Qingshang set about investigating what he had done to her body. In truth, she feared disturbing Bai Ye's cultivation and provoking him into further wrongdoing, though she would never admit to fearing him. One day passed in this manner. Bai Ye, in just a single day, had surged from the 9th layer of body refinement to the 3rd layer of the establishment of the manor, breaking through 3 minor realms in rapid succession. Truly, he was worthy of the title of Upper Royal Body. Bai Ye was filled with exhilaration. His cultivation speed had accelerated by at least 100-fold. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he found Ji Qingshang staring at him, her gaze indescribable, a blend of intense resentment and a hint of curiosity. While Bai Ye was engrossed in his cultivation, Ji Qingshang had spent the entire day studying him, yet she still couldn't unravel the means by which he had controlled her. Moreover, he had occupied her room for the whole day, leaving her in no mood to venture outside. Frustrated, she continued to observe his cultivation until their eyes met. Feeling somewhat bored from his training, Bai Ye teasingly remarked to Ji Qingshang, "Why are you staring at me? Have you perhaps developed an infatuation with me? Get lost, narcissist." Ji Qingshang retorted, her tone dripping with disdain, though her gaze hastily shifted away. In response, Bai Ye smirked slightly. As my maid, how dare she show such disrespect? Some form of punishment was certainly in order. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingshang's expression shifted slightly. She instinctively recalled the scene from the previous day when he had forcefully kissed her. Her complexion turned a shade of crimson, shame and indignation flooding her being as she bit her lower lip, refraining from further insolence towards Bai Ye. Internally, she cursed the scoundrel while closing her eyes. Her fists clenched tightly. It seemed she anticipated he would once again humiliate her as he had done yesterday, perhaps even in a more outrageous manner, leaving her with a look of resistance yet reluctant compliance. Observing Ji Qingshang's demeanor, Bai Ye found it amusing. What was this woman thinking? No, what I meant was, prepare me a meal as a form of punishment, Bai Ye said, somewhat speechless. Huh? Ji Qingshang blinked in surprise, her sparkling eyes wide. In the next moment, realization dawned upon her, and her face flushed a deep crimson, the embarrassment creeping to her ears. This meant she had completely misinterpreted his words, even imagining unspeakable things that were even more scandalous than a forceful kiss. Given your previous expression, you weren't thinking of something indescribable, were you? Bai Ye remarked, astonished. What a surprise. I never imagined the esteemed Saintess of the heavenly yin sacred land could be so shameless. His actions yesterday had indeed been excessive, but that was due to Ji Qingshang harboring murderous intent towards him. Today, he merely engaged in playful banter, and he had no intention of crossing any lines. The term punishment was merely a casual remark, as he was genuinely famished after not eating anything all day. However, he did not anticipate that she would concoct such elaborate scenarios in her mind, leading her to believe he was some sort of lecher. That was certainly not the case. Ji Qingshang felt utterly mortified. Already humiliated, she found herself further embarrassed by his insinuations, feeling she could not face anyone again. Overwhelmed with shame, she hurriedly fled the scene, compelled to obey his command and prepare a meal, opting to whip up something simple to suffice. Yet halfway there, Ji Qingshang suddenly realized something was amiss. Why should she personally cook for that scoundrel? Was it not simpler to head to the dining hall and grab a meal to bring back? Throughout her journey, Ji Qingshang was lost in thought about the earlier incident. Had it not been for that man daring to kiss her yesterday, she would not have associated the word punishment with such shameless concepts. Ultimately, it was all his fault. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, cursing him inwardly. Scoundrel! Meanwhile, Bai Ye suddenly sneezed. He immediately understood it was likely that woman cursing him from behind. However, he paid it no mind. After all, she could not escape from his grasp. Currently, Bai Ye was not cultivating but rather awaiting news from the system. If his estimation of the time was correct, the next signing task was about to be released. Beep. The time has come. A new signing task has been issued. Beep. Signing location. Heavenly Fallen Ice Crystal. Task duration. Within 1 day. Task reward. Heavenly Yin Sacred Body. Heavenly Yin Sacred Body. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. It is widely known that the sacred body surpasses the upper royal body. The upper royal body was already fearsome. The sacred body was beyond imagination, far exceeding his comprehension. Moreover, his upper royal body had just expired, while this heavenly yin sacred body was undoubtedly permanent. But why is it called the heavenly yin sacred body? Could it have some special connection to the heavenly yin sacred land? Chapter 4. Who exactly are you? The heavenly yin sacred land, inner sect dining hall. As the name suggests, the inner dining hall is situated within the inner gates of the sacred land. It is designated for the nourishment of inner sect disciples and core disciples. Ji Qingshang, being both a saintess and a core disciple, had access. In contrast, the miscellaneous and outer sect disciples were confined to the outer sect area, making it impossible for an outer sect disciple to enter the inner halls. However, that scoundrel not only entered the inner sanctum, but also intruded into the room without any awareness. Ji Qingshang was utterly perplexed. Look over there. Am I mistaken? Isn't that the Holy Maiden Ji? Huh, it truly is the Holy Maiden Ji. How could the esteemed Holy Maiden appear here? Perhaps she suddenly yearned for a change of scenery, for she rarely graced the dining hall. At that moment, the surrounding disciples were in awe upon seeing Ji Qingshang. The Holy Maiden seldom revealed herself, and many disciples had yet to catch a glimpse of her since joining the heavenly transformation sacred land. They lamented her obscuring dark veil, which concealed her beauty from view. It was a veil Ji Qingshang wore intentionally, as she disliked revealing her visage to outsiders. Rumors whispered of her unparalleled beauty, yet they were all deprived of witnessing her full splendor. A male disciple could not help but express his regret. However, even from her silhouette, it was evident that the Holy Maiden's beauty was indeed breathtaking, her figure perfectly enchanting, confirming that the tales were not exaggerated in the slightest. In an instant, Ji Qingshang's presence captivated the crowd, yet none dared approach her. The inner disciples, well aware of the Holy Maiden's disdain for men after years in the sacred land, instinctively felt an unapproachable aura emanating from her, further amplified by her formidable prowess and noble status. Any male disciple of our sacred land would likely regard the Holy Maiden as their ideal partner upon merely catching a glimpse of her, and I would be overjoyed even to dream of her. Shoo, keep your voice down. It's one thing to indulge in fantasies privately, but if the Holy Maiden hears you, you are finished. Indeed, I heard that a senior brother once pursued the Holy Maiden, only to be soundly defeated on the martial stage. He was even a core disciple, though I cannot disclose his identity. Those who dared voice their thoughts on the Holy Maiden were promptly cautioned by their peers, for such matters, if known to her, could lead to dire consequences. After all, her aversion to men was well known, and she would certainly not tolerate any inappropriate thoughts directed towards her. Yet, Ji Qingshang remained oblivious to the chatter around her, her mood soured by Bai Ye, leaving her disinterested and unable to hear their words. Inside the dining hall, the peak dining hours had passed, and many disciples had finished their meals and departed, leaving the space relatively uncrowded. The elderly couple responsible for serving food, upon recognizing the Holy Maiden's presence, were momentarily taken aback, for she was a rare and esteemed guest. Were it not for the jade token at her waist signifying her identity, they might not have recognized her at all. Holy Maiden, they exclaimed respectfully. Ji Qingshang nodded slightly, her lips parting as she casually requested, "To serve me a meal, any will suffice." She was indifferent to what that scoundrel desired, merely fulfilling her duty without the need to cater to his whims. Nevertheless, the elderly couple dared not follow her casual request. They meticulously selected exquisite and nutritious dishes, determined not to provide anything less than perfect hospitality to the Holy Maiden, their hands steady and composed for once. Through a twist of fate, Ji Qingshang ended up with a carefully prepared meal, presented in an elegant wooden box. However, She paid little attention to its contents and turned to leave the dining hall. Meanwhile, many male disciples gazed intently at her receding figure, captivated by her stunning beauty. If only the holy maiden could visit the dining hall more often. Merely gazing upon her feels rejuvenating. How fortunate that she graced us with her presence, albeit briefly, and now she must take her meal away. Little did they know, Ji Qingshang was not taking the meal for herself, but was compelled to do so under Bai Ye's orders. If they were to discover that she was bringing it back for an outer sect male disciple, there would surely be a wave of discontent that would keep many awake for nights on end. Upon returning to her quarters, Ji Qingshang coldly placed the bamboo basket containing the meal on the table, her reluctance evident. Bai Ye, unfazed by her demeanor, casually unwrapped the packaging. Upon seeing the delectable dishes within, surprise flickered in his eyes. This woman is surprisingly kind to me? However, he quickly realized that it was unlikely Ji Qingshang had prepared this for him. It was probably the result of the elderly couple's careful selection, given her unique status. Ji Qingshang, noticing his reaction, couldn't help but express her own surprise. She had instructed them to choose at random, yet the offerings were all exquisite delicacies. Soon, she understood that her status had influenced their choices, feeling somewhat vexed that this scoundrel was being treated so well. After a while, feeling a bit bored, Ji Qingshang suddenly inquired, "By the way, what is your name, and who exactly are you?" It was not mere boredom. Her curiosity about this individual, who had displayed such incredible qualities, was piqued. How could she view him as just an ordinary outer sect disciple? "Bai Ye," he replied nonchalantly while eating. "As for who I am, my attire clearly indicates I am an outer sect disciple of the heavenly transformation sacred land. That is not what I meant to ask." Ji Qingshang insisted, her expression serious, believing he was merely evading her question. "I am not foolish. Your true identity is certainly more complex than that of a mere outer sect disciple. Moreover, I have never heard of the name Bai Ye before. With your extraordinary talents and abilities, you should have long been renowned within the sacred land." Yet, he remained just an outer disciple, which struck her as highly unusual. "I speak only the truth. It is your disbelief that clouds your judgment. Regardless, I have answered honestly. Believe it or not, it is your choice," Bai Ye retorted, adopting a demeanor of indifference as he continued to enjoy his meal. After all, he was indeed speaking the truth, save for the details about the system, which he could not divulge, nor were they relevant to Ji Qingshang's inquiry. Ji Qingshang was left seething with frustration, yet she found herself powerless against him. Perhaps her irritation fueled her determination to one day expose this scoundrel's true identity. "Qingshang, who is with you in this room?" At that moment, Ji Qingshang heard a familiar voice. It was her father's voice. Chapter 5. The Lord Ji Xian no. How careless. Upon hearing her father's voice, Ji Qingshang's expression changed dramatically. She feared her brief visit to the dining hall had piqued her father's curiosity. His probing consciousness had detected her presence with another. "Quick, follow me to the courtyard." Ji Qingshang did not address her father's question, but urgently whispered to Bai Ye. Her father's voice had come from a distance, a form of spiritual communication that only warriors at least in the Spirit Sea realm possessed. The essence of this ability lies in the fact that only designated targets can hear your words, and it enables long-distance communication. The greater the mastery of the practitioner, the farther the distance over which they can convey messages. In summary, while her father has yet to arrive, it is imperative to hastily escort Bai Ye out of the room. Otherwise, she could foresee that if her father discovered a man in her chamber, she would scarcely have the chance to explain before Bai Ye met a dire fate at her father's hand. The crux of the matter is that if this fellow were to lose his life, she would also be implicated. Once they reach the courtyard, there will be a better opportunity for explanation. Bai Ye promptly rose and departed the room alongside Ji Qingshang, albeit with an air of nonchalance. He was preoccupied with thoughts of signing in at the celestial meteor crystal and was oblivious to Ji Qingshang's sudden summons to the courtyard. "Could you move a bit faster? My father is almost here." Ji Qingshang's anxiety escalated as she observed Bai Ye's demeanor, urging him to hasten. In her urgency, she impulsively grasped Bai Ye's hand, seemingly attempting to prompt him to quicken his pace. However, upon making contact, her delicate hand instinctively recoiled, and her fair complexion flushed slightly. Except for her father during her childhood, she had never touched a man's hand, and initiating such contact was an unprecedented act for her. Ji Qingshang's hand lingered hesitantly in the air for a moment before she opted to grasp Bai Ye's wrist instead, finding it a less awkward choice. Just as they reached the courtyard, the Holy Master arrived as well. A middle-aged man, donned in a white robe and resembling a refined scholar, appeared almost out of thin air before Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang, rendering his movements nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Anyone standing before Ji Xian would never suspect that this seemingly frail scholar was, in fact, the Holy Master of the heavenly transformation sacred land. Ji Qingshang's heart fluttered slightly, while Bai Ye maintained an expression of calm indifference. It was Bai Ye's composed demeanor that caused Ji Qingshang to grow increasingly anxious, momentarily forgetting that she still held his wrist. At that moment, Ji Xian discreetly cast a glance at Ji Qingshang's hand. Yet, she remained unaware of her own hand's positioning and quickly turned to her father, explaining, "He is my friend, here to discuss martial arts with me." Although her words seemed overly contrived, Ji Qingshang was more fearful of her father reacting violently upon their meeting than of being viewed with suspicion. "Is it necessary to hold hands to discuss martial arts?" Ji Xian inquired, his tone measured, finally realizing her faux pas due to her nervousness. Ji Qingshang hastily released her grip and shot Bai Ye an irritated glare, silently chastising him for not offering a reminder. "This was merely an accident," she stammered, at a loss for how to explain further. She swiftly redirected the conversation, stating, "Regardless, his talent for martial arts is exceptionally high, and I have gained a great deal from our discussions." Her words subtly implied Bai Ye's remarkable constitution, suggesting that if her father recognized him, he would not be subjected to any difficulties, thus alleviating her worries for her own safety. However, revealing the truth to her father was out of the question, as Bai Ye could control her body at any moment, unless she chose to confront him recklessly. Exceptionally high talent? Despite Ji Qingshang's attempts at clarification, Ji Xian remained skeptical, as too many questions lingered unanswered. In truth, the most critical doubt stemmed from the fact that this young man was male. Ji Xian could not possibly be unaware of his daughter's profound aversion to men, a condition that seemed almost pathological, and thus far, he had found no remedy. Even Ji Xian himself maintained a certain distance from his daughter, as he knew that proximity, even as her father, could cause discomfort. Yet here she was, defending this young man, which was exceedingly suspicious. "Disciple Bai Ye, greetings to the Holy Master," Bai Ye suddenly interjected, addressing Ji Xian with utmost respect. Ji Xian nodded slightly before continuing. "Since Qingshang claims you possess exceptional talent, it would be prudent to undergo a test now, would it not?" "Of course," Bai Ye replied without hesitation, eagerly accepting the opportunity. The Holy Master's words implied that he would be tested at the celestial meteor crystal, which could accurately gauge a martial artist's constitution. Coincidentally, the location arranged by the system for his sign-in was indeed the celestial meteor crystal. Even if the Holy Master had not summoned him, he would have gone there immediately. Without a moment's pause, Bai Ye turned and departed, exhibiting a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant, which piqued Ji Xian's interest. After Bai Ye had vanished from sight, Ji Xian's gaze returned to his daughter. Ji Qingshang forced herself to maintain an air of composure, striving to avoid revealing any signs of distress to her father. That young man, he should be an outer disciple. Yet how could he gain entry into the inner sanctum and even appear in your quarters? Ji Xian voiced part of his suspicions. "All of this was my directive." Bai Ye did not intend to violate any rules, Ji Qingshang claimed, taking full responsibility upon herself. She merely wished to buy herself some time, entirely disregarding the fact that such fabricated lies could easily be unraveled upon her father's scrutiny, for there was no such thing as a perfect lie that could withstand investigation. "Because I discovered his constitution far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. I even feel inferior in comparison. It is highly likely he possesses a superior royal physique." At this point, Ji Qingshang could only continue her fabrications. However, the assertion of a superior royal physique was not a mere fabrication. She had witnessed it firsthand. The commotion caused by Bai Ye's cultivation was far beyond what a mid-tier royal physique could produce, and being a mid-tier royal physique herself, she was acutely aware of this. "Is that so?" Ji Xian replied, his tone laced with skepticism as he gazed in the direction of the celestial meteor crystal. He was aware that the young man's cultivation appeared to be merely at the phase of opening the mansion, and, as an outer disciple, he hardly seemed to embody the traits of a superlative talent with a superior royal physique. Yet, If Qingshan's claims were false, why would she resort to deceit? Jixin struggled to comprehend the reasons behind his daughter's fabrication on behalf of a man. In any case, the truth would soon be revealed. Chapter 6. The Holy Manifestation. Anomalies arise. The celestial meteor crystal is forged from a unique crystal found within extraterrestrial meteors, which is the origin of its name. This artifact operates solely on spiritual energy and can accurately assess the constitution of any martial artist, with no prior discrepancies reported. Bai Ye had now arrived before the celestial meteor crystal, situated at the center of a vast, open square. The crystalline structure, radiating a chill and shimmering like silver, loomed like a small mountain before him. This was the celestial meteor crystal. Ding! The system has detected that the host has arrived at the sign-in location. Please remain within the designated area for 10 seconds to successfully complete the sign-in. Otherwise, the task will fail. Typically, the celestial meteor crystal is overseen by an elder of the He clan who does not allow anyone to approach easily. It is usually only accessible during organized testing of disciples' constitutions by the sacred land. Fortunately, Bai Ye did not need to stand too close. A slight distance sufficed to meet the system's requirements. Otherwise, his mission would fail, as it was rare for disciples to linger near the celestial meteor crystal. Bai Ye's solitary presence stood out markedly. What is that fellow doing by the celestial meteor crystal? Today, there has been no news regarding anyone undergoing physical testing. However, the focal point is not this. Have you not noticed that the attire worn by him clearly belongs to the outer disciples? Astonishing. How could an outer disciple venture into our inner sect? According to our regulations, they should not be able to enter at all. This sparked quite a discussion among the surrounding inner disciples. Even Elder He, who oversees the celestial ice crystal, wore an expression of surprise. How could an outer disciple be here? Suddenly, at that moment, he heard a message from the sovereign. An outer disciple, named Bai Ye, had approached, requesting to use the celestial ice crystal for a physical examination. Upon hearing this, Elder He's expression turned even more astonished. The youth before him must be the Bai Ye the sovereign spoke of. To have drawn the sovereign's personal attention, who exactly is this young man? An outer disciple who can command such attention from the sovereign is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Very well. Elder He promptly responded to the sovereign through a spiritual exchange. He then unsealed the array that had been enclosing the celestial ice crystal. This array was invisible and intangible, yet could isolate anyone from entering, unless a formidable figure from the open sky realm forcefully broke through. Your name is Bai Ye, correct? Elder He inquired. Indeed, it is. Bai Ye replied with a tone that was calm, yet respectful. You may proceed to examine your physical constitution. Elder He nodded slightly, gesturing for Bai Ye to enter. This scene did not escape the notice of the surrounding inner disciples. Am I seeing things? Elder He truly allowed him to enter? What is happening? We usually lack the qualification to approach the celestial ice crystal. Why is this outer disciple permitted inside? Could he be a special talent from the outer sect, thus enjoying such privileges? A figure clad in outer disciple attire, not only entering the inner sect, but also approaching the celestial ice crystal, was clearly a distinct privilege. Yet, they had not heard of any special talents emerging from the outer sect recently. At this moment, Bai Ye's identity became a puzzle to them. However, judging by his demeanor, he seemed intent on testing his physical constitution. An outer disciple conducting a physical examination within our inner sect must be no ordinary genius. The specifics would soon be revealed. As discussions swirled around them, many inner disciples gathered to observe, eager and curious about the level of physical constitution this outer disciple might possess. Not only the outer disciples, but even Elder He was intrigued by the potential capabilities of this young man who had captured the sovereign's attention. Elder He was entirely unaware of the events involving Bai Ye, the Saintess, and the sovereign, believing instead that Bai Ye must possess extraordinary talents that warranted such significance. Meanwhile, Bai Ye had maintained his position at the sign-in location for 10 seconds. Ding! Host sign-in successful. Reward acquired. Celestial transformation body. Ding! The next sign-in task will open in 1 day. Please prepare yourself mentally. As the system's notification resonated, an overwhelming energy surged within Bai Ye's body, rapidly condensing and compressing at an astounding speed, until it reached its peak and exploded. Boom! A brilliant beam of golden light erupted from Bai Ye's being, piercing through the heavens. Above the firmament, the winds and clouds shifted ominously. A tremendous aura of spiritual energy formed a tempest that swept through the realm, depleting the surrounding spiritual energy as it was greedily consumed by the storm. In that instant, everyone within the celestial transformation sacred land looked up at the spiritual storm, astonished by the terrifying spectacle before them. Disciples, guardians, elders, and even the sovereign and ancestors were all profoundly shaken by this extraordinary phenomenon. Is this the celestial transformation body? An ancient and resonant voice echoed from the depths of the sacred land's forbidden zone, where the Grand Elder was in seclusion. Some claimed the Grand Elder had long since passed, while others believed he silently protected the sacred land, emerging only in times of great peril. Today's occurrence, ignited by Bai Ye, startled the Grand Elder, confirming that he had not succumbed to eternal rest. A formidable consciousness swept across the entirety of the celestial transformation sacred land, searching not only for the master of the celestial transformation body, but also for sovereign Jixien. Jixien, unite with me to activate the Grand Array. At that moment, Jixien suddenly heard the Grand Elder's voice. Without elaborating, the Grand Elder's intent was clear, wishing to conceal the heavenly phenomenon from too many observers. The emergence of the sacred body could incite fear in certain entities and provoke envy. He did not wish for the master of the sacred body to meet an untimely end. As for the identity of the sacred body's master, it was highly likely to be that very youth. At Jixian's side, Ji Qingshang was rendered speechless, her exquisite features frozen in shock, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. In her mind, a tempest brewed, stirring her emotions into a chaotic whirl. With the combined efforts of the sovereign and the Grand Elder, a protective array was swiftly activated, isolating the celestial phenomenon within the sacred land from the outside world, as if nothing had transpired beyond its borders. Even the disciples within the sacred land remained oblivious to the activation of the array. Simultaneously, the tempest of spiritual energy had reached its zenith. Having completely drained the surrounding spiritual energy, it began to compress and funnel into Bai Ye's body. Bai Ye's cultivation aura surgi wildly, expanding, breaking through, expanding again, breaking through again. Chapter 7. Saint Sun Qin Wuxia. Fourth layer of the opening of a mansion. Fifth layer of the opening of a mansion. First layer of the spiritual sea. In the span of a mere breath, Bai Ye's cultivation soared uncontrollably, due to the rapidity of his breakthroughs. He was even unaware of how many times he had ascended. It was only when his cultivation stabilized at the first layer of the spiritual sea that he realized he had just broken through 7 times. Moreover, this was not the entirety of it. At this moment, Bai Ye felt an undercurrent of excitement. The spiritual storm had drained the vast energies from both within and beyond the sacred land, and he was currently unable to fully absorb such a colossal amount of spiritual energy. Achieving a breakthrough to the spiritual sea realm had already reached his threshold. Exerting too much force could lead to catastrophic consequences. The remaining unabsorbed spiritual energy condensed into a mass of energy nestled within Bai Ye's Qi Mansion, appearing small, yet possessing a formidable quality. The Qi Mansion is an essential vessel within every martial artist, vital for absorbing, transforming, and storing spiritual energy. If the Qi Mansion were to be destroyed, one would become incapable of cultivation, underscoring its significance. That energy resting in Bai Ye's Qi Mansion would facilitate his gradual absorption in the future. Alright, I almost forgot. Just then, Bai Ye suddenly remembered that he had yet to test his physical constitution. The overwhelming disturbance triggered by the celestial transformation body had left him astonished, nearly causing him to overlook this matter. The method for testing one's constitution was rather simple. Just place one's hand upon the celestial ice crystal. However, just as Bai Ye extended his hand, a figure abruptly appeared before him. He had not even glimpsed the individual's visage when the surroundings began to shift. At this moment, Bai Ye became aware that the other party's hand had unknowingly settled on his shoulder, and he was uncertain where he had been led. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the figure before him was none other than the Holy Lord. From whence did your heavenly transformation sacred body originate? The excitement in Ji Xian's voice was palpable, even causing it to tremble slightly. The heavenly transformation sacred body was intrinsically linked to the heavenly transformation sacred land, as the very name of the sacred land derived from this sacred physique. A millennium ago, the founder of the sacred land, the heavenly transformation ancestor, was its possessor. However, since that time, no genius bearing the heavenly transformation sacred body had emerged until today. If it were not for the elder's reminder, he would not have recognized that Bai Ye's sacred body was indeed the heavenly transformation sacred body. Isn't such a physique innate? Bai Ye's expression remained forcefully calm and indifferent. Indeed, I have lost my composure. Ji Xian's emotions subsided slightly. While it was generally accepted that physiques were predominantly innate, there were rare accounts of individuals acquiring a sacred body later in life. But this was ultimately an exceedingly unlikely occurrence. Since Bai Ye had claimed it to be an innate sacred body, there was no need for further inquiry. Meanwhile, at the Tianyan ice crystal, due to Ji Xian's astonishing speed, the surrounding disciples were utterly oblivious to the Holy Lord's personal appearance, and they had yet to notice Bai Ye's disappearance. Only Elder he could faintly perceive that the Holy Lord had just been present. Has the anomalous phenomenon vanished? What on earth just transpired? I have never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. It seemed to be triggered by that outer sect junior brother, but I cannot be certain. The commotion was too alarming. It must indeed have been that outer sect junior brother. No wonder he possesses those privileges. His physique is truly extraordinary. I recall that even the Holy Son and Holy Daughter's royal physiques did not cause such an exaggerated phenomenon. Could it be that the junior brother has detected a sacred body? The position of Holy Son may be in jeopardy. Wait, how peculiar. That outer sect junior brother has suddenly vanished. It was only at this moment that some disciples noticed Bai Ye's inexplicable disappearance. Moreover, everyone assumed that Bai Ye had triggered the anomalous phenomenon during the testing of his physique, including Elder He and the Holy Lord. Although Elder He was the closest, he had been so astonished by the phenomenon that he had no attention to spare for whether Bai Ye's hand had touched the Tianyan ice crystal. Unbeknownst to them, Bai Ye had not even had the chance to make contact with the crystal. However, his precise cultivation level had been revealed by the Tianyan ice crystal, as he was too close and had just been on the verge of a breakthrough. The crystal indicated that his cultivation was at the first level of the Spirit Sea, the heavenly transformation sacred land, a place of inheritance. It was a sacred domain accessible only to the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, where one could obtain the legacy of the heavenly transformation sacred land. At the very moment the anomalous phenomenon concluded, a mysterious ancient seal within the inheritance site began to stir, countless runes shimmering with a faint light, and chains that had been sealed for uncounted ages trembled slightly. The anomalous phenomenon triggered by the heavenly transformation sacred body not only shook the heavenly transformation sacred land, but also reverberated throughout the entire southern region. Although the Holy Lord and Elder had worked together to activate a formation that isolated the phenomenon from the outside world, many factions in the southern region had already sensed it, albeit uncertain of what had caused it. Elder he certainly knew it was impossible to completely obscure the event from the outside. However, his true intention was to convey a message to the world. The genius who had triggered the phenomenon would be protected by the heavenly transformation sacred land, and outsiders should not harbor ill intentions. The source of the phenomenon should be the heavenly transformation sacred land. But what exactly was happening? I have never witnessed a phenomenon of such magnitude. It is regrettable that it abruptly ceased, making it difficult to ascertain its cause. Was it an upper-tier royal physique? Or perhaps even a sacred body? I believe it must be a sacred body. The sudden interruption of the phenomenon must have been caused by that presence from the heavenly transformation sacred land. While an upper-tier royal physique is indeed formidable, it does not warrant intervention from such an entity. Yet another prodigy with a sacred body has emerged. Historically, instances of two sacred bodies appearing in the same era are exceedingly rare. Could the southern region be on the brink of upheaval? Across the southern region, numerous powerful factions and influential figures were left in awe. The abrupt isolation of the anomalous phenomenon from the outside world heightened their curiosity about which prodigy from the heavenly transformation sacred land had caused it. Was it a royal physique or a sacred body? And if it were a sacred body, which type was it? It was only at this moment that Elder he finally closed the protective formation. However, by this time, the phenomenon had already ceased, and the heavenly transformation sacred land had returned to tranquility, with only the unusually thin spiritual energy in the air seemingly narrating the terrifying events that had just transpired. The members of the heavenly transformation sacred land could not remain calm. They had yet to fully recover from the shock, especially the current Holy Son, Qin Wuqing, who felt an overwhelming sense of crisis from this incident. Qin Wuqing had been in seclusion beneath a waterfall when the commotion of the anomalous phenomenon jolted him awake, his eyes sharpening with intensity. Someone has detected a sacred body. My position as Holy Son may be in jeopardy. I cannot remain idle. Chapter 8. A thousandfold improvement in cultivation efficiency. Bai Ye was reveling in the benefits conferred by the heavenly transformation sacred body, as not only had all impurities within him been purged, but his vital energy surged vigorously, as if he possessed boundless vitality yet found no outlet for its release. However, the most significant aspect was the cultivation efficiency. The effects brought forth by the sacred body were undoubtedly far more terrifying than those of an upper-tier royal physique, a truth that could only be grasped through personal experience. Just then, a remark from the Holy Lord Jixian pulled Bai Ye back to reality. From now on, you must not leave the heavenly transformation sacred land during this period, and I will ensure that today's events remain confidential. You should understand the rationale behind this, correct? Jixian spoke to Bai Ye with a grave tone. Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure and nodded. Disciple understands. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Bearing the heavenly transformation sacred body, he would be exceedingly vulnerable without the protection of the sacred land. A truth he was well aware of. The southern region was vast, filled with countless powerful beings. Given his current strength, should he recklessly venture beyond the sacred land, even a single malicious intent from a southern region powerhouse could spell his doom. Then I shall take my leave. From today onwards, you will be directly promoted to core disciple and may freely move within the inner sect. Before departing, Jixian left these final words and bestowed upon Bai Ye a token. His mention of having matters to attend to was, in fact, a preparation to discuss with the elders regarding Bai Ye's situation. This was the first occurrence in the history of the heavenly transformation sacred land of a prodigy with a sacred body, particularly one so deeply connected to the sacred land itself, necessitating a serious discussion about the treatment Bai Ye should receive. As for his daughter, Jixian was no longer concerned about why Bai Ye was at Qingshang's residence or the various implausible explanations from Qingshang. Even if there were something between his daughter and this young man, he would not object. On the contrary, he hoped for it. If his daughter truly had someone she admired, and that person could alleviate her aversion to men, he would be quite pleased, for that young man was a rare talent. After the Holy Lord Jixian departed, Bai Ye too set about his own affairs. The recently bestowed token from the Holy Lord symbolizes the identity of a core disciple. However, it is merely a provisional insignia, for it lacks Bai Ye's name. It is anticipated that a formal token will be granted in due time. Given the abrupt nature of today's events, with his current status as a core disciple, he possesses the freedom to move about the inner sect. Yet, he intends to seek a serene locale for cultivation while awaiting the system to unveil new tasks for sign-in, eager to experience the efficiency of his heavenly transformation sacred body. Arriving at a tranquil bamboo grove within the inner sect, Bai Ye contemplated his surroundings. He resolved to cultivate in this serene and comfortable environment, which would minimize distractions. Soon after, he was astounded by the exceedingly rapid pace of his cultivation. Within a mere moment, he had thoroughly absorbed the sparse spiritual energy present in the bamboo grove. To continue his practice, he would either need to relocate or wait for the spiritual energy to naturally replenish. Nevertheless, Bai Ye felt indifferent. Having gained a clear understanding of the cultivation efficiency of the heavenly transformation sacred body, if the efficiency of the upper royal body was 100-fold greater than his previous abilities, then the heavenly transformation sacred body's efficiency was a staggering 1,000-fold. In essence, one day of cultivation now equated to several years of effort. Just as he was reveling in this realization, an ethereal voice interrupted his thoughts, tinged with irritation. Turning to investigate, he discovered that the voice belonged to Ji Qingshang, her enchanting eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. What is the matter? Bai Ye inwitted, puzzled. Ji Qingshang hesitated for a moment, reluctant to reveal the effort she had expended to locate him, which culminated in her having to consult an elder to ascertain his whereabouts. She cut straight to the chase. Now that nearly everyone in the Holy Land is aware of your sacred body, my father will undoubtedly prioritize your development. I no longer pose a threat to you, so the control you have over me should be lifted. Her urgency to find Bai Ye stemmed primarily from her desire to have him relinquish his control over her, as she believed it was no longer necessary. While this reasoning held merit, Bai Ye felt embarrassed, admitting, "The truth is, I have no idea how to release the control." Ji Qingshang's expression shifted dramatically, as though struck by a heavy blow. Yet, her countenance soon transformed into one of indignation, exclaiming, "You rogue! Do you intend to toy with me indefinitely?" Clearly, she perceived his ignorance as a ruse, suspecting he aimed to manipulate and exploit her further. "No, I assure you, I am speaking the truth. Besides, who would have any interest in toying with you?" Bai Ye bristled at the unfounded accusations. He genuinely did not know how to dissolve the master-servant contract. The system had only informed him of its usage and conditions, without detailing the method of dissolution. It felt as though he was being unfairly portrayed as someone intent on exploiting Ji Qingshang. "How do you explain the forceful seizure of my first kiss?" As she spoke, Ji Qingshang realized the inappropriateness of her words and quickly covered her mouth. Deep down, she had been reluctant to acknowledge that it was indeed her first kiss, and in a moment of haste, she had let it slip. "I mentioned it was an act of revenge, and that retaliation has long since concluded," Bai Ye said, growing weary of the conversation. He waved dismissively at Ji Qingshang, stating, "Let it be. I have no desire to elaborate further. Think what you will. As long as you do not overstep your bounds, I shall not act against you." Fuming, Ji Qingshang felt powerless against this rogue and could only retreat in frustration. She was unconvinced that he could control her, yet lacked the capability to lift that control, believing he sought to manipulate and toy with her at will. This further solidified her skepticism regarding Bai Ye's intentions moving forward, as she viewed men as creatures governed solely by their baser instincts, with the exception of her father. It is evident that Ji Qingshang's disdain for men runs deeply, bordering on irredeemable. However, midway through her departure, Ji Qingshang suddenly remembered her intention to inquire about the sacred body, but the unpleasant exchange had robbed her of the opportunity. After all, it was a remarkably rare phenomenon throughout history, and her curiosity was piqued. In an urgent assembly, the Holy Lord Ji Xian and several elders of the inner sect convened. The entire meeting revolved around the events concerning Bai Ye that transpired earlier. Is it true that this outer sect disciple, now a core disciple, Bai Ye, possesses a sacred body? One elder mused, "Our heavenly transformation Holy Land has previously boasted upper royal bodies, yet none have exhibited the extraordinary phenomena witnessed today. It must indeed be a sacred body. Was a Bai Ye situated near the heavenly fallen ice crystal?" Elder he should have observed the situation most closely. Several elders turned their gazes toward Elder he, who had been monitoring the crystal during the incident. "I cannot say for certain, but my intuition suggests it is indeed a sacred body," Elder he replied, somewhat awkwardly. The sudden celestial phenomena had left him awestruck, rendering him oblivious to the reactions of the heavenly fallen ice crystal. He was even unaware that Bai Ye had never placed his hand upon the crystal. "Rest assured, the existence of a sacred body is beyond doubt. I have confirmed this with the Grand Elder," Ji Xian interjected, deliberately omitting the specific name of the heavenly transformation sacred body, seemingly intent on keeping such information confidential. Known only to him, the Grand Elder, and Bai Ye himself. Turning to a particular elder, Ji Xian inquired, "Elder Fong, have you procured Bai Ye's personal information?" Elder Fong nodded, opening his palm, from which a golden orb of light drifted toward Ji Xian, containing the records of Bai Ye's background. The young master of the Bai family from the Qian dynasty? He was admitted as an exception. Ji Xian's eyes widened in surprise. Bai Ye's background was considerably less impressive than he had anticipated. To put it bluntly, he had gained entry to the heavenly transformation Holy Land through connections, which seemed inconsistent with the notion of him being a prodigious genius possessing a sacred body. Or perhaps he has been concealing his true potential all along. What could be his motive for such concealment? Ji Xian's intrigue deepened, contemplating whether to inquire with Qingshang, who had previously remarked on Bai Ye's remarkable physique before the assessment. Indeed, it was his father, the head of the Bai family, who expended considerable resources to secure his admission. Otherwise, based on his earlier performance, he would have lacked the qualifications, Elder Fong added, astonished by the revelation of Bai Ye's origins. The other elders expressed their astonishment as well. Setting that aside for now, we face a pressing issue regarding the position of the Holy Son, Ji Xian stated. Currently, The Holy Son, Qin Wuqing, is merely of mid-royal body status, which pales in comparison to a sacred body. I propose we appoint Bai Ye as the new Holy Son forthwith. Qin Wuqing may not accept this lightly, especially since Bai Ye's current cultivation does not surpass his own. Should we not wait until Bai Ye's cultivation exceeds that of Qin Wuqing? What difference does it make? By that time, Bai Ye would have the ability to defeat Qin Wuqing, which means he would gain no substantial benefit. After all, he possesses the sacred body. If we do not offer adequate incentives, we risk other factions seizing the opportunity to recruit him. Indeed, while Qin Wuqing is undeniably important, the prodigious sacred body holds even greater significance. Thus, we must prioritize Bai Ye, especially with the imminent commencement of the sacred land inheritance this year. Such a crucial inheritance cannot be allowed to slip through Bai Ye's fingers. In the Tianyan sacred land, there can only be one saint son and one saint daughter. An unalterable decree. The establishment of a new saint son or saint daughter can occur in two ways, either through a challenge where someone defeats the incumbent, or through a direct decision by the higher echelons of the sacred land, specifically the sacred lord and the inner elders. Should the former occur, if Bai Ye were to surpass Qin Wuqing and emerge victorious, it would undeniably raise no objections. It would also mean that Bai Ye received no privileges. If Bai Ye were to be poached by another faction, Tianyan sacred land would suffer significant losses. Thus, it has been decided, Bai Ye will be appointed as the new saint son today. Sacred Lord Ji Xian, adhering to the principle of majority rule, has made this determination. His original intention was to establish Bai Ye as the new saint son directly. However, even as sacred lord, he does not wield absolute authority and must consider the will of the elders, which is the primary reason for convening this meeting. Nevertheless, this meeting did not truly reflect a majority rule, as nearly all elders were in agreement, with only a slight consideration for Qin Wuqing's feelings. The reason for this consideration stems from Qin Wuqing's unique status, as they wish to avoid conflict with the forces behind him. Yet, upon reflection, it is clear that Bai Ye's importance outweighs that concern. Consequently, the meeting concluded swiftly. That very day, Sacred Lord Ji Xian announced two resolutions. Firstly, Bai Ye is established as the new saint's son, effective immediately. Secondly, the information is to be kept confidential, with any breach resulting in severe punishment. In an instant, these two resolutions became the talk of the disciples. Indeed, Brother Qin Wuqing has been directly replaced. It seems that the physique of that outer sect disciple, or rather, Bai Ye the saint's son, is undoubtedly that of a sacred body. Otherwise, the matter would not warrant such seriousness and the necessity for complete confidentiality. The sacred body truly exists. It is said that each sacred body represents an unparalleled genius capable of dominating an era. Yet, it appears that another sacred body may arise in the southern region. A monumental battle is likely to unfold. The disciples had no objections regarding the confidentiality, as they had been within the Tianyan sacred land for an extended period and had no need to divulge such matters to outsiders. Furthermore, they understood well what it meant for their faction to possess a sacred body. The Tianyan sacred land would soar, and they, as disciples, would benefit from this. Conversely, if the sacred body were to fall, they would gain nothing. As for Qin Wuqing losing his position as saint son, they were indifferent, as it did not concern them. After the meeting concluded, Sacred Lord Ji Xian promptly informed Bai Ye. He brought Bai Ye to a courtyard, his new residence within the inner sect. The courtyard was spacious, featuring a house, a privilege reserved for disciples of the saint son or saint daughter rank. The saint daughter, Ji Qingshang, enjoyed a similar dwelling. Of course, this was not the former residence of Qin Wuqing, but a brand new one, exclusively for Bai Ye. The day of the sacred land inheritance is drawing near, and only the current saint son and saint daughter, namely Yu and Qingshang, are eligible to participate. Speaking of which, Ji Xian suddenly shifted the topic, inquiring about the progression of your relationship with Qingshang. Chapter 10. Heavenly Spirit Pill. This unexpected question left Bai Ye somewhat bewildered. His expression momentarily froze, and as realization dawned upon him, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his impulsive kiss with Ji Qingshang had been exposed? Why else would the Sacred Lord pose such a peculiar question? While he believed the Sacred Lord would not act against him given his current situation, an instinctual sense of guilt lingered. What does the Sacred Lord mean by this? Bai Ye similet, feignen ignorante. It's nothing of great significance. I'm merely curious as to why Qingshang treats you differently, Ji Xian stated frankly. Qingshang harbors intense aversion towards other men, even maintaining a degree of distance from Ji Xian himself. Yet her demeanor towards Bai Ye is strikingly different. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it's due to Ji Saint daughter's admiration for my martial talent? He replied, knowing full well that her different treatment stemmed from their master-servant contract. However, he could not reveal this truth to the sacred lord, and thus continued to feign ignorance. After all, Ji Qingshang had previously spun similar tales, praising his martial prowess. Very well, then there is nothing more to discuss. Prepare diligently for the sacred land inheritance. The opportunities within the inheritance realm depend on personal ability and fortune, Ji Xian advised Bai Ye. Understood, Master, Bai Ye nodded. With that, Ji Xian took his leave, and Bai Ye remained in his residence to cultivate. The spiritual energy within the Tianyan sacred land had been replenished by the higher-ups, allowing Bai Ye to resume his normal cultivation. Spirit C second layer. Within just half a day, Bai Ye experienced another breakthrough. When a martial artist reaches the Spirit C stage, further advancements become increasingly arduous. The difficulty of breakthroughs escalates significantly compared to the earlier stages, and many martial artists toil for years to barely progress through minor realms. In contrast, Bai Ye achieved this feat in merely half a day, making his ascension seem as effortless as eating or drinking. The sacred body is truly formidable, Bai Ye thought with elation. Just then, the system's task update arrived. Ding! The time has come to issue a new sign-in task. Sign-in location, discussion platform. Task deadline, within 1 day. Sign-in reward, Heavenly Spirit Pill, 6th rank elixir. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Bai Ye set off immediately. He was familiar with the discussion platform, located within the inner sect. The Tianyan sacred land generally prohibits private duels among disciples, allowing combat only in designated areas. The outer sect has its arena, while the inner sect has the discussion platform. There were no obstacles to signing in at this location, so Bai Ye proceeded without hesitation. As for the reward, the system had explicitly stated it was a 6th rank elixir. It is worth noting that Bai Ye had previously only had access to 2nd rank elixirs within the Tianyan sacred land, while 6th rank elixirs are treasures beyond the reach of even the most talented saint sons and saint daughters, as they are considered priceless in the southern region. He wondered just how formidable the effects of the Heavenly Spirit Pill would be. Bai Ye began to anticipate that it would likely enable him to break through several minor realms at once. Approximately 10 minutes later, Bai Ye arrived at the discussion platform. Ding! The system has detected that the host has arrived at the sign-in location. Please remain within the designated area for 10 seconds to complete the sign-in successfully. Otherwise, the task will fail. However, for reasons unknown, an unusually large number of disciples gathered at the discussion platform today. Moreover, as soon as he arrived, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Is that Bai Ye? It is quite a coincidence that the Holy Sun has appeared just as Qin Wuqie announced his challenge. Had he not shown up, there might have been a chance to delay the confrontation, but now it is unavoidable. Qin Wuqie remains present on the platform. Bai Ye is certainly not Qin Wuqie's match at this moment, as it is rumored that his cultivation has only just reached the 1st level of the Spirit Sea, while Qin Wuqie stands at the 7th level. Bai Ye vaguely overheard the surrounding disciples' discussions and quickly understood that the original Holy Sun, Qin Wuqie, had issued a challenge to him, seemingly a recent development. Qin Wuqie's actions fall within the realm of permissible conduct, as the current Holy Sun. Bai Ye must accept the challenge unless in exceptional circumstances, in which case he may only postpone, not refuse. If defeated, he must relinquish his title, a well-known rule in the heavenly transformation sacred land. Clearly, this fellow Qin Wuqie intends to exploit the temporary limitations of Bai Ye's cultivation. Under normal circumstances, Bai Ye would undoubtedly face defeat, as the disparity in strength between the 1st and 7th levels of the Spirit Sea is akin to an insurmountable chasm. Even the gap between minor realms is challenging to bridge, let alone the 6th-level difference Bai Ye is confronted with. However, Bai Ye possesses a signing-in system. Thus, the situation cannot be viewed through a conventional lens. Soon, he would acquire the Heavenly Spirit Pill, and shortly thereafter, his cultivation would no longer be at the 1st level of the Spirit Sea. Ding! The host has successfully signed in and received the reward. Heavenly Spirit Pill. Ding! The next signing task will be available in 1 day. Please prepare yourself mentally. As the system's alert resonated, the heavenly spirit pill was already in his grasp. Bai Ye concealed the pill in his palm and consumed it immediately. Spirit C 3rd level. Spirit C 4th level. Spirit C 9th level. Bai Ye's cultivation surged dramatically until it stabilized at the 9th level of the Spirit C. This was due to encountering an obstruction. Otherwise, the effects could have been even greater. The so-called obstruction refers to the inability to directly break through to the open sky realm from the 9th level of the Spirit Sea. The hallmark of the open sky realm is the ability to release one's internal spiritual energy outward, a phenomenon known as the spiritual energy barrier, which can be shaped at will to achieve both offensive and defensive capabilities. The crux lies in successfully externalizing a portion of one's spiritual energy. Only then can one advance to the open sky realm. Typically, there are 2 methods. One can either gradually comprehend it oneself or rely on specific elixirs. However, Bai Ye had no time to ponder this, for Qin Wuqie had already appeared before him. Is that not the Holy Sun? Qin Wuqie spoke with a tone laced with derision. You arrived just in time. When will the Holy Sun respond to my challenge? His tone was not merely mocking. It was rife with provocation, as if he believed the situation was entirely within his control, showing no regard for Bai Ye. Why not start the battle right now? Bai Ye replied, his expression unchanging and indifferent. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Even Qin Wuqie was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, Qin Wuqie had not anticipated that this young man would possess the audacity to accept the challenge on the spot. He had assumed Bai Ye would shy away from combat. Knowing that the heavenly falling ice crystal had indicated Bai Ye's cultivation to be merely at the 1st level of the Spirit Sea, and the crystal had never been mistaken. By challenging Bai Ye at this juncture, he sought to capitalize on Bai Ye's still developing strength. The holy body was an undeniable truth, and he certainly did not dare to underestimate it, suspecting that this young man's cultivation would soon surpass his own, at which point it would be too late. Qin Wuqie's true intention was not merely to reclaim the title of Holy Sun. Rather, it was to humiliate Bai Ye and tarnish his reputation. Whether Bai Ye chose to avoid the fight or if the higher-ups of the sacred land intervened, it would result in Bai Ye losing face, earning him the moniker of coward. The outcome was unexpectedly contrary to his expectations. Bai Ye's actions did not align with what he had predicted. Very well. You said yourself. Despite the developments being somewhat unforeseen, Qin Wuqie still felt the situation was well within his grasp. Even if this young man did not play by the rules, it would not alter the eventual outcome he desired. After thoroughly defeating Bai Ye on the discussion platform, the title of Holy Sun would return to him. However, he did not genuinely expect to retain the title, for the higher-ups of the sacred land would surely strip him of it and return it to Bai Ye afterward. He merely wished to defeat and thoroughly humiliate Bai Ye, leaving him utterly disgraced in front of the many disciples, for otherwise his heart would remain unresolved in its resentment. Qin Wuqie's animosity toward Bai Ye extended far beyond the mere loss of the Holy Sun title. Is the Holy Sun truly unaware of Qin Wuqie's cultivation? How could he accept the challenge without the slightest hesitation? Given the vast disparity between the 1st and 7th levels of the Spirit Sea, Bai Ye's defeat is all but assured. Even the most extraordinary genius cannot possibly contend across such a multitude of realms. When Bai Ye is inevitably defeated, will not the title of Holy Sun be returned to Qin Wuqie? He is indeed quite cunning, choosing to challenge Bai Ye while he is still unrefined. Despite Bai Ye's boundless potential and the likelihood of becoming the strongest genius of our sacred land in the future, a defeat at Qin Wuqie's hands today would leave an indelible stain on his reputation. It has been noted that Qin Wuqie has long harbored affections for the Saintess Ji, and with the imminent commencement of the sacred land's inheritance, the two would be alone in the inheritance grounds, presenting Qin Wuqie with an excellent opportunity. Yet, Bai Ye fortuitously appeared at this moment, and it is certain that he despises him. Meanwhile, the surrounding disciples engaged in fervent discussions. Many believe that Bai Ye had disrupted Qin Wuqie's pursuit of Ji Qingchong, hence the latter's relentless targeting of Bai Ye. The reality indeed aligned with their speculation. The opportunity for a secluded encounter during the inheritance, which Qin Wuqie valued, had been utterly ruined by Bai Ye. Now, they began to worry for Bai Ye, not out of disdain for the Holy Sun, but due to the overwhelming gap in cultivation levels. Nevertheless, Bai Ye remained expressionless, showing no signs of fear. No one could have anticipated that his cultivation had just surged from the 1st to the 9th level of the Spirit Sea in an instant. Bai Ye, are you serious? At that moment, Bai Ye suddenly perceived a voice communicating through spiritual means. Since it was a soul exchange, only he could hear it, while the others remained oblivious. Bai Ye glanced in the direction of the voice and noticed an elder. He promptly responded through the same means. Disciple is indeed serious. This elder was responsible for overseeing the discussion platform, and upon witnessing Bai Ye accept Qin Wuqia's challenge, he could not remain indifferent. After all, the decision to establish Bai Ye as the new Holy Son was a unanimous agreement among the elders and the Holy Master. Qin Wuqia's actions undoubtedly provoked their authority. However, given Qin Wuqia's formidable background, the elder was reluctant to confront him over such a trivial matter. Thus, he could only advise Bai Ye to avoid combat, lest the situation escalate further. Do you not know that Qin Wuqia's cultivation has already reached the 7th level of the Spirit Sea? Disciple is aware, but rest assured, elder, I possess my own confidence. With this response from Bai Ye, the elder found himself at a loss for words. He truly could not fathom what confidence Bai Ye possessed. The disparity in strength between the 1st and 7th levels of the spiritual sea was insurmountable by any means. Engaging in combat across such a chasm, even by a single level, was akin to an insurmountable challenge. At least within the southern domain, there existed no miraculous entities that transcended his understanding. Since Bai Ye was so resolute in his decision, the elder felt there was no further need to persuade him. However, this incident had left him somewhat disillusioned with Bai Ye. The potential of the sacred body was undeniable, yet his temperament was still lacking in certain refinement. Being overly proud was hardly a virtue, particularly when one underestimated an opponent 6 levels above themselves. After this event, it would be essential to refine the young man's disposition. Upon sensing the elder's silence, Bai Ye immediately realized something and quickly added, "My confidence, as a disciple, stems from my cultivation at the 9th level of the spiritual sea." He could surmise that the elder's perception of him had likely diminished considerably. If he did not clarify promptly, he might be misconstrued in an unfavorable light. The primary reason for this misunderstanding lay in the silent breakthrough of his cultivation and its elusive nature. Earlier, no one had noticed his sudden surge in power, and presently, no one could see through to his true strength. As for why Qin Wuq and the other disciples were aware of his previous cultivation at the 1st level of the spiritual sea, that was merely due to the revelation brought forth by the falling ice crystal, not because anyone had discerned it. Of course, discerning another's cultivation was not entirely impossible. For instance, if one were engaged in battle, the aura of their cultivation would erupt, making it easy to gauge their true level. Alternatively, possessing a considerably superior cultivation and some special means could allow one to forcibly probe into another's actual strength. Yet, such conditions were exceedingly stringent. The elder currently could not achieve this. The 9th level of the spiritual sea? When did this happen? The elder's tone was filled with astonishment. His expression one of incredulity. Hadn't a celestial phenomenon occurred earlier? At that time, there had still been a portion of energy left unabsorbed. Now that it had all been assimilated, this was the result. Bai Ye explained with an air of indifference. He refrained from mentioning the heavenly spirit pill, as he could not divulge its origins. The existence of a system must remain a closely guarded secret. While the 9th level of the spiritual sea was not an unspeakable secret, revealing it would inevitably inform Qin Wuq, which would render his intention to teach this fellow a lesson moot. Ah, I see. With such a reasonable explanation, the elder harbored no suspicions. However, his expression shifted from shock to embarrassment. Moments before, he had deemed Bai Ye's temperament lacking, only to be soundly proven wrong in an instant. He realized he had underestimated him. How foolish of him. Chapter 12. Qin Shang, you like him, don't you? The elder felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, he had only contemplated this in his mind and had not spoken to Bai Ye. Otherwise, he would have found himself in an immensely awkward and shameful situation. Ahem. Then I shall be at ease, he said, lightly clearing his throat to alleviate the tension and deciding not to meddle further. He certainly would not remind Qin Wuq. The latter's behavior today had already irked him, making it an opportune moment for Bai Ye to suppress Qin Wuq's arrogance. At this moment, Qin Wuq, noticing Bai Ye's prolonged silence and inaction, mocked, "What's the matter? Having second thoughts? Weren't you quite confident just now?" This taunt snapped Bai Ye back to reality. and he shot a cold glance at Qin Wuk. Enough idle chatter. Let us commence. Bai Ye strode purposefully towards the platform for discussion, which was essentially a martial arts arena. This arena was composed of extraordinarily durable stone, capable of withstanding the rigors of combat between disciples. Typically, it only incurred minor damages that could be easily repaired with regular maintenance. Bai Ye ascended the platform first, followed closely by Qin Wuk. The elder, acting as the referee for this duel, also took his place on the platform. It was indeed Elder Su personally officiating. Ordinarily, such duties would fall to the attendants. Given the significance of the duel between the former and current Holy Sons, the level of importance was evidently heightened. It seems Holy Son Bai is quite serious about this confrontation with Qin Wuk. He appears utterly unperturbed. Why is that? Is Holy Son Bai simply brimming with confidence? Or does he remain unaware of Qin Wuk's true strength? The surrounding disciples engaged in a cacophony of speculation. Yet, the common sentiment was that nearly all present disciples held little faith in Bai Ye's chances. After all, aside from Elder Su, no one was aware of Bai Ye's sudden leap in cultivation. Their impressions of him remained tethered to his previous level of the spiritual sea. This duel is purely for sparring. Both parties are prohibited from employing lethal force or forbidden techniques. Is that understood? Before the duel commenced, Elder Su laid out the rules for Bai Ye and Qin Wuk. Understood, Bai Ye replied with a slight nod. Got it, Qin Wuk echoed, though his tone was dismissive. Not only that, but he also proceeded to mock. Rest assured, Elder Su, I, Qin, will adhere strictly to the rules and ensure not to harm Holy Son Bai. However, if I happen to strike a bit too hard, well, that cannot be helped. Though his words contained no overt insults, the undertones dripped with derision, insinuating that Bai Ye's strength was woefully inadequate. Yet, Bai Ye remained impassive, seemingly unperturbed by Qin Wuk's sardonic remarks. He found it beneath him to waste breath on this fool. Rather than engage in a verbal spar, he preferred to let his fists do the talking. Elder Su, too, refrained from commenting. He was not angered by Qin Wuk's caustic words, but rather found them somewhat amusing. This young man believed that the rules of the platform favored Bai Ye, when in truth, it was Qin Wuk who was shielded by them. Once the duel commenced, it would be interesting to see if he could maintain his bravado. 3, 2, 1. Elder Su began the countdown. With the final count, the duel officially began. Bai Ye and Qin Wuk, already on the brink of confrontation, erupted into action the moment the last word left Elder Su's lips. Meanwhile, in the Holy Land of Tianyan, at the abode of the Saintess, Ji Xian had arrived and was in conversation with Ji Qingshang. Qingshang, how much do you know about that young man? Ji Xian inquired directly. Are you referring to Bai Ye? Ji Qingshang nearly let slip the derogatory term, but quickly corrected herself. Yes. Are you aware of his family background and origins? Ji Xian asked with a hint of probing. I do not know, Ji Qingshang replied honestly, unable to deceive her father on this matter. She was completely unaware of Bai Ye's background, having never heard of him prior to that day. However, her father could easily uncover the truth. You have heard of the Qin Empire, I presume? He hails from the Bai family, which is a moderately esteemed clan. He is the young master of the Bai family. Ji Xian elaborated for Ji Qingshang. If that were all, it would be one thing. However, he managed to enter our Tianyan Holy Land due to significant sacrifices made by the Bai family, who barely secured his admission. Isn't that hard to believe? As Ji Xian's final words echoed, a look of astonishment gradually emerged in Ji Qingshang's beautiful eyes. The name of the Qin dynasty sounded imposing, yet in the southern region, it was rather inconspicuous. Its reputation and prestige paled in comparison to that of the Tianyan Sacred Land. Moreover, the Bai family was merely a moderately influential clan within the Qin dynasty. Such an unremarkable lineage made it exceedingly difficult for Ji Qingshang to even qualify as an outer disciple of the Tianyan Sacred Land. After all, as the daughter of the Sacred Lord, her lineage was a stark contrast to Bai Ye's. In her eyes, a family of average standing within the Qin dynasty was utterly mundane. This background and lineage could hardly be compared to that of the scoundrel Bai Ye. While he was undeniably despicable, one could not overlook his formidable talent and cunning. She even began to doubt whether her father was toying with her. By the way, since you are unaware of his background, how can you ascertain his exceptional constitution? Ji Xian inquired calmly. Ji Qingshang fell silent at once. She had anticipated her father would question her, so her reaction was composed. A faint smile graced Ji Xian's lips, yet he chose not to press further, abruptly changing the topic. Lastly, Qingshang, you are fond of that young man, are you not? Ji Xian could hardly fathom the truth, that Ji Qingshang was under Bai Ye's control, and thus speculated that his daughter had developed a fondness for Bai Ye. His deductions were quite detailed, leading him to believe that Ji Qingshang had recently fallen for Bai Ye, unaware of his background, and that Bai Ye himself had not yet discerned Ji Qingshang's affections. This would aptly explain the stark difference in Ji Qingshang's attitude toward Bai Ye. Not only did she speak favorably of him, but she even brought him, a male, into their home. Such intimate behavior could only suggest romantic inclinations, leaving Ji Xian with little else to consider. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingshang felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her mind blank and her entire being in a state of shock. If she felt too shy to respond, she could simply remain silent. Her father already had an inkling. With that, Ji Xian turned to leave, leaving Ji Qingshang standing there, utterly bewildered. Chapter 13. A crushing victory. Wait. Just a moment. By the time Ji Qingshang regained her senses, her father had already departed, and it was too late for her to explain herself. She was overwhelmed with shame, unable to believe that her father had misunderstood her feelings to such a profound extent. How could she possibly like that despicable rogue? Ji Qingshang vehemently denied it within her heart, yet it was but a feeble outcry. Just then, Ji Xian suddenly returned, as if by teleportation. Father! Ji Qingshang's heart leapt with joy, eager to clarify the misunderstanding, but she was immediately interrupted. I have just received news that Bai Ye is currently dueling with Qin Wuk on the discussion platform. Yixvaniston conveyed a palpable anxiety. What? Ji Qingshang gasped in disbelief. Is that scoundrel out of his mind? He actually dared to challenge Qin Wuk? Ji Qingshang was well aware that Bai Ye's cultivation was merely at the first level of the Spirit Sea, whereas Qin Wuk was at the 7th level. Their strengths were not even comparable. The critical concern was that if anything went awry, she too would suffer the consequences. Hence, Ji Qingshang's reaction was somewhat frantic, almost instinctively exclaiming, "We must stop them." By the moment she realized her outburst was excessive, it was already too late. Witnessing his daughter's reaction only solidified Ji Xian's suspicion that her feelings for Bai Ye were indeed profound. Why else would she react with such urgency? Typically, Ji Qingshang displayed only occasional emotional fluctuations, yet her unusually agitated demeanor today was bound to lead Ji Xian to further misunderstandings. After all, Ji Qingshang was currently intertwined with Bai Ye's fate. How could she remain composed? Of course, Ji Xian's inquiry was not a deliberate test of Ji Qingshang's feelings. The situation was unfolding as it was. Rest assured, I will ensure that Bai Ye remains unharmed. With that, Ji Xian swiftly led Ji Qingshang to the discussion platform. Although protocol dictated that duels could not be interrupted midway, they could at least prevent any unforeseen mishaps that could befall Bai Ye. In the blink of an eye, Ji Xian and Ji Qingshang arrived at the discussion platform. However, the scene before them left them utterly astounded. Bai Ye stood unscathed atop the platform, while Qin Wuk lay battered and bruised, seemingly unconscious. Meanwhile, the surrounding disciples erupted in a chorus of astonishment, incredulous at the sight. Qin Wuk has been defeated? So swiftly? Unbelievable. Bai Shengzi not only triumphed over Qin Wuk, but did so with an overwhelming superiority. You all must have noticed by now, right? Bai Shengzi's cultivation aura is significantly stronger than Qin Wuk's. The current outcome clearly indicates that Bai Shengzi's cultivation must exceed that of Qin Wuk. But how could Bai Shengzi, who was just assessed to be at the first level of the Spirit Sea, have surpassed Qin Wuk's cultivation level so rapidly? The disciples bore witness to Bai Ye effortlessly vanquishing Qin Wuk in merely 3 moves, leaving them in utter shock. After all, Bai Ye and Qin Wuk had a 2-level difference in cultivation, and the Tianyan Sacred Body endowed him with physical attributes that eclipsed Qin Wuk's. Even if Qin Wuk possessed superior martial skills, they could not compensate for such an overwhelming disparity. Only Elder Su, serving as the referee, exhibited a lack of surprise, for he alone was privy to Bai Ye's true cultivation level. It was evident that Bai Ye had not exaggerated. Elder Su had discerned that Bai Ye's cultivation aura was indeed at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea. The victor has been determined. The winner is Bai Ye, Elder Su promptly declared. The confrontation between the former and current Holy Sons concluded with a resounding victory for Bai Ye. Subsequently, Qin Wuk was carried away by the attendants under Elder Su's command. The farce had come to an end, and Bai Ye prepared to depart. He had initially approached the discussion platform merely to sign in for rewards when Qin Wu's sudden provocation had caught him off guard. However, as Bai Ye turned, he noticed Sacred Lord Ji Xian and Saintess Ji Qingshang approaching him. At that moment, the surrounding disciples finally recognized that the Sacred Lord and the Saintess had arrived, having been so astonished by Bai Ye's display that they had been oblivious to their presence. My heavens! I just realized that even the Sacred Lord has been stirred. The Sacred Lord and Saintess Ji have both come in person, given the expressions on their faces. It seemed they too had not anticipated Bai Shengzi's complete victory over Qin Wu. How had he accomplished such a feat? It must be related to the Sacred Body. After all, the power of the Sacred Body surpasses our understanding, making any extraordinary occurrence feel entirely plausible. The disciples speculated among themselves. Shall we converse briefly? Sacred Lord Ji Xian inquired casually. Bai Ye nodded slightly in response. Yet, Ji Qingshang appeared somewhat peculiar, her gaze seemingly avoiding Bai Ye, as if feeling shy about making eye contact. This was a consequence of her father's misunderstanding, which now made her feel anxious and apprehensive in Bai Ye's presence, fearing what her father might say to him. However, Bai Ye paid no heed to Ji Qingshang's demeanor, and in the next moment, the surroundings transformed dramatically. The Holy Master Ji Xian merely stood beside him without making contact, yet was still able to transport him elsewhere. The three of them simultaneously materialized in a luxurious and elegant chamber. At this moment, Ji Xian spoke. Bai Ye, how did you accomplish this? In less than a day, you have transformed from the first level of the Spirit Sea into someone capable of defeating Qin Wuqiu. Bai Ye promptly relayed the explanation he had previously given Elder Su to the Holy Master. The residual energy from the manifestation of the Holy Body? I see. Holy Master Ji Xian accepted Bai Ye's explanation, for he had witnessed with his own eyes that the Holy Body's manifestation had indeed absorbed an astonishing amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, depleting vast swathes of spiritual essence both within and outside the Tianyan Sacred Land. At this point, Ji Qingshang had regained her composure. She too felt intrigued and concerned about Bai Ye's current strength. So, you have now reached the 9th level of the Spirit Sea? Indeed, Bai Ye acknowledged candidly. Ji Qingshang's mouth fell slightly open as she struggled to find words. It felt as if, in the blink of an eye, this individual had surpassed her in strength by such a margin. Her own abilities were on par with Qin Wuqiu, yet this fellow could now effortlessly defeat him. Who could have imagined that not long ago, he was merely an inconspicuous outer sect disciple? She had anticipated that Qin Wuqiu would pose considerable trouble for him in the near future, yet he had resolved the matter with surprising swiftness. Ji Xian expressed his astonishment. However, he may not simply let this go. Chapter 14. The Kanglan Dynasty. Bai Ye felt a pang of confusion. Could it be that Qin Wuqiu possessed some hidden talent? If he intended to seek vengeance, he would need considerable strength to match. Qin Wuqiu had just suffered a complete defeat at his hands and was clearly no match for him. If he couldn't contend with him now, he would have even less chance in the future. Due to the vast disparity in their physiques, Bai Ye possessed the heavenly Yin Sacred Body, while Qin Wuqiu was merely of the mid-level Imperial Body. Qin Wuqiu's rate of advancement could never surpass his own. Thus, any notion of Qin Wuqiu relying solely on his own abilities to confront him was utterly implausible. The only alternative possibility that Bai Ye could conceive was that he had encountered a weaker opponent before facing him. Is this what the Holy Master meant when he spoke of Qin Wuqiu's formidable family background? Bai Ye intuited. Precisely, Yixuan replied, somewhat surprised. Since you've deduced it, I shall be forthright. Qin Wuqiu hails from a rather unique lineage. He is the 5th prince of the Kanglan Dynasty royal family, though not the crown prince. His exceptional martial talent has garnered him considerable favor from the Kanglan Emperor. If the Emperor were to learn of the recent events, given his temperament, he certainly would not let it slide. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nodded slowly. Had the Holy Master not revealed this, he would have remained oblivious to Qin Wuqiu's background, as he had previously been a bottom-tier outer sect disciple, preoccupied with his own circumstances and lacking the inclination to investigate Qin Wuqiu's lineage. He had heard of the Kanglan Dynasty, recognizing it as one of the foremost royal families in the southern region, in stark contrast to his own Bai family, which languished at the bottom. One could not deny that such a family background was indeed formidable. However, there is no need for excessive concern. Although the Kanglan Dynasty is powerful, They would not dare to act recklessly within our Tianyan sacred land, Ji Xian assured Bai Ye. Therefore, as long as you remain cautious and avoid unnecessary outings within the confines of our sacred land, no one in the southern region can harm you. The prestige and standing of the Tianyan sacred land rival that of the Kanglan dynasty. A force dedicated to nurturing martial talent could indeed stand toe-to-toe with an elite royal family. Otherwise, there would be no need for Qin Wuqiu, as the fifth prince, to seek training within the sacred land. While the Tianyan sacred land might harbor some wariness towards the Kanglan dynasty, the latter would never dare to offend the former. For many disciples within the sacred land hail from the Kanglan dynasty. In essence, the Tianyan sacred land serves as a unique entity that cultivates martial talents for various royal families and kingdoms. Understood. Bai Ye responded grave. He had no desire to venture out unless absolutely necessary. It would be wiser to remain within the sacred land and develop in seclusion, especially given the remarkable speed at which he was progressing. That seems to be all for now. The most pressing matter at hand is tomorrow's sacred land inheritance. While the sight of inheritance may not be fraught with peril, one must not be overly complacent. Exercise caution, and with your and Qingshang's strength, I believe you will face no significant issues. The Holy Master Ji Xian had emphasized the importance of the sacred land inheritance on multiple occasions, for it was indeed a matter of great significance, reflected in the rules that allowed only the current Holy Son and Holy Maiden to enter. As for the issue concerning Qin Wuqiu, Ji Xian felt it was beyond his control. Given Qin Wuqiu's unique status, he could never impose overly strict constraints upon him, and it was certain that Qin Wuqiu would eventually report the matter to the Kanglan Emperor. Hence, there was no need for futile gestures. A simple reminder to Bai Ye to be cautious would suffice. At this moment, Ji Qingshang appeared as though she had something to say, but was suppressing her words. Despite her reluctance, and even disdain at the prospect of entering the inheritance site with Bai Ye, she felt compelled to accept the situation. This was partly due to her father's persistent encouragement, and partly because she was concerned about that scoundrel entering the inheritance site alone. What if something unforeseen were to occur? Although her strength was now inferior to Bai Ye's, her presence could mitigate some of the risks. By the way, Qingshang, I trust you are now willing to accept the inheritance? Yixuan suddenly inquired. He posed this question because Qingshang had previously expressed a reluctance to partake in the inheritance, essentially indicating her desire to avoid being alone with the former Holy Son, Qin Wuqiu. Now that the Holy Son was Bai Ye, the very person she admired, he believed she would not resist this time. Ji Qingshang bit her lip and slowly nodded, suppressing her feelings of animosity and revulsion towards Bai Ye. Just as I thought. At that moment, Ji Xian was completely misled, having ventured far down the path of misunderstanding. Previously, he had merely speculated, hesitant to draw conclusions. But now he was convinced that Bai Ye was indeed the object of Qingshang's affections. Ji Qingshang, however, had unwittingly deepened her father's misconception, failing to recognize anything amiss. Bai Ye, I entrust Qingshang to you, Ji Xian said earnestly. Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback. All right. The potential ambiguity of the Holy Master's statement nearly led him to misinterpret it, until he realized that Ji Xian's intention was to ask him to look after Ji Qingshang during their time in the inheritance site. Meanwhile, Ji Qingshang's reaction was far more pronounced than Bai Ye's. Her beautiful face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation as she reproached Ji Xian. Father, what do you mean? It was evident that she had genuinely misunderstood. What do you mean? I merely meant to convey that entering the inheritance site carries certain risks. Hence I hope Bai Ye would keep an eye on you. Is it necessary to be so agitated? Ji Xian's tone sounded quite innocent, yet inwardly, he was reveling in his cleverness. It was precisely those with ulterior motives who were easily misled by his words. However, Ji Qingshang was not the type of person Ji Xian had assumed. Her intentions were of a different nature altogether. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingshang's expression froze. Her cheeks flushed in even deeper shade of crimson, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Had she truly misunderstood her father's intentions? No, it couldn't be. It was the father who intentionally misled her. Upon realizing this, Ji Qingshang felt a wave of shame and indignation wash over her. Who would want that man as concern? He should simply take care of himself. Naturally, she was reluctant to admit that her thoughts had wandered astray, an embarrassment beyond measure, prompting her to deftly shift the conversation. In response, Ji Xian smiled and remarked, "Seeing you both like this puts my heart at ease." As a father, he was well aware of his daughter's reticent nature, interpreting her words as a contradiction of her true feelings. Ji Qingshang sensed that her father seemed to have misunderstood something again, but she now felt utterly powerless and despondent. Meanwhile, Bai Ye, unable to interject or comprehend the exchange between the father and daughter, chose to remain silent. Chapter 15. Settling the score with him after concluding his conversation with the Holy Master Ji Xian, Bai Ye returned alongside Ji Qingshang, merely because their paths coincided. He had anticipated a tranquil journey back, as it was evident that Ji Qingshang harbored a strong aversion towards him. Of course, he was disinclined to engage her in conversation. However, the next moment, Ji Qingshang abruptly spoke, "Your cultivation has surpassed mine. When will you finally let me go?" "Dear sister," Bai Ye sighed in exasperation. "I already told you last time, it's not that I am unwilling, but I genuinely do not know how to lift the control." "Liars! You are undoubtedly deceiving me." Yikvingshan retorted sharply. "If you don't believe me, so be it," Bai Ye replied, growing increasingly impatient with Ji Qingshang's antics. "I won't waste any more words on you. If you continue to pester me over this matter, I won't hesitate to resort to more extreme measures, just like last time." This threat proved remarkably effective. As Ji Qingshang immediately fell silent, her delicate face tinged with a mix of shame and anger. Yet, she felt helpless, having to endure the whims of this rogue. "By the way, the matter with Qin Wuqie is also somewhat related to you. I have refrained from blaming you for it." Bai Ye suddenly brought up Qin Wuqie. "What does that have to do with me?" Ji Qingshang retorted defiantly. "During our duel, that fellow explicitly claimed that I had ruined his plans. So do not blame him for being merciless," Bai Ye shrugged. "What he meant by plans was the opportunity to be alone with you in the land of inheritance, which was abruptly taken from him." At the onset of their duel, Qin Wuqie had been quite verbose, seemingly intent on ensuring he understood the reason for his defeat. Additionally, prior to the battle, disciples around them had speculated, claiming that Qin Wuqie harbored feelings for you, thus his intense animosity towards me. Bai Ye lamented, "It is absurd that I have been dragged into this mess with Qin Wuqie. Quite frankly, it is due to your extraordinary beauty, often referred to as the bane of beauty." Of course, Bai Ye's remarks were merely a jest. It was impossible to genuinely blame Ji Qingshang for such events. It could only be said that Qin Wuqie's character was excessively twisted. "That cannot be my fault. It is Qin Wuqie's problem," Ji Qingshang asserted, unwilling to take the blame. However, Bai Ye's compliment about her beauty unexpectedly brought her a sense of delight, making her perceive him as somewhat more agreeable. After a while, their banter concluded, and just then, Ji Qingshang suddenly turned around. Bai Ye noticed her heading in the opposite direction of her residence and inquired, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to settle the score with Qin Wuqie," Ji Qingshang replied coldly. With her words hanging in the air, Ji Qingshang's graceful figure swiftly departed. Ever since Ji Qingshang was bound by Bai Ye's forced contract, she had rarely displayed the aloof demeanor befitting a saintess when facing him. Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback, then recalled how Ji Qingshang seemed to detest any man harboring improper thoughts towards her. Had it not been for their master-servant contract, he might have met his demise at the tip of her sword upon their first encounter. Bai Ye welcomed Ji Qingshang's pursuit of Qin Wuqie. He imagined that Qin Wuqie, still nursing his injuries, would face a severe reprimand from Ji Qingshang, a blow far more significant than his own defeat. At that moment, Qin Wuqie was recuperating in the inner sanctum of the Tianyan Holy Land. Damn it, that wretched Bai Ye. He actually had such a hidden trick up his sleeve. Qin Wuqie cursed, his face still bearing the bruises from their encounter, particularly his left eye, swollen to the point of barely opening. Although his injuries were not severe, he felt an immense sense of humiliation. In front of so many disciples at the debate stage, he had been effortlessly bested by Bai Ye, even losing consciousness. For someone like Qin Wuqie, who was exceedingly concerned with appearances, this was a tremendous disgrace. He could not fathom that Bai Ye had merely appeared to possess the cultivation of a mere spirit sea first layer the day before. It had suddenly become so formidable today. Thus, he was convinced that Bai Ye had concealed his true strength. Moreover, according to the rules of the debate stage, having failed his challenge against the Holy Son Bai Ye, Qin Wuqie would be barred from challenging him again for a considerable time, at least a month. He was painfully aware of the disparity in their physical prowess. The longer the delay, the more he would fall behind Bai Ye. No, this is intolerable. Qin Wuqi seethed. Not only has he ruined my plans, but he has also brought me disgrace in front of everyone. I cannot simply let this go. He must pay a heavy price. Who do you want to punish? Just then, a cool yet melodious voice drifted in from outside the door. Of course, it's that wretched Bai Ye. Qin Wuqi instinctively replied. Then, he realized how familiar that voice sounded. Was it not Ji Qingshang? Boom! With a resounding crash, the tightly shut door was suddenly shattered. The entire door was obliterated by the force of Ji Qingshang's unleashed aura. Qin Wuqi turned abruptly to see that it was indeed Ji Qingshang, and he understood why her voice felt so familiar. What brings you here, Saintess Ji? Qin Wuqi asked, panic setting in as he perceived her aggressive approach. I have already heard that you harbor certain thoughts about me, correct? Ji Qingshang questioned icily, her exquisite face resembling an icy mountain. And no, that was, Qin Wuqi stammered, flustered and at a loss for words. In his panic, he could not formulate a defense or denial in time. Seeing him in such disarray, Ji Qingshang felt assured of her conclusions. There was no need for further words. Without granting Qin Wuqi an opportunity to feign innocence, she acted without hesitation. Caught off guard by her sudden aggression and still nursing his wounds, Qin Wuqi was utterly unprepared for Ji Qingshang's assault. The terrifying force she unleashed instantly sent him flying. He was like a kite severed from its string, propelled with such force that he crashed through the wall, landing outside the recuperation hall. Thud! Suddenly, an individual descended from the heavens, striking the ground with such force that it created a profound dent, startling the surrounding disciples. Chapter 16. Saint-level comprehension. What is happening? How did someone fall from above? Is that not senior brother Qin Wuqi? Was he not recuperating in the healing hall? Who could have attacked him? Look, it appears that a woman is at the spot where senior brother Qin fell. At that moment, many gazes were drawn upward to the gaping hole in the wall. Yet, before they could discern the identity of the graceful figure, she had already blurred into the distance. Ji Qingshang's speed was so remarkable that she nearly left an afterimage as she swiftly descended to the ground. At this moment, Qin Wuqi was not gravely injured. After all, as a practitioner of the spirit sea realm, he could withstand a fall from a height of approximately 10 meters without significant harm. Rather, it was the force of Ji Qingshang's aura that had caused him minor injuries, merely superficial wounds and some discomfort, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. Just as Qin Wuqi attempted to rise slowly, the tip of a sharp sword nearly pressed against his throat, causing him to break into a cold sweat. This is merely a warning. Should you dare to act so brazenly again, do not blame me for being impolite. Ji Qingshang warned coldly, her sword aimed directly at Qin Wuqi's throat. Qin Wuqi was acutely aware of the throng of disciples watching this public humiliation. Being admonished and assaulted by Ji Qingshang had utterly stripped him of his dignity. He, the fifth prince of the Kanglan dynasty, had been subjected to such disgrace. However, this was the heavenly Yin sacred ground, not the Kanglan dynasty. Faced with Ji Qingshang's mockery and threat, Qin Wuqi could only seethe in silence. Lowering his head in tacit submission, Ji Xingnu had directly intervened to reprimand Qin Wuqi. Did his thoughts regarding Ji Xingnu become evident? Perhaps someone had conveyed his sentiments to her. Ji Xingnu was indeed formidable. She showed no hesitation even against a former sacred son. My goodness, I shall never dare approach Ji Xingnu again. If even senior brother Qin Wuqi suffered such a fate, I would likely be in grave danger. The numerous male disciples were instantly intimidated by Ji Qingshang's decisive actions. They resolved to conceal their admiration for Ji Xingnu deep within their hearts, refraining from confiding in anyone, lest they inadvertently betray themselves. The following day marked the occasion of the Sacred Grounds inheritance ceremony. The inheritance site was typically sealed off, prohibiting access to any disciples, including elders, with the exception of this annual event when it would be temporarily unsealed. At this juncture, Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang had gathered outside the inheritance site, accompanied by the sacred Lord Ji Xian and several intersect elders. The unsealing of the inheritance site required the combined efforts of the sacred Lord and at least half of the intersect elders. Nearby, several stewards stood guard to prevent unauthorized personnel from approaching the site and causing any disturbances. However, as the designated unsealing time had not yet arrived, the sacred Lord and elders were patiently awaiting the moment. I heard you gave Qin Wuqi quite the thrashing yesterday. How fierce. You could almost be likened to a mother tiger. Bai Ye teased Ji Qingshang, seeking amusement in the idle moment. Ji Qingshang shot him a glare. I helped you deal with him, and yet you do not praise me. Instead, you speak ill of me? Realizing his misstep, Bai Ye quickly amended his remark. That was indeed well done. It was quite satisfying. Thank you. Silver-tongued. Ji Qingshang huffed disdainfully, though inwardly, she felt a sense of satisfaction from his words. Bai Ye found himself at a loss for words. Compliments or reproaches, what did this woman truly desire? Observing the playful banter between Qingshang and Bai Ye, Ji Xian felt a wave of contentment wash over him. To him, it resembled a flirtatious exchange. At that moment, Bai Ye's mind was suddenly filled with the system's voice, indicating that a new sign-in task had become available. Ding! The time has come to release a new sign-in task. Sign-in location, inheritance site. Sign-in deadline, within 1 day. Sign-in reward, Saint-level comprehension. Saint-level comprehension? Such a reward is indeed extraordinary. Bai Ye felt a surge of excitement within. The significance of comprehension for a martial artist is almost as crucial as physical prowess. In truth, physical attributes and comprehension are collectively referred to as martial talent. The assessment of a martial artist's talent is determined through the synthesis of both aspects. Physical attributes dictate the speed of cultivation, while comprehension influences the speed of learning martial arts or techniques, each holding its own importance. Bai Ye, currently among the strongest disciples in the heavenly Yin sacred ground, possessed techniques that were far inferior to his level of cultivation. For instance, a typical Spirit Sea realm practitioner would have mastered at least 1 or 2 third-grade techniques. In contrast, while Bai Ye had reached the 9th level of the Spirit Sea, he had yet to master even a single first-grade technique. Moreover, Bai Ye's own comprehension was rather average. Upon receiving the reward of saint-level comprehension, he would be able to peruse the scripture repository and select formidable techniques for study. Just then, the time for unsealing arrived. Time is up. With the sacred Lord Ji Xian's proclamation, several intersect elders simultaneously cast their spells. After a while, a silver-white portal resembling a teleportation gate appeared in what had previously been an empty inheritance site. Initially, Bai Ye had been puzzled by the void upon his arrival, only to be informed that one must enter the portal to reach the true inheritance site. The so-called portal was undoubtedly the one before them now. Bai Ye, Qingshang, if you're prepared, you may enter. I and the elders will maintain this portal until you return, Sacred Lord Ji Xian reminded them. Be sure not to linger inside for too long. It is best to emerge within a day. The disciples understand. Bai Ye responded with a nod, and Ji Qingshang followed suit with a slight nod. Just as Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang were about to step into the portal, Ji Xian suddenly added, "Oh, and it is advisable for you to hold hands while entering. Otherwise, you may be teleported to different locations." Hold hands? Ji Qingshang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively feeling a sense of resistance. Is that not so? I recall you holding Bai Ye's hand last time, Ji Xian remarked nonchalantly. That was... Ji Qingshang's voice faltered, as she found herself at a loss for an explanation. While Ji Qingshang was still entangled in her thoughts, Bai Ye suddenly grasped her wrist, pulling her toward the portal. His mind was solely focused on quickly obtaining saint-level comprehension, leaving no room for hesitation. Bai Ye's unexpected action caused Ji Qingshang to let out a soft exclamation. Chapter 17. Secret Realm Space. Ji Qingshang instinctively wanted to resist, almost as a reflex. Fortunately, she managed to maintain her composure, and Bai Ye was merely holding her wrist. Otherwise, she might have been driven to retaliate, ultimately putting herself in jeopardy. After all, should she act upon such an impulse, Bai Ye would have all the more reason to take advantage of her. Thus, Ji Qingshang, at this moment, suppressed her inner resistance and revulsion, allowing Bai Ye to grasp her wrist and lead her away. It's all right. For the sake of caution, just endure it a little longer, she consoled herself internally. As her father had said, if she did not accompany Bai Ye, she could easily be transported to different locations, and if Bai Ye encountered danger, it would be troublesome. Ji Xian observed this scene with both satisfaction and relief. His daughter was now able to interact normally with a man and, though slightly startled, did not seem overly resistant, indicating that her peculiar ailment was gradually alleviating, which certainly pleased Ji Xian. At this moment, the elders displayed expressions akin to reminiscing about the joys of youth. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Ji Xian and the elders, Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang stepped into the teleportation portal together. Although the place of inheritance was not entirely safe, Ji Xian felt reassured with Bai Ye and Qingshang together. After all, compared to Qin Wuk, Bai Ye's character, integrity, and strength were far more reliable. In an instant, Bai Ye was enveloped in a blinding light. Before the brilliance fully dissipated, obscuring his surroundings, a system notification chimed in. Ding! Host sign-in successful. Reward: Saint-level comprehension. Ding! The next sign-in task will be available in 1 day. Please prepare yourself mentally. At the moment Bai Ye attained his Saint-level comprehension, there was no grand spectacle, but rather a wondrous sensation akin to enlightenment, an experience difficult to articulate, which he would surely comprehend upon learning techniques or martial arts. Realizing the true power of Saint-level comprehension. As the system notification concluded, the haze that had clouded Bai Ye's vision dissipated. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a desolate expanse, with no end in sight. All he could see were numerous grotesque crimson monsters and various golden orbs, large and small. Aside from the safe vicinity of Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang, the area was teeming with blood-red creatures, seemingly guarding the sparse golden orbs. Can I let go now? At that moment, Ji Qingshang's cool voice, tinged with a hint of shyness, brought Bai Ye back to his senses. He promptly released her wrist and, adopting a serious tone, inquired, "What are those crimson creatures?" The monsters bore a resemblance to various types of demonic beasts, yet he had never encountered such creatures, as they were entirely crimson and exuded a slightly ethereal quality, giving an impression of unreality. Ji Qingshang, discerning the gravity of the situation, set aside her earlier embarrassment and replied earnestly, "Those are illusion demons, a type of demonic beast. Legend has it that the founding master of the sacred land, the ancestor of Tianyan, sealed a peerless, ferocious beast that could bring disaster to the entire southern region. The soul of that beast is imprisoned in this place of inheritance. In this secret space we inhabit, due to the beast's formidable nature, not only was it impossible to vanquish it, but the seal could not be entirely secured, resulting in continuous emanations of demonic energy. This place of inheritance is generally isolated from the outside world, and the primary purpose of sealing it is to prevent the loosening of the seal on the ferocious beast. However, the downside is that the demonic energy within this secret realm has become increasingly dense, to the extent that it manifests as illusory demonic beasts, also known as illusion demons. Ji Qingshang succinctly explained to Bai Ye. I see. Bai Ye quickly grasped the situation. No wonder he felt a slight discomfort upon entering. He had assumed it was a normal reaction to entering the place of inheritance, but it turned out to be due to the overwhelming demonic energy in this secret space. Although it was merely a slight discomfort for him, should a martial artist of lower cultivation recklessly enter here, they would be directly eroded by the dense demonic energy, resulting in a drastic change in temperament, becoming irritable, or in severe cases, losing all rationality and turning into a humanoid demonic beast. Individuals like Bai Ye, with sufficient cultivation, could naturally resist the encroachment of demonic energy with ease. However, these illusion demons generally possessed weak strength, with most corresponding to the abilities of human martial artists at the foundation establishment level, and only a few reaching the strength equivalent to that of Spirit C level martial artists. Ji Qingshang continued, "What we need to be cautious of are the larger illusion demons, as their darker colors often indicate greater strength. We should try to bypass them to acquire the golden orbs. If that isn't feasible, we may need to engage them directly. This is our next course of action. Does that mean there are various treasures within those golden orbs?" Bai Ye speculated. The golden orbs were few in number, yet they appeared deliberately arranged. The larger the orb, the more valuable the treasure it contained, and the stronger the illusion demons surrounding it. Conversely, the smaller the golden orb, the fewer and weaker the accompanying illusion demons, implying that the treasures within were likely of lesser quality. It resembles a structured game world, Bai Ye mused. However, just as he thought this, Ji Qingshang provided clarification. Indeed, this is because the ancestor of Tianyan established rules within this secret space. Even the illusion demons are bound by these rules. The ancestor utilizes these creatures to temper us. The inheritors, the more capable one is, the richer the treasures one can obtain. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye nodded slightly. He understood now that the secret realm operated under its own set of rules, and everything within, whether illusion demons or golden orbs functioned in accordance with those laws. Then let us proceed. I have identified my target. Bai Ye's gaze fixed upon the nearest and sufficiently large golden orb, and although many illusion demons were gathered around it, as long as they did not possess the strength of a human martial artist at the opening heaven level, they posed no threat to him. With that, he charged directly toward it. By the time Ji Qingshang reacted, Bai Ye had already dashed forward. "Wait!" Ji Qingshang exclaimed, slightly flustered, and hurriedly pursued him. She did not wish to act alone, as this place of inheritance inexplicably instilled a sense of unease within her. Chapter 18. Tianyan Communication Technique. Even without exerting his full strength, Bai Ye's speed surpassed Ji Qingshang's, and she could barely keep up, employing a third-grade body technique. Due to the significant gap in their cultivation and physical abilities, Bai Ye could easily outpace her without any special maneuvers. Could not slow down? After finally catching up to Bai Ye, Ji Qingshang shot him an annoyed glare. Bai Ye ignored her reproach and remained focused ahead, for as he approached the illusion demons, they began to converge upon him. He swiftly drew a long sword from his spatial ring. In simple terms, a spatial ring is a storage device, lightweight and convenient to carry. For ordinary individuals, such rings are expensive luxuries, but for Bai Ye, a young master of the Bai family with some background, acquiring a modestly ranked spatial ring was relatively easy. Are you also a sword practitioner? Upon seeing the long sword in Bai Ye's hand, Ji Qingshang could not help but inquire. Not quite a sword practitioner. It is simply more convenient to wield a sword than to use my fists, Bai Ye replied nonchalantly. A true sword practitioner is someone who has achieved a certain level of proficiency in the way of the sword. A person like him, who practices swordsmanship only occasionally, is akin to a novice in the realm of swordsmanship and is not yet worthy of the title of a sword cultivator. When it comes to engaging in direct combat with phantasmal beasts, wielding a sword is undoubtedly more advantageous and less likely to result in injury compared to relying solely on bare fists. Even though the sword in his possession is merely a first-grade treasure, it is still preferable. At that moment, Ji Qingshang felt a tinge of disappointment, as she was deeply passionate about swordsmanship, valuing it just below martial arts. If Bai Ye were also a sword cultivator, given his talent, he would likely achieve notable success, thus providing an opportunity for her to seek his guidance. Focus, we must deal with the phantasmal beasts, Bai Ye reminded Ji Qingshang, as they found themselves directly confronting the creatures. Ji Qingshang snapped back to attention, concentrating on the phantasmal beast before them. Since the majority of these beasts possessed relatively low strength, comparable to that of human warriors at the opening realm, Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang wielded their swords with ease, cutting through the throng as if it were an unguarded space. They swiftly penetrated the encirclement until they encountered a larger phantasmal beast of considerable strength. According to Ji Qingshang, the larger and darker the beast, the more formidable its power, and this was indeed the case. Before Bai Ye stood a phantasmal beast that could not be slain by a single strike. It was twice the size of an ordinary beast with a deeper crimson hue. It loomed before them like a small mountain, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. This was a third-tier beast, equivalent to a human warrior at the Spirit Sea realm. It was not insurmountable. Ji Qingshang halted, took a deep breath, and assumed a poised stance with her sword, indicating her seriousness. In an instant, a crescent-shaped silver sword light emerged in the air, and Ji Qingshang had already darted behind the phantasmal beast, maintaining her initial stance. The beast suddenly erupted with blood from a newly formed wound. Soon after, a second and a third wound appeared, with more and more areas bleeding profusely. More accurately, it was the loss of demonic energy, as the essence of a phantasmal beast is fundamentally composed of this energy. Although phantasmal beasts possess notable self-healing abilities, their recovery rate could not keep pace with Ji Qingshang's relentless assault, and soon its massive form crumbled into nothingness. Simultaneously, Bai Ye also dispatched another third-tier phantasmal beast. After nearly half an hour of fierce combat, Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang finally cleared the area of phantasmal beasts. The golden light orb was now within reach. Just as Ji Qingshang was about to approach and touch the orb, she noticed from the corner of her eye that Bai Ye seemed to be in a daze. "What is the matter?" Ji Qingshang inquired, taken aback by Bai Ye's unusual distraction. It was the first time she had seen him so unfocused, wondering if something extraordinary had occurred. Bai Ye snapped back to reality and, after a brief hesitation, shook his head slightly. It's nothing. Perhaps the dense demonic energy is causing some discomfort. He himself was uncertain why, but the deeper he ventured into the place of inheritance, the more uneasy he felt, as if something within the depths was affecting him. Are you certain you are all right? Ji Qingshang pressed, her tone imbued with concern. Her life was now closely entwined with Bai Ye's. Any sudden anomaly in him could not be taken lightly. The demonic energy here was indeed thicker than at the beginning. It had no adverse effect on her. Why, then, was Bai Ye feeling unwell? She needed clarity on this peculiar situation. Yes, I am fine. Let us proceed to touch the golden orb, Bai Ye replied with a calm demeanor, shaking his head once more. Ji Qingshang, no longer pressing the matter, advanced alongside Bai Ye to touch the golden orb. At that moment, the orb transformed into a grayish tome. Take a look at this, Bai Ye said, presenting the tome to Ji Qingshang, believing she would recognize its significance as a relic of the heavenly transformation sacred land. This is. Ji Qingshang examined it closely, her beautiful eyes gradually revealing a look of astonishment. This appears to be the long-lost heavenly transformation spirit technique. Just tell me its grade, Bai Ye interjected, uninterested in the embellishments, solely concerned with its classification. I recall seeing in ancient texts that the heavenly transformation spirit technique is a 6th grade technique. If mastered, my mid-tier royal body could rival or even surpass that of a high-tier royal body. Ji Qingshang's voice was noticeably filled with excitement. Realizing why it had been lost for so long, it was hidden here. 6th grade technique? That is indeed a valuable find, Bai Ye nodded slightly. Most techniques yield effects comparable to one's physique, enhancing training efficiency and offering additional unique benefits. Furthermore, techniques and physiques do not conflict. Their effects can be directly combined, which explains Ji Qingshang's assertion that mastering the heavenly transformation spirit technique could elevate her mid-tier royal body to rival or surpass a high-tier royal body. In any case, the heavenly transformation spirit technique would undoubtedly confer significant advantages to Bai Ye. Just as Bai Ye was about to flip through the tome, he suddenly heard the sharp sound of a chain snapping. Crack! The sound was crisp and seemed to emanate from the depths of his very soul. Bai Ye's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately turned to Ji Qingshang, asking, "Did you hear something breaking?" "What? No, I didn't," Ji Qingshang replied, momentarily bewildered. Could it be a figment of her imagination? Bai Ye felt increasingly suspicious. In the next moment, his expression changed as he gazed into the depths of his secret realm, as if he had to do something. Chapter 19. King of Phantasmal Beasts. Did you not mention that a ferocious beast is sealed here? It could very well be it. At that moment, Bai Ye experienced an odd sensation, akin to a resonance growing ever stronger. The source of this resonance lay deep within the place of inheritance. Consequently, he harbored a terrifying conjecture. Could it be the ferocious beast that Ji Qingshang spoke of, sealed by the ancestor of heavenly transformation? How can this be? Ye Qingshang exclaimed incredulously. According to ancient records, the seal should last for 1,000 years, after which the ancestor of heavenly transformation would return to reseal the beast. How could there be such a significant deviation? I am merely speculating and cannot assert it with certainty, Bai Ye replied cautiously. However, I believe it is best for us to depart now. Otherwise, we may face unforeseen consequences. A sense of crisis loomed over him, as if something monumental were about to transpire. His primary purpose for entering this place of inheritance was to attain the saint-level comprehension, which he had now secured, along with acquiring a 6th grade technique, the heavenly transformation spirit technique. Given his ominous premonition, it was prudent to withdraw rather than indulge further. Ji Qingshang pondered for a moment and then said, "Let us leave swiftly." She harbored no covetousness for the other treasures in this place, prioritizing her safety above all. If Bai Ye were to leave first, it would be perilous for her to remain alone. Thus, regardless of whether Bai Ye was exaggerating, she resolved to depart alongside him. However, just as Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang prepared to turn back toward the teleportation portal, an eerie roar suddenly echoed from not far away. Roar! The roar reverberated with tremendous intensity, nearly deafening. Ji Qingshang instinctively covered her ears, her delicate face paling momentarily. Bai Ye managed to endure, though his complexion was far from favorable, even exhibiting a certain lethality. He swiftly turned his gaze toward the source of the roar, where an extraordinarily massive humanoid phantom had inexplicably emerged, as if conjured from thin air. Compared to typical phantoms, this one bore a closer resemblance to a human. Its size akin to that of a blood-red giant. The surrounding demonic energy had suddenly thickened significantly, nearly taking on a tangible form, with blood-red mist swirling everywhere. This was a fourth-tier phantom. Ji Qingshang immediately furrowed her brows, remarking that it was already a ruler among phantoms, possessing heightened intelligence and the ability to command other phantoms. The strength of a fourth-tier phantom equated to that of a human warrior at the opening heaven realm, rendering her and Bai Ye, both at the spirit sea realm, utterly incapable of contending with such a being. Although the phantom before them had only just come into existence, likely a mere first-level fourth tier, the situation was still dire. Even with Bai Ye's cultivation at the 9th level of the spirit sea, facing a phantom with the power of a first-level opening heaven warrior was an undeniable disadvantage. The disparity in strength between the 9th level of the spirit sea and the first level of opening heaven was not merely a trivial one-level difference, but a significant leap across realms. To put it plainly, even if 4 or 5 9th-level spirit sea warriors collaborated against a singular first-level opening heaven warrior, they would still struggle to gain the upper hand, barely managing to hold their ground. Run. At that moment, Bai Ye saw the Phantom King charging towards them with a speed that was nothing short of exaggerated. He urgently called out to Ji Qingshang. The giant-like figure not only had an immense stride, but also moved with terrifying rapidity. As the tremors of the ground intensified, the Phantom King was upon them in an instant. Ji Qingshang's reflexes were quick, yet when she attempted to use her agility to flee, she found herself unable to move, even taking a single step proving to be an arduous task. Evidently, the earlier roar had inflicted a negative impact on her. It was clearly not an ordinary roar, but a sonic attack. Ji Qingshang's expression turned ashen, and she instinctively reached out towards Bai Ye, seemingly seeking help, only to realize with shock that he was now far away. She slightly parted her lips, hesitating for a moment, but her hand fell limply to her side, her gaze dimming considerably. She felt that Bai Ye would not come back for her, in such a dire moment, if he turned back to rescue her. The likelihood of both their survival was minimal. The speed of the Phantom King was already extraordinarily swift, and if Bai Ye were to turn back to take her with him, the outcome was all too predictable. Moreover, she did not believe that this scoundrel would possess the kindness to return for her. Realistically, they were both doomed, and Ji Qingshang resigned herself to her fate. At this moment, she slowly closed her eyes, attempting to calmly accept her demise. However, she found that her heart was anything but tranquil, a tear escaping uncontrollably. At that moment, Bai Ye noticed that Ji Qingshang seemed not to have followed. Puzzled, he turned back to see her still in place, appearing to await her impending demise. Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback. Why was she still standing there? Had something happened? Regardless, he could not simply ignore her plight. However, he knew he could not recklessly return to save Ji Qingshang. In this critical moment, the only glimmer of hope he could conceive was the heavenly transmutation spirit technique. If he could learn it in time and break through to the opening heaven realm, he would possess the power to contend with the Phantom King. Bai Ye quickly opened the tome of the heavenly transmutation spirit technique, skimming through it rapidly. Suddenly, he experienced an epiphany, akin to a moment of enlightenment. No, it was indeed enlightenment. In that instant, Bai Ye's cultivation surged, breaking through to the first level of opening heaven, though the situation was utterly astonishing. He could not afford to dwell on his shock. He immediately turned back to rescue Ji Qingshang. His reasoning was clear and simple. If he could break through to the opening heaven realm in time, he would return to save her. Otherwise, he would be powerless, and it would be unfair to label him as cold-hearted, for he could not sacrifice himself to save another. With his cultivation now nearly on par with the Phantom King, and his physical capabilities superior, he surpassed the Phantom King in speed, arriving at Ji Qingshang's side before the Phantom King could reach them. Ji Qingshang, with her eyes closed, could only feel the ground trembling more violently, the thunderous footsteps of the Phantom King drawing ever closer. Just then, she suddenly heard Bai Ye's voice. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" She thought she was hallucinating, giving a self-deprecating smile, on the brink of death yet conjuring an illusion of that scoundrel. Observing that Ji Qingshang did not respond, Bai Ye surmised that the previous sonic attack had rendered her immobile. With the Phantom King closing in, Bai Ye could not afford to contemplate anything further. He swiftly scooped Ji Qingshang into his arms in a princess carry and dashed towards the portal at full speed. Hey! Suddenly being lifted, Ji Qingshang instinctively opened her eyes wide, her sparkling gaze blinking in confusion, clearly unable to comprehend what had just transpired. In the next moment, she realized she was being held by Bai Ye in a princess carry. Her face flushed crimson, resembling a blooming, bashful rose, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. She instinctively felt a surge of resistance and aversion, but she forcibly suppressed it, knowing that Bai Ye was doing this to save her. What astonished Ji Qingshang the most was that Bai Ye had truly returned to rescue her. This man could have abandoned her to flee on his own, yet he risked his life to come back for her. This revelation stirred something within her. What happened to you just now? Were you affected by the Phantom King's sonic attack? Given that Bai Ye's speed now surpassed that of the Phantom King, he could afford to converse with Ji Qingshang, as the danger appeared to have passed. That should be the case. Although she had been saved, Ji Qingshang's expression revealed no hint of joy. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Ye had already broken through to the opening heaven realm, leading her to believe that they would soon be overtaken by the Phantom King, and she would still perish, potentially dragging Bai Ye down with her. Ji Qingshang sighed softly. Put me down. Carrying me will only hinder you. Let me attract the Phantom King's attention. You may still have a chance. Otherwise, we both will perish here. She had come to terms with reality and willingly offered herself as a sacrifice, believing that this would greatly enhance Bai Ye's chances of survival. Despite her previous disdain and resentment towards him, she did not wish for Bai Ye to die here, for he was the future of their heavenly transmutation Holy Land. Hearing Ji Qingshang's words, Bai Ye was momentarily dumbfounded. What was this woman thinking? However, he quickly realized that Ji Qingshang likely still believed his cultivation was merely at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea, hence her grim outlook. Don't be absurd. I would never allow a lady to serve as a shield for me. With a hint of exasperation, Bai Ye remarked to Ji Qingshang, moreover, my cultivation has already broken through. Haven't you noticed that the monster is becoming increasingly distant? Ji Qingshang was momentarily taken aback, then turned to glance at the King of Illusions. Indeed, as Bai Ye had stated, the King of Illusions had been left far behind. Then, she belatedly grasped the significance of Bai Ye's previous statement regarding his breakthrough in cultivation. Reaching the 9th level of the Spirit Sea meant he had attained the heavenly opening realm. Ji Qingshang was stunned, wondering when Bai Ye had achieved this breakthrough, as she had been completely unaware of it. Besides, it feels quite nice. How could I possibly let you go? At that moment, Bai Ye suddenly teased her in a playful tone. Not only that, but he also gently pinched Ji Qingshang's fair, plump thigh, the sensation being remarkably soft. He had one hand already positioned on her thigh, allowing him to carry her in a princess hold, so the pinch was merely a casual gesture. With a sudden pinch on her thigh, Ji Qingshang couldn't help but emit a soft moan. You lecher, she said, her face flushed with embarrassment and mild anger. However, her approach was more of a playful jab. She felt little actual resentment towards Bai Ye. Haha, just kidding. Are you feeling a bit better now? Bai Ye smiled gently. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingshang's charming face froze momentarily, and after a brief pause, she softly replied, She recalled Bai Ye's earlier remark about not allowing a girl to serve as a shield, which warmed her heart, stirring a peculiar feeling within her that was difficult to articulate. However, Ji Qingshang had yet to realize that her aversion and resistance towards Bai Ye had significantly diminished. Unlike before, when proximity would make her feel uncomfortable, she now found that even being held in such an intimate manner was bearable, a sensation that fell within the realm of tolerance. So we can safely leave now? Ji Qingshang asked, still somewhat incredulous. Of course, unless some unforeseen incident occurs. Bai Ye replied calmly. Don't jinx it. Ji Qingshang shot him a glare, her tone tinged with melancholy. She was genuinely fearful that something untoward might happen. At that moment, the surrounding illusions seemed to have been roused by the King of Illusions' command, as numerous illusions began to converge upon Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang from all directions. This was undoubtedly the King of Illusions' doing, for those ordinary illusions possessed low intelligence and poor sensory abilities, and they would not have noticed them had they been slightly farther away. Yet, it appeared that the entire area of inheritance had been stirred up, leading to a purposeful assault against them. However, these ordinary illusions posed no threat to Bai Ye. He tightened his hold on Ji Qingshang and urged her, hold on tight. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingshang hesitated momentarily, but soon resolved not to be a burden any longer. She couldn't afford to be selfish at this moment. To cooperate with Bai Ye, she wrapped her arms around his neck, thereby maintaining her stability, their posture becoming even more intimate. Bai Ye was taken aback. This woman was surprisingly proactive. Nevertheless, he quickly refocused his attention, preparing to confront the illusions charging towards him from every direction. In a matter of moments, Bai Ye effortlessly broke through the encirclement. The ordinary illusions were no match for him. Although his hands were occupied in holding Ji Qingshang, his cultivation had already reached the heavenly opening realm. A unique ability of this realm allowed him to project his internal spiritual energy outward, which could take on various forms for both offense and defense. Previously, he had been unable to break through to the heavenly opening realm due to his lack of knowledge on how to release his spiritual energy. But upon comprehending the heavenly transformation spiritual technique, he had gained insight into the method of externalizing it. This was perhaps the extraordinary advantage of possessing a saintly level of comprehension. Now, Bai Ye was able to will his externalized spiritual energy into various weapons, skillfully manipulating them to annihilate the ordinary illusions that drew near him. It was as if he were slicing through vegetables, no matter how many of them came. They were utterly insignificant. This was the essence of the heavenly opening realm. Even though Ji Qingshang was well aware of what it meant to be at the heavenly opening realm, witnessing Bai Ye's ruthless prowess with his spiritual energy left her in awe, and she couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Chapter 21, Calamity Bonnet Dragon Bai Ye. With Ji Qingshang in tow, fought his way to the teleportation portal. Just when he thought they had safely navigated through this crisis, an unexpected turn of events occurred. He had entered the portal while holding Ji Qingshang, yet she vanished, evidently transported away, while he himself passed directly through the portal. Bai Ye was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. What is happening? He pondered. Ji Qingshang could be transported normally, yet he could not. He immediately attempted to enter the portal again, only to discover that it had vanished. His brow furrowed. This situation was dire. If there was no other option, he would have to eliminate all the illusions in this space and await the rescue from the Holy Master and the Elders. However, just as Bai Ye prepared to confront the onslaught of illusions, he was astonished to find that they had inexplicably come to a halt, as if time itself had frozen. Before he could comprehend the situation, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared before him. His pupils contracted in shock, nearly startled by the apparition. Indeed, no wonder. The ghostly figure began to speak to itself, its tone brimming with uncontainable excitement. Who are you? Bai Ye couldn't help but inquire. The figure appeared insubstantial, cloaked in darkness, rendering its features indistinguishable. It seemed to be but a shadow. Yet, its presence in this place of inheritance was undeniably significant. I am the founder of the heavenly transformation sacred land, the specter replied directly without any preamble. The founder? The ancestor of heavenly transformation? Bai Ye responded, his tone tinged with surprise and suspicion. Indeed, but this is not the time for such discussions. In this place of inheritance, I am merely a shadow, and I will not last long, the ancestor of heavenly transformation continued. To be brief, because you possess the same heavenly transformation sacred body as I do. The seal I established long ago has resonated with your sacred body, causing it to loosen. As the holy son of our heavenly transformation sacred land, you should be aware of what entity is sealed within this place of inheritance, correct? All I know is that it is a ferocious beast. Bai Ye replied, after a moment of silence. No wonder he had felt something amiss here, his body inexplicably uncomfortable. It was due to the resonance with the seal the ancestor of heavenly transformation had placed on the ferocious beast. Before this, he had never anticipated that he would inadvertently unleash such a calamity. To be precise, it is the soul of that ferocious beast. I have separated and sealed its soul from its physical form. Now, the soul has taken the opportunity to break the seal, but it will require some time before it can escape the realm of inheritance. Consequently, I have nearly exhausted the power of this avatar to forcibly seal off the inheritance site, while conveniently retaining you, the one responsible for all of this. The ancestor of Tianyan spoke slowly. Of course, I harbor no ill will towards you. The emergence of another Tianyan sacred body within the Tianyan Holy Land would be a most fortunate event. However, we face a significant dilemma. Should the soul of that ferocious beast merge with its physical form, it would bring about catastrophic disaster to the entire southern region. What must we do next? Bai Ye asked with a grave expression. In truth, there is no need for excessive concern. My true self should have already sensed the situation, but it will take some time for it to arrive. Until then, you must strive to maintain the seal of the inheritance site and delay that ferocious beast as much as possible. At that moment, the ancestor of Tianyan suddenly looked up. Look, it has begun. Bai Ye followed suit and beheld an immensely large dragon-shaped soul crashing against the barrier of the inheritance site, accompanied by a chilling dragon roar. A single ferocious impact sent tremors through the entire secret realm. As the inheritance site, a secret space, could not be infinitely large. The breach of the barrier would signify the destruction of the inheritance site. Upon seeing the form of the dragon-shaped soul, Bai Ye immediately understood why it was referred to as a ferocious beast. It was a colossal, bone-white dragon, possessing enormous wings that could eclipse the sun, yet devoid of flesh or feathers. Its entire body appeared to be nothing but white bones, including its tail, which resembled a long, serrated bone. In its hollow eye sockets danced two flickering flames of eerie green. An aura of purple and red, bizarre and enchanting, enveloped it, evoking both terror and an unsettling beauty. Though it was a soul rather than a physical body, the soul bore a nearly indistinguishable resemblance to its corporeal form, merely lacking substance. It was as if a dragon long dead, reduced to nothing but bones. What manner of beast is this? Bai Ye was awestruck by the appearance of the ferocious soul and could not help but inquire of the ancestor of Tianyan, the catastrophic bone dragon, a type of ancient demonic creature. The one before us is merely its juvenile form, yet its strength is terrifying. My true self has exhausted all efforts to eliminate it, hence the necessity of sealing it, the ancestor of Tianyan explained. The catastrophic bone dragon, Bai Ye mused, having never before heard of such a creature. It is time to send you on your way. Deliver this to the current holy master. He will understand, said the ancestor of Tianyan, placing an aged black token into Bai Ye's hands. Bai Ye nodded solemnly, resolved to do his utmost. After all, this crisis arose because of him, and even if unintentional, he would not shirk from his responsibility. As Ji Qingshang was being transmitted away, she felt a shift in her surroundings, signifying her exit from the inheritance site, and she breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, she heard her father's puzzled voice. Where's Bai Ye? Did he not come out with you? At these words, Ji Qingshang's heart sank. She immediately looked around, but could not find Bai Ye. Impossible. He clearly entered the portal with me. Ji Qingshang exclaimed in disbelief. Just moments ago, Bai Ye had been holding her. Surely they must have entered the portal together. Why was he nowhere to be seen? But Bai Ye did not come out. I and the elders have been here waiting. Ji Xian gradually sensed that something was amiss, his tone becoming increasingly grave. Holy Master, the portal has suddenly closed. At that moment, an elder shouted in alarm. What? Ji Xian was taken aback. Just now, the portal inexplicably closed on its own. It could not be restarted. The elders were equally astonished and panicked. They had been maintaining the portal's operation, and such an unprecedented mishap had never occurred. At this moment, Ji Qingshang's delicate face turned blank, her heart feeling as though it was hollow, as if a vital piece was missing. Chapter 22. Taking advantage of me, the Holy Master and the elders hurriedly attempted to cast spells in the original manner, but they could not restart the portal. Such an unexpected incident had never happened before, leaving them utterly at a loss. Bai Ye had not yet exited the inheritance site. If the portal remained inactive, it would mean he could never come out again. This is not good. The portal still won't start. The elders were in a state of frantic distress. Even Holy Master Ji Xian was sweating profusely. It was a rare occurrence for the Tianyan Holy Land to witness the emergence of a sacred body, especially one as deeply rooted as the Tianyan sacred body. They could not afford any mishaps. I shall summon the Grand Elder from seclusion to see if he has any solutions. This was the only idea Ji Xian could conceive. Before his words were fully spoken, his figure had already vanished, leaving in a hurry. However, Ji Qingshang understood better than her father and the elders the danger Bai Ye faced. This was not merely a matter of whether he could exit. Bai Ye had to confront countless phantom demons, led by the Phantom Demon King within the inheritance site. Such a predicament was undoubtedly dire. Even the stamina and energy of a sky-opening realm warrior were not limitless. Exhaustion would inevitably set in, and at that point, danger would loom. Though Ji Qingshang remained silent, her delicate face had turned pale and dazed, her mind a blank slate. Her emotions were tumultuous: confusion, emptiness, sorrow, fear, and guilt. She could not comprehend why she felt so wretched. After all, she had despised that rascal. As for the guilt, it stemmed from her belief that Bai Ye had faced this predicament to save her. Had he not come to her aid, he would have entered the portal long ago, and such a tragedy might not have occurred. Yet, amid the sudden dual blow, Ji Qingshang overlooked the most crucial point. Her life was directly tied to Bai Ye's. If he perished, she too would follow him into death. Saintess, what transpired just before you emerged? An elder urgently inquired of Ji Qingshang, but she could not hear. Her spirit nearly shattered, her mind consumed with the thought that she had caused Bai Ye's demise. At that moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before Ji Qingshang. She was momentarily stunned, her expression still vacant, momentarily thinking she was hallucinating. When her gaze sharpened and she recognized the figure before her, her beautiful eyes instantly sparkled, losing all trace of dullness and confusion. Bai Ye, you finally made it out. The elders also spotted Bai Ye, their joy mingled with astonishment. How had he exited when the portal remained inoperative? The events of the day had been too strange and surreal. A minor mishap. I almost thought I wouldn't make it out, Bai Ye replied with a faint smile, as if recounting a trivial matter. The next moment, Bai Ye felt a warm, soft embrace unexpectedly envelop him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Ji Qingshang, for reasons unknown, had embraced him tightly. The subtle fragrance emanating from Ji Qingshang was intoxicating, her delicate form trembling slightly. What would be the matter? At that moment, Bai Ye found his hands unsure of where to rest, feeling a bit at a loss as he quietly inquired. Yet, Ji Qingshang remained silent, leaving Bai Ye to sense her fear through her quivering body. This left him even more uncertain of what to say, as he had never been adept at offering comfort. The scene felt somewhat peculiar, with both of them holding each other in silence. The elders also noticed the odd atmosphere. Despite their many questions for Bai Ye, they restrained themselves, not wanting to disrupt the intimate moment between the young couple. However, after a brief while, Ji Qingshang released Bai Ye and turned her face away, avoiding his gaze, as her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, not wanting him to see the blush. Now that she had regained her composure, she couldn't fathom why she had acted so strangely moments before, as if her body had acted of its own volition and had embraced him without her consent. What on earth was that? Bai Ye, puzzled by Ji Qingshang's actions, asked once more. It was nothing. Don't overthink it. Ji Qingshang insisted, still facing away from him, her tone deliberately icy, as if that would alleviate some of the awkwardness. Clearly, you were the one who inexplicably took advantage of me. What is there for me to overthink? Bai Ye retorted, exasperated. Bah, who was taking advantage? It was you who took advantage of me. Ji Qingshang countered, unable to hold back her rebuttal. Her shyness was now evident on her face. Realizing her reaction, she hurriedly turned her face away again, instinctively shielding half of it with her hand. Yet, as he had just stated, Bai Ye did not dwell on it further. He could see Ji Qingshang's blush was due to her embarrassment, but he did not contemplate the reason behind it, thinking she was merely flustered by his teasing remark. Just then, the holy master Ji Xian returned, having discovered that Bai Ye had already emerged from the inheritance site when he sought out the Grand Elder. Bai Ye, are you all right? Ji Xian called out anxiously as he spotted Bai Ye from a distance. Iem mifine, Bai Ye nodded, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he began addressing the matter at hand. I encountered the avatar of ancestor Tianyan in the inheritance site, and my delayed exit was due to his design. This explanation satisfactorily addressed the elder's lingering questions, yet was replaced by greater astonishment. Bai Ye had actually met ancestor Tianyan? Ji Qingshang's emotions became complex. She had feared something terrible had befallen Bai Ye, only to learn it was due to ancestor Tianyan. Did ancestor Tianyan say anything to you? Could you elaborate on what precisely transpired? Ji Xian pressed eagerly. Indeed, something significant occurred. My holy body caused a loosening of the seal, allowing the fierce beasts once suppressed by ancestor Tianyan to break free, which in turn alerted the avatar left behind by ancestor Tianyan. Bai Ye succinctly recounted the events, explaining that the spirits of the unsealed beasts were now attempting to destroy the inheritance site. As ancestor Tianyan had warned, should the spirit of the beast merge with its physical body, the entire southern region would face catastrophic ruin. Thus, Ancestor Tianyan requested that we fortify the seals of the inheritance site until his true form could return to the Tianyan Holy Land, and instructed me to deliver this item to the Holy Master. With that, he presented the black token given to him by Ancestor Tianyan to Ji. Upon seeing the token, Ji's eyes widened in realization, and he no longer doubted Bai Ye's words. I understand. The elders, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, though puzzled, refrained from unnecessary chatter and immediately joined the Holy Master in reinforcing the seals of the inheritance site. Their curiosity centered on Bai Ye's holy body and its connection to the loosening of the seals, for they were unaware that Bai Ye's holy body was, in fact, the holy body of Tianyan. Chapter 23. 9 grade techniques Bai Ye had intended to assist, only to discover that he was of little use. Only the Holy Master and the inner sect elders possessed the knowledge of how to maintain the closure of the inheritance site. And only their cultivation levels could achieve such a feat. The inner sect elders were all at least at the fusion realm, while the Holy Master was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the fusion realm, placing him among the elite of the southern region. As for the even higher divine mansion realm, it was rumored that the long-secluded Grand Elder had reached this level, with only a handful of such powerful beings in the southern region. Such superlative powerhouses rarely made their appearances. When they did, it often heralded chaos in the southern region. Although Bai Ye's cultivation at the first layer of the opening heaven realm was already sufficient to stand out among the younger generation of the southern region, he was still far from the Holy Master and the inner sect elders, rendering him unable to assist in the current situation. You and Qing Shang should return to rest. We will handle things here, Ji Xian instructed Bai Ye. Understood, Bai Ye replied with a slight nod. He then accompanied Ji Qingshang back to their respective quarters. Just a few steps away, Ji Qingshang could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Bai Ye, "Did you defeat the Illusion Demon King and those other illusions?" This question had taken her some time to formulate, as she was genuinely concerned about Bai Ye's well-being, but felt too shy to ask directly, hence her roundabout approach. It wasn't me who defeated them. When Ancestor Tianyan's avatar appeared, those illusions, including the Illusion Demon King, became completely still, likely under Ancestor Tianyan's control. Bai Ye replied, shaking his head. "So, you must be uninjured then?" Ji Qingshang's tone indicated her concern for him. "Indeed, I am uninjured. But are you expressing concern for me?" Bai Ye asked, intrigued. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingshang's expression turned cold, her tone dismissive as she replied, "You're overthinking it. How could I possibly care about you? I would only feel regret if you were injured." Huh? Bai Ye's lips twitched slightly, feeling somewhat speechless as he remarked, "That's indeed disappointing for you." Ji Qingshang scoffed before turning her head away. "Just know that." The remainder of their journey was marked by an awkward silence, the atmosphere somewhat strange. Along the way, they encountered several inner sect disciples, whose presence sparked a flurry of discussions regarding Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang. There's the Holy Son Bai and the Holy Maiden Ji. Today seems to be the day of the annual Holy Land inheritance. Has it already concluded? Is it so soon? I recall that previous Holy Sons and Holy Maidens usually took at least half a day to emerge from the inheritance site. What could possibly be the reason this year? Indeed, something seems amiss. Holy Son Bai has reached the 9th level of the Spirit Sea, surpassing several of the Holy Sons from recent years, while Holy Maiden Ji, though not as strong, is certainly no slouch. Did something unexpected occur? Should one of the senior sisters or junior sisters go and inquire? As a male, I fear asking might lead to a beating from Holy Maiden Ji. However, Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang paid no heed to the disciples' chatter. At that moment, Bai Ye suddenly remembered the 6th grade technique he had obtained in the inheritance site. Once they reached a secluded area devoid of onlookers, Bai Ye promptly addressed Ji Qingshang, stating, "By the way, the Tianyan Holy Land was with me earlier. You may take it directly for your study and cultivation." As he spoke, Bai Ye retrieved the ancient manuscript of Tianyan Holy Land from his storage ring and handed it over to Ji Qingshang. Upon receiving the manuscript, Ji Qingshang appeared somewhat reluctant, asserting, "You deserve it more. Your contributions in the place of inheritance were paramount." Bai Ye shook his head, insisting it was unnecessary, for he had already mastered it. He had merely glanced at it and attained enlightenment. Perhaps the 6th grade technique paled in comparison to his innate comprehension. Or perhaps it was the extraordinary efficacy it held for one possessing the Tianyan sacred body. considering this technique was the brainchild of the esteemed Tianyan ancestor. Henceforth, he only needed to refine his proficiency in the technique, as the content of the manuscript had become irrelevant to him. Already mastered it? How could that be possible? Ji Qingshang's voice brimmed with disbelief. What makes it impossible? Otherwise, how do you think I advanced to the opening heaven realm? Bai Ye retorted nonchalantly. Ji Qingshang fell momentarily silent, seemingly astonished into speechlessness. This was a sixth-grade technique, yet Bai Ye had managed to comprehend it almost immediately upon acquiring it. Moreover, she could not dispute this, as Bai Ye's cultivation had indeed reached the first level of the opening heaven realm, leaving no other explanation for his advancement. At that moment, Ji Qingshang suddenly realized that the youth before her was not only endowed with an astonishing physique, but also possessed a comprehension level that was beyond her imagination. Coupled with the myriad of incredulous events she had witnessed, she increasingly perceived him as a figure shrouded in mystery, akin to an unfathomable abyss. She even began to doubt the authenticity of Bai Ye's background. How could an ordinary family from the Qin Empire possibly produce such an unparalleled genius? What manner of creature are you? Ji Qingshang murmured, overwhelmed with astonishment. It's as if I am not human, Bai Ye replied, somewhat bemused. In any case, you should begin your cultivation promptly. Once mastered, the effects are indeed remarkable. Ji Qingshang swiftly secured the manuscript and quickened her pace, determined to delve into the Tianyan Holy Land upon her return. She was acutely aware of the widening chasm between her and Bai Ye. Although she understood it was unlikely to bridge the gap, she resolved not to succumb to despair, but rather to cultivate with greater diligence. As a saintess, renowned alongside the Holy Sun, she certainly did not wish to be left far behind by Bai Ye and aimed to close the distance as much as possible. At this juncture, Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang returned to their respective abodes. He exhibited no signs of relaxation and immediately commenced focused cultivation upon entering his quarters. Given that he could not assist the Holy Lord and the elders, the only course of action was to swiftly elevate his own strength, ensuring he would be adequately prepared should any unforeseen circumstances arise. With the dual enhancement of the Tianyan Sacred Body and the Tianyan Holy Land, Bai Ye's cultivation broke through to the second level of opening heaven in less than a day. Just then, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! The time has come. A new sign-in task has been issued. Sign-in location: the Scripture Pavilion. Sign-in deadline: within 1 day. Sign-in reward: 100 weapons technique, 9th grade technique. 9th grade technique? Bai Ye's eyes widened with astonishment. He had just mastered a 6th grade technique, and now another 9th grade technique was forthcoming. However, this 9th grade technique, titled 100 weapons technique, piqued his curiosity. Did it pertain to precious weapons? Precious weapons were superior to ordinary ones, with even the lowest grade. First-tier precious weapons operating on an entirely different level than common armaments. He would discover the answer upon arriving at the Scripture Pavilion. He mused, setting off post-haste. Both martial techniques and precious weapons were urgently needed by him. Obtaining techniques and weapons of higher grades would significantly enhance a warrior's capabilities. Unfortunately, the martial techniques and precious weapons he currently possessed were merely of the 1st grade, severely mismatched with his cultivation level. Thus, it was the perfect opportunity to address these deficiencies at the Scripture Pavilion. Upon entering the Inner-Sex Scripture Pavilion, Bai Ye beheld a vast array of cultivation and martial technique manuscripts, exclusively available to the inner disciples. For instance, each inner disciple was entitled to select 1 3rd-grade cultivation technique and 1 3rd-grade martial technique free of charge each year, with core disciples enjoying even greater privileges. As for Bai Ye, his treatment seemed to surpass that of an ordinary Holy Son. The Holy Lord had previously informed him that he could choose any manuscript from the Scripture Pavilion without limitation, provided he could master it, and he was required to return the manuscript within a specified month. Bai Ye, you must be here to select martial technique manuscripts, remarked the elder responsible for the Scripture Pavilion as he greeted Bai Ye. The Holy Lord, Ji Xian, had already informed the elder about Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang's acquisition of the Tianyan Holy Land in the place of inheritance, as Ji Qingshang had relayed this to her father. Consequently, the inner elders were also privy to this information. At present, only the Holy Lord and the inner elders were aware of their cultivation of the Tianyan Holy Land, as well as the remarkable levels of Bai Ye's comprehension, which rivaled his physique. This was why the elder could easily surmise that Bai Ye had come primarily to select martial techniques. Correct, Bai Ye affirmed with a nod. However, before you enter the scripture pavilion, there is something I must inform you. The elder continued, previously, your sacred body caused quite a commotion, and several forces in the southern region have taken notice, including the Spirit Sword sect, although they claim to be here for an exchange of sword techniques. It seems likely that this is merely a pretext. Their true intent appears to stem from curiosity about you. Moreover, there seems to be ulterior motives at play, as the group dispatched today includes the Spirit Sword Fairy. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye fell into a brief contemplation. The Spirit Sword Sect's Fairy? He had heard of the Spirit Sword Sect, a sect that exclusively accepted swordsmanship prodigies and was the most formidable swordsmanship force in the southern region, with a reputation rivaling that of the Tianyan Sacred Land. However, he was unfamiliar with the Spirit Sword Fairy herself, as his knowledge of the Spirit Sword Sect was rather superficial. The Spirit Sword Fairy was reputed to be a once-in-a-century swordsmanship prodigy in the southern region, possessing a sword bone and, being a young woman, was thus lauded as the Spirit Sword Fairy. The elder of the scripture pavilion elaborated. The swordsmanship prodigies of the Spirit Sword sect already hold a superior position in the southern region. Our disciples, lacking focus on sword techniques, are generally a tier below theirs. However, the Spirit Sword sect has deliberately sent their unique Spirit Sword Fairy to us. Recently, our Tianyan Sacred Land has gained considerable notoriety in the southern region due to the phenomenon you caused. And it seems the Spirit Sword sect wishes to take advantage of this opportunity to showcase the Spirit Sword Fairy, enhancing their own prestige at our expense. Finally, the elder expressed his opinion. I believe you should handle it as you see fit. After all, they ostensibly come in the name of a sword technique exchange. You could simply claim to be in seclusion and ignore them. There is no need for you to worry about anything else. Our swordsmanship truly cannot compare. If it comes to a spar, we can only accept defeat. I understand, Bai Ye replied with a slight nod. As for the swordsmanship aspect, he felt it was beyond his control. Yet, he could suppress anything with force. Why must there be a need for a swordsmanship duel? If the other party were to act excessively arrogant, they should not expect him to show them any mercy. Please proceed, the elder of the scripture pavilion instructed. The sect leader has already informed me. You may select any martial techniques you desire, and we can even make an exception to grant you access to the third level, provided you return them on time. Bai Ye was taken aback. It is important to note that the third level of the Intersects Scripture Pavilion houses 5th grade techniques and martial arts, which represent the highest officially recognized level within the Tianyan Sacred Land. Whether there are 6th grade techniques or martial arts remains uncertain. Even the Tianyan Spirit technique was something he stumbled upon in a place of inheritance. Otherwise, it would have been lost to time. This clearly illustrates the significance that the sect leader and elders place upon him, as it appears to be the only instance where the intersect has made such an exception to allow a disciple access to the third level. With your comprehension, I believe the martial techniques at the third level will pose no challenge to you, the elder added with a smile, fully aware that Bai Ye had swiftly mastered a 6th grade technique. Thus, 5th grade martial arts would be child's play for him. Bai Ye then entered the first level of the scripture pavilion. The moment he stepped inside, a system notification chimed. Ding! The host has arrived at the designated check-in location. Please remain within the designated area for 10 seconds to successfully check in. Otherwise, the task will fail. Bai Ye patiently awaited the conclusion of the 10 seconds, all the while making his way toward the staircase leading to the higher levels. The martial techniques and skills on the first level are all 3rd grade, whereas he seeks at least 4th grade techniques, preferably 5th grade, which can only be found on the 2nd and 3rd levels. In other words, the least impressive martial arts in the Intersect Scripture Pavilion are 3rd grade, as all Intersect disciples must possess at least the cultivation of the Spirit Sea realm, which starkly contrasts with his current reliance on 1st grade martial arts. After 10 seconds, the check-in was successful. Ding! Check-in successful. Reward: 100 weapons technique. Ding! A new check-in task has been unlocked. Check-in location: Eternal Sword Tomb. Task deadline: within 1 day. Task reward: Supreme Sword Bone. Bai Ye was somewhat astonished. He did not have to wait a day this time, as a new check-in task had been immediately unlocked. Moreover, the check-in location and reward were quite intriguing, directly related to the path of the sword. The Eternal Sword Tomb is also located within the intersect of the Tianyan Sacred Land, where disciples interested in swordsmanship can seek enlightenment. The most significant aspect is the Supreme Sword Bone. He had only heard that possessing a sword bone could allow one to dominate a region through the sword path. For instance, the renowned spirit sword fairy is said to possess a sword bone, earning her the title of the greatest genius of the sword path in the southern domain. The reward Bai Ye is about to receive is the supreme sword bone, which implies that it is the pinnacle among sword bones. Chapter 25, Core Disciple Inuer. As Bai Ye regained his focus, he saw the system interface presenting details about the 100 Weapons Technique. 100 Weapons Technique. Upon mastering this technique, any treasure artifact can continuously evolve by devouring similar types of artifacts, with a maximum evolution limit of 9th grade. Bai Ye now comprehended the fundamental purpose of the 100 Weapons Technique. In simple terms, it allows one to elevate any treasured artifact to a maximum of 9th grade. However, the sheer number of artifacts that must be devoured for such an evolution is unfathomable. Regardless, with this technique in hand, he would soon resolve his lack of high-grade artifacts. Yet, Bai Ye had no time to study the 100 Weapons Technique just yet. Although he possessed a saint-level comprehension, the 100 Weapons Technique is a 9th grade technique. It would be unrealistic to expect instant enlightenment on such a complex method. For now, he needed to resolve his martial arts concerns first. Bai Ye thought to himself, including the check-in at the Eternal Sword Tomb, which he was not in a hurry to pursue. At that moment, he had arrived at the second level, which was visibly much smaller than the first. This was to be expected, as the number of 4th grade manuscripts is considerably less than that of 3rd grade. Thus, the second level does not require such extensive space to store 4th grade manuscripts. Bai Ye did not linger on the second level and promptly ascended to the third. The third level was even smaller. Upon a cursory glance, there were only a dozen or so 5th grade manuscripts on the shelves. While this may seem limited, it is indeed remarkable for the Tianyan Sacred Land to possess such a collection. I might as well select one of each type of martial arts manuscript. Bai Ye mused as he surveyed the 5th grade manuscripts. Given his aptitude, he believed he could grasp 5th grade techniques just as swiftly as he did the Tianyan spirit technique. Regardless of how many he chose, he promptly began selecting martial arts manuscripts, picking one of each type that he deemed useful, ranging from fist techniques, blade techniques, spear techniques, body techniques, to defensive skills, among various others. In total, he gathered 8 different martial arts manuscripts, but awkwardly, he had not selected any sword techniques. With the genius of the spirit sword sect arriving soon, it would be inadequate for him to lack a sword technique. Since there were none on the 3rd level, he decided to return to the 2nd level to choose a 4th grade sword technique as a makeshift solution. Bai Ye quickly located an appealing sword technique manuscript titled Skyfire, Sword Technique. However, just as he reached for it, another hand reached out from across the shelf. Fortunately, Bai Ye was quick-witted and seized the opportunity to snatch the Skyfire sword technique before his counterpart could contest it. Just as he secured it, the other individual swiftly maneuvered around the shelf to confront him. It was then that Bai Ye clearly discerned her features. She was a striking young woman of similar age, with a commendable figure, though her makeup was somewhat heavy. Clad in the standard attire of the inner sect, she bore a token at her waist, signifying her status as a core disciple. "Are you the Bai Ye?" she inquired, her tone distinctly displeased, seemingly irked by the fact that he had seized the sword technique manuscript she desired. "Indeed, that is I. Is there a problem?" Bai Ye replied nonchalantly. Although she was a core disciple, he had no prior acquaintance with her. "Are you aware of what is to transpire today? Are you a sword practitioner?" The young woman suddenly posed 2 questions, her demeanor somewhat aggressive. Her tone unsettled Bai Ye, prompting him to respond curtly. "What exactly are you trying to convey? Whether or not I am a sword practitioner is of no concern to you." The young woman's irritation escalated. Yet she was acutely aware that she was no match for the son of the sect leader, thus she could only suppress her anger. Today, individuals from the spirit sword sect will be visiting for a swordsmanship exchange, and sword practitioners, including myself, will inevitably engage in some sparring. This sword technique is of utmost importance to me, yet you did not inquire or express your intentions before simply taking it. The young woman voiced her frustration. "Though you are the son of the sect leader, please do not act with such impunity." She had previously borrowed the Skyfire sword technique, but as she neared completion of her studies, the time limit expired, forcing her to return it to the scripture pavilion the day before, and she would have to wait a day, today, to borrow it again. Given that the sacred land prohibits disciples from transcribing any content from the scripture pavilion and forbids external dissemination, she was unable to fully master the technique without the manuscript. especially on such a significant day as a core disciple. She ranked among the top 3 sword practitioners in the Tianyan Sacred Land, and mastering the Skyfire sword technique would significantly enhance her capabilities. However, the manuscript had been snatched away. Although her counterpart was the son of the sect leader, she desperately needed this sword technique manuscript. Additionally, she had not heard of the current sect leader's son being a sword practitioner. Granting a 4th-grade sword technique to a non-sword practitioner would be a waste. I am well aware that my actions do not contravene the regulations of the Scripture Pavilion. Since I was the first to acquire the secret tome, you possess no authority to criticize my actions. Bai Ye remarked coolly, even if I'm not a swordsman, what can you do? The girl was instantly rendered speechless with anger. Her face flushed not with embarrassment, but with indignation. It was infuriating that someone who was not even a swordsman dared to act so defiantly. Bai Ye, disinterested in further engagement, turned to leave for the staircase. Wait. The girl hastily pursued him. If Bai Ye completed the borrowing procedure with the elder, it would be too late for her. Yet, despite her desperate attempts to hasten her speed, she found herself unable to catch up with Bai Ye, who effortlessly outpaced her. Soon, they arrived before the elder of the Scripture Pavilion. Lin Yuer, you are prohibited from using any martial techniques within the Scripture Pavilion. Ensure it does not happen again. The elder admonished the girl. I will not err again, but why am I the only one being reprimanded? That fellow also employed martial techniques. Lin Yuer protested. Pointing at Bai Ye, the elder shook his head slightly. He did not employ any techniques. What? Lin Yuer exclaimed, astonished. She had exerted herself to the utmost in pursuit, and had instinctively assumed that he, too, had utilized martial techniques. The elder's revelation that Bai Ye had merely relied on his physical speed to outstrip her was utterly bewildering. However, Lin Yuer soon dismissed her incredulity, for she had more pressing matters at hand. She promptly recounted the entire incident to the elder in a hurried manner. In summary, although he is the Holy Son, he is not a swordsman and lacks the capacity to contend with the talents from the Lingjian sect. Upon hearing this, even the elder found himself at a loss for words. Bai Ye, growing impatient with Lin Yuer, casually flipped open the Fengshen sword technique, and as expected, experienced an epiphany. He then tossed the tome to Lin Yuer, akin to dismissing a beggar, and said, Are you satisfied now? Do not trouble me any further. Taken aback by the sudden gesture, Lin Yuer scrambled to catch the tome. What kind of attitude is that? She began anew, but Bai Ye paid her no mind. He completely ignored Lin Yuer and presented the 5th-grade martial technique tomes he had selected to the elder for review. The elder exhibited no remarkable reaction and promptly processed Bai Ye's borrowing request. Lin Yuer was left in a daze. A total of 8 tomes, all of 5 grades. How could he possibly access the 3rd tier and select 5-grade tomes? Moreover, he borrowed 8 at once. Have you lost your mind? 8 5-grade tomes. Whether you can master even one within the stipulated time is questionable, Lin Yuer exclaimed incredulously. Bai Ye was utterly speechless. This woman was truly vexing. He once again disregarded her. Once the elder completed the paperwork, Bai Ye turned to leave. Lin Yuer, feeling victorious, believed that Bai Ye's silence was due to her clever remarks, unaware that he simply wished to ignore her. Even the elder felt a twinge of embarrassment for Lin Yuer, considering that for Bai Ye, those 8 5-grade tomes might be mastered in a mere moment. However, after pondering, he decided not to enlighten Lin Yuer. Sometimes, it was beneficial for her to be chastised by Bai Ye. On his way to the Eternal Sword Tomb, Bai Ye had already mastered the 5-grade martial techniques, placing the tomes into his spatial ring to return them to the Scripture Pavilion in a few days. Before long, Bai Ye arrived at the Eternal Sword Tomb. In truth, the Eternal Sword Tomb was not open for daily access. It was only available during select special periods each year. The rest of the time sealed off to prevent the dissipation of the sword intent within. Today was one such special occasion, as talents from the Lingjian sect were visiting to exchange insights on the sword path, allowing disciples from both Tianyan Sacred Land and Lingjian sect to share their understanding of sword intent. Consequently, the scene at the Eternal Sword Tomb was quite lively, as it was a rare opportunity for disciples to immerse themselves in sword intent. Ding! The system has detected that the host has arrived at the sign-in location. Please remain within the boundaries of the Eternal Sword Tomb for 10 seconds to complete the sign-in successfully. Otherwise, the task will fail. As Bai Ye stepped into the realm of the Eternal Sword Tomb, The system's voice echoed in his mind. Before him stood numerous disciples, alongside a multitude of black swords skewered into the central area of the tomb. Long swords, short swords, broken swords, and massive swords, all in various forms. Yet, without exception, the blades were adorned with intricate, mysterious runes, exuding an ancient and ethereal aura. Many disciples were observing and contemplating the terrifying sword intent contained within, while others were merely there to enjoy the spectacle, crowding the periphery without jostling for prime viewing spots. Ding. Host has successfully signed in. Reward. Supreme Sword Bone. Ding. The next sign-in task will be available in 1 day. Please prepare yourself mentally. At that moment, the sign-in task was completed. Bai Ye felt an unfamiliar bone manifest within his body, yet he experienced no discomfort whatsoever. He immediately turned his attention inward, discovering a sword-shaped bone had appeared at the center of his chest, etched with countless golden runes. So this is the Supreme Sword Bone? As Bai Ye contemplated the significance of the Supreme Sword Bone, he noticed that several disciples had begun to recognize him. Look, isn't that the Holy Son Bai Ye? Is he here merely to observe? The Holy Son surely cannot be so idle. He must be here to grasp some sword intent. Could he be a swordsman as well? I recall he didn't use any weapon during his previous duel with Qin Wuqiu. If the Holy Son is indeed a swordsman, he may stand a chance against the Lingjian Fairy, though I feel the odds are slim. Under the watchful eyes of many, Bai Ye, maintaining a stoic expression, slowly approached the forefront, focusing intently on the black swords infused with sword intent. The perception of sword intent relies heavily on one's innate talent for the sword path. Those with high talent can swiftly and effortlessly comprehend sword intent, while those of average talent may find it an unattainable dream throughout their lifetime. The sword bone signifies unparalleled sword path talent, and Bai Ye possessed the supreme sword bone. After merely a few glances, the sword intent resonated with his supreme sword bone, heightening his sensitivity to sword intent immensely. Within just a few minutes, Bai Ye experienced an unprecedented sensation. His gaze sharpened to an extraordinary degree, as if he could pierce through all obstacles. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura of sword intent erupted from him, soaring into the heavens. Other disciples nearby, engaged in contemplating sword intent, were taken aback, even experiencing a suffocating sensation due to their proximity to Bai Ye. Those who had come merely to observe fared somewhat better, but still wore expressions of shock and confusion. What on earth is happening? Has someone truly grasped the essence of a sword? Indeed, the aura of sword intent emanates powerfully. It seems to be bursting forth from the figure of the white Saint Sun. Has he, against all odds, comprehended the sword intent? And at such a critical moment, the outcome of today's swordsmanship exchange with the Spirit Sword sect is now shrouded in uncertainty. The crowd quickly realized that the commotion was sparked by Bai Ye's enlightenment of sword intent, filling them with exhilaration and admiration. Among the younger generation of Tianyan Sacred Land, none had previously attained this understanding, making Bai Saint Sun the first. Initially, they had believed that today's exchange with the Spirit Sword sect would be a foregone conclusion, undoubtedly favoring the latter, until Bai Saint Sun's revelation of sword intent illuminated a glimmer of hope. Simultaneously, 3 colossal flying beasts entered the airspace of Tianyan Sacred Land. Yet this did not raise any alarms, for these creatures bore members of the Spirit Sword sect. Among them was a stunning maiden clad in a flowing azure gown. Her silver hair cascading like snow, skin as delicate as jade, adorned with snow-white earrings shaped like sharp blades, her eyes sparkling like sapphires. At that moment, her gaze suddenly fixed upon a distant direction, the very site of the Eternal Sword Tomb. Chapter 27. Arrival of the Spirit Sword Fairy. On the backs of the 3 flying beasts were around 10 individuals. The foremost beast carried but 2 passengers, the Spirit Sword Fairy and the leading elder of the Spirit Sword sect. The stirring energy indicated someone had comprehended sword intent. The elder beside the Spirit Sword Fairy also sensed the formidable aura emanating from a certain direction, his face reflecting astonishment. Let us proceed to investigate, the Spirit Sword Fairy suggested, her voice ethereal and melodious, exuding an otherworldly charm. Shall we go directly there? The elder hesitated, for this diverged from their original plan, and he was uncertain about the nature of that direction, given that it was the territory of Tianyan Sacred Land. He could not recklessly probe it with his divine consciousness without permission. Very well, Let's first take a look. He finally acquiesced to the spirit sword fairy. After all, their mission was centered around her, and the sect leader had instructed him to accommodate her wishes as much as possible, even at the cost of disrupting their established agenda. Not only the elder and the spirit sword fairy, but also the other disciples of the spirit sword sect sensed the piercing energy surging from afar. Have you all noticed? It seems someone has grasped sword intent over there. The aura is strikingly similar to that of the spirit sword fairy when she comprehended her own sword intent. Surely not. Has someone in Tianyan Sacred Land also grasped sword intent, and coincidentally, on this very day? No matter, it is merely a recent comprehension. They are still not a match for our spirit sword fairy, and we have more than one who has grasped sword intent among us. Every disciple of the spirit sword sect was a swordsman, and those qualified to visit Tianyan Sacred Land were among the elite of the sect. They understood well the difficulty and significance of sword intent. It is, in essence, the lifelong pursuit of every swordsman, and attaining it signifies a transformative elevation in their craft. Yet, the challenge is daunting. Many swordsmen go their entire lives without ever touching upon sword intent. Even within the spirit sword sect, which gathers the majority of swordsmanship talents from the southern region, only 2 among the current disciples had comprehended sword intent: the spirit sword fairy and her senior brother, Zhuangguan. However, the emergence of another genius of sword intent from Tianyan Sacred Land was indeed beyond their expectations. Welcome, esteemed guests. At that moment, Tianyan Sacred Land sent someone to receive them. The members of the spirit sword sect guided their 3 flying beasts to the designated landing area prepared by Tianyan Sacred Land. Subsequently, the elder of the spirit sword sect exchanged pleasantries with a corresponding elder from Tianyan Sacred Land. Upon inquiry, they learned that the individual who had just comprehended sword intent was currently at the Eternal Sword Tomb. In fact, due to the suddenness of the event, even this elder was unaware of who it was that had achieved this enlightenment. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, it would have been hard to believe that it was Bai Ye who had just grasped sword intent. The Sacred Land elder was equally curious about which disciple fortuitously comprehended sword intent at this moment, and offered to lead the spirit sword sect delegation to the Eternal Sword Tomb. By the way, what has the Holy Master been occupied with lately? I heard our sect leader could not reach the Holy Master and ultimately concluded discussions with your elder. The elder of the spirit sword sect casually inquired during their journey. As for the matters of the Holy Master, I am not at liberty to divulge. But it is true that he has been quite busy, the Sacred Land elder replied with a smile. While he knew of the affairs concerning the place of inheritance, he could not disclose any information. Even all disciples aside from the Holy Son and Holy Maiden were completely unaware of it. Currently, a small area surrounding the inheritance site had been entirely sealed off, preventing anyone from approaching. The Holy Master and half of the inner elders were tirelessly maintaining the stability of the inheritance site day and night. Consequently, any significant matters were temporarily entrusted to the elder, and in dire situations, even the Grand Elder might emerge from seclusion. Despite successfully comprehending sword intent, Bai Ye showed no signs of ceasing his endeavors. For sword intent possesses varying levels of strength. Attaining sword intent does not signify the culmination of one's path in swordsmanship, but rather marks the beginning of a new journey. Moreover, beyond sword intent lie even higher realms of understanding. There are 3 major stages of sword intent: early, mid, and late stages. Bai Ye had only just grasped sword intent, thus remaining in the initial phase. Therefore, he continued to strive towards the mid-level of sword intent. Within the Eternal Sword Tomb lies sword intent that could likely elevate my understanding to the late stage. Gradually, Bai Ye discerned the level of sword intent present in the Eternal Sword Tomb and made such an estimation in his heart. The creators of the sword intent left behind in the Eternal Sword Tomb must have reached the pinnacle of sword comprehension. If the sword intent within the Eternal Sword Tomb were merely at the early stage, Bai Ye would not be able to further enhance his understanding through it. As for the awe and reactions of the surrounding disciples, Bai Ye appeared to be entirely oblivious, remaining wholly focused on comprehending sword intent. Meanwhile, the elder and a senior elder responsible for swordsmanship could not restrain themselves from abandoning their current tasks and rushing over. The arrival of the spirit sword sect members was not sufficient to warrant their personal attention. In no time, they arrived at the scene. Who is it? Who has comprehended sword intent? Elder Yu, the swordsmanship elder, exclaimed excitedly, disregarding all decorum. The elder arrived shortly thereafter and spoke slowly. Elder Yu, do not be so agitated. Many disciples are currently comprehending sword intent. It would not be good if we disturb them. Elder Yu, if our senses are not deceiving us, it should be Bai Saint's son, a disciple reported to Elder Yu. Bai Saint's son? It is truly Bai Ye. Elder Yu's face instantly displayed shock and disbelief. The elders were already aware of Bai Ye's extraordinary physique and comprehension, believing that this was the limit of his potential. After all, such martial talent was exceedingly rare, occurring only once in a millennium or even longer throughout the southern region. It is well known that human capabilities have their limits. Yet, Bai Ye seems to defy this notion. Not only does he possess remarkable martial talent, but now even his swordsmanship talent is astonishing. Elder Yu, did you ever teach the swordsmanship to Bai Ye before the event? The Grand Elder, taken aback, inquired of Elder Yu. He too was astonished to discover that it was Bai Ye who had comprehended the sword intent. No, I haven't even heard that he was a swordsman. Elder Yu was even more perplexed, as he realized that despite being a sword elder, he had only just learned that Bai Ye was also a swordsman. And by the time he found out, Bai Ye had already grasped the sword intent. It was utterly astonishing. Chapter 28. Ji Qingshang's double standards. The Grand Elder was similarly bewildered. He noticed that Bai Ye always appeared unexpectedly, whether in terms of physique, comprehension, or this newfound talent in swordsmanship. He began to suspect that Bai Ye was intentionally concealing his abilities, waiting to astound everyone with a sudden revelation. Bai Ye seemed to still be immersed in the comprehension of sword intent, so Elder Yu suppressed the urge to immediately question him, fearing it might disrupt Bai Ye's progress. Let us observe quietly from aside. Furthermore, it seems the people from a spirit sword sect are already here to seek out Bai Ye. The Grand Elder was well aware of the arrival of the spirit sword sect, as his spiritual awareness encompassed the Tianyan sacred ground, allowing him to sense the movements of the spirit sword sect's party approaching the eternal sword tomb. Given this, it was likely that Bai Ye would inevitably encounter the spirit sword fairy today, which was not a favorable situation for our Tianyan sacred ground. Elder Yu sighed softly. Initially, it was expected that Ji Qingshang and several talented swordsmen, including Lin Yue, would withstand the pressure. They hadn't considered Bai Ye since he was not recognized as a swordsman, but now Bai Ye had suddenly comprehended sword intent. Yet even so, facing the talents sent by the spirit sword sect still posed a significant disadvantage. If only Bai Ye could be afforded more time to grow, before he could fully develop. He was destined to be treated as a stepping stone by the spirit sword fairy. Not to worry, I have already negotiated with the leader of the spirit sword sect. We can accept their invitation for a swordsmanship exchange, provided they demonstrate sufficient sincerity, which I will convey to Bai Ye. The Grand Elder communicated this sentiment to Elder Yu through a spiritual connection. That is somewhat reassuring. Elder Yu accepted this notion. Their intentions were clear. They were willing to accept a reputational sacrifice for the Tianyan sacred ground, as long as the spirit sword sect provided enough sincerity to facilitate Bai Ye's accelerated growth. Even if Bai Ye were to be bested in swordsmanship by the spirit sword fairy today, it would still be an honorable defeat, not diminishing his boundless potential. Moreover, the Holy Master had also consented to the Grand Elder's decision. It was not merely a whim of the Grand Elder. The Holy Master and the Grand Elder had already discerned the true intentions of the spirit sword sect. Now, the spirit sword fairy represented the face of the spirit sword sect. They sought to elevate her status while simultaneously expanding their reputation, attracting more warriors from the southern region to become swordsmen, thereby enhancing the strength of the spirit sword sect. Recently, with the emergence of the Holy Body within the Tianyan sacred ground gaining immense fame, the spirit sword sect, which had minimal interactions with them, had suddenly expressed a desire for a swordsmanship exchange, even sending the spirit sword fairy. The brief moment of sword intent exuded earlier had nearly shaken the entire Tianyan sacred ground. However, few outside the inner sect could recognize the aura of sword intent, whereas Ji Qingshang and Lin Yue from the inner sect could not remain seated. Lin Yue had just completed her study of the heavenly flame sword technique when she suddenly felt an overwhelmingly sharp and terrifying sword intent. She hurriedly stepped outside to investigate, even forgetting to put down the sword technique manual in her hands. Is that direction from the eternal sword tomb? Upon discerning the direction from which the sword intent emanated, Lin Yue quickly made her way toward the eternal sword tomb. She was curious as to who had comprehended the sword intent. Was it Ji Qingshang or Qin Wuqie? She suspected it was more likely Ji Qingshang, considering that Qin Wuqie had just been defeated by Bai Ye and subsequently reprimanded by Ji Qingshang. It was remarkable enough that his heart had not crumbled, let alone being calm enough to comprehend sword intent. Lin Yue had completely ruled out Bai Ye, as that fellow had explicitly stated he was not a swordsman. However, midway through her journey, she fortuitously encountered the very person she had been speculating about. Ji Qingshang. Saintess? Shouldn't you be at the Eternal Sword Tomb? Lin Yue asked, Zulmavat astonisit. Ji Qingshang, caught off guard by the question, was momentarily taken aback, her eyes flickering with confusion, unable to comprehend Lin Yue's implication. No, who told you I was there? Ji Qingshang queried, perplexed. She had been preparing for the upcoming swordsmanship exchange at her residence when she suddenly sensed a wave of sword intent and could not help but desire to investigate. Wasn't someone at the Eternal Sword Tomb comprehending sword intent? It wasn't you? Lin Yue clarified her inquiry. Ji Qingshang shook her head slightly, indicating it was someone else. Well then, who could it be? Lin Yue asked, her curiosity piqued. She could no longer guess the identity of the person. Ji Qingshang, in turn, was increasingly puzzled, as she had initially thought it might be Lin Yue, feeling her possibility was quite high, only to run into her on the way. At that moment, a familiar silhouette suddenly emerged in Ji Qingshang's mind, prompting her to murmur instinctively, could it be that rascal? This rascal was not new to such occurrences. Another instance seemed entirely possible. However, she recalled the last time he had claimed not to be a swordsman, leaving her uncertain of whether it truly was him. Rascal? Which rascal? Lin Yue caught a faint whisper from Ji Qingshang's musing. It's nothing, Ji Qingshang replied, preferring not to divulge anything regarding Bai Ye to Lin Yue. Oh. Lin Yue did not dwell on it. Yet, as they continued walking, Lin Yue engaged Ji Qingshang in casual conversation. Speaking of which, I actually encountered a major rascal today. Though Ji Qingshang was not particularly inclined to chat with Lin Yue, she responded politely. It's that Bai Ye. I must tell you, he is truly outrageous. Lin Yue had just begun to recount the entirety of the events when Ji Qingshang interrupted her. Are you talking about Bai Ye? Ji Qingshang's brows furrowed slightly, her tone growing colder. While it was acceptable for her to refer to Bai Ye as a rascal, hearing Lin Yue use the same term instinctively displeased her. Yes, him. Lin Yue wished to continue, but suddenly sensed that Ji Qingshang's demeanor seemed off. Why does it seem like Saintess is upset? Ji Qingshang's gaze, usually icy, felt even more frigid at that moment, tinged with displeasure. Did I say something I shouldn't have? Lin Yue cautiously inquired. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingshang realized her reaction had been somewhat inappropriate, forcing her expression to return to calmness. Nothing at all, please continue. Lin Yue did proceed, albeit with slightly more cautious wording than before. However, halfway through, Ji Qingshang could hardly contain herself, for some unknown reason. Every time she heard Lin Yue speak ill of Bai Ye, it left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Chapter 29. The sword enthusiast, Yi Jianxin yet. Not wishing to arouse Lin Yue's suspicion, Ji Qingshang endured in silence. Otherwise, she truly wished for Lin Yue to cease her incessant chatter and even contemplated directly rebutting her, as defending Bai Ye would only incite further suspicion. Soon, the two arrived at the Eternal Sword Tomb, where they encountered the Grand Elder and Elder Yu. Grand Elder, what transpired just now? Lin Yue inquired, directing her question towards the Grand Elder, who stood not far away. You have also arrived. It was Bai Ye who comprehended the sword intent, the Grand Elder replied. Bai Ye. Lin Yue's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. She could hardly fathom that it was Bai Ye who had attained such understanding. How could he claim not to be a sword cultivator while deceiving her? Ji Qingshang, on the other hand, did not exhibit as strong a reaction as Lin Yue, having anticipated this possibility beforehand. Nonetheless, she was still somewhat taken aback, astonished by Bai Ye's extraordinary talent in the sword way, which rivaled his martial prowess. Previously, Ji Qingshang had felt regret that Bai Ye was not a sword cultivator, and now, unexpectedly, he had comprehended the sword intent. It was as if he had played her for a fool. Noticing Ji Qingshang's and particularly Lin Yue's reactions, Elder Yu remarked, Not just you too. Even I am astounded. Who would have thought Bai Ye possessed such talent in the sword way? Lin Yue reminded in shock. feeling a profound sense of embarrassment as she recalled her earlier assertions to the elder in the scripture pavilion, where she had claimed that Bai Ye lacked the capability to contend with the talents of the Lingjian sect. Yet on that very day, Bai Ye had comprehended the sword intent, delivering a resounding slap to her face. Among the disciples of the heavenly Yin sacred land, Bai Ye was the only one who had comprehended the sword intent. If Bai Ye were deemed incapable, then all other sword cultivators would be rendered utterly inept. Perceiving the mix of shock and shame on Lin Yuer's face, Ji Qingshang felt a sense of relief. The people from the Lingjian sect had arrived. It would be interesting to see their intentions. Just then, the Grand Elder's gaze shifted toward a particular direction, where a group was approaching. Among them, besides the elder from the sacred land, the rest bore a badge emblazoned with a blue sword, seemingly symbolizing the Lingjian sect. At this moment, the Grand Elder of the Lingjian sect also noticed the elder from the sacred land and respectfully approached, saying, "You must be Elder Shui. I have long admired Elder Zheng's esteemed name." The Grand Elder, Shui Qing, responded politely. "It seems your sacred land has recently produced a genius in sword intent. We from the Lingjian sect have come to extend our congratulations. Your kindness is appreciated." Zhang Mingyuan, the Grand Elder of the Lingjian sect, replied with a smile. However, he did not believe the congratulations were sincere, as he was aware they had disrupted the original plan to come to the Eternal Sword Tomb. In a light-hearted manner, Zhang Mingyuan gestured for the silver-haired maiden behind him to greet the elder. Yi Jianxin then stepped forward, her expression devoid of emotion. "Oh, is this the renowned sword talent of your sect, the Sword Fairy?" Shui Qing inquired, observing the girl before him, whose appearance matched the descriptions he had heard. Not only extraordinary in swordsmanship, but also breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Yuer and Ji Qingshang stood nearby. Lin Yuer instinctively began to compare herself to Yi Jianxin, only to find herself utterly outmatched. No matter her confidence, she could not honestly believe she could rival Yi Jianxin, whose beauty and sword talent overshadowed her own. A flicker of inferiority crossed Lin Yuer's eyes as she conceded in this unspoken rivalry. She then glanced at Ji Qingshang, curious about the Saintess's reaction. To her surprise, Ji Qingshang remained composed, showing no signs of disturbance. Indeed, the demeanor of the Saintess was markedly different from that of ordinary individuals. Lin Yuer felt a surge of admiration for Ji Qingshang, believing that the Saintess's beauty and talent were the only match for Yi Jianxin in the heavenly Yin sacred land, though their strengths differed. Yi Jianxin excelled in the sword way, while Ji Qingshang was focused on martial prowess. However, Lin Yuer had perhaps overestimated Ji Qingshang, as the Saintess's calm exterior did not necessarily reflect a tranquil heart. The desire for comparison was quite natural, and even Ji Qingshang had momentarily assessed the situation, though she had not drawn any conclusions. Meanwhile, many disciples noticed the arrival of the Lingjian sect, especially the appearance of the Sword Fairy, and the presence of the Saintess sparked considerable discussion among them. Those must be the people from the Lingjian sect, and that silver-haired girl is undoubtedly the Sword Fairy. Her hair color and beauty are too striking. They mused. Indeed, she is as enchanting as the rumors suggest. However, the Saintess is not to be outdone. Both are unattainable dream figures for us. "Oh, the Saintess has arrived, along with Lin Yuer. Our two great sword geniuses from the heavenly Yin sacred land are both here. Perhaps they will engage in some sparring at the Eternal Sword Tomb." Not only the disciples of the heavenly Yin sacred land were awestruck by Yi Jianxin's beauty. The male disciples of the Lingjian sect were equally captivated by Ji Qingshang's allure. Both Yi Jianxin and Ji Qingshang were among the finest in the southern region, each possessing their own unique charms. As the saying goes, a flower at home cannot compare to a wildflower. And while Yi Jianxin was not the destined partner for any of them, they had nonetheless admired her beauty over time. In contrast, the sight of Ji Qingshang, seen for the first time today, rendered them unable to look away. Just then, Yi Jianxin addressed Shui Qing directly, who has comprehended the sword intent. Her words, rather blunt and her tone quite frosty, caught Shui Qing off guard, raising his brow slightly. It was the first time a junior had dared to speak to him so boldly. This girl intrigued him. Zhang Mingyuan's expression shifted, and he quickly apologized to Shui Qing. "I apologize. Jianxin did not mean to offend Elder Shui." She is simply so engrossed in the sword way that she often becomes muddled when discussing related matters. No harm done. A passion for the sword way is not a vice, Xueqing replied, his brow relaxing. He then pointed out to Yi Jianxin, the individual you seek is over there, the youth named Bai Ye. However, as soon as Xueqing's words fell, Bai Ye suddenly emanated an even stronger sword intent than before. Bai Ye? Upon hearing this name, Zheng Elder, Yi Jianxin, and the Lingjian sect disciples displayed no reaction. The heavenly, Yin, sacred land had effectively sealed off information, leaving the Lingjian sect unaware of who Bai Ye was. Even the nature of the prior phenomenon remained uncertain. Very well. Hearing Xueqing's response, Yi Jianxin immediately made her way towards Bai Ye, her demeanor appearing somewhat stiff and entirely dismissive of those around her, as if only the sword way existed in her eyes. What Yi Jianxin intended to do with Bai Ye remained a mystery, piquing Ji Qingshang's curiosity about her motives. Yet at that moment, Bai Ye's sword intent surged forth once more. In other words, his sword intent has already reached the intermediate stage, significantly surpassing the initial phase. The initial sword intent was already sufficient to allow one to effortlessly engage in battles beyond their level, unless the opponent also possessed sword intent. Moreover, the intermediate sword intent would only enhance Bai Ye's prowess, rendering it even more formidable. The momentum of this breakthrough was more intense than the last, and within such a brief span, a more aggressive sword intent emerged, leaving nearly everyone present momentarily stunned into silence, captivated by the sheer astonishment. After a while, some began to speak. What is this sensation? Could it be that someone has once again comprehended sword intent? Even more powerful than the sword intent emitted by the Holy Sun just moments ago, is truly unbelievable. Our Tianyan sacred land has witnessed two individuals realizing sword intent on the same day. Who could it be among the senior brothers or sisters? Has anyone noticed? No. Why do I feel as though it still emanates from the Holy Sun? Could it be that my perception is mistaken? I too sense it as Bai Ye, but upon reflection, it seems unlikely. Did he not just comprehend sword intent? Could it be that he has advanced further? The majority of those present were still unclear about the situation. Even if some had sensed that the sword intent originated from Bai Ye, they dared not affirm it. For it was simply too astonishing. The same individual, and within a mere 10 minutes, had unleashed sword intent twice. This could not possibly be a repeated comprehension. It must mean that his sword intent had transcended to a higher realm. Although they lacked the ability to grasp sword intent themselves, they were aware of its complexities and understood that achieving such a breakthrough was exceedingly challenging. Prior to this, among the younger generation in the southern region, only the spirit sword fairy had realized sword intent and reached the intermediate stage. Yet today, they bore witness to Bai Ye effortlessly catching up to that very spirit sword fairy, which was utterly unfathomable. Intermediate sword intent. Zheng Mingyuan immediately discerned the corresponding level of sword intent behind this aura, as his own sword intent had already reached the advanced stage, making him quite familiar with it. Xueqing and Elder Yu also reacted swiftly, equally astonished. Ji Qingshang was a fraction slower, while Lin Yuer took a moment longer. Both were incredulous that it was once again Bai Ye. Yi Jianxin's response, however, was as rapid as the elders. Though she belonged to the younger generation, her prowess in swordsmanship had already surpassed many from the elder ranks, hence her title as the Spirit Sword Fairy. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in her beautiful eyes, and for the first time, her usually stoic demeanor exhibited a hint of emotion. She seemed unable to contain her eagerness, appearing before Bai Ye in a flash. Her silver sword plunged into the ground before him. The ground, which should have been unyielding, was effortlessly embedded with the silver blade, showing no sign of bending. Bai Ye, possessing a keen sense of danger, had already ceased his sword intent comprehension and opened his eyes to gaze at the silver-haired maiden before him. "Who are you?" Bai Ye inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity and caution. The girl appeared otherworldly, as if she had stepped out of a painting, her silver hair flowing in the wind, and her exquisite, pale visage devoid of any emotion. With her hands resting firmly on the sword's hilt, she regarded her opponent with the intensity of a warrior ready for battle. "You shall fight me." However, Yi Jianxin disregarded Bai Ye's question and directly challenged him, her voice emotionless yet ethereal. Bai Ye was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, he quickly surmised that her identity must be significant. Her attire did not resemble that of a disciple from Tianyan Sacred Land, and despite her seemingly delicate form, she exuded a terrifying sword intent. Likely the spirit sword fairy mentioned by the elder of the scripture pavilion. I have no time to spare. I cannot indulge you, Bai Ye replied, unwilling to engage with this so-called spirit sword fairy. He was deeply engrossed in his comprehension of sword intent when this individual interrupted without warning. Having said that, Bai Ye resumed his focus, closing his eyes to immerse himself in the sword intent. Although he was observing the black swords infused with sword intent, this observation was a matter of comprehension rather than mere visual inspection. However, just as Bai Ye shut his eyes, Yi Jianxin suddenly withdrew her silver sword from the ground and pointed it at Bai Ye's brow. Bai Ye was compelled to open his eyes once more, his tone growing noticeably colder. Are you intent on forcing a confrontation? Do you not realize this is Tianyan's sacred land, not your spirit sword sect? Although the opponent's swordsmanship was formidable, her martial cultivation was still far inferior to his. If matters escalated to a serious confrontation, he could easily overpower her with his martial prowess. Did she naively believe he would submissively engage solely in swordsmanship? Zhang Mingyuan sensed the situation was becoming precarious and hurriedly intervened to dissuade Yi Jianxin, offering a conciliatory smile to Bai Ye. Jianxin is simply too enamored with the sword path. Often, she is unaware of the gravity of her words and actions. I hope my young friend will not take offense. The elders, initially displeased with Yi Jianxin's behavior, found it hard to remain upset upon witnessing Zhang Mingyuan's demeanor. It seemed that the Spirit Sword Fairy's unique personality had compelled even the esteemed Grand Elder of the Spirit Sword sect to apologize for her actions from time to time. And you are? Bai Ye inquired once more, encountering yet another unfamiliar face. I am the Grand Elder of the Spirit Sword sect, here today to engage in an exchange regarding swordsmanship. Zhang Mingyuan promptly clarified, his tone exceptionally courteous, even toward a junior. This was primarily due to Bai Ye's astonishing series of sword intent manifestations, which commanded respect. Bai Ye, appreciating the courtesy, reciprocated with kindness. Yet, just as he was about to speak, Yi Jianxin abruptly interjected, If you fight me, I will grant you any condition you desire, including matters of a romantic nature. At this proclamation, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Matters of romance. Could it be that she truly meant what we think she meant? It was utterly unimaginable that the Spirit Sword Fairy would utter such words. Though devoted to the sword, her obsession seemed excessively exaggerated to propose such terms. How infuriating. I'm utterly envious. If I were Bai Ye, I could never refuse. Who could resist such temptation? Everyone was taken aback by Yi Jianxin's audacious statement, with even many boys blushing, let alone the more demure girls. Lin Yuer was so stunned she could barely close her mouth, while Ji Qingshan's face flushed, as if her mind had already conjured an image of Bai Ye and Yi Jianxin together. At that moment, her reaction appeared quite conflicted, her beautiful eyes flickering with a hint of panic. The words of Yi Jianxin left her inexplicably flustered and uneasy. She could not fathom why she felt so shaken, but a heavy discomfort settled in her chest. Even the elders, such as Xue Qing and the others, were momentarily taken aback, doubting whether they had become too antiquated to keep pace with the times. Were the younger generations truly so liberated? Beside Yi Jianxin, Zhang Mingyuan wore an equally astonished expression. His mouth agape, unsure of how to respond, utterly shocked by Yi Jianxin's unexpected declaration. The reactions of the 10 or so disciples from the Lingjian sect were also quite pronounced, particularly that of a tall, slender youth with a reasonably handsome face, who appeared utterly collapsed. Oh no, Brother Zhuang is about to faint. Other disciples hurriedly supported Brother Zhuang Quan. Zhuang Quan, a swordsmanship prodigy, second only to Yi Jianxin in the current generation of the Lingjian sect, had harbored a secret crush on her for a long time. However, his swordsmanship fell woefully short of Yi Jianxin's, failing to garner her interest. She cared little for anything unrelated to swordsmanship, leaving him with no opportunity to deepen their connection. In fact, she was entirely unaware of his name. Consequently, when Yi Jianxin made such a remarkable statement to another youth today, it struck him hard, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. In truth, many male disciples of the Lingjian sect admired Yi Jianxin, yet their swordsmanship was even less accomplished than Zhuang Quan's, making any contact with her a distant dream. The male disciples present were consumed with jealousy towards Bai Ye, Strangely, Yi Jianxin, the one who made the shocking proclamation, remained expressionless, devoid of any shyness that one might expect from a typical young woman, as though her words had been nothing more than a commonplace remark. What? Bai Ye was momentarily bewildered. What nonsense is this woman spouting? Matters of men and women? To spring this on me at our very first meeting? There's no way I would back down. Yi Jianxin, seemingly aware of his disbelief, assured him with another statement. Even then, she appeared oblivious to the gravity of her earlier words. It was not merely a matter of keeping one's word. Rather, Bai Ye suddenly recalled that she had stated she would agree to any condition he proposed, not just the matter of men and women. The latter part of her statement had been so astonishing that nearly everyone, including him, had overlooked the initial part. With that understanding, the situation seemed far less problematic. It was not that he held any lofty principles. Rather, he found her behavior peculiar. What sort of normal person would broach such topics upon first meeting? Surely, even a sword fanatic would have their limits. Such inexplicable behavior, delivered without preamble, was something he dared not accept lightly. Fine, I accept your proposal, he replied, as if he had suddenly changed his mind. Due to his ambiguous phrasing, everyone assumed he was acquiescing to Yi Jianxin's proposition regarding matters of romance, including Ji Qingshang and Lin Yuer. Oh no, Lin Yuer exclaimed in surprise. Ji Qingshang, on the other hand, felt urgency rising within her. How could this scoundrel accept so easily? Truly a lecher. Ji Qingshang was torn between anger and anxiety, wishing she could compel Bai Ye to retract his acceptance of Yi Jianxin. Alas, that was an impossibility. Only Bai Ye could exert control over her, not the other way around. Most others, however, felt little concern. After all, they would likely do the same given the opportunity. Yi Jianxin's beauty was undoubtedly among the finest in the entire southern region, and her unique character as a sword enthusiast was equally captivating. Thus, they could only envy him, their jealousy gnawing at them, particularly the disciples of the Lingjian sect, who felt that their dream goddess was about to be sullied by another. If glares could kill, Bai Ye would have perished countless times over. At that moment, Zhuangquan was nearly at peace with his fate. Even the elders sighed, acknowledging the age-old truth that no hero could withstand the allure of beauty, and even Bai Ye was not impervious to the charm of the Lingjian fairy. Such is the nature of youth, they reasoned, full of vigor and passion. And now let us commence. Yi Jianxin, entirely unfazed by the reactions of those surrounding her, fixed her sapphire-like gaze upon Bai Ye. He said little more, rising while casually retrieving a sword from a storage ring. Though it was merely a first-tier sword, he had not had the time to procure a better one. It would suffice for a friendly spar. Just then, Yi Jianxin unsheathed a deep black sword and offered it to Bai Ye. He regarded her with some confusion. This is absolutely fair, Yi Jianxin succinctly explained. It was at this moment Bai Ye noticed that the deep black sword was identical in form to the silver-white sword, aside from its color. Her assertion of fairness suggested that both swords were likely of the same grade and strength. Perhaps they were twin swords? Bai Ye took the black sword from her without hesitation, as it was offered to him, and he had no reason to refuse. The expressions of those around them quickly became serious. For the duel between Bai Ye and Yi Jianxin was about to unfold. Disciples who had been absorbed in comprehending sword intent stepped aside, wary of being caught in the crossfire of their contest. This sparring match would be, in truth, a pinnacle confrontation of swordsmanship from the southern region. Who do you think will prevail? Although Bai Shengzi was currently on a winning streak, his raw swordsmanship might ultimately fall short against the Lingjian fairy. Indeed, it was said that her mastery of sword intent had long surpassed the mid-stage, and that she was now striving for the late stage. It seemed Bai Shengzi still lacked some refinement in comparison. Nevertheless, he would likely not suffer a humiliating defeat. Had it not been for his sudden emergence to bear the pressure, the Tianyan Sacred Land would surely have faced a crushing defeat today. Even the disciples of the Tianyan Sacred Land did not hold high hopes for Bai Ye, primarily due to the overwhelming prowess of the Lingjian fairy. Meanwhile, Qin Wuqing had also arrived, though few noticed him. He had been drawn by the overwhelming sword intent emanating from the ancient sword tomb. He had been reclusive these past few days, feeling disheartened by his interactions with Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang, and had no desire to engage in any sword exchanges with the Lingjian sect. However, the sudden eruption of fearsome sword intent from the ancient sword tomb compelled him to investigate. What he found was the unfolding scene between Bai Ye and Yi Jianxin. Not this brat again. Qin Wuqing felt an urge to curse. His hopes of pursuing Ji Qingshang had been utterly dashed. While Bai Ye's ambiguous relationship with Yi Jianxin stirred feelings of profound imbalance and jealousy within him, he recognized the silver-haired girl as Yi Jianxin, for he was the fifth prince of the Kanglan Empire, and he had certainly seen her likeness in portraits, renowned as a swordsmanship prodigy across the southern region. Initially, he had thought the portraits were somewhat idealized, but upon seeing her in person, he realized that she was even more stunning than depicted. Yet, this beauty had been inadvertently claimed by Bai Ye, fueling Qin Wuqing's seething jealousy. Though the sword intent of the white saint has reached the mid-stage, it remains unrefined, making the duel with the spirit sword fairy seem precarious. At that moment, Qin Wuq overheard a disciple discussing the matters surrounding Bai Ye. The mention of the mid-stage sword intent startled him. This young man possesses such formidable sword intent. After a moment's reflection, he realized that the young man was likely the one who had exhibited sword intent twice today. No wonder the spirit sword fairy holds him in such high regard. This is the reason. Qin Wuq found it utterly astonishing that not only did this young man possess a monstrous martial talent, but his swordsmanship was equally extraordinary. Where did this prodigy emerge from? Until now, he had never heard of the name Bai Ye. Suddenly, he appeared out of nowhere. Qin Wuq resolved that upon returning to the Kanglan dynasty, he would thoroughly investigate this young man. At this moment, the battle between Bai Ye and Yi Jianxin was on the verge of commencing. The crowd overwhelmingly favored Yi Jianxin, and even the elders, including Xueqing, expressed little faith in Bai Ye. Although Bai Ye's performance today was remarkably brilliant, a rare marvel in the entire southern region, the time available to him was far too limited. Bai Ye had only just broken through to the mid-stage of sword intent, while Yi Jianxin had long since solidified his position in the same realm. This disparity was fatal. Nevertheless, Qin Wuq thought, let it be. If Bai Ye were to lose today, he would soon surpass Yi Jianxin, given his terrifying potential. This was indeed Bai Ye's era in the southern region. If Bai Ye were to form a partnership with Yi Jianxin, it would be beneficial for fostering cooperation with the Spirit Sword sect. If this young man could persuade him, he might even bring Yi Jianxin to their Tianyan sacred land. Apart from the Holy Master and the elders, who were unable to leave the sanctified grounds, the higher-ups of Tianyan sacred land had gathered at the Eternal Sword Tomb, engaging in discussions through spiritual communication about Bai Ye and Yi Jianxin. Just then, both sword intents erupted simultaneously. The sparring between Bai Ye and Yi Jianxin had begun. This contest was solely a comparison of their swordsmanship, without the use of any martial cultivation. In simpler terms, they were not employing spiritual energy aside from their sword techniques. Bai Ye, having made a promise, would not resort to deceit, refraining from using any spiritual energy throughout the duel. The pressure from both sides escalated rapidly, reaching the limits of their sword intent. As expected, Bai Ye's sword intent was somewhat inferior to Yi Jianxin's. However, this did not signify his inevitable defeat. He possessed more than just sword intent. He had the supreme sword bone. The terrifying aspect of the supreme sword bone allowed him to perceive and comprehend the sword intent contained within the eternal sword tomb, even while confronting Yi Jianxin. This meant that his sword intent could continue to rise. Though Bai Ye and Yi Jianxin remained motionless, their contest had already commenced. Sword intent often kills without form, and both Bai Ye and Yi Jianxin were enduring the onslaught of each other's sword intent. Yi Jianxin remained expressionless, while Bai Ye furrowed his brow, clearly feeling the immense pressure from Yi Jianxin. Even though they were merely targeting each other, the surrounding crowd felt the repercussions. The White Saint and the Spirit Sword Fairy were already engaged in a clash of sword intents. I could hardly breathe, struggling to imagine the pressure they were both enduring. It was truly terrifying. If I were to replace Bai Ye, I would probably perish within a second. Indeed, the sword intent of the Spirit Sword Fairy was superior. Our saint was clearly at a disadvantage and would likely succumb shortly. It was already commendable. Had it been anyone else, they would have been crushed by the Spirit Sword Fairy in an instant. Many had retreated to a safe distance, as those closer were more severely affected by the residual power of the sword intent, with some even needing to circulate their internal spiritual energy to resist its remnants. At this moment, Ji Qingshang was also worried about Bai Ye, but more than that, she was preoccupied with the matter of their relationship. According to Yi Jianxin, after the sparring concluded, regardless of the outcome, Bai Ye would fulfill his promise. Ji Qingshang felt a sense of anxiety, as if her treasure were being snatched away. A sentiment akin to liking Bai Ye. No, that couldn't be right. Although Ji Qingshang had come to this realization, she was reluctant to admit it. How could she possibly have feelings for that guy? The scoundrel who had barged into her room and even taken her first kiss? While Ji Qingshang wrestled with these thoughts, the tide of sword intent began to turn. Now, with the supreme sword bone, Bai Ye's sensitivity to sword intent was extraordinarily acute, allowing him to comprehend it effortlessly. His sword intent gradually ascended, quickly reaching parity with Yi Jianxin's and even threatening to surpass it. Zheng Mingyuan and the elders, including Xueqing, immediately sensed this shift, their astonishment palpable. How was Bai Ye achieving this? It was their first time witnessing someone's sword intent rising rapidly during a contest. Yi Jianxin sensed this change as well, yet her expression remained unchanged. Though her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to someone eager to conquer and wholly possessed Bai Ye. As Bai Ye's sword intent surged, the surrounding space began to warp, and the debris and dust on the ground trembled violently. The gathered crowd was left in a stupor. Had Yi Jianxin not held the advantage moments ago? How had the situation reversed so swiftly? At that moment, Bai Ye unleashed the Burning Heaven sword technique. The blade of his black sword ignited in flames, which, influenced by the sword itself, transformed into a deep, inky black. The black flames enveloped the entire sword, clearly indicating its extraordinary nature. Bai Ye felt that the Burning Heaven sword technique, enhanced by this black sword, had become even more formidable. The black flames were far more terrifying than ordinary fire. Since it was his own technique, the flames would not harm him. Otherwise, who would be willing to practice such a technique? Yet he could feel the temperature around him rising rapidly. Why does it suddenly feel so hot? The temperature in the arena climbed quickly, leaving some disciples bewildered. It was only after a moment that they realized it was due to the sword technique employed by the White Saint. That seemed to be the Burning Heaven sword technique, a fourth-grade sword technique from the second level of the Scripture Pavilion. Many had attempted to master it, but ultimately failed. So, it is the Burning Heaven sword technique. It is said that only a handful have successfully mastered this technique. Indeed, the White Saint's comprehension is remarkable. Moreover, his Burning Heaven sword technique is unique, utilizing black flames. Initially, I had considered selecting this technique myself, but fearing I would fail and waste an opportunity, I ultimately abandoned the idea. Most of the disciples present recognized that Bai Ye was executing the Burning Heaven sword technique. It was regarded as the most powerful sword technique of the Tianyan sacred land, and the difficulty of mastering it was naturally high. In their eyes, those who could master the Burning Heaven sword technique must possess exceptional insight. Little did they know, Bai Ye's comprehension was far beyond their imagination. At this moment, the one most astounded was undoubtedly Lin Yue. She understood best how Bai Ye had come to master the Burning Heaven sword technique. It was precisely this realization that filled her with profound incredulity. How did he master the Burning Sky sword technique? Lin Yue could hardly believe it. The time from when Bai Ye snatched the sword technique manual to when he handed it over to her was merely a fleeting moment. With such limited time, it seemed impossible to fully comprehend the entirety of the manual, yet he had managed to learn it. Ji Qingshang, however, exhibited no surprise, for she was aware that Bai Ye could fathom even sixth-grade techniques effortlessly, let alone this mere fourth-grade martial art. With a mere thought, Bai Ye fused the black flames with his sword intent, unleashing a torrent that surged toward Yi Jianxin. Strangely, Yi Jianxin did not resist. Perhaps she recognized the futility of opposition and surrendered willingly, as she was instantly engulfed by the black flames. Observing the terrifying engulfment of the spirit sword fairy, many began to worry for her safety. Zheng Mingyuan, however, remained unfazed, sensing that Yi Jianxin was in no real danger. He discerned that she had essentially conceded, displaying no resistance. If she had, she would not have succumbed so hastily to Bai Ye. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to him. He understood that even if Yi Jianxin had fought back, the outcome would remain unchanged, for the boy's talent in swordsmanship was extraordinary. Moments passed, and the black flames continued to burn, obscuring everyone's vision. They could not ascertain the fate of the spirit sword fairy, and she remained silent. Was this truly the end? The lack of movement from Yi Jianxin prompted questions. Had something gone awry? Surely not. The elder from the spirit sword sect showed no sign of alarm. and if there were a real danger, he would have intervened. At that moment, Bai Ye sensed that it was time to check on Yi Jianxin's status. He stepped into the black flames, assured that they would not harm him. However, upon entering, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Yi Jianxin's garments were nearly consumed, leaving only scant fabric that obscured little of her form, revealing her stunning physique almost entirely. He felt a surge of impulse, which he promptly suppressed. Biting his tongue to maintain his composure, he admonished himself not to let impure thoughts cloud his judgment at such a critical moment. As he shifted his focus, he noticed Yi Jianxin with her eyes closed, seemingly immersed in the sword intent merging with the black flames. Bai Ye could not help but marvel at her obsession with the sword. Even in her state of undress, she was undeterred, seeking to grasp his sword intent without a care for being exposed. He then communicated telepathically, "I must say, you are nearly bare before me. Perhaps you should don some clothing?" At this, Yi Jianxin finally opened her eyes, yet made no effort to cover herself. As if entirely unconcerned with her vulnerability before Bai Ye, her expression betraying no emotion. She simply replied, "No. No. You mean you have no clothes?" Bai Ye, exasperated, gazed directly into her eyes, acutely aware of her alluring figure. Yi Jianxin nodded slightly. "Then allow me to lend you some. Do remember to return them later." Bai Ye said, bemused. Clearly, Yi Jianxin had not carried any spare clothing in her storage ring, while he had such a habit. He swiftly retrieved a shirt and trousers from his own ring. As for undergarments, he had none that would suit her, and he had no desire to provide them. Yi Jianxin wasted no time, adeptly slipping into the garments he had offered. However, the shirt was evidently too large for her. Only her fingers extended from the sleeves, and one shoulder was left exposed. The trousers were similarly loose, barely clinging to her waist. Yet, even if they slipped, it would not pose a problem, for the oversized shirt alone was sufficient to cover her. Seeing Yi Jianxin clad in his attire only heightened the allure, leaving Bai Ye exasperated. Well, back to business. Shall we declare the swordsmanship duel concluded? He had initially intended to point his sword at Yi Jianxin to compel her to concede, but the scene that had unfolded had completely derailed his original plan. "It is concluded. I have lost," Yi Jianxin declared nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the outcome. Bai Ye nodded slightly, waving his hand to dissipate the surrounding black flames. Yet, he remained unaware of the commotion that Yi Jianxin's appearance would incite among the onlookers, her disheveled state, clad in his clothing. Chapter 34. Ji Qingshang's jealousy. As the black flame subsided, Bai Ye and Yi Jianxin re-emerged into the sight of the crowd. Yi Jianxin's appearance immediately sparked a new wave of astonishment. What was happening? Why had the spirit sword fairy's attire changed? It appeared identical to Bai Ye's. Had something transpired between them while they were obscured for view? Surely not. Could it truly have unfolded so quickly? In less than a minute, it was all over. The similarity in their clothing left little room for interpretation, prompting even more scandalous speculations among the spectators. Caught off guard, their first reaction was to jump to conclusions, failing to consider that Yi Jianxin's garments may have been incinerated, necessitating the borrowing of Bai Ye's. The most affected among them was Ji Qingshang, who felt a surge of turmoil, struggling to comprehend what had transpired between Bai Ye and Yi Jianxin amidst the black flames. Images of an indescribable nature flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush and an inexplicable irritation to rise within her. All her frustrations were directed at Bai Ye. It was his fault that she felt increasingly strange. Yet, she soon forced herself to regain her composure, reasoning that the black flames had likely burned Yi Jianxin's clothing, leading to her borrowing Bai Ye's. As she reassured herself, she could not help but ponder the implications. Had Bai Ye truly seen the woman in her entirety? Only the elders seemed to maintain a semblance of propriety. It appeared that Bai Ye had emerged victorious, as Yi Jianxin no longer held her sword, for a sword cultivator. Relinquishing their weapon was akin to surrendering. The black flames had likely been a manifestation of the burning sky sword technique, capable of incinerating an ordinary person in moments. Though Yi Jianxin could shield herself with sword intent, her clothing offered no protection. No wonder she wore Bai Ye's attire. It seemed her original garments had been entirely destroyed. But this meant that Bai Ye had indeed caught a glimpse of her undraped form. Such fortune for the lad. Not only had he bested the spirit sword fairy, but had also feasted his eyes upon her. Yet, as the conversation turned, the topic veered off course. While some elders feigned disinterest, others were less discreet. Zheng Mingyuan, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Sword sect, found himself at a loss. The continued development of Yi Jianxin and Bai Ye's relationship could lead to unforeseen complications, yet he could not impose too many restrictions on Yi Jianxin. The male disciples of the Spirit Sword sect, led by Zhuang Quan, were consumed by resentment toward Bai Ye, feeling both envy and animosity toward him. However, they could only dare to entertain such thoughts in their hearts. Even the revered sword fairy was no match for the young man, leaving them with no choice but to endure their humiliation. At this moment, Qin Wuqing could no longer contain himself. Jealousy twisted his features into a grotesque mask, and he swiftly turned to depart from the ancient sword tomb, fearing that remaining any longer would lead to his own collapse. It was over. At this juncture, Bai Ye announced to the assembly. He was certainly aware that he had been misinterpreted, yet he felt no inclination to clarify. To him, an explanation would be futile unless Yi Jianxin also joined in to rectify the misunderstanding. However, he doubted that Yi Jianxin, given her character, would be of any assistance. Rather, she might exacerbate the situation, leading to even greater chaos. This exchange had been truly remarkable, but it would be best for everyone to relocate to a more suitable venue. Elder Xueqing stated with a hint of exasperation. The ancient sword tomb was usually well guarded, and the recent confrontation between Bai Ye and Yi Jianxin had caused considerable damage. They would now have to invest significant effort into repairs. Fortunately, the destruction was not severe, and nothing catastrophic had occurred. Otherwise, he would have intervened much sooner. However, he could not allow further duels to take place here. He could only turn a blind eye to Bai Ye and Yi Jianxin due to their unique statuses. Of course, I apologize for the inconvenience caused to your esteemed sect. Zheng Mingyuan nodded in agreement. He intended to proceed with their original plan, considering the ancient sword tomb an unforeseen complication. Jianxin, let's be on our way, Zheng Mingyuan addressed Yi Jianxin. She nodded slightly, but before departing, she unexpectedly introduced herself to Bai Ye, saying, I am Yi Jianxin. I hope you will take care of me. Bai Ye assumed Yi Jianxin was formally introducing herself, responding, Yes, I am Bai Ye, and instinctively extended his hand, indicating a desire to shake hands. However, Yi Jianxin seemed oblivious to this gesture, hesitating and tilting her head in a perplexed manner. I meant to shake your hand, Bai Ye remarked, taken aback that Yi Jianxin was unfamiliar with such a common courtesy. Although this was a fantastical world, he had confirmed that handshakes existed here as well. Did she lack interest in anything beyond the sword arts? Shake hands? Yi Jianxin finally grasped Bai Ye's intention, extending her hand to meet his. In that instant, Bai Ye felt her small hand was remarkably cold and soft, almost as though it were boneless, devoid of the calluses typical of sword practitioners. Instead, it was exceptionally smooth and fair. After a brief moment, Bai Ye released her hand, and Yi Jianxin set off. Yet as she departed, she cast a lingering, inscrutable glance back at Bai Ye before leaving with Zheng Mingyuan. The swordsmanship exchange would span 3 days, and it was clear that it would involve more than mere sparring. There were many destinations to visit. However, their original goal was now unattainable, as the sword fairy, representing the spirit sword sect, had suffered defeat. Even if the other disciples could easily overpower those from the Tianyan Holy Land, excluding Bai Ye, it would hold little significance. After the spirit sword sect's contingent departed, many disciples from the surrounding holy lands also dispersed. The elders planned to return to their respective duties, but noticed that Bai Ye seemed intent on lingering. Was he staying to further comprehend the essence of the sword? Probably, as it appeared his understanding was on the brink of a breakthrough. Xueqing and Elder Yu discussed this with excitement and surprise. Bai Ye's extraordinary talent in swordsmanship was truly exhilarating. Not only would the reputation of Tianyan Holy Land remain untarnished, but the Spirit Sword sect would also have to honor their prior commitments. As Xueqing had mentioned, Bai Ye was indeed resolved to continue his contemplation of sword intent when he suddenly spotted Ji Qingshang approaching. You seem to have enjoyed yourself with that woman, she remarked, and Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback. Was Ji Qingshang upset? Chapter 35. Are you jealous? The tone of Ji Qingshang's words was unmistakably off, tinged with sarcasm. It was the first time Bai Ye had heard her speak in such a manner, suggesting she was indeed angry. But why? What had he done to provoke her ire? What troubles you? Why do you seem upset? Bai Ye inquired, puzzled. This is due to your insufferable demeanor. Encountering a beautiful girl has revealed your true self. Bai Bai Ye was bewildered. He had done nothing to warrant such a reaction. The only thing he could think of was having seen Yi Jinxin's form. But that was beyond his control. The fault lay not with him. Yi Jinxin could have easily escaped, but chose to remain still to comprehend his sword intent. Feeling utterly perplexed, Bai Ye warned Ji Qingshang, "What do you mean by revealing one's true self? Do not unjustly accuse me. Even a gentle person has their limits." Ji Qingshang suddenly realized that she was still under Bai Ye's influence. She had no choice but to silence herself, her lips slightly pouting. She recognized that her previous remark had been excessive, but it was a feeble attempt to disguise her true feelings. Not far off, Lin Yue appeared to have seen through everything. "So, the Saintess has someone she fancies? I thought she had no interest in men." Lin Yue mused it, keenly observing Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang. As a woman herself, she possessed a sharp intuition, sensing the palpable jealousy in the air. Ji Qingshang's unusual demeanor was clearly a result of Bai Ye's close interaction with the sword fairy. Previously, she had questioned Ji Qingshang's orientation, but it seemed now that the issue was not her orientation, but rather a lack of suitable companions. Given Bai Ye's exceptional talent, it was hardly surprising that Ji Qingshang would be captivated. Moreover, Lin Yue found it amusing that Bai Ye was rather obtuse. She, as an observer, could discern Ji Qingshang's feelings while he appeared completely oblivious. At that moment, an idea struck Lin Yue, and she sought to have some fun. She approached Bai Ye, her tone laced with playful teasing. "Oh, dear Saintess, Bai Ye is far from the wretch you describe. I believe one would be hard-pressed to find a man in the entire southern region who rivals his excellence." Bai Ye was taken aback, momentarily stunned. It had been ages since anyone had referred to him in such a manner. Back in the Qin dynasty, those of lower status would address him as young master. Since joining Tianyan Holy Land, he had found himself among the lowest ranks of outer disciples, with few beneath him. Thus no one had used honorifics in his regard. Even after recently becoming a saint's son, he was simply called Saint's son. Ji Qingshang's expression shifted to one of confusion as she struggled to comprehend Lin Yue's sudden comments. "If the holy maiden deems young master Bai unworthy, then I shall gladly take him. Such an exceptional man is not one I wish to miss." As she spoke, Lin Yue deliberately inched closer to Bai Ye, though she maintained a slight distance. Ji Qingshang fell silent, her head bowed slightly. Observing the holy maiden's demeanor, Lin Yue's lips curled into a smile, anticipating the unfolding drama. Just as she awaited the spectacle, Bai Ye, looking perplexed, interjected, "Have you suddenly taken leave of your senses?" The actions of Ji Qingshang and Lin Yue left him utterly bewildered. Setting aside Ji Qingshang, Lin Yue had only just begun to harbor a grudge against him. And now she was acting so intimately. Could this not be a sign of fractured mind? Bai Ye's comment disrupted Lin Yue's plans for amusement. If the holy maiden reacted to his words, the fun would be lost. Moreover, she was inadvertently assisting him in grasping the holy maiden's true feelings, only to be accused of a mental lapse. Irritated and speechless, Lin Yue shot Bai Ye a glare, silently mouthing a reprimand. Understanding her gesture, Bai Ye retorted, "The fool here is you." At this moment, Lin Yue's temper flared. She cast aside her concerns about being seen through by Ji Qingshang. She could not concede verbally, so she repeated "fool" multiple times in her thoughts, insisting he was the true simpleton. However, Ji Qingshang remained oblivious to the subtle exchanges between Bai Ye and Lin Yue. "No, I cannot yield to you," she suddenly declared, her head lowered, her voice somber. Lin Yue, taken aback by the delay in Ji Qingshang's response, had not anticipated that the holy maiden would fall into such a trap. Both she and Bai Ye had made their intentions rather transparent. Yet it appeared that Ji Qingshang was genuinely shaken, her composure faltering. Lin Yue had never witnessed such a display of vulnerability from Ji Qingshang, who had always been the epitome of icy elegance and calm intelligence in her eyes. Today, however, she had stumbled upon a hidden facet of the holy maiden's character. No longer interested in Bai Ye, she turned her attention back to Ji Qingshang, saying, "Well, I was merely speaking offhandedly. Since the holy maiden disagrees, I would never dare to overstep." Still unable to meet Bai Ye's gaze, Ji Qingshang kept her head bowed. When Lin Yue had made her previous comment, a wave of anxiety and urgency had washed over her, as if she feared that Bai Ye might be taken from her by Lin Yue. One rival, Yi Jinxin, was already distressing enough. Now another contender had appeared. Even if Bai Ye might discern something, She felt compelled to speak, for the anxiety was unbearable. Ji Qingshang found herself increasingly anxious and apprehensive, uncertain of how Bai Ye would interpret her earlier words. Lin Yue, distancing herself from Bai Ye, shot him a glance, seemingly urging him to seize the moment. This was the perfect opportunity. Although she had no genuine interest in Bai Ye, she was acutely aware of his remarkable qualities. However, having just had a disagreement with him and facing the formidable competition from Ji Qingshang and Ling Jianxian, she recognized her lack of opportunity. Thus, she orchestrated this scene for her own amusement. Compared to the unfamiliar Yi Jianxin, she was far more inclined to assist Ji Qingshang. Bai Ye noticed Lin Yue's suggestive gaze and nodded slowly, as if beginning to grasp the situation. He then addressed Ji Qingshang directly. Are you jealous? Chapter 36. The Lack of Candor. Supplementary update. Excellent. Upon hearing Bai Ye's straightforward inquiry, Lin Yue internally praised him. It seemed that although he was somewhat slow on the uptake, he was not hesitant when it mattered. Ji Qingshang, initially anxious, flushed slightly at Bai Ye's question and retorted. Who is jealous? I merely wish to ensure that Lin Shimi is not led astray by a lecherous rogue like you. Ah, I see. Bai Ye was accustomed to Ji Qingshang calling him a lecher, and he did not take it to heart, preferring not to dwell on such matters. He had always avoided overthinking in such situations, fearing the embarrassment of misreading the signs, a lesson learned from past experiences. Therefore, in ambiguous circumstances, he adhered to the principle of avoiding unnecessary thoughts to spare himself potential awkwardness. I have no other matters to attend to. I shall continue to contemplate the essence of the sword. Please refrain from disturbing me. Bai Ye found no desire to engage further with Ji Qingshang and Lin Yue, preferring instead to focus on advancing his swordsmanship. Wait, Lin Yue attempted to say more, but Bai Ye had already lost interest in her words. She sighed in exasperation, feeling somewhat disheartened. It was clear that the holy maiden was merely too shy to admit her feelings, concocting excuses to justify her behavior. It was so obvious. Yet Bai Ye remained oblivious. How unfortunate that she had just praised him for his boldness, only to find him acting slow-witted. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Ye simply preferred not to overthink. Lin Yue felt exasperated, wondering why both Ji Qingshang and Bai Ye were so lacking in candor. Oh, my holy maiden, she sighed to Ji Qingshang. Once Bai Ye departed, Ji Qingshang swiftly returned to her usual icy demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. You deliberately said those things to see me lose my composure, didn't you? Ji Qingshang's cognitive abilities had returned to normal, no longer clouded by the earlier agitation that had led her into Lin Yue's trap. Uninfluenced by Bai Ye, she quickly recognized Lin Yue's intentions. Indeed, Lin Yue admitted, a hint of guilt in her tone, before adding, but I only wanted to help you, holy maiden. Do you not have feelings for Bai Ye? Ji Qingshang's brows furrowed, her tone icy as she replied. Who told you that I like him? It seemed that as long as Bai Ye was not present, Ji Qingshang could maintain her composure in such situations. Yet Lin Yue was convinced of her feelings, no matter how well Ji Qingshang masked her emotions. To her, it was merely an unconvincing faade. Honestly, Sister Ji, if you continue to be so elusive, that man will inevitably be stolen away by Ling Jianxian. I feel that Ling Jianxian's unique personality has a considerable allure for men, Lin Yue said earnestly. You worry too much. That lecherous rogue being taken by anyone is of no concern to me, Ji Qingshang insisted defiantly. Yet deep down, she was aware of the strong sense of crisis that Ling Jianxian's presence evoked. She simply refused to admit it in front of others. Seeing Ji Qingshang stubbornly maintaining her cold facade, Lin Yue felt increasingly helpless. Suddenly, she noticed a detail. Ji Qingshang had referred to Bai Ye as lecher twice in quick succession, which surely could not be without reason. By the way, Sister Ji, why do you keep calling him a lecher? Has he done something to you? Lin Yue inquired curiously. At these words, Ji Qingshang's pupils flickered slightly, and she nearly lost control of her expression. After all, Bai Ye did indeed take some liberties with her, having forcefully kissed her that day. However, how could she possibly divulge such an incident to others? If it were to leak, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. No, I merely believe that those men are creatures who can only think with their lower bodies. There are no other special reasons, Ji Qingshang replied, her expression remaining calm and frosty. That seems a bit exaggerated. Haha. Lin Yue chuckled awkwardly. She was unable to discern whether Ji Qingshang's statement was true or false, and thus could not pursue the matter further. Yet, after the events of today, she suddenly found the Saintess quite endearing, far less daunting than she had initially imagined. Consequently, she had referred to her as Sister Ji, shedding the previously cautious distance between them. Subsequently, Ji Qingshang decided not to linger any longer, feeling that Lin Yuer's incessant questions could lead to trouble. Moreover, she wished to return and reflect in peace. Her mind was in turmoil like never before. She felt utterly strange, wondering if she had truly developed feelings for that scoundrel. Shaking her head vigorously at the thought, Ji Qingshang grappled with her inner conflict and distress, unwilling to admit that she could possibly like that rogue. The humiliation she had never experienced before was all brought upon her by Bai Ye. Though he had saved her life previously, the more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became. Resolutely, she decided to dismiss everything and hurried back to find some tranquility. On that very day, Bai Ye's sword intent reached a new pinnacle, signifying his advancement to a later stage. The onlookers, however, did not react with the same astonishment as before. They had grown somewhat numb to such feats. Bai Shengzi's swordsmanship was truly unprecedented, a talent not seen in the southern region for nearly 10 millennia. As for the distant ancient times, knowledge was scarce. Sword heart. That young man must possess a sword bone. It surely would not be an ordinary one, mused the Grand Elder of the Spirit Sword sect, Zheng Mingyuan, as he gazed towards the eternal sword tomb, sensing the formidable sword intent that rivaled his own. He could not help but remark to Yi Jianxin beside him. Yi Jianxin merely nodded silently, her thoughts a mystery to all. At that moment, as Bai Ye's sword intent broke through, he opened his eyes, rising with a serene countenance. He did not let the admiration and awe of the surrounding disciples inflate his ego. With the deepening of his sword intent, his demeanor had shifted noticeably, appearing even more striking than before. Just then, Bai Ye recalled that he had forgotten to return the exceptional black sword to Yi Jianxin. The next time they met, he would return the sword and reclaim his own garments. As night fell, Bai Ye lay in bed on the verge of sleep, when suddenly a graceful figure appeared at his window. Instinctively alert, he peered closer and discovered it was Yi Jianxin. "You?" he stammered. "I have come to fulfill my promise." Chapter 37. Caught in the act. Upon hearing her words, Bai Ye was momentarily bewildered. What promise? Surely it cannot pertain to those matters between men and women? The late hour of her visit suggested only such a possibility. In truth, had it not been for Yi Jianxin's unexpected arrival, Bai Ye might have entirely forgotten that incident. Moreover, the condition he had desired was not of a romantic nature, but rather any request she was willing to grant. Without waiting for Bai Ye's consent, Yi Jianxin entered his quarters. "Wait, I need to clarify. Your notion of fulfilling a promise does not involve romantic entanglements, does it?" Bai Ye inquired, sitting up cautiously. He found Yi Jianxin's audacity quite outrageous. She had intruded upon him in the dead of night through the window, leading one to believe a thief had entered. Indeed, Yi Jianxin confirmed with an unflinching expression, showing no signs of embarrassment. "You have misunderstood. What I accepted was not of a romantic nature. You stated that I could agree to any request, thus it could pertain to other matters. Bai Ye explained, for instance, the black sword I have yet to return to you. I believe that would serve as an excellent condition." Although Yi Jianxin's beauty was undeniably captivating, the rational side of Bai Ye recognized that the black sword was far more advantageous, capable of significantly enhancing his prowess. He was in dire need of a powerful artifact, and that black sword was not only exceptional, but also compatible with his current techniques. "That black sword was originally a gift to you. This does not conflict with our arrangement," Yi Jianxin replied nonchalantly. Bai Ye was left speechless by her assertion. Despite Yi Jianxin's stunning appearance and the fact that she had quite literally presented herself to him, he felt it necessary to exercise caution. After all, they had only just met that day, and he had yet to ascertain her true character. Should she harbor any ulterior motives, it would be all too easy for him to be ensnared by her beauty. As Bai Ye mulled over these thoughts, Yi Jianxin, without a word, slipped beneath his covers, shedding her garments entirely, save for the attire he had previously lent her. Tossing her clothes aside, she declared, "Here are your clothes." They landed squarely on Bai Ye's face. Yet the outfit was impeccably clean, imbued with a subtle fragrance. It was evident that she had bathed prior to her arrival, although the clothes had not been washed. They remained nearly spotless. "Do not presume to lie upon another's bed," Bai Ye said, exasperated. "How can one engage in romantic matters without being on the bed?" Yi Jianxin's tone was almost defiant, as if her actions were entirely justified in her eyes. "You do make a valid point. But the crux of the matter is that I have not consented," Bai Ye retorted. At that moment, Yi Jianxin lay there, completely unclothed, and Bai Ye felt it was commendable that he managed to remain composed. Yet, Yi Jianxin offered no further response, seemingly intent on staying put. After a time, it appeared that the young woman had fallen silent, perhaps even asleep. Bai Ye listened intently and, indeed, could discern the rhythmic breaths of someone deep in slumber. Had she truly fallen asleep? Suddenly, it dawned on Bai Ye. Did she genuinely believe that romantic entanglements were merely about sleeping? The likelihood of this theory seemed high, for from the onset, it appeared she had come merely to rest, rather than inadvertently dozing off. Amused and incredulous, Bai Ye could hardly fathom Yi Jianxin's simplicity. Faced with her innocence, he felt no inclination to pursue any ulterior motives. With that, he closed his eyes, ready to drift into slumber. Although having Yi Jianxin beside him might pose a slight risk, he was confident in his keen awareness. Should she attempt any harmful actions, he would be quick to notice and respond accordingly. As the night deepened, Yi Jianxin, already slumbering, remained undisturbed in her state of undress, making it inappropriate for Bai Ye to awaken her. The following morning, Bai Ye awoke naturally, yet the only distinction from his usual routine was the presence of an enchanting young woman beside him. Despite the previous night passing without incident, he had refrained from any contact with Yi Jianxin, who likewise had shown no inclination towards him. This effectively diminished any suspicions regarding Yi Jianxin's potential machinations, revealing her peculiar character instead. At that moment, while Yi Jianxin continued her peaceful slumber, Bai Ye quietly descended from the bed. However, just as he completed his morning ritual, a gentle knocking echoed from outside the door. "Who is it?" Bai Ye inquired. "It is I, seeking a matter of discussion with you," came the response, unmistakably the voice of Ji Qingshang. Under normal circumstances, Bai Ye would have hurried to open the door for her. However, today was different. Yi Jianxin lay exposed on his bed, and it would surely be inappropriate for her to be seen by another. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Ye concluded that it might not be so problematic. After all, Ji Qingshang was a woman, and another woman seeing her would not bear any significant consequence. Furthermore, Ji Qingshang was beholden to him. As long as he ensured she kept this incident confidential, no one else would be the wiser. "Did you not hear me?" Ji Qingshang called out again after a brief pause. "I am coming," Bai Ye replied, snapping back to reality before opening the door for her. As Ji Qingshang stepped inside, it marked her inaugural entrance into Bai Ye's room, and her first venture into the quarters of a male peer, invoking an inexplicable sense of nervousness and curiosity within her. She cast furtive glances around the room, but noted nothing particularly remarkable, the space exuding an air of simplicity and cleanliness. At that moment, Ji Qingshang caught a faint scent in the air, a delicate fragrance that instinctively told her it belonged to a woman. It could not be her own, implying that another woman had occupied this room. The realization struck her. A woman had spent the night in Bai Ye's chamber. This revelation ignited a surge of concern within her. "What is it you wish to discuss?" Bai Ye turned to Ji Qingshang, only to find that she seemed oblivious to his words. Her expression sharpened, her demeanor taking on an assertive quality, as if she were on the verge of uncovering a secret. "What are you doing?" Bai Ye asked, observing Ji Qingshang's peculiar behavior. Yet she remained unresponsive, having already sensed something amiss. Without waiting for Bai Ye's permission, she had boldly entered his private quarters. "Wait," Bai Ye called out. "Is it customary to roam freely in someone else's room?" His command instantly compelled Ji Qingshang to halt, her body frozen just shy of pushing through the door. It dawned on her that she had once again fallen under Bai Ye's influence. Rolling her eyes at him, her tone tinged with reproach, she retorted, "Oh, it's you? You scoundrel." This rascal had previously invaded her own space, and had even gone so far as to engage in inappropriate conduct with her. How dare he question her now? Clearing his throat, Bai Ye nearly forgot his own transgressions, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "So, are you in search of something? Why not discuss the matter at hand?" he asked earnestly. "There's a woman in your home, is there not?" Ji Qingshang instinctively questioned him. She suspected it might be Yi Jianxin or Lin Yue, with Yi Jianxin being the more likely candidate, given her recent remarks concerning matters of intimacy. Bai Ye candidly affirmed, "You are correct, but what does it concern you?" Ji Qingshang found herself momentarily speechless, as if awakened from a dream. Indeed, it was irrelevant to her whether there were other women in Bai Ye's life. Why should she care so deeply? As Ji Qingshang pondered this, Bai Ye approached and opened the door, feeling it was time to rouse Yi Jinxin. Upon witnessing Bai Ye's action, Ji Qingshang snapped back to reality, insisting, "Release me from your command." Very well, Bai Ye complied, and Ji Qingshang regained her freedom of movement, following him into the room with an air of inevitability. "It is time to rise, and you should wear this outfit," he said. Tossing the clothing Yi Jinxin had returned to him onto the bed, lest she remain without attire. At that moment, Ji Qingshang noticed the lump beneath the covers and quickly deduced the truth. Indeed, it was Yi Jinxin, seemingly bare beneath the sheets. "Be sure to acquire a fresh set of clothes today, and do wash my garments and return them," Bai Ye instructed Yi Jinxin. The covers shifted slightly, indicating that Yi Jinxin had awakened, but whether she had registered Bai Ye's words remained uncertain. Ji Qingshang, unable to contain her curiosity, hastily approached and unexpectedly threw back the covers. "What?" Bai Ye was taken aback by Ji Qingshang's sudden action, unable to anticipate her boldness. The stunning young woman beneath the sheets was laid bare, leaving even Ji Qingshang, a girl herself, momentarily flushed. Bai Ye's gaze faltered, overwhelmed by the intensity of the scene. Yet, more pressing was the question of Ji Qingshang's sudden bout of madness. Yi Jinxin, however, exhibited no sign of embarrassment. She merely rubbed her sleepy eyes, unconcerned with modesty. Ji Qingshang, in stark contrast, was left speechless, her mind racing with implications, convinced that Bai Ye had engaged in unspeakable acts with Yi Jinxin the previous night. A knot formed in her chest, leaving her feeling uneasy, and visions of scandalous scenarios flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to burn with shame. Yet, who could blame her for such thoughts? After all, just the previous day, Yi Jinxin had broached the subject of intimacy, and now she lay exposed in Bai Ye's bed. How could anyone believe that nothing untoward had transpired? As Yi Jinxin sat up, she noticed Ji Qingshang's bewildered expression, a hint of confusion crossing her otherwise impassive face. "How shameless!" Ji Qingshang exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she hastily covered Yi Jinxin with a blanket once more. However, Yi Jinxin simply pushed the covers away, seemingly finding them bothersome. "What is wrong?" Yi Jinxin asked Bai Ye, her expression one of bewilderment. "I do not know. I cannot comprehend her," Bai Ye replied, shaking his head, "but let us not concern ourselves with her for now. Please dress yourself." He could not help but lament the astonishing lack of awareness exhibited by Yi Jinxin, who seemed utterly careless in the presence of a perfectly healthy young man. It was no longer a matter of mere carelessness. It was as if he simply did not care at all. Yi Jinxin remained silent, rising to get dressed. As he exposed himself even more, Ji Qingshang, in a fit of urgency, instinctively covered Bai Ye's eyes with her hand, seemingly trying to shield him from the sight. Bai Ye, however, was unfazed. After all, he had already seen everything that needed to be seen. What puzzled him was Ji Qingshang's peculiar behavior today, which was decidedly strange. After a moment, Yi Jinxin finally dressed himself. It was only then that Ji Qingshang released her hold. "What is wrong with you? Why are you acting so strangely today?" Bai Ye inquired, his confusion evident. Ji Qingshang's reaction to his question was akin to a soul-searching interrogation, causing her to exhibit a momentary look of panic. Her gaze darted about, avoiding his eyes, yet she maintained her assertiveness, retorting, "How dare you ask me what is wrong when you are the one being shameless? You were the one who lifted the blanket. I never touched it. If anyone is shameless here, it should be you." Bai Ye playfully flicked her forehead with his finger. Of course, the gesture was gentle, and given Ji Qingshang's strength, she hardly felt any pain. Nonetheless, she instinctively covered her forehead and scoffed. "Liar! Who would believe you? Believe what you wish. If there is something important to discuss, then let us not waste time here," Bai Ye replied, his patience wearing thin. Just then, Yi Jinxin suddenly spoke up. "Last night was quite pleasant. I have never experienced anything like it before, and the novelty was rather intriguing." "What?" Yi Vianjin's unexpected remark left Bai Ye momentarily speechless. This only deepened Ji Qingshang's misunderstanding, prompting her to coldly confront Bai Ye. "How do you explain this now?" Bai Ye furrowed his brow, feeling that Ji Qingshang was overstepping her bounds. Ultimately, I will conduct myself as I see fit. Is it any of your concern? He truly found the situation perplexing. Even if he had done something with Yi Jianxin, what business was it of Ji Qingshang's? Moreover, he had done nothing at all. Yet here he was being questioned by her, leaving him genuinely bewildered. Ji Qingshang was momentarily at a loss for words, her previously icy demeanor dissipating. Why are you silent now? Weren't you just being so bold? Bai Ye sit. I was just. Ji Qingshang's gaze clearly evaded him, and she began to sweat nervously. With Ji Qingshang at a loss for a comeback, Bai Ye chose not to engage further. By the way, what is your understanding of matters between men and women? Bai Ye suddenly recalled something and asked Yi Jianxin. You don't think that merely lying in bed together constitutes that kind of thing, do you? Isn't it? Yi Jianxin tilted his head, his expression adorably naive. Well, I suppose my suspicions were correct. Your knowledge in this regard is woefully insufficient. But perhaps that is for the best, Bai Ye thought to himself, relieved that Yi Jianxin was still so innocent, for otherwise, given his character, it could lead to significant trouble. Meanwhile, Ji Qingshang had regained her composure and began to piece together the conversation. It appeared that Yi Jianxin understood nothing at all, and it seemed that the two had merely slept together. This realization brought her a sense of relief, allowing her to exhale slightly. So, you can return now. Do remember to fetch a new set of clothes and return mine to me, Bai Ye reiterated as he dismissed Yi Jianxin. Yi Jianxin obediently nodded and, before leaving, said, Goodbye. Goodbye, Bai Ye replied absent-mindedly, unaware that Yi Jianxin's farewell was a genuine one, not mere pleasantry. Once Yi Jianxin departed, Bai Ye turned to Ji Qingshang and said, Can we now discuss the matter at hand? You mentioned something important, yet we have yet to address it. It pertains to the place of inheritance. My father has sent word for us to come, Ji Qingshang acknowledged, realizing her earlier impropriety and, unusually, refraining from arguing with Bai Ye, speaking calmly instead. Then let us proceed, Bai Ye nodded in agreement. At that moment, they arrived near the place of inheritance. From a distance, they could see attendants stationed there, preventing any ordinary disciples from approaching the site. Even these attendants were unaware of what transpired within the inheritance site. They were simply following orders. Only Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang, due to their unique status, were permitted entry. Upon arrival, they observed the Holy Master Ji Xian and several elders seated in a circle, meditating to stabilize the inheritance site. Sensing the presence of Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang, Ji Xian opened his eyes but remained seated, stating, The avatar of Ancestor Tianyan has exhausted its final vestiges of power to relay a message to me. Ancestor Tianyan himself is estimated to take another 3 days to reach the southern domain, yet the elders and I can only hold out until tomorrow. The internal space of the entire inheritance site is on the verge of collapse, and the soul of that ferocious beast may break free at any moment. Though there are several hidden old monsters in the southern domain with strength rivaling that of Ancestor Tianyan who could contend with the beast, invoking their attention would not bode well for us. Moreover, the various factions are likely to place the blame upon us, seizing the opportunity to sanction us. In summary, our current situation is far from optimistic. Ji Xian's tone was grave. The matter at hand was of dire consequence for the future of the Tianyan Holy Land. Although the Calamity Bone Dragon was sealed by Ancestor Tianyan, few would remember such benevolence. Should a significant crisis arise, the world would only blame the Tianyan Holy Land for inadequately sealing the Calamity Bone Dragon, especially with various factions watching. Their relations were merely transactional. No one would wish well for another. If an opportunity arose to undermine any faction, they would undoubtedly act with ruthless intent. Under the manipulation of public opinion from these factions, the Tianyan Holy Land would become a target of scorn, suffering reputational damage, trade sanctions, and a decline in resources, potentially relegating it from a first-rate power to a second or even third-rate one. There is a feasible course of action available, albeit highly risky, and only you may be able to accomplish it, Ji Xian remarked, closely observing Bai Ye's reaction. If Bai Ye displayed any reluctance or discomfort, he would refrain from proceeding further with this suggestion. The Holy Master may speak freely, Bai Ye replied, exhibiting no signs of reluctance or discomfort, even encouraging Ji Xian to continue. Ji Xian was taken aback by Bai Ye's response, having anticipated some hesitance or at least a reluctant acceptance. It seemed he had underestimated Bai Ye's character. Ji Xian's admiration for Bai Ye grew, finding both his talent and disposition exceedingly satisfactory. akin to a father-in-law gazing at an ideal son-in-law. For Bai Ye, the impending unsealing of the Calamity Bone Dragon was a consequence of his own actions. Thus he felt a profound sense of duty to shoulder this responsibility. After discerning a method, he could deliberate further based on specific circumstances. At that moment, a notification chimed. Time's up. A new sign-in task has been released. Sign-in location, Chaos Beast Mountain Range. Task deadline, within 3 days. Task reward, Beast Control Divine Technique. Coincidentally, the new sign-in task had just been unveiled. Simultaneously, Ji Xian interjected. The method involves using your sacred body to loosen the physical seal of that ferocious beast. Many years ago, the ancestor of heavenly transformation sealed the beast's body in a specific location within the Chaos Beast Mountain Range. However, due to the passage of time, the terrain has changed multiple times, and the exact location is now unclear. Yet, with your sacred body, which resonates with the seal, you should be able to locate it swiftly. If the physical seal can be broken before the spirit escapes from the legacy site, the Beast King, sensing the threat, will undoubtedly take action to destroy the ferocious beast body. I am well aware of the Beast King's temperament. It will not tolerate any existence that threatens its dominion. As soon as Ji Xian finished speaking, Bai Ye nodded in agreement. I am willing to go. There was no hesitation. The sign-in location was indeed the Chaos Beast Mountain Range. Chapter 40. Chaos Beast Mountain Range with a mere 3 days to complete the task. Bai Ye had no choice but to venture into the Chaos Beast Mountain Range. Abandoning the sign-in task was not an option he would entertain. Furthermore, the reward for successful sign-in was the Beast Control Divine Technique, which was evidently designed for taming beasts. Should he encounter any perilous creatures in the mountain range, he could swiftly dominate them, thus eliminating any risk. Hold on, I haven't finished explaining. Let me clarify the situation before you decide whether to accept. Ji Xian chuckled awkwardly. As the conversation progressed, he found himself increasingly reluctant to let Bai Ye undertake this perilous endeavor. The words he had just spoken were not uttered lightly. They were a last resort. While the Beast King might not be able to obliterate the ferocious beast's body outright, it could certainly inflict severe damage. This would hinder the spirit's ability to regain strength after merging with the body, thus buying time for the ancestor of heavenly transformation's main body to return. I will also provide you with artifacts that ensure your safety. In the event of danger, these artifacts will allow you to return instantly to the heavenly transformation Holy Land. Remember, prioritize your safety above all else. Nothing is more important than your well-being. Do not act recklessly, Ji Xian emphasized, underscoring the last point. Bai Ye's safety was paramount. Had it not been for the fact that only Bai Ye could undertake this task, Ji Xian would never have permitted him to take such a risk. Despite his intent to ensure Bai Ye had ample means to protect himself, it was crucial that Bai Ye remain cautious. Carelessness could render even the best safety measures ineffective. I will be mindful of my safety, Bai Ye assured, nodding in affirmation. Meanwhile, Ji Qingchong hesitated, her lips parting as if to speak, but faltering. She had initially wished to accompany Bai Ye, but the memories of their previous experience in the legacy site, where she had nearly endangered him, haunted her. Fearing she would hinder him once more, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Prepared for the journey, Bai Ye was set to embark alone to the Chaos Beast Mountain Range, without any companions. Those of lesser strength would only impede him, while more powerful allies might provoke the attention of higher-tier beasts, increasing the danger. His task was not to hunt beasts, but to infiltrate the mountain range and locate the sealed place of the Calamity Bone Dragon's body, loosening the seal before departing swiftly. With careful planning, he would be able to evade all dangers. To that end, the Heavenly Transformation Holy Land had equipped Bai Ye with several artifacts, the finest in terms of functionality and defense. Some could conceal his aura, others provided instant transportation back to the Holy Land, and others enhanced his defensive capabilities. Essentially, the Holy Land had granted Bai Ye comprehensive protective measures. As long as he did not act foolishly, he should face minimal danger. Exercise caution. Bai Ye. Rest assured, I shall return safely, Bai Ye replied before boarding a small spiritual vessel equipped with stealth capabilities. This vessel, powered by spiritual energy, was a rare technological marvel possessed by only a few factions in the southern region. Although it appeared more advanced than beast mounts, in truth, the two were comparable. The vessel excelled in speed, but lacked in offensive capabilities, whereas beast mounts offered a balanced combination of both. Given the requirements of his mission, which prioritized stealth, the spiritual vessel was indeed the superior choice. Upon entering the vessel, operating it was remarkably simple. He merely had to channel his spiritual energy into it. In no time, the vessel became a mere speck in the sky. As she watched the rapidly vanishing vessel, Ji Qingchang's eyes betrayed her concern. Yet now, her worry stemmed from genuine concern for Bai Ye's safety rather than from her own life being intertwined with his. The Chaos Beast mountain range spanned an immense area, roughly equivalent to that of two great empires. True to its name, the mountain range was rife with perilous beasts, yet also housed countless treasures of heaven and earth. The high risks were accompanied by high rewards, which made the Chaos Beast mountain range a favored training ground for martial artists in the southern region. However, Bai Ye was not there to train. The spiritual vessel traveled at remarkable speeds, and after approximately an hour, Bai Ye arrived above the Chaos Beast mountain range. Beep. Host has arrived at the sign-in location. Please remain within the designated area for 1 minute to successfully sign in. Otherwise, the task will fail. The system's notification sounded, indicating that this time he needed to remain for a full minute, slightly increasing the task's difficulty, although it was still manageable. Regardless of the battles occurring below, whether between humans and beasts or the discovery of some treasure, Bai Ye remained undistracted, focused solely on locating the seal. He aimed to avoid the core region unless absolutely necessary. If he could not find the seal, he would then consider entering the core. Bai Ye studied the map in his hand, contemplating. The map clearly delineated the various regions of the Chaos Beast mountain range, which was divided into 3 main areas: the outer region, the inner region, and the core region. Naturally, the deeper one ventured into the mountains, the more perilous the journey became. The core region was especially treacherous, a place where few humans dared to tread, as the Beast King resided there, alongside several other formidable entities. Unless absolutely unavoidable, it was prudent to avoid the core region entirely. Both the Holy Master and the Elder had specifically cautioned him. If he failed to locate the seal in the outer or inner regions, it was best to abandon the task and return to the heavenly Tianxuan Holy Land, as the risks of entering the core region were far too great. Beep. Host has successfully signed in. Reward acquired. Beast Control Divine Technique. Beep. The next sign-in task will become available in 1 day. Please prepare yourself mentally. Bai Ye was immediately granted a tome titled Beast Control Divine Technique. With his extraordinary level of comprehension, he was perfectly positioned to learn this secret technique aboard the spirit ship. If he could master it in a timely manner, he could ensure his absolute safety even when venturing deep into the core area. Subsequently, Bai Ye began to fly above the outer and inner regions while studying the Beast Mastery Technique. At this moment, he had a clear understanding of its specific effects. He could directly tame beasts that were not more than 2 major realms above his own. Currently, his cultivation in the open sky realm corresponded to 4th-tier beasts, which meant he could tame 6th-tier beasts or lower. If he recalled correctly, the Beast King of the Chaos Beast Mountain was the only 6th-tier beast in the southern region. Thus, Bai Ye could essentially move freely within the Chaos Beast Mountain. However, the formidable nature of the Beast Mastery Technique came with significant challenges. Of course, the term difficulty was relative to his prior experience of directly comprehending the 6th grade technique, the Tianyan Spirit Communication Art. In reality, Bai Ye took less than half an hour to successfully learn the Beast Mastery Technique. At that moment, Bai Ye suddenly experienced a familiar discomfort in his body, drawing from his previous experience in the Land of Inheritance. He quickly deduced that something was resonating with his Tianyan sacred body. As for the exact nature of this entity, there was no need for speculation. It was undoubtedly the seal of the Disaster Bone Dragon's corporeal form. Bai Ye promptly identified the direction and steered the spirit ship towards it at full speed. He sensed that the seal was likely located within the inner region, not requiring him to delve deep into the core area, though it was not far from it. Before long, Bai Ye arrived directly above the sealing site. The resonance between his Tianyan sacred body and the seal intensified, reaching a peak. The entire land trembled violently. Most nearby beasts scattered in fear, seemingly believing a calamity was about to erupt, while only a few stronger beasts with a strong territorial instinct remained unwilling to abandon their domain. It appeared that the seal lay deep underground. Bai Ye could feel that the seal was indeed buried deep beneath the earth, and the Disaster Bone Dragon's body seemed to retain a fragment of conscious spirit. capable of controlling its physical form. As the seal became increasingly loosened, the vitality of the disaster bone dragon surged. Finally, the seal shattered completely, and the disaster bone dragon burst forth from the ground. With a thunderous explosion, a skeletal dragon claw emerged first, followed swiftly by another, both claws prying apart the ground with immense force. Just one claw was several times the size of Bai Ye himself, a testament to the sheer magnitude of the disaster bone dragon. The eruption of the disaster bone dragon from the earth created an overwhelming commotion. At this moment, Bai Ye could have considered his task complete and departed, as such a disturbance would surely attract the Beast King. The recently freed disaster bone dragon was in a weakened state and would most likely be severely injured by the Beast King. Yet, it was precisely because of the disaster bone dragon's current frailty that Bai Ye was compelled to entertain another thought, to attempt to tame the disaster bone dragon with the beast mastery technique. In an instant, the entire form of the disaster bone dragon broke free from the earth, or rather, its entire skeletal frame. The appearance of the disaster bone dragon's body was nearly identical to the spectral form Bai Ye had witnessed in the Land of Inheritance. The only differences being its considerably larger size and more formidable presence. Even in mid-air, Bai Ye felt an oppressive force that made it difficult to breathe. Nevertheless, he resolved to take the plunge. Bai Ye steeled himself and directly attempted to use the beast mastery technique on the disaster bone dragon. Should the situation turn dire, he would immediately activate the precious artifact bestowed upon him by the Grand Elder to instantly teleport back to the Tianyan Sacred Land. The beast mastery technique was executed through the soul, essentially serving as a form of soul-based attack. A soul manifestation resembling a fishing net surged towards the disaster bone dragon, tightening instantly to ensnare its massive form. The disaster bone dragon, realizing the peril, began to struggle fiercely, but it was already too late. It was being relentlessly eroded by Bai Ye's soul. Success seemed imminent. Bai Ye's eyes brightened. This was clearly a sign of impending triumph in taming the beast. Although the process was challenging, it indicated that the weakened state of the disaster bone dragon had diminished its strength to that of a 6th-tier beast, making it tameable, albeit with difficulty. Conversely, this suggested that even in its weakest condition, the disaster bone dragon retained the power of a 6th-tier beast, an alarming prospect for when it regained its peak strength. Under the constraints of the beast mastery technique, the disaster bone dragon's struggles became increasingly futile, ultimately succumbing to tranquility. Noticing that the disaster bone dragon no longer exhibited any resistance, Bai Ye pondered whether he had indeed succeeded in taming it. At that moment, a contract suddenly appeared within his sea of consciousness, signifying the bond between master and beast. This indicated that the disaster bone dragon had been fully tamed by Bai Ye. From this moment forth, he became its master, and the beast could no longer resist, bound to obey him absolutely without imposing any negative repercussions on Bai Ye himself. Only then did Bai Ye maneuver the spirit ship to land beside the disaster bone dragon. After disembarking, he boldly approached the creature, even reaching out to gently touch it. The icy, smooth surface of the white skeletal dragon felt almost surreal, as if it were not a living being. Despite Bai Ye's close proximity, the disaster bone dragon remained remarkably docile. It did not exhibit any inclination to harm him, nor did it display even the slightest sign of resistance. He could even hear a sound akin to the purring of a powerful engine, suggesting that it was currently at ease. However, in that instant, an earth-shattering roar erupted from deep within the core region, resonating throughout the entire Chaos Beast Mountain. "Get out of my territory!" The countless beasts within the Chaos Beast Mountain immediately prostrated themselves in terror, trembling in fear. Clearly aware that the source of this roar was formidable, Bai Ye felt a sharp pain in his ears, quickly realizing that the Beast King was enraged. The emergence of a second 6th-tier beast in the Chaos Beast Mountain posed a direct threat to the Beast King's authority. Although in theory, the Beast King was a 6th-tier beast that Bai Ye could tame, his recent exertion in taming the disaster bone dragon had left him with severely depleted soul energy. He could not employ the beast mastery technique on the Beast King in the short term. Thus, Bai Ye's only option now was to retreat with the disaster bone dragon. Yet he was troubled by the thought that bringing the disaster bone dragon back would undoubtedly incite widespread panic. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Given that the disaster bone dragon possessed the strength of a 6th-tier beast, it should be capable of transformation. Bai Ye promptly inquired of the disaster bone dragon, He had heard that six-tier beasts could assume a humanoid form, maintaining some beastly traits while resembling humans overall. If the disaster bone dragon could indeed transform into a human, he could bring it aboard the spirit ship back to the Tianyan sacred land, thus avoiding a multitude of unnecessary complications. The disaster bone dragon understood Bai Ye's words, and the flickering emerald flames in its eye sockets paused momentarily. In the next moment, the calamity bone dragon's entire form shimmered with a radiant white light, rapidly shrinking in size until the glow began to take on a distinctly human silhouette. Eventually, it diminished to an astonishingly petite stature. To Bai Ye's astonished gaze, a petite and adorable little girl with white dragon horns sprouted from her head suddenly appeared. As the dazzling light dissipated, the transformed visage of the calamity bone dragon solidified, and Bai Ye's expression shifted from surprise to sheer astonishment. How could such a formidable creature, both in appearance and aura, transform into such a diminutive and charming little girl? She stood at around 1.50 meters, a size that seemed almost ludicrously exaggerated. Her face resembled that of a porcelain doll, exquisitely cute, with a healthy blush adorning her fair cheeks. Her waist-length, silky hair was a rare shade of crimson. Long eyelashes fluttered gently as her sparkling eyes slowly opened. Within her pair of emerald green irises, flickers of flame could be faintly glimpsed dancing about. The calamity bone dragon had not entirely assumed a human form. It retained certain features from its beastly aspect, notably the dragon horns atop her head and the dragon tail behind her, both of which were smooth, pure silver bones that appeared rather unthreatening. Of course, these bone horns and tail were no longer the massive appendages they once were, now appearing quite diminutive in comparison. Ultimately, she was without clothing, her delicate figure devoid of any superfluous flesh. Observing the transformed calamity bone dragon before him, Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. He swiftly retrieved a shirt from his storage ring and tossed it to the calamity bone dragon, instructing her to put it on and follow him. However, the little dragon simply stared blankly at the garment in her hands. Confusion etched across her face, seemingly unaware of how to wear clothing. With a mere tug, the shirt was torn apart as if it were fragile paper. Bai Ye was rendered speechless. Fortunately, he had plenty of clothes, so he produced another shirt and said to the calamity bone dragon, "Never mind, let me help you with that." With deftness, he dressed the little girl, then took her hand and led her into the spirit ship. Although the vessel was designed for a single occupant, the little girl's petite size meant it didn't feel cramped with both of them inside. Bai Ye then piloted the ship back to the sacred land of Tianyan. As the aura of the calamity bone dragon faded, the Beast King's ire gradually subsided, despite the sudden appearance of a six-tier beast within its territory, a presence entirely unknown to it. The Beast King was disinclined to be overly concerned as long as its domain remained uninvaded. Inside the spirit ship, the journey back to the sacred land of Tianyan would take approximately half an hour. At that moment, the little girl, having transformed from the calamity bone dragon, sat upon Bai Ye's lap. Although she wore one of Bai Ye's shirts, it was rather oversized for her, nearly reaching her knees, yet it sufficed. However, the little girl seemed somewhat restless and uncomfortable. Her voice was youthful and endearingly innocent. Bai Ye noticed that she appeared to want to remove the shirt, and he foresaw that the little girl, unable to take off the garment properly, would likely shred it to pieces instead. After all, being the calamity bone dragon, the little girl possessed formidable strength, and it seemed she had yet to learn how to control it. Thus, Bai Ye had to keep a close eye on her, otherwise she could inadvertently reduce the spirit ship to splinters with a careless swipe. This is merely an adjustment period. You will get used to it with time. And since this is my shirt, having already torn one, you cannot destroy another, Bai Ye said firmly to the little girl. It was not merely a matter of her potentially shredding the shirt. Even if she could remove it properly, he would never permit her to do so. After all, upon their return to the sacred land of Tianyan, others might misconstrue the situation, thinking him a peculiar deviant. As Bai Ye was the master of the calamity bone dragon, the transformed girl was obliged to obey him, albeit reluctantly suppressing her discomfort. Observing her distress, Bai Ye pondered briefly before retrieving a morsel of food from his storage ring. He thought that, given her childlike appearance, she might enjoy snacks or sweets. "Let us see if you like this," he mused, offering a sweet treat to the little girl. Upon catching the delightful scent of the confection, the little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. With an almost comical eagerness, she opened her mouth wide and took a bite, nearly snapping at Bai Ye's hand in the process. A blissful smile spread across her face, and her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, indicating her delight in the tasty morsel. Indeed, as Bai Ye had anticipated, the treat was a hit. Just then, the little girl had devoured the sweet in a single bite, yet her appetite was not yet sated. Her nimble tongue began to explore his fingers, searching for remnants. All right, there's no need for scraps on my fingers, Bai Ye remarked, feeling somewhat awkward as he withdrew his hand. If you behave and listen to me, I will reward you with more delicious treats. Do you understand? Bai Ye instructed the little girl. She nodded obediently in response. By the way, what is your name? Bai Ye suddenly realized that he had yet to learn the little one's name. While the name Calamity Bone Dragon referred to her species, it was not an individual name. It would be rather cumbersome to refer to her solely by her species name. A name? I do not have one. I have never seen my parents since the moment I was born, the little girl replied calmly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter, seemingly indifferent to her lack of a name. I see. Bai Ye fell silent for a moment. Let me give you a name, otherwise, it will be inconvenient to address you. The little girl showed little reaction, as if names held little interest for her. Bai Ye pondered for some time, struggling to come up with a suitable name for her. Just then, he noticed her striking crimson hair and exclaimed, "Your blood-red hair is beautiful. Henceforth, I shall call you Scarlet." Beautiful? However, the little girl's attention was not on the name, but rather on the word beautiful. What's wrong? Do you dislike this name? Bai Ye inwitted, puzzled. No, it's just that I never expected you to say beautiful. I was always seen as a terrifying monster, the little girl explained. Bai Ye was momentarily at a loss for words. It was likely that she had only revealed her true form as the Calamity Bone Dragon, which would indeed be perceived as monstrous. Even among the myriad of fantastical beasts, her original appearance was undeniably fearsome. Moreover, I quite like the name Scarlet, the little girl added, having accepted the name Bai Ye bestowed upon her, simply because he complimented her hair. I'm glad you like it from now on. You shall be known as Scarlet, Bai Ye said with a smile. What should I call you? Master? Scarlet asked, her tone tinged with confusion. Please, let us skip the master. Just call me Bai Ye, he promptly corrected her. Otherwise, if Scarlet were to call him master in front of others, he could only imagine the kind of glances they would cast upon him. It was likely that by the next day he would acquire a new nickname, Perverted Lolicon Saint, thereby tarnishing his reputation. Unless Scarlet reverted to her true form as the Calamity Bone Dragon, her human guise was far too peculiar. Scarlet nodded slightly. Understanding little of her master's concerns, she would simply address him as he wished. By the way, how many years ago was it that you mentioned? Bai Ye inquired with curiosity. There were numerous matters about Scarlet that piqued his interest, including not only the events of the past, but also what would become of the souls in the land of inheritance after she was tamed. Would they also be subdued, or would they be severed from Scarlet's essence altogether? A few thousand years, perhaps, Scarlet replied, having been sealed for so long that she could no longer recall the exact time. What led to your sealing thousands of years ago? Bai Ye asked further. He perceived Scarlet's nature as quite gentle. Despite her fearsome appearance, she did not seem like one who would indiscriminately slay the innocent. Or had her original ferocity changed after being tamed by him? Because I killed those who harmed me, I was then beset by several powerful individuals, ultimately being imprisoned by an elderly human. Scarlet spoke in a calm tone. The elderly human she referred to was likely the ancestor of heavenly transformation. As for the powerful individuals, they were probably the mightiest from the southern region during that era. Bai Ye fell silent for a moment. If those humans had indeed harmed Scarlet first, her retaliation would be justifiable. However, few would empathize with a beast, especially one as terrifying as the Calamity Bone Dragon. Moreover, the fearsome power of the Calamity Bone Dragon would naturally incite dread among humanity, leading to a collective pursuit against her. It seemed that Scarlet had endured considerable hardship, facing hostility and even harm without the ability to retaliate. Striking back would result in being besieged. The situation was ambiguous, a matter of perspective. From Scarlet's viewpoint, retaliating against those who harmed her was not problematic, while from humanity's perspective, pursuing Scarlet was equally defensible. Thus, Bai Ye found it difficult to comment on the matter, instead assuring Scarlet, in any case, I will never allow you to suffer such grievances again. Rest assured and follow me. Scarlet smiled faintly, placing her trust in her master. Did I not mention, do not call me master? Bai Ye reminded her, hoping to avoid her inadvertently addressing him as such upon their return. Although he had tamed Scarlet using beast mastery and possessed absolute dominion over her, he did not wish to restrict her freedom. As long as Scarlet did not engage in excessively outrageous behavior, he would not impose his will upon her. Understood, Master, Scarlet replied. Bai Ye, noticing her teasing demeanor, could not help but smile. He recognized that Scarlet was merely jesting and refrained from saying anything further. Moreover, her spirits seemed notably brighter than before, which was indeed a positive development. By the way, how old are you now? Bai Ye suddenly inquired. Scarlet pondered for a moment. I only remember being around 1,000 years old when I was sealed, but now, I'm not entirely sure. I believe I have yet to surpass 10,000. Bai Ye was immediately struck with awe, remarking, indeed, the lifespan of dragons is quite extraordinary. However, is the Calamity Bone dragon a unique species within the dragon lineage? This suggested that Scarlet was likely several thousand years old, yet still not considered an adult, with her fundamental lifespan already measured in the tens of thousands. Furthermore, as her cultivation increased, her lifespan would continue to extend. I do not know. Scarlet shook her head, indicating her ignorance of dragonkind. I have never encountered my kin. If Bai Ye had not mentioned it, I would not even be aware that I am a Calamity Bone dragon. Well then, there is a crucial matter at hand. In the place we are about to reach, your soul is still sealed. When your soul emerges, will it merge with you or become separate? This was Bai Ye's foremost concern. Scarlet promptly responded, it seems it will not be very compliant. My current soul is incomplete, lacking many emotions, including the resentment and hostility accumulated over thousands of years. Those emotions reside within another version of myself. Ah, I see. Bai Ye realized he had received vital information. This also alleviated another of his doubts. Scarlet's docility stemmed from her emotional deficiencies. It cannot be said that she was entirely devoid of those sentiments, but they were merely diminished. Thus, even though he had tamed Scarlet, her soul, or rather, the other version of her, remained an unstable variable. As for whether it will merge or separate, I can sense that another version of myself has already emerged, but it merely tested the waters before retreating without any response. Scarlet continued, she has already emerged? It seems she is indeed on the verge of becoming another version of you. The soul from the land of inheritance had appeared far sooner than Bai Ye had anticipated. He had expected that the saint and the elders would manage to hold out until the following day. Fortunately, he had swiftly located and tamed Scarlet, averting a potential escalation of the situation. The other Scarlet, being merely a soul without a physical body, should not cause any significant turmoil. The specifics would only be revealed upon their return to the heavenly transformation Holy Land. At this moment, Bai Ye had already brought Scarlet back to the heavenly transformation Holy Land. As the spiritual vessel approached the sacred site, the higher-ups had already sensed their arrival. Consequently, as soon as Bai Ye landed, the saint and the grand elder were already awaiting him. The soul of the Calamity Bone dragon had burst forth from the land of inheritance, rendering it unnecessary for the Saint Ji to remain there. Bai Ye. When the hatch opened, Ji eagerly sought to inquire about Bai Ye's situation, but was taken aback to discover that Bai Ye was not alone. Alongside him was a small girl with 2 horns upon her head and strikingly crimson hair. Jixian face instantly register de surprise. Did you not go alone, Bai Ye? And this figure is unfamiliar to us at the heavenly transformation Holy Land. Ji questioned, perplexed. Could this be? Chapter 44. The might of dragons, if I were to say this girl is the very embodiment of the Calamity Bone dragon, would you believe me? Bai Ye responded. The Calamity Bone dragon? Ji paused for a moment before the realization dawned upon him, exclaiming in astonishment. I never imagined that the fearsome beast would take the form of such a little girl. This adorable visage was entirely incongruous with his mental image of a terrifying monster. Bai Ye, you cannot be jesting. This is the very beast that the ancestor of heavenly transformation sacrificed himself to seal. The grand elder Xueqing was equally taken aback, his face reflecting disbelief. I am not joking. Were it not for the desire to avoid causing panic, I could easily allow Scarlet to revert to her true form right now. Bai Ye then turned to Scarlet, instructing, Scarlet, show them a glimpse of your power. But do be mindful of your strength. Scarlet nodded slightly. In the next moment, as Ji and Xueqing pondered what sort of power this small girl would display, an overwhelming aura surged toward them. This was a pressure they had never experienced before. Moreover, the crimson presence was not merely an ordinary pressure, but rather the might of a dragon. While this dragon's might was somewhat tolerable to humans, it posed an overwhelming threat to beasts. The dragon's aura lingered only briefly before Crimson withdrew. Ji Xian and Shui Qing simultaneously exhaled in relief, as they had felt on the verge of suffocation. Their bodies rendered nearly immobile. They now comprehended that this young girl's strength far surpassed their own, and indeed, it was a pressure that no ordinary human could possess. However, she appeared to be quite obedient to you. How did you manage that? Ji Xian noticed the girl's docility, especially towards Bai Ye, which was entirely uncharacteristic of a fierce beast. Because Crimson is now my companion, and I was the one who named her, Bai Ye explained. Companion? Have you already? Ji Xian initially intended to utter the word tamed, but hesitated, recognizing that it would be rather impolite to say such a thing in front of Crimson. Is this truly wise? Could it be too perilous? Shui Qing expressed his concerns, feeling that should this girl, named Crimson, decide to act seriously, even he and the Holy Master combined would struggle to contend with her. If any unforeseen event were to occur, it could spell disaster for the Heavenly Prophecy Sacred Land. Rest assured, Elder, I assure you that Crimson will not cause any trouble, Bai Ye guaranteed. Crimson, however, remained indifferent to the two humans, her expression unchanging and her silence unbroken. Very well, Shui Qing conceded, recognizing that worrying was ultimately futile, as he lacked the means to influence Crimson. Since Bai Ye held such trust in her, there was no need for him to fret further. Ji Xian, on the other hand, was deeply curious about how Bai Ye had managed to tame Crimson, especially since even the ancient ancestor of heavenly prophecy had struggled with this ferocious beast. Yet Bai Ye seemed to have done it effortlessly. Nevertheless, he decided against probing further, believing that this was likely a secret that Bai Ye would prefer to keep hidden. By the way, what has become of the soul in the inheritance land? Bai Ye inquired at that moment. The inheritance land has been destroyed, but we have no idea where the soul has gone. We have yet to detect any trace of it, Ji Xian replied, perplexed. Logically, it should have merged with Crimson by now, should it not? Isn't Crimson the original? Not quite. It seems the soul has separated itself, effectively becoming another version of Crimson, Bai Ye responded, shaking his head. That's concerning, but it should be manageable. A solitary spirit cannot cause much upheaval. Once the ancestor of heavenly prophecy returns, the issue can be resolved, Ji Xian reflected. What worries me is the possibility that it possesses the ability to occupy another's body or even seize it. That would indeed be troublesome. Upon hearing the Holy Master's words, Bai Ye felt a slight pang of anxiety. Was there truly such a possibility? He immediately asked Crimson, do you have the ability to seize the bodies of humans or beasts? Such matters could be confirmed by directly questioning Crimson herself. I lack the ability to seize a body, but I can forcibly occupy another's form if necessary, Crimson replied coolly. This revelation left Bai Ye glancing helplessly at Ji Xian, realizing the Holy Master had indeed spoken true. This development could prove troublesome before the ancestor of heavenly prophecy returned. Another version of Crimson might wreak havoc within the sacred land. Ji Xian was equally a loss for words. Perhaps that soul has already begun its mischief. I should prepare countermeasures post-haste, Shui Qing stated, hastily departing to ensure they were not caught off guard. Is there any viable method to forcibly reclaim that soul? Ji Xian sought assistance from Crimson. Crimson shook her head. I cannot forcibly merge with another version of myself. She must do so willingly. The essence of the matter was that a spiritual bond had already formed between Crimson and Bai Ye, intensifying her rejection of her other self. Very well. We shall have to devise an alternative approach, Ji Xian concluded, considering a more tedious yet direct solution, to bolster defenses across the sacred land until the ancestor of heavenly prophecy's return, minimizing potential losses during this period. You have worked hard. Please return to rest. I can see Qing Chong is quite concerned for you. Ji Xian was about to inquire if Bai Ye wished to reassure Qing Chong of his safety when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching from behind. She had arrived. No sooner had he spoken than Ji Xian vanished. Ji Qing Chong, initially distant, appeared almost instantaneously before Bai Ye upon noticing the young girl at his side. Although her expression remained composed and serene, her heart was far from tranquil, especially upon recognizing the girl's beauty, which evoked a sense of danger akin to that posed by Yi Jinxin. Father and the elder summoned so many precious artifacts to protect you on your mission, and you return with just a girl? Ji Qing Chang remarked, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction, especially given her previous concerns for him. No, the mission has been completed, and she is the result, Bai Ye replied, glancing at Crimson. Ji Chong momentarily failed to grasp Bai Ye's meaning. She is the ferocious beast sealed by the ancestor of heavenly prophecy, though she now goes by the name Crimson, Bai Ye elucidated. At this revelation, Ji Chong was momentarily taken aback. This is her transformed appearance, but the contrast to her original form is indeed quite striking, Bai Ye explained. You cannot be serious. This child is the legendary ferocious beast sealed by the ancestor of heavenly prophecy? Ji Chang's eyes brimmed with incredulity. The truth is as stated. And her dragon horns and tail are not attributes of an ordinary human, Bai Ye continued. There was a direct and rather crude method to prove this, allowing her to unleash her dragon might, but I feared she might misjudge the force and inadvertently harm you. So I refrained from doing so. That makes sense. Upon observing the extraordinary white dragon horns atop Crimson's head and the tail protruding from beneath her clothing, Ji Chong found herself convinced. No wonder this girl named Crimson was adorned in Bai Ye's clothing. She likely lacked attire upon her transformation. Ji Chong had already noted that Crimson wore only Bai Ye's top, lacking any other garments, which indeed lent an air of modesty to the scene. Simply gazing at Crimson's appearance caused Ji Chong to feel her cheeks flush. Is she truly a member of the legendary dragon race? Ji Chong asked in astonishment. Indeed, she is a calamity bone dragon, which should classify her within the dragon lineage. She possesses the traits of a dragon's long lifespan. Despite being several millennia old, she is still far from adulthood. This explains why her transformed form resembles that of a human girl, Bai Ye explained. Moreover, to put it another way, Crimson has yet to reach maturity, yet she already possesses such formidable power. Specifically, prior to being sealed by the ancestor of heavenly prophecy, around the age of 1,000, she already held the strength to instill terror across the entire southern domain. In those days, the venerable ancestor of Tianyan did not seal away the Crimson entity solely by his own strength. Rather, it was a collective effort by numerous powerful beings from the southern domain. Yet, even amidst such a formidable onslaught, the best they could achieve was to confine it. Even in its current weakened state, the Crimson entity still possesses the might of a sixth-tier demon beast. This alone serves to underscore that the reverence bestowed upon the dragon clan by the world is not exaggerated. Their power is indeed terrifying. Particularly noteworthy is their immense longevity. For instance, had the Crimson entity chosen to seclude itself until maturity, it would have required no less than 10 millennia of cultivation, rendering it virtually invincible in the southern domain. But how will you accommodate her? Ji Chang inquired with some concern. What other arrangements could there be? Naturally, I shall supervise her, Bai Ye replied with an air of certainty. In the entirety of the Tianyan sacred land, none but he could manage the Crimson entity, primarily because others dared not attempt it. Even the sovereign and the grand elder would struggle to contend with the Crimson entity, who would possess the audacity to oversee it. Upon hearing this, Ji Chang immediately thought of the impending cohabitation between Bai Ye and the Crimson entity, her fair cheeks flushing as she retorted, "You truly are a lecher. Not even sparing a demon beast." Bai Ye was taken aback. What on earth are you thinking? Who else could manage her if not me? Would you prefer to take on that responsibility? At that moment, the Crimson entity, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. I do not wish to be separated from Bai Ye. As she spoke, her small hand clutched the hem of Bai Ye's garment. Ji Chang could feel the Crimson entity's hostile gaze, as if suggesting that any attempt to part her from Bai Ye would not be taken lightly. Ji Chang felt as if she were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, sending chills down her spine, and indeed, the Crimson entity's true form was that of a fearsome creature. Not daring to provoke the Crimson entity further, Ji Chang huffed lightly. Do as you please. It has nothing to do with me. Rest assured, I will not part from you, Bai Ye reassured the Crimson entity, sensing her unease. The Crimson entity smiled brightly. Witnessing this scene, Ji Chang's heart was filled with an uncomfortable sensation, a faint jealousy wafting through the air, unnoticed by Bai Ye. I shall take my leave, Ji Chang declared, feeling increasingly uncomfortable and departing without hesitation. Bai Ye, oblivious to Ji Chang's sulkiness, led the Crimson entity back to his quarters. Along the way, They encountered several disciples who were unaware of the matters concerning the inheritance site and the calamity bone dragon. To prevent panic, the sovereign and the elders had refrained from disclosing such information to the disciples. Has the white saint returned so soon? I heard rumors he was to undertake a secret mission today. It seems those were mere fabrications. Whether or not those rumors hold weight is irrelevant. I'm more curious about the girl by his side. She appears so young, yet possesses such astonishing beauty. In a few years, she will be unparalleled. Perhaps she is the white saint's sister? No, wait, were those strange horns on her head? Am I seeing things? Indeed, there are horns, and it appears she even has a tail. Could it be that the white saint has some peculiar preferences? As they continued, the striking presence of the crimson entity following Bai Ye prompted nearly every disciple they encountered to speculate. Some even assumed that the horns and tail were mere adornments meant to please Bai Ye. After all, not everyone is familiar with the fact that six-tier demon beasts can shapeshift. Such knowledge is rather obscure, and they might not immediately associate her appearance with shapeshifting. Moreover, it is hard for an ordinary person to fathom that such a cute and delicate little girl could harbor the essence of a calamity bone dragon, more fearsome than the beast king of the chaotic beast mountains. Bai Ye's lips twitched slightly as he overheard some of the outrageous speculations. Yet he could not be bothered to engage with them. Just then, the crimson entity innocently inquired, "What does that phrase about peculiar preferences mean?" Bai Ye was rendered speechless. Of all the questions to ask, why this one? Such matters are not suitable for children, and besides, they are slandering me. I have no peculiar preferences. The crimson entity nodded, seemingly grasping the concept, but not fully. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder, Xueqing, had begun to take action. Relay my words to all the stewards and the enforcement team. From today onward, if any strange occurrences happen within the Tianyan Sacred Land, ensure that I am informed promptly. Understood. One of his subordinates replied after a moment's hesitation, before adding, however, there has already been a strange incident. Upon hearing this, Xueqing's expression turned vigilant. What happened? The subordinate recounted, a male disciple, usually very introverted and reclusive, who seldom interacts with female disciples, has just been caught openly harassing one. When apprehended by the enforcement team, he suddenly claimed innocence, insisting someone was controlling him. I see. You may go, the Grand Elder replied solemnly. Yes. The subordinate promptly attended to the Grand Elder's previous instructions. After his departure, Xueqing's demeanor grew increasingly serious. He could surmise that the crimson entity was likely involved in this mischief. However, he found it somewhat unexpected that what she had done did not seem particularly grave. Yet, he could not afford to be complacent, as he remained uncertain about her next actions. Not long after, the subordinate returned, stating, "Grand Elder, another strange incident has occurred. This time, a quiet and reserved female disciple has been harassing male disciples. I understand. You need not inform me of such occurrences moving forward. Let the enforcement team handle it. However, do not punish those disciples exhibiting strange behavior just yet." Xueqing instructed the subordinate before he left. At present, it appeared that the crimson entity's actions were not of a serious nature, but rather mere pranks. As they could neither see nor apprehend her, they could only adopt a passive defense, hoping that the crimson entity would limit herself to such harmless antics until the return of the venerable ancestor. As for the incidents of harassment, both being harassed and being compelled to harass others, there was little they could do to prevent such occurrences. Simultaneously, Xueqing felt relieved that the Lingjian sect had already departed. Otherwise, if any incidents had occurred involving them within the Tianyan Sacred Land, it would have posed a significant problem. At this moment, Bai Ye had returned to his quarters with the crimson entity. I have enlisted the help of an elder steward to procure another bed for us, Bai Ye informed the crimson entity, glancing at the sole large bed present in the room. Although it was spacious enough to accommodate 2 or 3 individuals, it would be decidedly inappropriate for the crimson entity to share it with him. At that moment, the crimson entity began to remove her clothing, seemingly ready to leap onto the bed. However, she was caught mid-leap by Bai Ye. "Your feet are so dirty. You cannot simply jump onto the bed. First, you must wash them." Bai Ye scooped her up and carried her to wash her feet, as she had not worn shoes and her soles were likely quite filthy. "Also, even though we are at home, do not remove your clothes so casually," Bai Ye continued. "Why not?" The crimson entity inquired, perplexed. "There's no particular reason. It's merely a customary rule. You may be free while sleeping at night, but during the day, it's best not to be indiscreet," Bai Ye remarked calmly. Although Fei Hong found clothing uncomfortable, she endured it, hoping for Bai Ye to reward her with delectable treats. However, as Bai Ye prepared to wash her feet, he discovered that her soles were remarkably clean, smooth and tender, devoid of any wrinkles, glistening like warm jade. Bai Ye could not resist reaching out to touch them, and indeed, they were as pristine as they appeared. How ticklish! Fei Hong immediately pulled back her little foot, letting out a melodious laugh. Speaking of which, you've been sealed for thousands of years, yet you're remarkably clean yourself? Bai Ye inquired curiously. It was not merely her feet. Every part of Fei Hong's body seemed free of dirt. Perhaps it's because I can expel impurities from both my body and the environment? Fei Hong explained uncertainly. She had never bothered to contemplate such matters, only knowing that she seemed to possess this ability. I see, truly the essence of the Dragon Clan, Bai Ye mused, and then he allowed Fei Hong to bounce around on the bed. However, on a different note, you still need to acquire some clothing, he asserted, planning to take her shopping for new attire the following day. Within the Heavenly Abyss Sacred Land, there existed a marketplace where disciples could trade with one another. He intended to find some suitable garments for Fei Hong there. I don't wish to buy clothes unless... Before Fei Hong could finish her sentence, Bai Ye interjected, unless I provide you with delicious food? Yes, yes, Fei Hong nodded eagerly. Bai Ye smiled faintly, amused by how easy it was to understand her. He then retrieved some sweets from his storage ring. Here are some for now, and I shall reward you further tomorrow. Fei Hong immediately began to devour them hungrily. At that moment, a sudden knocking resounded from outside the door. Who is it? Bai Ye stepped out of his quarters to inquire. Although Fei Hong had been comfortably lying on the bed, for some unknown reason, she chose to follow Bai Ye outside. It's me, came Ji Qingshang's voice from beyond the door. This puzzled Bai Ye, as the forcefulness of her knocking today was notably more abrupt than before, but he dismissed it as a minor detail. Upon opening the door, he asked, "What brings you here?" Ji Qingshang entered with a subtle smile, remaining silent. You again with this? Bai Ye raised an eyebrow at her unexpected intrusion into his quarters. However, just as Bai Ye and Fei Hong entered, Ji Qingshang swiftly turned and locked the door behind her. What are you planning? Bai Ye felt increasingly uneasy about her actions. I have no particular intentions. Merely wishing to engage in a bit of amusing games, Ji Qingshang replied, her tone laced with allure as she moved closer to Bai Ye, pushing him toward the edge of the bed and even whispering in his ear, sending a ticklish sensation through him. Stop! Bai Ye's gaze sharpened, sensing something amiss, and he commanded Ji Qingshang directly. Her peculiar demeanor today was unsettling. He knew that the Ji Qingshang he was familiar with would never behave in such a manner. Moreover, he was aware that the soul of the Calamity Bone Dragon, or another version of Fei Hong, might be causing trouble, leading him to suspect that it was indeed the other Fei Hong who had forcibly taken control of Ji Qingshang's body. Though Ji Qingshang's body was under the influence of Fei Hong, Bai Ye's master-servant contract remained in effect, granting him authority over Ji Qingshang. Thus, even if Fei Hong occupied Ji Qingshang's form, she could not defy Bai Ye's commands. What is this? Ji Qingshang, unable to move her body, appeared somewhat panicked. She was unaware of the master-servant contract between Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang, leaving her uncertain in this unexpected situation. Bai Ye took the opportunity to press Ji Qingshang down onto the bed, yet he refrained from any further actions, calmly questioning, You are not Ji Qingshang. You are the soul of the Calamity Bone Dragon, aren't you? Chapter 47. A bounty of choices. Once Bai Ye unveiled the truth, Ji Qingshang ceased her pretense, her expression dulling with disinterest. How boring. I didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. Now, what do you intend to do? Bai Ye pressed, bound by the master-servant contract. Ji Qingshang had no choice but to reveal the truth. I merely wished to see what kind of human could tame my true form. Yet her indifference was evident. Otherwise, she could have easily vacated Ji Qingshang's body and not divulged such truths to Bai Ye. Then why possess Ji Qingshang's body? Bai Ye continued his inquiry. No particular reason. I simply chose her because she is quite beautiful, Ji Qingshang answered casually. Bai Ye was left speechless. So, she occupied Ji Qingshang's body merely to observe him and indulge in some teasing? By the way, Fei Hong, did you not notice that another version of you was controlling her body? Bai Ye turned to ask Fei Hong. I noticed right away, she replied. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Because she bears no evident malice toward you. She just seeks to play pranks. Fine. However, as Bai Ye conversed with Fei Hong, Ji Qingshang's lips curled into a slight smile. In the next moment, her expression abruptly stiffened. For Fei Hong had already vacated Ji Qingshang's body, and Bai Ye could not perceive the ethereal Fei Hong. When Bai Ye sensed something was amiss, Ji Qingshang gradually regained her composure. Initially, she was bewildered by the sudden turn of events until her memories returned. The recollection of recent occurrences caused her cheeks to flush rapidly, rendering her tongue tied. You, especially being pinned down by Bai Ye, with her hands restrained. Even though her body was now capable of movement, she felt utterly weak. Calm down. This is a misunderstanding. You were controlled, which led to this situation, Bai Ye explained with composure. Internally, he was cursing. That Fei Hong had deliberately chosen to abandon Ji Qingshang's body at this moment, clearly to witness his embarrassment. Yet, Ji Qingshang seemed unable to process Bai Ye's explanation, her mind clouded with other thoughts. Besides her extreme shyness, she displayed no resistance, appearing entirely at his mercy. Noticing that he was still pinning Ji Qingshang down, Bai Ye promptly released her and stepped back. All right, get up quickly, he urged. Ji Qingshang finally snapped back to reality, her face blushing a deep crimson, resembling a steaming maiden, as she became acutely aware of her own shameless demeanor. Allowing Bai Ye to act as he pleased, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. I'll take my leave now, Ji Qingshang declared. Hastidi eviting Bai Ye se abode. This time, Ji Qingshang refrained from causing a scene, not due to Bai Ye's actions being beyond her control, but rather because she was too ashamed to face him. Observing her hurried departure, Bai Ye made no attempt to stop her. Instead, he murmured to himself with a grave expression, I wonder how things are faring within the sacred land. I should venture out to see. Will you rest at home? He proposed to Qi Hong. No, I wish to accompany you. Qi Hong responded without hesitation. Very well. Let us also take the opportunity to procure some new attire for you today, Bai Ye replied. Bai Ye sought out the Grand Elder, Xueqing, to inquire about the recent events. So, the other Qi Hong merely engaged in harmless pranks? There was no significant damage caused. Bai Ye questioned it, somehow surprised. It appeared that this version of Qi Hong was more subdued than he had anticipated. He had initially worried that she would wreak havoc upon the Tianyan sacred land. Yet her antics had only been mischievous, even towards him. There were indeed some minor instances of damage, but nothing severe, Xueqing clarified. In that case, we should explore ways to coexist peacefully. That would be ideal, Bai Ye stated. Indeed, but the problem is that she is elusive. We cannot see her or reach her. Making communication impossible, Xueqing remarked, somewhat exasperated, as both he and the master were incapable of perceiving the spiritual entity of Qi Hong. Bai Ye, feeling equally powerless against her, turned to Qi Hong. Do you know where the other you is at this moment? Although Qi Hong and her alternate self had yet to merge, they remained fundamentally the same entity, capable of sensing one another's presence. I do. She is in that direction, Qi Hong said, pointing with her finger. As expected, she was aware of her counterpart's whereabouts. Lead me to her, for I cannot discern her exact location otherwise. Bai Ye instructed. Shortly thereafter, Bai Ye found that Qi Hong had brought him to the trading post. At that moment, she halted, indicating they had arrived. It is within that human, she said, gesturing toward the young man. Bai Ye followed her gaze and witnessed the young man behaving lasciviously, lifting the skirt of a female disciple. The female disciple shrieked, startled. Fortunately, the surrounding disciples had not noticed earlier, so they remained oblivious to the incident. By the time they were drawn in by the scream, nothing was left to see, only the sight of the female disciple desperately clutching her skirt and the young man sitting on the ground, dazed and confused, seemingly unaware of what had transpired. Wait! As Qi Hong detached from the young man's body, Bai Ye briefly caught sight of her presence and initiated a spiritual communication with her. Initially, Qi Hong had no intention of engaging with Bai Ye, yet upon realizing her true self was also present, she responded, What do you want? I wish to discuss a few matters with you. Let us speak here directly. Bai Ye continued through their spiritual connection, urging her to refrain from such pranks and suggesting they coexist peacefully. Alternatively, if you have any demands, we can negotiate. I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Coexist peacefully? I have no interest in that. You humans would never genuinely wish for peace with me. After all, my true self was subdued by your despicable means. Qi Hong retorted, clearly unwilling to compromise. Chapter 48. Mischievous and willful Qi Hong's obstinacy was, frankly, within Bai Ye's expectations. He understood her resentment toward humanity, having endured discrimination and hostility prior to her sealing, followed by millennia of confinement. Moreover, most of Qi Hong's negative emotions resided within this spiritual entity. It would be unusual for her to exhibit kindness towards him. I comprehend your grievances against humanity, but I genuinely wish to assist you. As for Qi Hong, being her spiritual manifestation, you should sense that I have not overly restricted her freedom. The spiritual contract was merely a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. Bai Ye spoke patiently, his tone gentle. He could perceive that while the spiritual Qi Hong did not submit to him as completely as her corporeal self, she was still influenced to a degree. Though she harbored animosity, she could not manifest significant malice towards him. Any intentions to harm him were impossible. Furthermore, Qi Hong's recent actions led Bai Ye to believe that her inherent nature was not malicious. After all, he could not alter her sentiments towards humanity, much like how she continued to detest him. Nevertheless, her deeds could only be classified as slightly excessive pranks, and it was commendable that she had not resorted to violence. I refuse to entertain any discussions. Regardless of what you say, it is futile. Qi Hong dismissed Bai Ye's overtures entirely. With that, Bai Ye found himself at a loss regarding how to convince her of his sincerity. In that case, you should depart swiftly if you refrain from excessive actions. Everything should be fine. He refrained from directly mentioning that the ancestor of Tianyan would soon return, opting instead to subtly caution Qi Hong, as he could not assist her too thoroughly without jeopardizing his own position. Why should I heed your words? I refuse to leave. What will you do about it? Qi Hong defiantly countered, opposing Bai Ye's suggestions at every turn. Suit yourself. I've already offered my kind warning, Bai Ye conceded, feeling utterly helpless against her. The disparity in their emotional compositions rendered them nearly two distinct personalities. However, it must be said that the spiritual Qi Hong was the closest representation of her true self. For her soul was most complete and her emotions the most pronounced. Witty and tempestuous, perhaps this was the truest essence of Qi Hong. The more docile and compliant Qi Hong, who currently enjoyed a good relationship with Bai Ye, was likely a result of her fragmented soul and emotions. I have no need for your so-called kindness. Qi Hong made a face at Bai Ye, though he could not see her endearing grimace. With that, she floated away, choosing to say no more to Bai Ye. I apologize for the trouble my other self has caused you, Qi Hong remarked sadly to Bai Ye. Why are you apologizing to me? This has little to do with you, and I am the one who caused you to be separated from your other self. If anyone bears responsibility, it is I, Bai Ye replied, gently ruffling her hair with a soft tone. I will find a way to take responsibility, unless I am truly powerless. Mo, Qi Hong smiled li. After a moment, Bai Ye had relaxed his hold, yet Qi Hong unexpectedly requested, May I have my head patted a bit more? Of course, Bai Ye replied, somewhat astonished. Qi Hong seemed to revel in the affection of being petted. It appeared that animals, whether small pets like cats and dogs or larger creatures, enjoyed being touched by humans. Many humans themselves also shared this fondness. It seems that the human hand is indeed a marvelous thing. At this moment, Scarlet had drifted far away, glancing back to see the young human boy gently caressing the head of her true form, which instinctively made her purse her lips slightly. Subsequently, Bai Ye casually invited Scarlet to accompany him in purchasing new attire. The marketplace was bustling with disciples selling their wares, ranging from elixirs and precious artifacts to everyday necessities, showcasing a vast array of items. Bai Ye soon discovered a female disciple stall, where she was selling clothing and accessories. Saint Bai. The female disciple immediately recognized the youthful face before her, astonished that the saint would appear in such a commonplace setting as the marketplace, even patronizing her stall. Though this marketplace belonged to the inner sect, it typically attracted only ordinary disciples. Core disciples, especially those of the saintly caliber, focused intently on their cultivation and lack for resources, seldom wandering about the marketplace. Many ordinary disciples, believing their potential limited, became distracted, sourcing goods from outside the sacred grounds to sell here for profit, capitalizing on the price differences to amass wealth over time. Do you have suitable clothing and shoes for her? Bai Ye gently pushed Scarlet forward by her shoulder. The female disciple then noticed the girl beside Bai Ye, dressed in an outfit strikingly similar to his own top, with her delicate, fair legs exposed, seemingly clad in nothing but the top. Observing Scarlet's attire, the female disciple's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ahem. Noticing her silence, Bai Ye cleared his throat to prompt a response. It was clear to him that she had misunderstood something. However, he was accustomed to such misinterpretations and felt no need to elaborate. Apologies. The female disciple finally regained her composure and quickly assured, "Yes, we have clothing suitable for her figure." She then searched through her storage ring with her spiritual sense, retrieving several outfits that would fit Scarlet's form. The stall was small, primarily for display, with actual inventory stored within the ring. "Scarlet, take a look and see which ones you like. You may purchase any that appeal to you," Bai Ye suggested. Scarlet nearly blurted out that she liked none of them, but recalling the rewards Bai Ye would bestow, she swallowed her words. "Is she the younger sister of Saint Bai?" The female disciple inquired curiously as Scarlet browsed the garments. "A sister of sorts, though I cannot disclose the origins of her horns and tail," Bai Ye replied. After all, Scarlet would eventually require an identity. It was convenient to publicly claim her as his sister. "Oh, I see." The female disciple nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter of the horns and tail further. Sensing it was a private topic, "Are these garments of good quality?" Bai Ye redirected the conversation back to the transaction. "Of course, these are all brand new. Should there be any quality issues, I will compensate you at double the price, esteemed saint," the female disciple assured. "Very well, I trust you," Bai Ye responded with a slight nod. Ultimately, Scarlet selected 2 outfits, a pale pink dress and a pure white top with a long skirt. "Let's purchase these 2 for now." Just as Bai Ye was about to pay, he suddenly remembered that shoes were also needed. So he went to find 2 pairs that complemented the new outfits. Upon completing the transaction, the female disciple's face brightened with a radiant smile. She relished trading with someone as financially generous as the saint, who showed no hesitation when making payment. Next, Bai Ye instructed Scarlet to change into her new clothes in the fitting room to avoid any misunderstandings on their way back home. "That should suffice. Let us return," Bai Ye remarked, satisfied as he admired Scarlet's transformed appearance, feeling a sense of brotherly care. However, at that moment, Scarlet extended a hand towards Bai Ye, palm up, as if requesting something. Bai Ye paused for a moment, quickly realizing she was asking for her reward. "I nearly forgot. Here it is," he said with a faint smile, producing some sweets from his storage ring and placing them in her hand. It then struck him that he should procure more sweets to store in his ring, for they would surely not suffice for Scarlet's appetite. Subsequently, Bai Ye, akin to restocking supplies, visited other stalls to buy a plethora of confections. The saint actually appearing at the marketplace is quite a rare sight. It seems he has already purchased a significant amount of sweets. What could he possibly need with so many? Perhaps for the girl beside him? That little sister is currently indulging in sweet treats. The saint truly dotes on her. Going out of his way to buy such an abundance of sweets, she must indeed be his sister. Bai Ye's actions naturally attracted the attention of many present, for his unique status drew eyes wherever he went. Meanwhile, Scarlet had ceased her mischief and was now observing Bai Ye and the other Scarlet from above in the marketplace. Witnessing Bai Ye's affection towards Scarlet left her feeling unsettled. She could not comprehend why this human, who had once controlled another version of her through despicable means, would shower affection on yet another version of herself. Surely, she should be subjected to torment, treated as a mere beast of burden, since Scarlet was closer to the original. Authentic Scarlet, the grievances she endured at the hands of humans were most profound, alongside the resentment born from years of confinement, leading her to disdain humanity, viewing them as the most despicable and vile of beings. In other words, she was profoundly lonely, having never encountered her kin since birth. With all humans she met either hostile or terrified, and even other beasts feared her, for she belonged to the draconic lineage, surpassing ordinary creatures. She had never experienced familial love, let alone friendship, which left her feeling envious and resentful of another version of herself, who was so cherished and cared for by that young human boy. Growing increasingly agitated, Scarlet resolved to cease her observations, finally taking to the skies and departing. However, she had no intention of continuing her mischief. Rather, she sought to observe these humans, something she had never had the opportunity to do up close before her sealing. In her previous form, humans either harmed her or fled in terror. Now, in her ethereal state, she could discreetly observe them. At this moment, Bai Ye and Scarlet had returned home. He remained unaware that Scarlet had been watching their every action from above in the marketplace. Though Scarlet could sense the presence of another version of herself, Bai Ye had not inquired about it, and she would not voluntarily divulge such matters. That night, Bai Ye's new bed, arranged through a steward, had finally arrived. Which bed would you like to sleep in? Feel free to choose. Bai Ye first sought to ascertain the opinion of Qi Hong. She pointed towards the old bed, aware that it provided comfort, while she was uncertain about the new bed's suitability. Bai Ye promptly made the new bed ready, intending to sleep there tonight and in the future. However, just as he was preparing to drift into slumber, Qi Hong leaped from the old bed, clutching her pillow. What are you doing? Did we not agree you would sleep over there? Bai Ye asked, startled as he turned to face her. No, I wish to sleep with you, Qi Hong replied, her tone devoid of emotion. Yet, deep within, she too felt loneliness and a fear of solitude, especially now that there was someone who genuinely cared for her. Consequently, she longed to remain close to Bai Ye. The emotional void within her was palpable, and for the other Qi Hong, the feelings of isolation would be magnified manifold. At that moment, Bai Ye remained oblivious, attributing Qi Hong's dependence on him to the influence of their soul contract. Thus, he decided not to force her to sleep apart and suggested they return to the old bed, reasoning that the new bed was rather small and would be less comfortable for two. Reluctantly back on the old bed, Bai Ye felt a tinge of regret. The new bed had gone to waste and would likely remain unused. It's late, let us sleep, he said, extinguishing the oil lamp beside the bed, shrouding the room in darkness. The sudden blackness startled Qi Hong, causing her to tremble and clutch Bai Ye tightly. The sound of his ribs creaking under her grip startled him further. What is happening? He exclaimed. Fortunately, the soul contract prevented Qi Hong from causing him harm. Otherwise, her strength could have resulted in serious injury. Though Qi Hong did not respond, Bai Ye could feel her petite frame trembling, revealing her fear of the dark. How can you still fear the dark at your age? He wondered, quickly realizing that her terror stemmed from being sealed in the pitch-black underground for millennia. It was no ordinary fear of darkness. Bai Ye instinctively embraced Qi Hong, gently stroking her back to comfort her, relying on this simple gesture to navigate an unfamiliar situation. Yet, for the other Qi Hong, this was a profound torment. In truth, her emotional completeness rendered her suffering more intense. As the night deepened and the light of the Tianyan Holy Land extinguished, she felt an overwhelming sense of dread and was compelled to seek solace in the presence of her counterpart and the young human, Bai Ye. Chapter 50. The compromise of the ancestor. Unbeknownst to Bai Ye, Qi Hong had intruded upon his chamber. The actions of a soul entity were silent, allowing only Qi Hong to sense her other self nearby. As she had fallen asleep, no one was aware of her presence. With only a faint moonlight illuminating the room, Qi Hong struggled to discern her counterpart nestled beside Bai Ye. Her emotions were tumultuous. The completeness of her soul and feelings only heightened her turmoil. No matter how resilient she appeared, she was at her most vulnerable in such moments. With nowhere else to turn, she emulated her other self, burrowing beneath the covers. Being with her other self and the human boy offered her a semblance of comfort. Despite her initial resistance towards him, her innate fear compelled her to draw nearer. Almost embracing him, the ethereal Qi Hong had already assumed her form upon leaving the place of inheritance, mirroring her perfectly, though invisible to others. At that moment, two Qi Hongs lay beside Bai Ye, one on each side. Upon waking the next day, Bai Ye felt as though he had been besieged by spirits during the night. Both Qi Hongs clung to him, using his sides as makeshift pillows. Although he could neither see nor feel the ethereal Qi Hong, her presence only heightened the sensation of being weighed down. After awakening, Bai Ye gently pushed Qi Hong aside and rose to wash up. The corporeal Qi Hong remained asleep, while the ethereal Qi Hong was startled awake by Bai Ye's movements. Silently, she hastened to leave, wishing to avoid detection by either her counterpart or the human boy. Just then, a shadow abruptly entered Bai Ye's room. Thinking of escaping? A gravelly voice uttered, as a translucent black chain shot forth towards the soul entity of Qi Hong. The suddenness of the event left Qi Hong no time to react, and she found herself ensnared. Her struggles only tightened the chains further. Bai Ye, taken aback, stared at the hunched figure of the old man in the black robe, slowly realizing that he might be the Tianyan ancestor. The ancestor had returned sooner than expected. The old man's earlier words puzzled him. Was the soul entity of Qi Hong truly present in his room? Why, you old fool. Just then, Bai Ye heard Qi Hong's voice. Perhaps influenced by the black chains, the previously invisible Qi Hong began to materialize. Bai Ye quickly noticed that she looked identical to Qi Hong, which was no surprise, as they were fundamentally the same being. As the chains weakened her, Qi Hong's strength diminished. The Tianyan ancestor seemed to wait for Qi Hong's powers to wane before planning to seal her yet again. "Wait, ancestor!" Bai Ye interjected, snapping back to reality. The old man turned a glance at Bai Ye. "I know you. You are the boy with the Tianyan Holy Body. However, we can discuss this later. We must not allow that calamity bone dragon to wreak havoc again. I will require your assistance. My holy body combined with yours will effectively seal it, preventing any risk of a breach." "What is this?" Suddenly, the Tianyan ancestor noticed another girl lying on the bed, one whose soul resembled that of the calamity bone dragon. The familiar aura emanating from her was unmistakable. The ancestor was momentarily taken aback. What was the meaning of this? He had assumed the physical form of the calamity bone dragon had yet to break free from its seal, only to discover that both the soul and body were present in the same room, inexplicably separate. "Ancestor, please allow me to explain," Bai Ye urged. "The true form of the calamity bone dragon is now my companion, akin to a sister. Although there are some dissonances with her soul entity, her nature is not malevolent. I believe there is no longer a need for further sealing." As soon as the words left his lips, the crimson soul was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished that Bai Ye would come to her defense, even going so far as to assert that her intentions were not malevolent and a plead on her behalf. "Wait, did you just say that the calamity bone dragon is your companion? Have you tamed her?" The ancestor of Tianyan inquired, his tone laced with disbelief. At that moment, Bai Ye remained silent, opting instead to reveal the soul contract he had established with the Crimson Spirit. Upon seeing it, the ancestor's expression transformed into one of shock. It was unfathomable to him that the beast he and other powerful figures of the southern domain had painstakingly sealed away, risking their lives in the process, had been directly tamed by this youth. How is such a feat even possible? Bai Ye continued, "If you harbor doubts, you may inquire with the Holy Lord and the Grand Elder. They are aware of the antics the spirit engaged in after breaking her seal, none of which could be deemed excessively malicious." "Very well, I understand now and see no need to consult them further. I shall heed your words." The ancestor of Tianyan conceded, showing no signs of hesitation in his acquiescence. If Bai Ye chose not to collaborate, the ancestor knew that even if he were to reimpose the seal on the calamity bone dragon, Bai Ye could still loosen it through the resonance of the sacred body. Moreover, he was inclined to trust the words of this youth, as he too bore the title of a sacred body. "I do not require your intercession on my behalf," murmured the crimson spirit, her voice barely above a whisper. Though she feigned indifference, her heart was profoundly touched by Bai Ye's actions, for he was the only human willing to advocate for her. Reflecting on the time thousands of years prior, when she was besieged by the powerful figures of the southern domain, she had longed for someone to speak up for her. Yet she knew deep down that such a wish was utterly unattainable. However, her quiet mutterings did not escape Bai Ye's ears, prompting him to respond earnestly. "It is not my desire to see you and the crimson spirit severed. The primary responsibility lies with me. Thus I cannot turn a blind eye to your plight." The crimson spirit, struck by his words, felt compelled to cease her grumbling, for she had merely been sulking. The thought of causing Bai Ye distress filled her with regret, as he was the sole human who had shown her kindness. Chapter 51. Crimson Night. After reaching a compromise with Bai Ye, the ancestor of Tianyan unshackled the black chains. The crimson spirit regained her freedom of movement, though her strength had been significantly diminished, likely requiring considerable time for recovery. "So, what do you propose to do now? Shall we merge the soul with the physical body?" The ancestor inquired of Bai Ye. He discerned that the previous connection was merely a soul contract between Bai Ye and the calamity bone dragon's physical form, while the spirit remained an unstable factor without such a bond. Merging the two would create a singular entity, allowing the soul contract to govern the spirit, which was undoubtedly the safest course of action. "Whatever you decide is fine by me," the crimson spirit remarked nonchalantly. She had come to terms with her situation. If this human boy truly had her best interests at heart, merging with her other self would not be an issue, as they were essentially the same individual. Moreover, she felt she had little choice, given the presence of the old man. Escape was not an option. Yet, when Bai Ye spoke again, his words took her by surprise. "I believe it ultimately depends on her wishes. As long as she does not engage in malevolence, that is sufficient. After a moment of contemplation, he expressed his thoughts. He had begun to view the Crimson Spirit as a distinct personality, sensing that she might be reluctant to merge with her other self. Thus, he refrained from making a unilateral decision, instead opting to consider her own desires. The Crimson Spirit's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Did this human boy truly trust that she would not act out of malice? Although the ancestor of Tianyan felt some trepidation, he addressed the Crimson Spirit. So, what are your thoughts? Bai Ye has taken your feelings into account. It would be unwise to disappoint him. He had resolved to temporarily defer to Bai Ye, as long as the soul of the Calamity Bone Dragon did not wreak havoc in the human realm. Otherwise, should chaos arise again, he would find it impossible to ignore the situation, for his fellow powerhouses in the southern domain would undoubtedly exert pressure upon him. The premature unsealing of the Calamity Bone Dragon would be perceived as his responsibility and that of the entire Tianyan sacred land. I am fully aware of that, and I do not need you, old man, to remind me. The Crimson Spirit glared at the ancestor, her resentment toward him stemming from the suffering she had endured over the millennia, which had accumulated into a deep-seated grudge. Turning to Bai Ye, she confessed, to be frank, I do not wish to merge with my other self. I desire a wholly new body, and I hope you can assist me. Due to Bai Ye's presence, both she and the Crimson Spirit had developed distinct yet profound feelings for him. She felt that she had become different from her other self, especially as she yearned to understand whether Bai Ye would treat her better than her other self. Very well, if the opportunity arises, I shall help you find a suitable body, Bai Ye responded without hesitation. After all, he had previously stated that as long as the Crimson Spirit was willing to cooperate and coexist peacefully, he would do everything within his power to fulfill her wishes. Having witnessed the agreement between Bai Ye and the soul of the Calamity Bone Dragon, the ancestor of Tianyan then cautioned Bai Ye, I must remind you that if the world discovers you are harboring the Calamity Bone Dragon, it would be tantamount to opposing the entire southern domain. Thus, you must ensure that this matter remains concealed from outsiders. He understood the tragic circumstances surrounding the Calamity Bone Dragon, but was acutely aware of the fear and hostility it invoked among the people of the southern domain. He could not provide sanctuary for the dragon unless he dared to confront the entirety of the southern domain, a risk he was unwilling to take for the sake of Tianyan sacred land as future. Ultimately, he had no choice but to seal the Calamity Bone Dragon away. Therefore, while he supported Bai Ye's course of action, he remained apprehensive. If Bai Ye could ensure that both the physical and spiritual forms of the Calamity Bone Dragon adhered to his guidance and lived harmoniously within the human realm, that would be his greatest hope. Thank you for your counsel, ancestor. I have given it considerable thought, Bai Ye affirmed. Then it is settled. I shall now proceed to inform Ji Xian and the others regarding this matter. Before his words had fully dissipated, the ancestor's figure vanished. In that moment, the room was left with only Bai Ye, the Crimson Spirit, and the essence of crimson. Yet at this juncture, the Crimson Spirit remained blissfully unaware of the events that had just transpired, still lost in her dreams. Bai Ye couldn't help but marvel at how soundly this little one was sleeping. By the way, did you not name her already? The Crimson Spirit suddenly interjected. Indeed, I named her Crimson, Bai Ye replied, oblivious to the implications of her statement. So, would you be able to grant me a name as well? The Crimson Spirit asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. It seemed unjust to reserve the naming solely for that entity, and she did not wish to share the same name with her other self. Let me think, Bai Ye mused, recognizing the necessity of giving her a distinct name, as it would be inconvenient to refer to two different personalities by the same title. However, being someone who struggles with naming, he began to waver once more, taking a considerable amount of time before finally conjuring a name that might suffice. Scarlet Knight. What do you think of this name? Bai Ye inquired of Qi Hong. Although his own name contained the character Knight, it was not the reason. Rather, it was because Scarlet had visited his room the previous night. After some contemplation, Qi Hong seemed to recall that this human boy's name was indeed Bai Ye. In that case, her name was more closely aligned with Bai Ye than with Qi Hong. For this reason, she gladly accepted the name that Bai Ye had casually chosen. This will do, from now on. Qi Hong is Qi Hong. And you must not confuse us, Scarlet Knight declared, hands on her hips. By the way, did you appear in my room early this morning because you are afraid of the dark? You were already here last night, weren't you? Bai Ye suddenly asked. He began to understand why he had felt a sensation akin to being pressed down while sleeping, There truly was a spirit resting upon him. What nonsense! Who said I am afraid of the dark? Scarlet Knight retorted, visibly agitated. Well, to say you are afraid of the dark is indeed a misrepresentation. I understand that you have developed a psychological shadow from being sealed in a place devoid of light for far too long. Bai Ye amended his statement. As long as you understand, I came here out of necessity, Scarlet Knight insisted, wanting to preserve her dignity by clarifying her situation to Bai Ye. At that moment, Bai Ye felt a tinge of sentimentality, as if he had suddenly acquired two younger sisters. Chapter 52. A fiancé? Just then, Chi Hong finally awoke. Sitting up, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and inquired, "What brings you here?" "I came because I felt like it. Do you have an issue with that?" Scarlet Knight replied nonchalantly. "Not at all. I think it's wonderful," Chi Hong responded with a smile. Despite Scarlet Knight's somewhat brusque tone, the essence of their being as different personalities of the same individual made it impossible to truly be angry with oneself, especially considering Chi Hong's inherently gentle disposition. Scarlet Knight had intended to tease Chi Hong, but her response left her momentarily speechless. "So what are your plans now? Will you follow me? Or do you have another destination in mind?" Bai Ye asked Scarlet Knight. "I'm uncertain about where to go, so I suppose I shall reluctantly accompany you," Scarlet Knight replied. "Reluctantly. But you should be able to control your appearance and invisibility, right? It's best to avoid exposing yourself in front of outsiders." Bai Ye advised. Scarlet Knight's ghostly visage would surely raise suspicions if seen by others. It would be difficult to keep such a secret. Of course, Scarlet Knight agreed, planning to reveal herself only in the presence of Bai Ye and Chi Hong, while remaining invisible in front of others. Then there should be no issues. "I will expedite the search for a suitable body for you," Bai Ye stated. Finding an appropriate vessel for Scarlet Knight would undoubtedly prove challenging. It was imperative to avoid using a living body, yet one that had been deceased for too long would also be unsuitable. The ideal body would need to be recently deceased and align with Scarlet Knight's preferences. Thus, a journey beyond the Tianyan Sacred Land would be necessary. Ding! The time has come. A new sign-in task has been issued. Sign-in location, Tianmu. Sign-in deadline, within 3 days. Task reward, Divine Breath Soil. Simultaneously, the system elaborated on the functions of Divine Breath Soil. Divine Breath Soil, also known as Nine Heavens Divine Earth. It allows one to fabricate any desired object and imbue it with life. Additionally, it possesses other unique applications for the host to explore. Upon hearing these system notifications, Bai Ye felt a surge of joy. This sign-in task arrived at the perfect moment, directly addressing the dilemma he faced. Could Divine Breath Soil not assist in the creation of the most suitable body for Scarlet Knight? "I have devised a plan," Bai Ye suddenly declared. "What plan?" Scarlet Knight inquired with curiosity. "We shall venture to Tianmu, where we can acquire the most fitting body for you," Bai Ye explained. The so-called Tianmu is a rather unique place in the southern region, as prominent figures known throughout the area are buried there. In other words, only significant individuals are afforded the honor of interment in Tianmu, while ordinary people do not enjoy such privileges. In Tianmu, the remains can be preserved for many years without decay. Although death renders everything meaningless to future generations, the deceased may become a symbol of faith. By signing in at Tianmu, one can obtain Divine Breath Soil, thus avoiding the need to disturb the graves of others, which would be rather disrespectful. Tianmu? What is that place? Scarlet Knight was entirely unaware of Tianmu, although she had lived in the southern region for a millennium before her sealing. Most of that time was spent indoors, as encounters with either humans or beasts often led to unpleasant outcomes. "I will take you there directly. You will understand when we arrive," Bai Ye assured her. After several millennia, the ancestor of Tianyan finally returned, yet only a select few, including Bai Ye, the Holy Master, and the elders, were aware of this. The ancestor of Tianyan had briefed the Holy Master on certain matters before preparing to depart. Before leaving, the ancestor shared a few final thoughts with Bai Ye. "Have you heard of Zhongzhou?" "I have heard of it, but I know little about it," Bai Ye replied honestly. He had only learned that the human territories of Tianxuan Continent were divided into 4 regions in one state: East, South, West, North, and Zhongzhou. Among these, Zhongzhou was the most powerful and enigmatic, and his understanding of it was very limited. "Well, focus on your growth within the Tianyan Sacred Land. The southern region will eventually prove insufficient for you. When the time is ripe, you may journey to Zhongzhou," the ancestor of Tianyan advised, having only casually mentioned Zhongzhou. "I understand," Bai Ye nodded slightly. He was unsure whether he would need to go to Zhongzhou in the future, opting instead to take one step at a time. Subsequently, the ancestor of Tianyan departed. I have heard about your matters concerning the Calamity Bone Dragon from the ancestor of Tianyan. We will not interfere, just be cautious. The Holy Master, Ji Xian, spoke to Bai Ye. Understood. I would like to step out shortly to procure a suitable body for Scarlet Knight. Bai Ye requested of the Holy Master. Of course, feel free to take the spirit ship. By the way, did you name the soul of the Calamity Bone Dragon Scarlet Knight? Ji Xian inquired. Indeed, since she and Qi Hong are unlikely to merge again, it is more convenient to have a distinct name, Bai Ye confirmed. With that, Bai Ye once again piloted the previous spirit ship, taking Qi Hong and Scarlet Knight with him as they soared toward Tianmu. Though they appeared to be three individuals, in reality, they could be considered merely one and a half, as Qi Hong was quite petite and Scarlet Knight, being a spirit, could easily attach herself to Bai Ye. Indeed, Fei Yi is capable of attaching herself to Bai Ye, yet she cannot forcibly occupy his body as she does with others. However, her current attitude towards Bai Ye has shifted from resistance to an almost overwhelming dependence, albeit not overtly expressed. At this moment, as she watches the spirit ship swiftly depart, Ji Xian suddenly feels a twinge of concern for her daughter. If Fei Yi were to acquire a physical form, would Qing Shang not find herself with two additional rivals? Coupled with the previous spirit sword fairy, that amounts to 3 contenders. The primary concern lies in Qing Shang's reticence. It remains uncertain when she might progress significantly in her relationship with Bai Ye. Just then, an elder approached. Saint Lord, I have a letter related to Bai Ye, but I could not locate him. The elder was unaware that Bai Ye had already piloted the spirit ship away from the sacred grounds. He had just visited Bai Ye's residence only to find it empty. What kind of letter? Show it to me, Ji Xian instructed, taking the envelope from the elder's hands. Upon opening it, she discovered it was sent by the Bai family of the Qian dynasty, Bai Ye's original family. A cursory glance at the content revealed that Bai Ye has an engagement to an unwed bride. Chapter 53. The Realm of Creation. Just as Ji Xian began to feel uneasy for her daughter, she noted that the letter contained details regarding an annulment of the engagement. This indicated that the bride's family intended to visit the Bai family to formally break the engagement, prompting the Bai family to summon Bai Ye to return within 7 days. The bride's name is Zhao Lingxue, and her family is the Zhao clan. However, Ji Xian was not well versed in the power dynamics of the Qian dynasty, planning to dispatch someone immediately to investigate the Zhao family and Zhao Lingxue's circumstances. At this moment, the elder, curious, leaned in for a glance and was instantly taken aback. What is the background of Zhao Lingxue? Why would she wish to annul her engagement to Bai Ye? In the elder's eyes, Bai Ye had undoubtedly become the foremost talent in the southern region. Not only was his talent and strength unparalleled, but his appearance was also strikingly handsome. Few young prodigies in the southern region could rival him. Even the previous spirit sword fairy from the spirit sword sect had shown considerable favor towards Bai Ye, as had the Saintess Ji Qing Shang, who evidently harbored feelings for him. Yet, this Zhao Lingxue, his fiancée, wished to break off the engagement, which perplexed him. Her family seemed inconsequential. After all, they had previously sealed off all information regarding Bai Ye, and few in the Qian dynasty were aware of his recent exploits. Ji Xian astutely observed. Their perception of Bai Ye clearly remains fixed in the past. Previously, he was perceived as merely an ordinary youth. Who could have anticipated that he would transform into a peerless genius in such a short span? The elder couldn't help but feel pity for the Zhao family and Zhao Lingxue. They had presumed her fiancé to be an inconspicuous young master, only to discover that he had suddenly evolved into a prodigious talent. He could foresee the Zhao family's regret when they realized the opportunity for advancement they had forfeited. However, the elder soon dismissed his sympathy, recognizing that the Zhao family's plight was of their own making. You should send someone to investigate the Zhao family and Zhao Lingxue's specifics. Ji Xian instructed. Understood, I shall do so immediately. Although the Saint Lord did not express it directly, the elder could discern her thoughts. He was aware of Ji Qing Shang's interest in Bai Ye and understood that she would be particularly concerned about Bai Ye's fiancé. As anticipated, Ji Xian was indeed deeply invested in the matter. She harbored no fears regarding Bai Ye's safety outside the sacred grounds, knowing that both Qi Hong and Fei Yi accompanied him. She had previously gained a rough understanding of Qi Hong's capabilities, and even in her currently weakened state, Qi Hong was still stronger than the elder. Unless an ancient hidden master emerged, no one could surpass Qi Hong's current prowess. Meanwhile, Bai Ye was en route. With ample time ahead, thus he engaged in conversation with Qi Hong to alleviate his boredom. Qi Hong, how can your strength be restored? Qi Hong's current abilities were a far cry from her former peak. Bai Ye had learned from the Tianyan ancestor that both Qi Hong and Bai Ye had once reached the pinnacle of a 7th-tier demon beast. Reflecting on their previous dialogues, Bai Ye mused, "A 7th-tier demon beast? That exceeds my understanding." His statement was not one of modesty. He truly did not comprehend which human martial realm corresponded to a 7th-tier demon beast. In his knowledge, the highest realm he was aware of was the Divine Mansion realm, which aligned with 6th-tier demon beasts. The fact that the Tianyan ancestor and other southern region powerhouses could contend with Qi Hong and Bai Ye implied that their cultivation had indeed reached the pinnacle of the Divine Mansion realm. Naturally, it is only after I ascended to the Divine Mansion realm that I understood the realms beyond it, the Tianyan ancestor remarked. That realm is known as the realm of creation, but it is premature to discuss this with you now. You will naturally comprehend everything once you attain the Divine Mansion realm. Then, ancestor, you must have already entered the realm of creation, correct? Bai Ye inquired, intrigued. Yes, one might say so. Otherwise, I would not have lived this long. I would have long since returned to the earth. The Tianyan ancestor replied with a hint of humor. With that, their reminiscence concluded. Bai Ye earnestly wished for Qi Hong to regain her strength swiftly, to prevent any accidental exposure of her identity, as he would certainly lack the power to protect Qi Hong and Bai Ye in the immediate future. There are roughly 2 methods for recovery. One is gradual self-restoration, and the other is merging with Bai Ye, which would enable a significant restoration of strength. Qi Hong stated with a calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the matter of power. Very well, we shall await your gradual recovery, Bai Ye replied. The option of merging Qi Hong and Bai Ye was not worth considering. Bai Ye was unwilling to merge with Qi Hong, and he respected her wishes. Since no immediate solution was available, there was no need to rush. He would allow Qi Hong to recover at her own pace. By the way, try on this necklace, he said, retrieving a beautifully crafted silver-white necklace and offering it to Qi Hong. Qi Hong noted that, as she adorned the necklace, her dragon horns and tail mysteriously vanished. Of course, this was merely an illusion to Bai Ye's eyes. They had not truly disappeared. The necklace was a special artifact bestowed upon him by the Tianyan ancestor, designed to conceal Qi Hong's beastly features, alleviating concerns about her conspicuous dragon attributes. What about mine? Am I to be left out? Seeing Bai Ye give a necklace to Qi Hong, Bai Ye expressed her discontent. Of course, there is one for you as well. However, in your current ethereal state, you cannot wear it, at least not until you acquire a new body, Bai Ye explained as he retrieved another necklace, nearly identical to Qi Hong's. Very well. Let's hasten to that tomb of heaven, Bai Ye urged. Do not rush me. We are already on our way at full speed, Bai Ye remarked. Is this truly full speed? It feels as slow as a tortoise, Feng Yi retorted disdainfully. If you're comparing us to your own standards, it is indeed incomparable. Just be patient. We should arrive in about 1 or 2 hours, Bai Ye responded with a hint of exasperation. The peak prowess of Hong and Feng Yi was that of a 7th-tier demon beast, their flying speed surpassing the spirit ship by countless folds. Chapter 54. The young lady, Su Mengshi Sun. The elder dispatched someone to investigate the Zhao family and Zhao Lingxue. After all, the Zhao family is not a minor clan in the Qin Empire, and the Tianyan Sacred Land keeps real-time records of many events in the southern region, including the Zhao family and their collaboration with the Bai family. One of the most significant cooperative endeavors was the betrothal between Bai Ye and Zhao Lingxue at their birth, designed to strengthen their alliance through marriage. At this moment, the elder was relaying this information to the Holy Master Ji Xian, who gradually realized that Bai Ye's talent was rather mediocre, while Zhao Lingxue's aptitude was quite commendable. After being admitted to the Yusen sect, she had ascended to the rank of an inner disciple, whereas Bai Ye remained at the bottom tier of the outer disciples in our Tianyan Sacred Land. The Zhao family's desire to withdraw from the engagement likely stemmed from 2 major factors. First, Bai Ye's previous performance did not match Zhao Lingxue's talent. Second, the Bai family's strength had waned compared to before, leading the Zhao family to seek a closer alliance with the Wu family. However, the Wu and Bai families had always been at odds. Thus, this withdrawal was essentially a declaration of allegiance. The Bai, Ye, and Zhao families are all located in Qingyang City of the Qin Empire, where the dynamics had previously been dominated by the rivalry between the Bai and Wu families, leaving the Zhao family in a precarious position. However, with the gradual decline of the Bai family over the last decade, the Wu family had begun to dominate, prompting the Zhao family to shift their allegiance toward the Wu family and sever ties with the Bai family. It seems that the Bai family, despite knowing Bai Ye's lackluster talent, was willing to invest heavily to secure his future in the Tianyan sacred land. Such a family displays remarkable unity, Ji Xian mused slowly. The Tianmu, located in the central southern region, lies quite distant from the Tianyan sacred land. At this moment, Bai Ye finally arrived at the Tianmu, an expansive cemetery that appeared to stretch endlessly before him. Within the Tianmu, numerous barriers and protective formations have been established by the relatives or descendants of prominent figures to prevent outsiders from intruding or desecrating the site. These various barriers posed no hindrance to Bai Ye. He merely needed to remain within the confines of the Tianmu. Ding! The system has detected that the host has arrived at the designated sign-in location. Please remain within the sign-in area for 1 minute. Otherwise, the task will be deemed a failure. The minutes soon passed. Ding! Sign-in successful. Reward acquired. Divine Essence Soil. A palm-sized orb of rainbow-hued soil materialized in Bai Ye's hand. Is this all there is? He pondered, eyeing the minuscule amount of Divine Essence Soil in his grasp with skepticism. Regardless, let us give it a try. He then inquired of Feng Ye, "Shall I mold a body for you that resembles your own? Otherwise, even if you desire a different appearance, I cannot conjure it." The method of utilizing Divine Essence Soil involves envisioning a specific form, which the soil will then transform into. Sounds good. Feng Ye accepted almost without hesitation, clearly favoring her original form. But how will you mold it? I see no tools for body formation, she asked. Using this, Bai Ye indicated the rainbow soil in his hand. Only this little? What can it possibly do? Feng Ye questioned dubiously. Bai Ye himself harbored similar doubts. Yet, in the next moment, his apprehensions were dispelled. With a mere thought, a small piece of the soil floated upward and swiftly morphed into the likeness of Feng Ye as he envisioned it in his mind. With Feng Ye's soul form serving as a reference, there was virtually no margin for error. In an instant, a flawless body emerged, indistinguishable from one crafted of flesh. Bai Ye touched the dragon horns atop the head of this new form and found them strikingly real. This divine essence soil is truly remarkable. At that moment, Feng Ye suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, were you touching? What is it? Can I not touch?" Bai Ye replied, puzzled, noticing her soul form displaying an expression of shyness. "Of course not. That is," Feng Ye stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. "What is it?" Bai Ye pressed curiously. "Those are sensitive areas that only a spouse may touch, including the tail," Feng Hong interjected calmly, revealing the truth. "Ah, I see," Bai Ye said, enlightened. No wonder Feng Ye found it difficult to voice her discomfort. He surmised that feelings of shyness resided within her, while Feng Hong spoke of it with unflinching composure. "Never mind, you have yet to inhabit this body. Now, step in and assess the results," Bai Ye said apologetically to Feng Ye. She huffed, then promptly entered the new body. Within mere seconds, the body's eyes fluttered open, indicating that she could now control it freely. "How does it feel?" Bai Ye intuited. "Not bad. Aside from slight discomfort from having been without a physical form for so long, there are no significant issues." Feng Ye replied as she stretched her arms and clenched her fists, relishing her new body. After all, Feng Ye had been sealed in her soul form for thousands of years. At this moment, she made additional discoveries. "All right, my strength is considerably diminished, but my innate talents remain unchanged, and I can revert to my demon beast form." Bai Ye's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "You can inherit all of that. This divine essence soil is truly extraordinary. It only required a small amount to create a perfect body while preserving your original abilities. As for the diminished strength, it was entirely expected. It had nothing to do with the divine essence soil, but rather the prolonged sealing that had caused her power to wane. Akin to Feng Hong's situation, the decline in strength is a result of the sealing. Just like Feng Hong, it will gradually recover," Bai Ye explained. Just then, Bai Ye sensed someone approaching swiftly. He turned alertly, only to find a large spirit ship descending not far from him. It was likely sent for him. However, this was not a large spirit ship from the Tianyan sacred land, and he did not recognize the individuals aboard. As the hatch opened, several unfamiliar figures emerged. Bai Ye was about to inquire about their identities when a stunning young lady, adorned in an elegant palace gown and exuding an air of nobility, stepped forward. With a melancholic expression, she implored, "I am Su Mingxi. I beseech you, noble sir, to save my great-grandfather." Bai Ye was momentarily bewildered, pondering the situation at hand. Chapter 55, The Princess. "I seem to not recognize any of you," Bai Ye admitted, feeling a tinge of self-doubt. Had he ever crossed paths with these individuals? Indeed, it was the first meeting between the young lady and the young master. Although this statement appeared to dispel Bai Ye's confusion, it instead deepened it. If it was their first encounter, why did she immediately implore him to save her great-grandfather? "Forgive me, but I'm still somewhat perplexed about your identities. And what plight your great-grandfather is in?" Bai Ye inquired, expressing his inner turmoil. "We hail from the Tai Su Empire. I am the princess of the Tai Su Empire. My great-grandfather has succumbed to a grave illness, and we were prepared to bury him in the heavenly tomb. However, we inadvertently discovered that you possess miraculous powers of resurrection. Hence our plea for your assistance," Su Mingxi beseeched. "I implore you, please save my great-grandfather. I shall agree to any terms." In that moment, Bai Ye comprehended the situation, yet felt a sense of exasperation. It turned out that they had misconstrued his ability to reconstruct Bai Ye's body as a power to bring the dead back to life. He had indeed heard of the Tai Su Empire, one of the premier empires in the southern region, even surpassing the Kanglan Empire in prowess. The great-grandfather she referred to was likely the former emperor of the Tai Su Empire. But what did that have to do with him? To be frank, Bai Ye himself was uncertain whether the divine essence could truly revive the dead. Regardless, he could not simply wield such power for individuals he did not know. Even with more than 2/3 of the divine essence remaining, he had no desire to be a do-gooder. "I have no conditions to offer," Bai Ye stated. "Moreover, I lack the ability to resurrect the deceased. I am powerless in this matter." With that, he took the hands of Fei Hong and Fei Yi and entered the spirit vessel. "Wait, young master." Su Mingxi was reluctant to concede. Yet, Bai Ye had no intention of engaging further and directly piloted the vessel away. "Mingxi, it's best to give up. That young master clearly has no intention of helping us," a stern-looking middle-aged man advised Su Mingxi. "But he must possess the ability to revive the dead. I just witnessed him resurrect that girl." Su Mingxi incite di soleti. "No. As long as there is hope, we must not give up. It seems that the young man's status is quite extraordinary. Otherwise, we could have forcibly detained him and compelled his assistance," another person interjected. "This cannot be taken lightly. If his backing is beyond our reach, we would be in grave peril," cautioned another, as the others echoed their disapproval. It was fortunate that they harbored no such ill intentions. Otherwise, Fei Hong and Fei Yi could have sent them to meet Su Mingxi's great-grandfather. At that moment, as Bai Ye departed the heavenly tomb, a notification sound echoed in his mind. "Ding! A new sign-in task has been issued. Sign-in location: the Bai family of the Tianyan Empire. Task duration: within 7 days. Task reward: 5 essence cleansing pills." Upon hearing the sign-in location, Bai Ye was taken aback. The next sign-in destination was his own home. However, he decided to first return to the Tianyan Sacred Land, as he had a generous 7 days to complete the task and felt no urgency. At this time, Bai Ye had already adorned Fei Yi with the necklace, causing her to become, like Fei Hong, invisible in terms of her dragon horn and tail, remaining unseen by outsiders. "Are those new clothes you're wearing?" "I want new clothes too," Fei Yi complained, feeling it was unfair that Bai Ye had not procured her new garments. "I understand your eagerness, but please be patient. Once we return to the Tianyan Sacred Land, I will certainly take you to buy new clothes," Bai Ye reassured her. Presently, Fei Hong and Fei Yi exhibited differing tastes and character, resembling twins. Compared to Fei Hong, Fei Yi favored dresses in shades of gray and black. In that moment, Bai Ye, along with Fei Hong and Fei Yi, returned to the Tianyan Sacred Land. As soon as they landed, the sacred Lord Ji Xian awaited them. "Bai Ye, this letter has been sent from the Bai family," Ji Xian said, handing the envelope to Bai Ye, albeit with an apologetic tone. "I must confess, I have already opened and read it." "That's fine. It likely contains nothing of great importance," Bai Ye replied nonchalantly. "While it may not seem significant, it is rather important." "You should take a look for yourself," Ji Xian remarked. Hearing this piqued Bai Ye's curiosity. He promptly extracted the letter and read its contents. Zhao Lingxue has called off the engagement? Bai Ye was momentarily stunned. Had it not been for this letter, he might have forgotten that he had a fiancée named Zhao Lingxue. They had scarcely crossed paths since childhood, and especially after he exhibited his lackluster talents. They had not met in years. This fiancé, he felt almost non-existent. Bai Ye was not surprised by Zhao Lingxue and the Zhao family's desire to annul the engagement, as he was aware that his previous talents were insufficient to match hers. If they wished to break the engagement, let them. It matters little to me, he mused. After all, having a fiancé who felt more like a mere formality was no burden. As long as they annulled the engagement without causing a commotion, it was of no consequence. It seems I will soon be heading out again, Bai Ye said with a hint of resignation to Ji Xian. Go ahead. I hope you can resolve this matter swiftly to avoid any negative impact on your martial arts cultivation, Ji Xian advised. Yes, I will prepare and rest for a moment, Bai Ye replied, leading Fei Hong and Fei Yi to their residence. Along the way, Fei Yi inquired with a hint of concern. Is that human woman named Zhao Lingxue your fiancée, who wishes to call off the engagement? Yes. She probably looks down on me and wants to break off the engagement, Bai Ye responded nonchalantly. What is she? Does she have the right to look down on you? Fei Yi voiced her displeasure. To be fair, they are unaware of my current talents and strength, and the dissolution of this engagement is not a detriment to me. Bai Ye maintained a calm demeanor. Indeed, it is better to be free of the engagement, Fei Yi nodded in agreement, clearly wishing for Bai Ye to remain unencumbered by fiancé. Let's first procure you some new clothes to avoid forgetting later, Bai Ye suggested, stopping by the marketplace. Specifically at the same stall as before. The female disciple at the stall noticed the new girl accompanying Bai Ye, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the other girl. Young master, you have two twin sisters, she exclaimed. Chapter 56, what are you? Ultimately, Bai Ye selected a black dress and a purple-red one for Fei Yi, both in styles she favored. After returning to his residence to tidy up his belongings, he took a brief rest, knowing this visit home would likely extend beyond a day or two. Once sufficiently rested, Bai Ye piloted the spirit vessel once more. Fei Hong and Fei Yi perched on his thighs, chattering incessantly, asking him a myriad of questions about human customs and habits. The great Qian dynasty is not particularly distant from the heavenly Yin sacred land, merely an hour's journey. Nevertheless, by the time Bai Ye arrived at the great Qian dynasty, he felt somewhat parched. At last, I've returned, he murmured to himself, having not set foot here for almost a year. However, unbeknownst to Bai Ye, Ji Qingshang had begun to secretly follow him shortly after he departed from the heavenly Yin sacred land, positioned several kilometers behind him at this moment. Ji Xian was aware of this but chose not to intervene, hoping that Ji Qingshang would take the initiative. Before entering the airspace of the great Qian dynasty, Bai Ye first descended at the border for inspection. Entering the airspace without examination would constitute a violation of the laws of the great Qian dynasty. The border was heavily guarded by troops responsible for scrutinizing Bai Ye. He promptly presented his identity token to a commanding officer. This token belongs to the saint son of the heavenly Yin sacred land? The officer exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily taken aback before his shock deepened. How could a figure of such stature suddenly appear in the great Qian dynasty? The officer quickly signaled his subordinates to allow Bai Ye passage. As for Fei Hong and Fei, due to Bai Ye's esteemed status, the troops did not even bother to check their identities. Bai Ye and his companions soon returned to their spiritual vessel and soared into the skies of the great Qian dynasty. Meanwhile, the soldiers began to murmur among themselves. Was that youth truly the saint son of the heavenly Yin sacred land? It seems hard to believe. Given the officer's reaction, it must be true. But what could the saint's son possibly want in our great Qian dynasty? I wonder if those two girls are his attendants? Those twin sisters are indeed stunning. Yet, they overlooked the possibility that the young man was actually one of their own, merely returning home to attend to matters. The great Qian dynasty had not seen any particularly outstanding young talents in nearly a century, leading them to unconsciously dismiss this minuscule possibility. Before long, Bai Ye arrived at Qingyang City. He descended just outside the city gates and stored his spiritual vessel in a spatial ring. As long as the spatial ring was sufficiently large, even non-living objects like a spiritual vessel could be accommodated. The ordinary citizens of Qingyang City, having never encountered such advanced technology, gaped in awe at Bai Ye as he emerged from the vessel. Is that the legendary spiritual vessel? I never thought I would witness it in my lifetime. The youth piloting the vessel, along with those twin sisters, must be extraordinary individuals. Could they possibly be members of the royal family? Haven't you all seen the portrait of the young master of the Bai family? His appearance is unmistakably that of Bai Ye. Though he did resemble the young master, many found it implausible. Only the royal family possessed such high-end spiritual vessels. With the eyes of the crowd upon him, Bai Ye walked through the city gates. The guards recognized him as the young master of the Bai family and did not waste time with further inspection, allowing him to pass. However, a luxuriously dressed young man suddenly obstructed Bai Ye's path. The identities of those two girls have yet to be verified. Allow me to check, he said, gazing hungrily at Fei Hong and Fei, his eyes betraying lascivious intent. The guards dared not defy him, for this young man was their captain and held a significant position within the city lord's estate, largely due to his father's high-ranking status. Wu Xiaojie is at it again, someone whispered. He has a notorious reputation for harassing women, and now even young girls are not safe from his advances. What a beast! Yet, no one could confront him. His father wielded immense influence, and unless he committed a particularly egregious act, his father would ensure he faced no repercussions. Those two girls must be the young master's attendants. Their beauty is indeed exceptional. Yet, Wu Xiaojie is audacious enough to disregard even the young master of the Bai family. Shoo, keep your voice down. If Wu Xiaojie hears you, you're finished. The crowd whispered cautiously, aware of Wu Xiaojie's history of tyrannical behavior. Yet most chose to ignore it to avoid trouble. At that moment, Wu Xiaojie greedily approached Fei Hong and Fei. Allow me to offer you a word of advice. It's best not to court disaster. Bai Ye's tone turned icy. He was well aware of Wu Xiaojie's past misdeeds. His pretense of inspection was merely a guise for his lecherous intentions. Get lost, you pathetic waste. Soon to be rejected by the Zhao family. I can't be bothered to even glance at you. Wu Xiaojie scoffed dismissively. Bai Ye se guzes sharpen it. Just as he prepared to make Wu Xiaojie pay for his insolence, Fei had already acted. A surge of draconic power bore down on Wu Xiaojie, causing him to collapse to his knees, his features contorting in agony, blood streaming from his orifices, swiftly erasing his earlier arrogance. What are you? Fei loomed over Wu Xiaojie, her expression icy and lethal, her once normal eyes now transformed into golden dragon orbs. However, Wu Xiaojie's ears had grown deaf, his consciousness obscured, rendering him unable to comprehend Fei's words. The surrounding crowd stood in stunned silence, bewildered, unable to fathom why Wu Xiaojie had suddenly knelt in agony, having witnessed no apparent assailant. Without awaiting a response, Fei offered Wu Xiaojie no respite, delivering a powerful kick to his head. He was sent sprawling, akin to a broken kite, crashing to the ground, unconscious. The scene fell into a profound silence. Had Wu Xiaojie just perished? Chapter 57. Is Fei Hong perhaps a bit scheming? After a considerable time, the onlookers emerged from their astonishment. What has transpired? How did Wu Xiaojie end up like this? It seemed that the girl in the black dress was the one who acted, a single kick capable of sending Wu Xiaojie flying. Such strength is certainly not commonplace. The young master's attendant is unexpectedly formidable. Initially, they feared for her safety against Wu Xiaojie, yet he had been thoroughly punished instead. While it was gratifying, this incident would undoubtedly bring trouble for Bai Ye. Wu Xiaojie's father, known for his vindictiveness, would not let Bai Ye off easily. The Bai family was already in a precarious position, and this incident could very well be their downfall. The crowd buzzed with speculation. None of them understood the significance of the token at Bai Ye's waist. After all, no genius from the great Qian dynasty had ever ascended to become the saint son of the heavenly Yan sacred land. The common folk had no means of gaining such knowledge, especially in this small city of Qingyang. How dull, too weak, Fei remarked nonchalantly, wiping her shoe with a handkerchief before discarding it carelessly. Having made contact with Wu Xiaojie's face, she found her shoe sullied and deemed even the handkerchief only worthy of a single use before casting aside. At this moment, Bai Ye had no intention of dealing with Wu Xiaojie. For Fei Ye had already taken action against him. Even if Wu Xiaojie were to survive, he would at least become a mere vegetable. For someone like Wu Xiaojie, existing in such a state would be a fate worse than death. It would be far more merciful to simply perish. This was still the result of Fei Ye holding back. Had she unleashed her full power during that previous display of dragon might, Wu Xiaojie's internal organs would have been shattered in an instant. Observing the captain sprawled on the ground, Unconscious and in a pitiful state, the guards were left utterly bewildered. Logically, they should have apprehended the assailant of their captain. However, they had long harbored disdain for the captain's unscrupulous actions, yet dared not voice their opinions. In light of the current situation, there was a certain sense of satisfaction among them. Moreover, they did not dare to lay a hand on the girl in the black dress who had attacked Captain Wu. Wu Shaojia's ascension to captaincy was not solely due to his father's influence. He possessed a modicum of strength himself. With his dismal fate now apparent, any rash action on their part would lead to even graver consequences. "Let us depart," Bai Ye declared, unwilling to linger any longer. He promptly led Qi Hong and Fei Yi to the Bai family estate. No one dared to impede their exit. Even the guards hesitated to touch Wu Shaojia's body, fearing their displeasure. It was only after Bai Ye and his companions had left that some guards approached to assist Wu Shaojia to the city lord's mansion. Though this farce appeared to have concluded, it was destined to incite even greater turmoil. Approximately 10 minutes later, Bai Ye, Qi Hong, and Fei Yi arrived at the Bai family estate. After nearly a year away, the residence appeared unchanged, still evoking a sense of familiarity and warmth within him. "Young master. The young master has returned. Greetings, young master." The guard stationed at the entrance were visibly excited upon recognizing his familiar visage, greeting him with utmost respect. Bai Ye responded with a smile and inquired, "During my absence, has anything of significance occurred within the Bai family?" The guards exchanged glances, seeming hesitant to disclose certain matters to the young master. Sensing their trepidation, Bai Ye deduced their thoughts and continued, "I'm already aware of the annulment of my engagement. Otherwise, I would not have returned at this time. Is there anything else of note?" "Oh, there haven't been any major events, just a multitude of trivial matters." One guard replied, "Indeed, merely the usual quarrels and rivalries with the Wu family, and the Zhao family has also begun to align with them against us. The Zhao family members are truly fickle, showing no regard for past relationships." Bai Ye observed the guard's disgruntled expressions, clearly indicating that the Bai family had faced considerable oppression from both the Wu and Zhao families over the past year. "I understand," he replied before entering the estate. Once Bai Ye had departed, the guards began to whisper among themselves. "By the way, those two girls, are they the young master's attendants?" The guards had initially noticed the two girls, as they had never encountered such exquisitely beautiful young ladies before. It was impossible not to take note of them. However, they certainly would not dare to discuss such disrespectful topics in open conversation. After a short while, Bai Ye reunited with his father after nearly a year. "Father, I have returned," Bai Ye announced. Before him stood a middle-aged man, clad in gray, exuding an air of authority, his father, Bai Hao. "It is good to have you back safely," Bai Hao replied with a smile. He had intended to address serious matters directly, but his attention was drawn to the two girls beside Bai Ye. "Where did you find these two little girls?" Bai Hao could not resist asking. Feeling slightly embarrassed under his father's inquisitive gaze, Bai Ye explained, "They are, well, my sworn sisters." "Is this human man truly your father?" "Fille je suis l'inuit of Bai Ye." "Indeed," he affirmed. Although Fei Ye's remark was somewhat impolite, Bai Ye chose to remain silent for the moment. Bai Hao's smile shifted subtly. "Human man? This little girl certainly has a peculiar way of speaking." At that moment, Qi Hong addressed Bai Hao with utmost politeness, "I apologize. My sister lacks proper manners. I hope you will not take offense." Who is your sister? And what do you mean by lacking manners?" Fei Yi immediately bristled, appearing ready to confront Qi Hong. However, Qi Hong paid her no mind. "You call me father?" Bai Hao noted this detail, his expression turning to one of surprise. He wondered if that rascal had truly taken a liking to these two young girls. Bai Yi sensed his father's thoughts straying and quickly interjected. "I said they are my sworn sisters, so it is only natural for them to address you as father." Yet, as soon as he finished, Qi Hong added with a smile, "The young master indeed treats me as well as an elder brother would." Bai Hao's expression shifted once more. Bai Yi felt thoroughly exasperated. Qi Hong's words seemed intentionally crafted to mislead his father. It was only then that he realized Qi Hong might possess a rather cunning side. At that moment, Bai Ye's mother, drawn in by the commotion from Bai Hao's study, entered. She was a graceful and youthful woman, dressed in a purple gown, with scarcely a trace of age upon her features. An onlooker might easily mistake her for Bai Ye's sister. "Oh dear, while I understand that Yiner's energy is at its peak, it would be best to refrain from engaging in unhealthy activities," she remarked. Chapter 58, Cousin Bai Shuang Bai Ye's mother, named was indeed the enchanting woman before them. Please, enough of this nonsense. What kind of person do you think your son is? Bai Ye remarked, feeling increasingly helpless. If this continued, he would surely be seen as a perverted lowly lover by his parents. Bai Hao and Zi exchanged amused glances, clearly not taking the situation too seriously, merely teasing Bai Ye. However, Bai Hao's demeanor grew serious, as he said, "The Zhao family is likely already aware of your return. They will probably come tomorrow to discuss the annulment of the engagement." Zi let out a soft sigh, expressing her regret for Zhao Lingxue. "I had quite a fondness for that girl. There's nothing to lament. If it is not meant to be, it is not meant to be. Besides, my child has no thoughts of marriage at present," Bai Ye replied calmly, as though he were completely unfazed by the annulment. "That cannot be said. You are at the perfect age for marriage. Did you not encounter any girls you fancied while at the Tianyan Sacred Land?" Ziyi's words carried a hint of urging. "This is not merely a matter of preference. My child is currently focused solely on cultivation," Bai Ye stated. During his time at the Tianyan Sacred Land, he had met exquisite beauties such as Ji Qingshang and Yi Jinxin. However, he found the notion of pursuing a beautiful girl to be rather cumbersome. It was far more prudent to concentrate on his cultivation and enhance his strength. Once he became invincible, he would lack for nothing. Wait! Suddenly, recalling Yi Jinxin, Bai Ye remembered the garment he had lent her. She had yet to return it. That girl is truly forgetful, aside from her swordsmanship. She seems to care for little else. Zi furrowed her brow slightly, her expression tinged with concern. "What shall we do? Our child is so young, yet already disinterested in marriage. Could it be that Zhao Lingxue's recent engagement cancellation has affected him? There's nothing to worry about. He has grown and formed his own opinions. It is only natural. We should respect his wishes," Bai Hao replied. Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Having traversed into a fantastical realm, he never expected to still be pressured by his parents regarding marriage. "But we cannot be too lenient," Zi began, sensing Bai Hao's unease. Anticipating her impending lecture, Bai Hao swiftly changed the subject. "Let's not dwell on this. Our child must be weary from his journey. He should rest in his room. I've already instructed the servants to clean it." Bai Ye understood his father's intentions and agreed that the boy should take a break. The two of them dispersed to attend to their own matters, leaving Zi without an audience for her concerns. How frustrating, she thought, feeling a surge of annoyance. She was merely worried about her child's future, yet it seemed as if she were the one who relished nagging. At the Bai family estate, the training grounds were alive with activity. The young members of the Bai family usually gathered there to practice martial arts, taking breaks to engage in casual conversation. Today was particularly lively with the return of Bai Ye, providing them with fresh topics to discuss. "Have you heard? Young Master Bai Ye has just returned from the Tianyan Sacred Land after nearly a year." "Oh, the young master is back? I wonder how he fared there. I heard he was struggling. I doubt much has changed. It must be challenging for him. His talents are limited, and in a place teeming with geniuses, it's tough to stand out." A group of them debated animatedly, having grown up alongside Bai Ye and feeling a sense of familiarity. Just then, a slender girl with striking features and twin ponytails sauntered past them. Even in her training attire, her figure was undeniably alluring. "Bai Shuang, haven't you always had a crush on the young master? This is a rare opportunity for you, especially since he must be feeling down after that incident. Shouldn't you seize the moment? It's more of a fondness, but it's close enough to liking him. This is indeed a prime opportunity. That scheming Zhao Lingxue pales in comparison to Bai Shuang. The young master will likely fall for her easily." They teased the ponytailed girl, their banter laced with laughter. Yet, Bai Shuang seemed to take it to heart, her expression turning icy. "Who would like that guy? Please refrain from such excessive jokes, especially involving him." "Ah, she's upset," they whispered among themselves, bemused. It was curious how she had once adored him, constantly calling him Brother Yi, choosing to play only with him, and then, for reasons unknown, became distant. "Let us not provoke her further. We might end up regretting it," they murmured softly. With a huff, Bai Shuang turned to resume her training, only to encounter a familiar figure, the very one she had been secretly longing for. Bai Ye. He had claimed he was going to rest as an excuse. In truth, he was not tired at all and was simply wandering the estate with Fei Hong and Fei. As fate would have it, they found themselves at the training grounds. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Bai Shuang felt a rush of panic. She wanted to explain herself, but found the words caught in her throat. Bai Ye, however, held Fei Hong and Fei's hands and walked past her without uttering a word. He heard her earlier comment, but brushed it aside. After all, Bai Shuang had long since distanced herself from him, and such remarks were to be expected. Bai Shuang was, in fact, his distant cousin, once akin to childhood sweethearts. Their bond exceptionally close. He could not recall when their relationship had soured, but he suspected it was due to his perceived lack of talent, which led her to look down on him. Knowing that Bai Shuang harbored disdain, he opted not to engage with her, avoiding any potential embarrassment. The atmosphere had turned somewhat awkward, and the boys who had just teased Bai Shuang were hesitant to speak to Bai Ye, preferring silence. That girl was just speaking ill of you. Aren't you going to confront her? Bai Ye nudgit Bai Ye. There's no need. She hasn't harmed me. If she dislikes me, so be it. I'll simply avoid her, Bai Ye replied indifferently. By now, they had walked quite a distance, and Bai Shuang had not overheard their conversation. Nonetheless, she continued to watch Bai Ye's retreating figure, particularly noting the presence of Fei Hong and Fei beside him. A complex expression crossed her delicate face. Chapter 59. A meeting like that of a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law ding. The system has detected that the host has arrived at the designated check-in location. Please remain within the area for half an hour for a successful check-in, or the task will be deemed a failure. Ding. The host has successfully checked in and received a reward. 5 cleansing pills. At this moment, Bai Ye had received his check-in reward. The 5 cleansing pills were high-tier elixirs. Their purpose was to purify the body and directly enhance a martial artist's constitution. However, given that Bai Ye's Tianyan sacred body was already highly advanced, the enhancement effect of the cleansing pills was negligible. He contemplated that it would be wiser to reserve these 5 pills, as they could be traded for treasures more beneficial to him. Cleansing pills were invaluable, albeit useless to him, and he was confident he could exchange them for something of true worth. Alternatively, he could offer them to those dear to him, such as his parents, who had gone to great lengths to ensure his admission to the Tianyan sacred land. Even now, they believed he was struggling at the outer sect, and upon his return, they had not reproached him, likely concerned about the emotional toll of the engagement cancellation and hesitant to provoke him further. Even his usually stern father had been notably gentler this time. When the opportunity arose, he resolved to gift a cleansing pill to both his father and mother. Bai Ye had made up his mind and carefully stored the 5 pills in his spatial ring. His parents needed them more than he did, and he yearned to repay their kindness. Today, in addition to the return of young Master Bai Ye, an unexpected guest had arrived at the Bai estate. Ji Qingshang had followed Bai Ye to Qingyang City, her face partially concealed by a dark veil, attempting to mask her beauty, though her exquisite features remained evident. During the inspection at the border of the Dacian Empire and the gates of Qingyang City, she presented herself as an ordinary inner disciple of the Tianyan sacred land, concealing her identity as a holy maiden to avoid drawing too much attention. Now, she stood before the Bai family estate. Miss, you are not from the Bai family, are you? A guard, taken aback by the stunning girl in a white dress, inquired. Her beauty was so remarkable that they were certain the Bai family had no one of her stature. I am a disciple of the Tianyan sacred land and acquainted with Bai Ye. May I request entry? Ji Qingshang asked softly. The melodious voice stirred the hearts of the guards. Before them stood a young lady in a white dress, her eyes and facial contours strikingly beautiful, her voice enchanting. Undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Moreover, she had come from the celestial sanctuary to seek the young master. Could there be a deeper connection between them? The guards hesitated, for according to the rules, they were not permitted to allow outsiders into the estate. Yet, given her identity as a disciple of the celestial sanctuary and her acquaintance with the young master, they felt hesitant to dismiss her. They decided to let her in. At that moment, Zi approached. Madam of the household. The guards respectfully addressed her and complied with her wishes, allowing Ji Qingshang to enter. Madam of the household? Ji Qingshang looked at the young, beautiful woman before her and quickly realized that this was Bai Ye's mother. I am Zi, Bai Ye's mother. If you have matters to discuss with my son, please share them with me first. Zi gestured for Ji Qingshang to enter with her. As a fellow woman, Zi immediately discerned the remarkable beauty of the young lady in white. Such a stunning figure arriving at their door naturally delighted her, especially since she had been preoccupied with concerns regarding her son's marriage. Suddenly, a breathtaking girl claiming to know her son had appeared. Madam Zi, I merely wish to discuss a small matter with Bai Ye. Ji Qingshang responded, feeling somewhat flustered. The truth was that her earlier statement to the guard about having business with Bai Ye was merely an excuse. There was nothing of great significance to convey. As she faced Bai Ye's mother, Ji Qingshang felt a wave of nervousness, relieved that her dark veil concealed the faint blush on her cheeks. It seems it might be inconvenient to speak of it now. Very well, Zi noted, having sensed something amiss, but choosing not to press further. However, my son is currently wandering about the estate. I shall send someone to fetch him shortly. Let us enjoy some tea and chat in the meantime. Zi smiled warmly. All right. Ji Qingshang nodded, appearing somewhat demure. Zi regarded her with a knowing gaze, reminiscent of a mother assessing her future daughter-in-law. The young lady was not only beautiful, but also quite charming, and Zi found herself increasingly fond of her. In a specially designated room for esteemed guests, Zi personally brewed tea for Ji Qingshang. May I ask your name? How did you come to know my son? Zi inquired suddenly, realizing she had yet to introduce herself. Ji Qingshang felt a flutter of anxiety. Meeting Bai Ye's mother had unsettled her to the point of neglecting such a fundamental courtesy. I apologize for my oversight. My name is Ji Qingshang, she hastily replied. No worries, so it's Miss Ji, Zi responded, still unaware that Ji Qingshang was actually the holy maiden of the celestial sanctuary and the daughter of its leader, holding an exceptionally noble status. How did you come to know Bai Ye? Would you be so kind as to share? Zi continued, curiosity evident in her tone. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Qingshang spoke. We met quite ordinarily, as we were both disciples of the same sect and often see each other. She was unable to divulge the truth, which was that Bai Ye had barged into her room and kissed her. Such a revelation would be far too embarrassing, especially in the presence of his mother. I see. Zi probed further. What is your impression of my son? Feel free to share both his strengths and weaknesses. She felt that being too direct might come off as impolite, and Ji Qingshang found herself in a quandary. Do not hesitate. I am eager to hear your most candid thoughts about Bai Ye, Zi encouraged. Very well. Ji Qingshang unwittingly fell into Zi's trap. Bai Ye is a rather reserved and somewhat lecherous fellow, yet he possesses a good heart and is quite responsible. Upon hearing her assessment, Zi's spirits lifted, a smile blossoming on her face. Zi then took a probing approach. So, do you have feelings for my son? Ji Qingshang nearly blurted out her affection, but quickly covered her mouth, her cheeks flushing crimson, even beneath her veil. Zi's knowing gaze suggested she had seen through Ji Qingshang's flustered demeanor, creating an atmosphere that left Ji Qingshang feeling quite embarrassed and unable to meet Zi's eyes. Just then, the door swung open unexpectedly. Ji Qingshang felt a moment of relief, only to realize that the newcomer was Bai Ye. Ji Qingshang, what brings you here? Bai Ye asked, initially skeptical, as he found it hard to comprehend why she would come such a distance to seek him, particularly when there had been no pressing matters recently. Despair washed over Ji Qingshang. Of all people, it had to be him. If Bai Ye learned of her earlier slip of the tongue, she would be utterly humiliated. This young lady has traveled a great distance to see you. How can you greet her in such a manner? Zi chided Bai Ye, feeling displeased. She believed her son was too blunt and lacked the gentleness required when speaking to a young lady. Bai Ye found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond to his mother's reproach. Ji Qingshang, meanwhile, was startled, relieved that Zi had not mentioned her earlier blunder to Bai Ye. Be a bit gentler with Miss Ji. Do you understand? Zi emphasized to Bai Ye. I understand, Bai Ye nodded, feeling cornered by his mother's insistence. This was the first time Ji Qingshang had witnessed Bai Ye in such an awkward predicament, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly, finding herself more at ease. I shall leave you two to converse, Zi declared, excusing herself to allow Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang some privacy. Once his mother had departed, Bai Ye sighed slightly and turned to Ji Qingshang. So what brings you here today? Nothing of great importance, merely curiosity about your recent engagement annulment, Ji Qingshang replied, half truthfully. In reality, she was deeply concerned about the matter but felt too shy to express it outright. Are you eager to witness my humiliation? Bai Ye chucked it lightly. At his words, Ji Qingshang felt a twinge of annoyance. Since he believed that, what could she say? It made it seem as if she reveled in his misfortune, when in truth, she was merely worried about him but found it difficult to voice her concern. Bai Ye remained puzzled about Ji Qingshang's intentions but decided to let it be. In any case, the Zhao family will likely come to finalize the annulment tomorrow. So you'll have to wait just one more night, he stated. Just one more night, she echoed. Ji Qingshang did not find anything unusual about the situation at first. However, as night fell, her perspective began to shift. Was she to stay overnight? Zi's manner of addressing her had transformed, from Miss Ji to simply Qingshang. Was this inappropriate? If it were, she would simply seek an outside. Ji Qingshang intended to suggest finding a lodging, but before she could finish her thought, Z interjected. Of course it's convenient. Just stay overnight at our estate. Oh well, all right then. At that moment, Ji Qingshang remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Subsequently, she followed the route provided by Madame Z to her designated lodging for the night. As she stepped out of the door, she unexpectedly encountered a middle-aged man, Bai Hao, the family head. Ji Qingshang had already met Bai Hao earlier that afternoon, so this was not their first encounter. She recognized him as Bai Ye's father. Greetings, head of the Bai family, Ji Qingshang said politely. In the presence of Bai Ye's parents, Ji Qingshang's upbringing shone through, as she wished to make a good impression. Otherwise, she had not been this mindful of propriety in a long time. Previously, during her time at the Heavenly Transformation Sacred Land, it had been commonplace to disregard others, especially male disciples. Bai Hao nodded in response. Please, do rest well. After Ji Qingshang had moved on, Bai Hao turned to Z with a hint of concern. Is it truly wise to conceal the truth from her? The truth referred to the fact that the place Z had just directed Ji Qingshang to was actually Bai Ye's room. Z had deliberately created an opportunity for the two to be alone. Given her understanding of her son, she feared that Bai Ye's reserved nature might cause him to miss out on such an exceptional girl. It's all right. I am certain the girl harbors significant feelings for our Yi. She will not mind, Z responded confidently. Let's hope so, Bai Hao remarked. However, I can't shake the feeling that her surname is rather uncommon. He recalled hearing the Ji surname before, sensing that the power behind it was formidable. Yet he cannot pinpoint where. She claimed to be an inner disciple of the Heavenly Transformation Sacred Land. It's only natural that a genius with such a background would have an influential backing, Z mused. I truly did not expect it. Our Yi, despite his aloof demeanor, seems to possess a certain charm that has captivated an inner disciple. From Ji Qingshang's earlier comment about Bai Ye, Z surmised that Ji Qingshang was already infatuated with him, perhaps to the extent that something had transpired between them. Otherwise, why would she label him a reserved yet lecherous man? Haha, after all, he is our son, Bai Hao said with a proud smile. Even though Bai Ye's performance at the Heavenly Transformation Sacred Land was lackluster, and even faced rejection from his fiancée, Bai Hao would never give up hope for his only son. In that moment, Ji Qingshang had arrived at her destination. She gazed at the house enveloped by a lotus pond, concluding that this must be the place. Without further contemplation, she approached the house directly. Upon entering, she noticed the simple yet clean decor. The floors, walls, and ceiling bore traces of recent cleaning. It seemed no one had resided there for quite some time, and today was likely the first visit for cleaning. Thus, Ji Qingshang harbored no suspicions, believing it was Madame Z or Bai Hao who had arranged for the cleaning. However, upon opening a door that appeared to lead to a bedroom, she began to sense something was amiss. On the bedside table lay a painting, a depiction of a young boy and girl frolicking together. The style was rather hasty, resembling the chaotic scrawls of a child, making it impossible for Ji Qingshang to identify the figures within, especially since the painting appeared quite old, shrouding its origins in mystery. Just then, Ji Qingshang heard voices approaching from outside, growing louder, and she distinctly recognized Bai Ye's voice. Was this truly his room? Panic surged within her, and her instinct was to find a place to hide. However, it was too late. Bai Ye had already pushed the door open. They locked eyes. Bai Ye was momentarily stunned, while Ji Qingshang's face flushed with a mix of panic and shyness. Ji Qingshang, how did you end up in my room? Bai Ye questioned, bewildered. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingshang's heart raced. Indeed, this was Bai Ye's room. Madame Z, wait. Ji Qingshang suddenly realized that Madame Z must have orchestrated this. Yet, her thoughts were a whirlwind, and she could only hurriedly explain, no, it's not what you think. Madame Z sent me here. I had no idea this was your room. I see. I understand now. Bai Ye responded with surprising calmness, accepting her explanation. He knew his mother well enough to believe that she would indeed do something like this, so he had no reason to doubt Ji Qingshang's words. Bai Ye sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. How could his mother treat guests in such a manner? Observing Ji Qingshang's flustered demeanor, Bai Ye sighed softly. Since you're here, you might as well stay the night. Ji Qingshang's cheeks flushed deeper. Though she felt exceedingly shy, she inexplicably did not refuse. Had this been the past, She would have never considered spending the night in a male-less room. At that moment, Ji Qingshang seemed to anticipate something. After all, there was only one bed in the room. Yet, in the next instant, Bai Ye retrieved a new bed from his storage ring. Thankfully, he had impulsively placed that unused bed in the ring earlier, and it was now perfectly suited for the occasion. Otherwise, Ji Qingshang would have had nowhere to sleep that night. Bai Ye had never considered sharing his bed with Ji Qingshang, as he assumed she would find the idea repugnant. Even with the presence of Hong and Yi, there was still little room. Huh? Ji Qingshang was taken aback, feeling a twinge of disappointment. What is wrong? Is the bed too ordinary for your taste? Bai Ye asked, puzzled by her reaction. No, nothing is wrong. Ji Qingshang quickly composed herself. Let us just prepare to wash up and rest. It's getting late. After a moment of silence, Bai Ye added, So, who goes first to wash? You go ahead. Ji Qingshang replied, suddenly realizing that she would need to bathe at Bai Ye's residence that night, which was exceedingly embarrassing. Bai Ye said nothing further and quickly went to clean himself. Thankfully, both Hong and Yi possessed the ability to automatically expel impurities from their bodies, or assisting them with bathing would have posed quite the dilemma. After Bai Ye stepped out of the room, only Ji Qingshang, Fei Hong, and Fei Yi remained. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat awkward, as Ji Qingshang was not well acquainted with either Fei Hong or Fei Yi. However, she had learned from her father that Fei Yi was the soul of the Calamity Bone Dragon, now restored to a corporeal form, so she was not surprised by Fei Yi's presence. Fei Hong, meanwhile, remained silent, engrossed in devouring the dessert Bai Ye had given her. What is this delightful treat? Is it truly that delectable? Fei Yi, noticing her enthusiasm, could not help but inquire. She often witnessed Fei Hong relishing these confections, yet had not yet tasted them herself, and her curiosity was piqued. As the Calamity Bone Dragon could directly consume the spiritual essence of the world as sustenance, it had no pressing need to eat, but surely would relish the opportunity to enjoy something delicious. However, Fei Hong deliberately ignored Fei Yi, suddenly gobbling down her dessert as if fearing Fei Yi might snatch it away. Wait, leave some for me. I wish to sample it too. Fei Yi, realizing the situation, joined the fray. After managing to seize a small piece and taking a bite, her eyes lit up. It was indeed exquisite. No more for you. At that moment, Fei Hong vigilantly shielded the remaining dessert, resembling a little cat guarding its food, refusing to allow Fei Yi near her treats. Sharing a little wooden tea hurt. Bai Ye has plenty more. Besides, we are essentially the same person. Fei Yi attempted to ease Fei Hong's vigilance with her words. Yet, Fei Hong remained steadfast, determined to protect her prize, even pressing her body onto the desserts. Observing the endearing antics of Fei Hong and Fei Yi, Ji Qingshang could not help but smile faintly. The tension in the room dissipating significantly. Approximately 10 minutes later, Bai Ye returned to the dormitory. Upon entering, he found Fei Hong and Fei Yi playfully tussling over the food. Fortunately, it was merely a light-hearted skirmish. Neither had resorted to earnest aggression, or else the house might have faced ruin. What prompted this sudden squabble? Bai Ye approached to mediate. I also wish to partake in such a delicious treat, but Fei Hong refuses to share with me. Fei Yi immediately complained to Bai Ye. At that moment, Fei Hong rushed over to embrace Bai Ye's waist. Her tone tinged with grievance. It belongs to me, and Fei Yi insists on stealing it. Bai Ye smiled gently, tenderly ruffling the hair of both Fei Hong and Fei Yi. If you both like it, simply ask me directly. Let us refrain from fighting over it in the future. These two little ones are merely different facets of the same being. It is quite amusing to witness them quarrel over food. Bai Ye then divided the dessert equally between Fei Hong and Fei Yi, for his spatial ring contained ample supplies to keep them satiated for quite some time. Watching Bai Ye's affectionate indulgence toward Fei Hong and Fei Yi, Ji Qingshang's expression gradually turned somewhat melancholic, a subtle hint of jealousy permeating the air. Chapter 62. Cousin S Apology, it's your turn. Noticing Ji Qingshang had yet to rise, Bai Ye reminded her. Ji Qingshang snapped back to reality. I know. For some reason, her tone seemed somewhat displeased, leaving Bai Ye puzzled. While bathing, Ji Qingshang had harbored concerns about whether Bai Ye might sneak a peek. However, it turned out she had worried for naught. Throughout her bath, Bai Ye had not stepped outside the dormitory even once. In fact, he had already lain down, sharing the old bed in the room with Fei Hong and Fei Yi, while the new bed was reserved solely for Ji Qingshang. Sharing a space with Bai Ye should have made Ji Qingshang feel anxious, Yet, since they were sleeping in separate beds, and Bai Ye was accompanied by Fei Hong and Fei Yi, she found herself feeling less tense and more frustrated. The night passed without incident. Upon waking in the morning, Ji Qingshang's gaze fell upon the painting once more. Curiously, she asked Bai Ye, "Speaking of this painting, did you create it?" Following Ji Qingshang's line of sight, Bai Ye shook his head. "No, I recall this was drawn by my cousin long ago." "What of it?" "Oh, nothing. I merely thought it was your work." Ji Qingshang replied. "So it depicts you and your cousin?" "Yes, but time has altered the circumstances. This painting has become a relic of the past." Bai Ye reflected wistfully. "So, does that mean your relationship with your cousin has soured?" Yi Qingshang speculated. "Sort of. She has inexplicably distanced herself. Let's not dwell on that. The breakfast delivery should be arriving shortly. Let us prepare to eat." Bai Ye preferred to avoid further discussion on the topic, not wishing to speak ill of others behind their backs. Ji Qingshang could surmise that perhaps Bai Ye's earlier lack of demonstrated talent had led others to perceive him as merely an ordinary young master. The Zhao family's proposal to annul the engagement and his cousin's subsequent estrangement did not seem all that surprising. Shortly thereafter, the breakfast delivery arrived outside the door. "Come in," Bai Ye called to the person outside. However, the individual hesitated for a moment before finally entering. Upon seeing the figure before him, Bai Ye was taken aback. To his astonishment, it was his cousin Bai Shuang delivering breakfast. "What brings you here?" Bai Ye was exceedingly surprised, as such tasks were typically carried out by servants of the Bai family. It was inconceivable that Bai Shuang, who held a respectable position in the Bai family and was renowned as a prodigy, would engage in such menial work. Yet, upon entering, Bai Shuang was equally taken aback, for she found both Fei Hong and Fei Yi present in Bai Ye's room, alongside Ji Qingshang, whom she had never met. While she had seen Fei Hong and Fei Yi at least once, Ji Qingshang's unveiled beauty was an entirely new revelation. The appearance of such a mysterious and stunning maiden in Bai Ye's chamber undoubtedly stirred a tumult within Bai Shuang's heart. Ji Qingshang regarded the twin-tailed girl before her and promptly asked Bai Ye, "She cannot possibly be one of your family's servants, can she?" The girl's attire and demeanor hardly resembled that of servant. Moreover, if she recalled correctly, the little girl depicted in the painting within Bai Ye's dormitory had twin tails as well. "No, she is my cousin, Bai Shuang," Bai Ye introduced. Ji Qingshang nodded slightly, then greeted Bai Shuang warmly. "Hello, Bai Shuang. I am Ji Qingshang, Bai Ye's senior sister." Bai Shuang was taken aback by the unexpected greeting. Momentarily flustered, "Hello." However, she quickly realized that the person before her was Bai Ye's senior sister. Yet, why would a senior sister visit their Bai family residence? Had Bai Ye forged such a close relationship with Ji Qingshang that she could visit the family home? "To be honest, I am quite curious as to why you're delivering breakfast," Bai Ye inquired of Bai Shuang. "Can't I just suddenly be in a good mood?" Bai Shuang huffed, regretting her abruptness even as her expression remained unchanged. In truth, Bai Shuang had purposely come to deliver breakfast this time to apologize to Bai Ye for her hurtful words from the previous day. She was aware that her comment had been quite damaging, but she had assumed that Bai Ye would not hear it, never anticipating that he had indeed caught her words. Consequently, she had a restless night, plagued by thoughts of her indiscretion, ultimately resolving to seek an opportunity to express her regret to Bai Ye. Initially, she intended to bring breakfast to her cousin's residence and use that moment to apologize, but unexpectedly, a senior sister from the Tianyan Sacred Land appeared, disrupting her carefully laid plans. Moreover, her earlier curt response to Bai Ye further diminished her hopes of making amends. Nevertheless, she expressed her gratitude, and after that, Bai Ye did not engage her further, accepting the breakfast and preparing to eat. This simple thank you only deepened Bai Shuang's guilt, and in a surge of emotion, she suddenly exclaimed, "Hey!" Bai Ye, who was about to open the exquisite wooden box, looked up at her with a puzzled expression. "I'm sorry for what happened yesterday, and just now." Bai Shuang managed to utter these words with great difficulty, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Bai Ye was taken aback. Was Bai Shuang really apologizing to him? At that moment, she lowered her head, eyes shut tight, fearing that Bai Ye might reject her apology. However, Bai Ye quickly regained his composure, observing his cousin's demeanor reminiscent of a child admitting fault, and a gentle smile graced his lips as he said, "It's good that you recognize your mistake. I'm not so petty." Upon hearing this response, Bai Shuang felt an immense wave of relief and joy wash over her. Meanwhile, Ji Qingshang, though unclear about the specifics between Bai Ye and Bai Shuang, gleaned some understanding from their exchange. She sensed that Bai Shuang did not seem as distant from Bai Ye as he had claimed. By this time, Bai Ye had opened the packaging to reveal the breakfast inside, an array of rice balls. Not only did they appear appetizing, but there seemed to be a variety of fillings, indicating a delightful assortment. This surprised Bai Ye, as he recalled that the Bai family's kitchen rarely served rice balls, and if they did, they were not crafted with such finesse. After all, the kitchen needed to prepare a large quantity of breakfast in a short time, leaving little room for such artistry. He also remembered that the first breakfast Bai Shuang had made for him as a child was indeed rice balls, albeit poorly executed, which had left a lasting impression on him. Yet, after all these years, had Bai Shuang's culinary skills truly improved? He could not ascertain the taste yet, but they certainly looked exquisite. Bai Shuang, did you make these? Bai Ye invited. Yes, she replied softly, but I only made one portion. She had prepared only enough for Bai Ye, unaware that there were 4 people present. It's fine. Fei Hong and Fei can have something else. They love those. Bai Ye resuscited her. As for you, G-girl, sharing should suffice. Subsequently, Bai Ye divided half of the rice balls with Ji Qingshang, and they began to savor the meal. Bai Shuang observed Bai Ye and Ji Qingshang, particularly eager to see Bai Ye's reaction. Delicious. Your skills have improved remarkably. Bai Ye pides. Hearing this, Bai Shuang's heart soared with happiness. She had spent years perfecting the art of making these rice balls in hopes of this moment. Moments latte. Ji Qingshang suddenly asked, Bai Shuang, you don't seem to dislike Bai Ye. Why the distance between you two? Bai Ye was taken aback by Ji Qingshang's question, as he had never broached the subject with Bai Shuang himself. Bai Shuang's expression shifted noticeably, clearly struggling to articulate her thoughts. She had merely grown up. If she continued to cling to her cousin as before, not only would she feel embarrassed, but others would also mock her. To preserve her pride, she had deliberately distanced herself from Bai Ye, albeit excessively. I didn't want to be ridiculed for being so attached to my cousin at this age, Bai Shuang confessed. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I see, Bai Ye finally understood. Reflecting on his own situation, it was easy to deduce why Bai Shuang had been mocked. It stemmed from his own lack of acceptance within the Bai family. Although he was the young master, his mediocre talent likely led to disparagement from others. If Bai Shuang became too close to him, she would undoubtedly face ridicule. Especially when he joined the Tianyan Sacred Land, his father had sacrificed much on his behalf, drawing upon the Bai family's resources, which surely sparked discontent among many. I'm sorry, Bai Shuang said again, regretting her excessive aloofness. It's not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's my previous inadequacy, Bai Ye replied gently. No, their expectations were too harsh. You've worked very hard, Bai Shuang retorted indignantly. It's all right. Your cousin has changed tremendously now, Ji Qingshang interjected. She had realized that the Bai family members seemed unaware of Bai Ye's true talents, likely still perceiving him as an ordinary disciple. Bai Shuang displayed a hint of confusion, not fully grasping Ji Qingshang's implication. Had her cousin truly triumphed within the Tianyan Sacred Land? Just then, hurried footsteps approached the door, and a servant rushed in, addressing Bai Ye, young master. The Zhao family, led by Zhao Lingxue, has arrived. The elders have instructed you to go at once. Noticing the presence of Bai Shuang and several unfamiliar faces, he added, I understand. I will be there shortly. With that, the servant exited. Bai Ye then turned to the others. I must go now. Feel free to stay. However, Fei Hong and Fei were unwilling to part from Bai Ye and immediately took hold of his hands. I want to go too, Bai Shuang declared without hesitation. Yi Kvingshank, though silent, was equally quick to act. After all, her reason for visiting the Bai family was precisely related to the matter of the divorce. Realizing they all intended to accompany him, Bai Ye found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, he arrived at the Bai family's conference hall, where the senior members of the Bai family and the Zhao family awaited his arrival. As he stepped into the hall, he felt countless gazes converge upon him, and his eyes immediately fell upon Zhao Lingxue. A young girl, elegantly clad in a blue dress, possessed a lovely countenance, though her beauty paled in comparison to that of Ji Qingshang and Yi Jinxin. In the city of Qingyang, she could be considered a rare beauty, yet on a broader scale within the southern region, she fell short. In truth, Bai Ye had not seen his fiancée for many years and had nearly forgotten her appearance. However, aside from those he recognized, this girl in blue was the only one he could identify as Zhao Lingxue. At that moment, Bai Shuang retreated to a corner of the hall. as she was not the center of attention today. "Are you Bai Ye?" Zhao Lingxue asked, locking eyes with him directly. She also took note of the veiled girl in white beside Bai Ye, as well as two girls who appear to be twins. "Indeed, I am," Bai Ye replied calmly. Despite the scrutiny of the crowd, his demeanor remained composed. Zhao Lingxue gazed at Ji Qingshang with a look of confusion, choosing not to respond further to Bai Ye. The other members of the Zhao family seemed particularly interested in Ji Qingshang and the twins, as their beauty was undeniably striking, and they did not resemble the Bai family. What would have brought them here with Bai Ye? "Here, come sit here," Zi beckoned to Bai Ye. An elongated oval table was nearly filled, leaving only one seat beside the family head, Bai Hao, and his wife, Yi, evidently reserved for Bai Ye. He nodded and took his place, with Zhao Lingxue seated directly opposite him. The twins, Feng Hong and Feng Ye, had no other seats and instinctively perched upon Bai Ye's lap, a habit formed during their previous travels on the spirit ship. Though such behavior was somewhat inappropriate for the formal setting, Bai Ye saw no reason to afford the Zhao family any undue respect given their intent to dissolve the engagement, thus allowing the twins to remain perched on his thighs. Ji Qingshang stood silently behind Bai Ye, choosing not to speak. Bai Hao, observing the twins' behavior, felt compelled to caution Yi. Some elders of the Bai family frowned in disapproval, while the Zhao family members also displayed visible discontent. Feng Hong remained unfazed, but Feng Ye, noticing the disapproving gazes, became displeased. "What? Do you have an objection?" she inquired icily, a faint aura of draconic might emanating from her. Though she did not target anyone specifically, her presence was enough to instill a sense of intimidation, affecting only those who had expressed dissent. Even this subdued display of power frightened the onlookers, who felt as though they were being scrutinized by a fearsome beast, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. Zhao Lingxue, in particular, turned pale. Just a moment. Someone from the Zhao family attempted to rise in protest, but was halted by an elder seated beside Zhao Lingxue. This elder was Zhao Pingyuan, the grand elder of the Zhao family, whose status and authority were second only to the family head. Though the individual did not comprehend why the grand elder intervened, he complied, unwilling to defy his wishes. "Of course, there are no objections," Zhao Pingyuan conceded to Feng Ye, having realized that the young girl before him was far from ordinary. Her earlier display of might suggested a formidable strength. The other Zhao family members sensed this too, understanding the grand elder's concession. However, questions lingered. Who exactly was this girl? And why was she so close to Bai Ye? Bai Hao and Zi exchanged astonished glances, surprised by Feng Ye's formidable presence. "Where did you find such a formidable sister, Yi?" Bai Ye, maintaining his composure, addressed the Zhao family members coolly. "Let's get to the matter at hand. You wish to dissolve the engagement, do you not? Present the marriage contract and return the betrothal gifts as well. The dissolution of an engagement is a straightforward process, requiring mutual consent from both parties. The return of gifts exchanged and the tearing up of the marriage contracts. However, while the Bai family had provided the betrothal gifts, the Zhao family had yet to deliver their portion, arriving today only to annul the engagement. The very term annulment indicated the Zhao family's intentions were far from benign. The marriage contract is here, but the betrothal gifts over the years of cooperation between our families have long exceeded those gifts, Zhao Pingyuan asserted, placing the marriage contract on the table, clearly reluctant to return the gifts. Initially, the Zhao family had intended to belittle Bai Ye and the Bai family, using this as a display for the Wu family. Yet, the formidable aura emitted by the girl in black had swiftly deterred Zhao Pingyuan from such a plan, wary of provoking an entity beyond his reckoning. Wouldn't such behavior be rather unseemly? Bai Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. The notion that the Bai family had benefited while implying the Zhao family had not was absurd. Otherwise, the concept of cooperation would be rendered a mere farce. Thus, the Zhao family's actions were nothing short of duplicitous, aiming to retain the betrothal gifts. Moreover, the value of those gifts paled in comparison to the resources expended by the Bai family when Bai Ye entered the Tianyan sacred land, something Zhao Pingyuan was keen to exploit. The elder's tone dripped with sarcasm. "You claimed those expenditures were worthwhile, yet your standing in the Tianyan sacred land is abysmally low. Is that truly worth discussing?" Ji Qingshang's voice turned cold as she made a stunning revelation. Zhao Pingyuan momentarily faltered, caught off guard, before realizing something was amiss. Wait, the sacred sun? Yet, Zhao Pingyuan dismissed the notion as mere boasting, unable to fathom that Bai Ye could ascend to such a status within the Tianyan Sacred Land. Little girl, such a feeble lie will not fool anyone, he chuckled, with the rest of the Zhao family sharing his skepticism. Given Bai Ye's lackluster talent, he was destined to remain at the bottom in a place like the Tianyan Sacred Land, where becoming the sacred son was nothing more than a distant dream. Zhao Lingxue let out a disdainful smile. Despite her exceptional talent, which ranked among the best in Qingyang City, she had barely managed to become an inner disciple of the Yusin sect through sheer effort. The Tianyan Sacred Land was undoubtedly a tier above the Yusin sect, and for Bai Ye, with his talent, to aspire to become a holy son was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Not only did the Zhao family doubt her words, but even those from the Bai family found it hard to believe what Ji Qingshang had asserted, as they were more acutely aware of their young master's capabilities. At that moment, Bai Hao and Zi exchanged glances, both reflecting incredulity in their eyes. The crux of the matter was that, aside from Bai Ye, Bai Shuang, and Fei Hong, Fei Yi, only they two knew that Ji Qingshang had claimed to be an inner disciple of the Tianyan Sacred Land. Thus, her words bore a degree of credibility, albeit they were hard to digest. The unfolding situation took Bai Ye by surprise. He had not anticipated Ji Qingshang would suddenly come to his defense. In the face of skepticism, Ji Qingshang produced a gleaming sword, its tip directly aimed at Zhao Pingyuan, unleashing a torrent of unrestrained spiritual pressure upon him. Seeing her poised for action, the Zhao family could no longer remain seated and attempted to rise in defiance. Ji Qingshang's pressure was solely directed at Zhao Pingyuan, leaving the others momentarily oblivious to her true cultivation level. Wait, Zhao Pingyuan hastily called out to restrain the others. Beads of cold sweat already dotting his brow, his eyes filled with terror, as if he had grasped some grave realization. Indeed, Zhao Pingyuan had sensed that the opponent's cultivation was perilously close to the open heaven realm, likely between the 7th and 9th levels of the spiritual sea, while his own cultivation barely reached the 8th level. Even the strongest in Qingyang City, the city lord, only possessed the 9th level of the spiritual sea. This girl in white, so young yet already wielding such formidable power, was undoubtedly a top genius from a superlative force. Moreover, the sword she held was extraordinary. It radiated a violet hue, adorned with mysterious engravings. Zhao Pingyuan, directly under its threatening gaze, could discern that the sword's quality was at least of the 3rd or even 4th rank. Particularly, its design closely matched descriptions of the sword wielded by the Holy Maiden of the Tianyan Sacred Land. If she truly was the Holy Maiden of the Tianyan Sacred Land, then her cultivation level would indeed be explicable. However, a new question arose. Why would the esteemed Holy Maiden of the Tianyan Sacred Land be found in their diminutive Qingyang City, even going so far as to speak up for Bai Ye, the so-called waste of a young master? After all, Bai Ye's talents, while commendable for an ordinary person, were undeniably mediocre for someone of his status. He was the young master of the Bai family, and such a position could not be measured against that of an ordinary individual. Do you think I speak falsehoods? Ji Qingshang's sword remained steadfastly pointed at Zhao Pingyuan as she inquired coldly. May I ask for your esteemed name? Zhao Pingyuan's tone had clearly softened. Upon sensing the elder's obvious display of weakness, the hearts of the Zhao family members were thrown into disarray. Could this girl in white be an unfathomable and formidable entity? My surname is Ji. Is that sufficient? Ji Qingshang merely divulged her surname, as if the Zhao family were unworthy of knowing her full name. Upon hearing this, Zhao Pingyuan's pupils trembled violently. He had fortuitously heard that the current master of the Tianyan Sacred Land bore the surname Ji, and the Holy Maiden was the master's daughter, sharing the same surname. Thus, upon hearing the surname of the girl in white, Zhao Pingyuan was left astounded. Could it be that she was indeed the Holy Maiden of the Tianyan Sacred Land? Although it was difficult to fathom, her cultivation level spoke volumes. I have been blind and failed to recognize the Holy Maiden, Zhao Pingyuan murmured, his tone now submissive. The Holy Maiden? The Zhao family members were taken aback, incredulous that this girl in white was a Holy Maiden. Which Holy Maiden could it be? Surely not from the Tianyan Sacred Land. Zhao Lingxue was equally shaken. What did this Holy Maiden designation entail? Not only that, but the Bai family members were equally astonished. Bai Hao and Zi Yi recalled that Ji Qingshang had claimed to be an inner disciple of the Tianyan Sacred Land. Why then did Zhao Pingyuan suddenly refer to her as the Holy Maiden? Though Bai Ye remains low-key, as a holy son, he symbolizes our Tianyan sacred land. To mock and belittle him is tantamount to insulting our esteemed domain, Ji Qingshang stated coldly. As a member of the Tianyan sacred land, I cannot stand idly by. At this moment, Zhao Pingyuan was drenched in cold sweat, utterly at a loss for words. It had become evident that this girl in white was indeed the holy maiden of the Tianyan sacred land, and based on her assertions, Bai Ye was most likely the holy son. He had effectively offended both the holy son and the holy maiden, and should the Tianyan sacred land seek retribution, it would spell disaster for the Zhao family. One must understand that the Tianyan sacred land was a superpower in the southern region. Even an ordinary inner disciple possessed cultivation at the spiritual sea level, and a mere outer sect elder could obliterate the Zhao family with ease. Even if Zhao Lingxue was an inner disciple of the Yusen sect, the sect would not confront the Tianyan sacred land over a mere inner disciple, as the Yusen sect was already a tier lower and lacked the capability to contend. As for the Wu family, they were hardly a reliable ally for the Zhao family. Even if they were, they would only find themselves at the mercy of the Tianyan sacred land's might. Zhao Pingyuan had never anticipated that his aggressive visit to the Bai family to annul the engagement would bring such peril upon the Zhao family. Realizing that the elder had become so frightened he could not speak, the other members of the Zhao family fell into a panic. If the leader of their group was so shaken, how could they remain calm? Is what Ji Qingshang said truly the case? Bai Hao could not help but ask Bai Ye in a hushed tone. Yi and the members of the Bai family turned their curious gazes toward Bai Ye, eager to uncover the truth. Bai Shuang was particularly invested. If her cousin had indeed become the holy son of the Tianyan sacred land, no one would dare to challenge him moving forward. Bai Ye nodded affirmatively, acknowledging, "She speaks the truth. I had merely forgotten to inform you." In truth, he had not forgotten, but rather intended to gauge the Zhao family's attitude upon his return. Had he revealed his current status as the holy son of the Tianyan sacred land, the Zhao family would undoubtedly have feigned compliance and hidden their true intentions, perhaps even shamelessly reneging on their decision to annul the engagement. Such a situation would be both vexing and distasteful. Given the Zhao family's aggressive demeanor and their attempts to renege on the initial betrothal gifts, Bai Ye recognized that they had no intention of amicably dissolving the engagement. Had Fei Yi not initially imposed some authority over the Zhao family, they likely would have not only refused to return the gifts, but also escalated their humiliation towards him and the Bai family. Could it truly be so? Bai Hao exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy and astonishment. Ziyi instinctively embraced Bai Hao's arm in delight. The elders appeared nearly unable to contain themselves, almost erupting into applause. Bai Shuang felt genuine joy for her cousin. He had finally managed to dispel all doubts. This token signified the identity of the saint's son. Yet it seemed none of you recognized its significance. Bai Ye remarked with a faint smile, "Moreover, if I were to reveal this, wouldn't it prevent you from witnessing the recent expressions of the Zhao family?" The token, which represented the status of the saint's son, hung from his waist. Yet no one in Qingyang City could discern its meaning. Thus he had never bothered to conceal it. At that moment, the members of the Zhao family were unable to raise their heads. They could utter not a word, their faces flushed or ashen. Particularly, Zhao Lingxue, his fiancée, Yi, had lost her prior disdainful arrogance, her head bowed in shame. Originally, they had intended to humiliate Bai Yi and the Bai family, but instead, they found themselves on the receiving end of his humiliation. Chapter 66. The Arrival of the Princess of Taishu. Observing the dismal expressions on the faces of the Zhao family, akin to having consumed something bitter, the Bai family felt a wave of relief wash over them. Did these individuals still wish to come and insult the Bai family? Thankfully, the young master had indeed brought them great pride. Now, the question arose, how had the young master accomplished this? Within less than a year of entering the Tianyan sacred land, he had become its saint's son. It was well known that only the most formidable male disciples of the Tianyan sacred land were eligible for such a title. How could the young master have risen to the pinnacle among countless prodigies within the sacred land? It must be noted that the Tianyan sacred land, with its esteemed status in the southern region, attracted talents from all corners, each one a top genius in their respective domains. For instance, within the Qian dynasty, only the most distinguished talents could enter the Tianyan sacred land, and even then, only a select few advanced to the inner sect. Bai Ye's admission had largely been due to Bai Hao's willingness to expend substantial resources, albeit at the cost of hastening the decline of the already weakened Bai family. In the span of less than a year, what had transpired with the young master? This was the shared perplexity among the Bai family. More precisely, this uncertainty had arisen recently. The family head, the head matriarch, and the elders had been periodically monitoring Bai Ye's situation in the Tianyan sacred land. Typically, the sacred land documented the circumstances of each disciple, forwarding the information to their families upon request. Thus, they had been apprised of Bai Ye's status each month. And as of last month, he had still been languishing at the bottom of the outer sect. Just half a month had passed since they last checked. And now, Bai Ye had somehow transformed into the Saint's son? Furthermore, Bai Ye had never exhibited any extraordinary talent. His abilities were rather ordinary or, at best, mediocre. They simply could not fathom how he had achieved such an ascent. Unfortunately, the matter of the marriage annulment was still unresolved, making it inappropriate for them to inquire about Bai Ye's circumstances. Just as Bai Ye was about to speak, an unexpected interruption occurred as someone burst into the hall. Bai Hao and several elders frowned, for intruding upon the deliberation chamber at such a critical moment was a grave breach of protocol, unless there was a matter of utmost urgency to convey. However, the next moment, the intruder uttered an astonishing statement. The Prime Minister and the Princess of the Taishu dynasty, along with esteemed figures, have arrived. At this pronouncement, everyone present was rendered speechless. Why would the Prime Minister, residing in the royal capital, suddenly come to their humble Qingyang city? Moreover, the presence of the Taishu dynasty's princess and other dignitaries, figures of greater stature than the Prime Minister himself, was utterly perplexing. The Taishu dynasty was a premier dynasty in the southern region, while the Qian dynasty was merely a minor power, substantially overshadowed by Taishu's might. The distance between the two dynasties spanned nearly half the southern region, making the princess's personal visit to the Bai family all the more remarkable. What on earth was happening today? One bewildering event followed another. Could this all be attributed to Bai Ye? At this moment, the gaze of the crowd gradually shifted towards Bai Ye. Feeling the weight of their collective scrutiny, Bai Ye remarked, "Why do you all look at me? Either go out to welcome those esteemed guests or continue addressing the annulment matters." Bai Ye was indeed aware of the Prime Minister's and the Taishu princess's impending arrival. The princess of the Taishu dynasty was most likely the enigmatic woman named Su Mengshi from before. Such a figure's arrival in the Qian dynasty would undoubtedly warrant the royal family's utmost attention, and the Prime Minister would likely be tasked with receiving the visitors from the Taishu dynasty. Not even the emperor of the Qian dynasty could afford to be disrespectful in the presence of Su Mengshi. Otherwise, the Taishu dynasty could effortlessly obliterate or annex the Qian dynasty. However, Bai Ye had not anticipated that Su Mengshi would specifically come to the Qian dynasty. Clearly, her intent was to seek him out, presumably concerning the resurrection of his great-grandfather. Sighing inwardly, Bai Ye felt a sense of helplessness and mild exasperation. Should threats of force or the Taishu dynasty's influence be employed against him, he would not personally fear it, but the concern for his family and friends weighed heavily. The royal family of the Qian dynasty, fearful of the Taishu dynasty, would undoubtedly exert pressure on the Bai family. If matters escalated, he might have to resort to calling upon Hong Hong and Yi. Even the formidable Taishu dynasty would find it challenging to contend with them. However, if Hong Hong and Yi intervened against the Taishu dynasty, it would cause a significant uproar, inevitably exposing their identities and inviting even greater threats. The harrowing events of millennia past would replay, with the foremost human cultivators of the southern region besieging Hong Hong and Yi, and the Bai family would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the fallout. The more Bai Ye pondered, the more his head throbbed. He resolved to cast aside his thoughts and simply proceed step by step. Quickly, let us go out to welcome our distinguished guests. Bai Hao, regaining his composure, instructed the others. Instantly, all members of the Bai family sprang into action to receive them, with Bai Hao showing no signs of hesitation. The Zhao family, however, was at a loss. Ordinarily, the arrival of such dignitaries to the Bai family would not concern them. Yet they feared that failing to greet them might provoke the ire of these esteemed figures. Moreover, their current predicament was already quite embarrassing. Having been thoroughly humiliated by Bai Ye, caught in a state of confusion, they sat restlessly, akin to fools. Why had the princess of the Taishu dynasty come? Did it pertain to him? At that moment, Tianxuan communicated with Bai Ye through spiritual connection. It had become almost instinctual for her to associate any inexplicable occurrences with Bai Ye. Is this truly connected to you? Bai Ye responded with a tone of resignation. Indeed. There's a relation. Just as I thought, Tianxuan replied, somewhat exasperated. But what could she possibly want with you? You haven't taken advantage of her, have you? You are overthinking it. In any case, the situation is rather complex. You will understand soon enough. Bai Ye was disinclined to elaborate on the intricate details of the matter. However, at this moment, the members of the Bai family had yet to exit the conference hall when several formidable auras surged in. The Bai family members froze in their tracks, overwhelmed by the terrifying strength of these presences. The first to enter the hall was an exquisitely beautiful young woman clad in a palace gown. Upon witnessing her, the majority of those present were rendered speechless. They had never encountered such breathtaking beauty before, nor had they seen the veiled Saintess Ji, both of whom were unparalleled in the entirety of Qingyang City and even the Grand Qian dynasty. Zhao Lingxue, who had once prided herself on her beauty, found her confidence utterly shattered in the presence of Ji Qingshang and Su Mingxi. In comparison to them, her so-called beauty seemed laughable. At that moment, Su Mingxi's gaze immediately fell upon Bai Ye, her enchanting eyes sparkling with delight. Bai Ye. The crowd gasped as they heard the palace-clad young woman utter this name. It was evident that she was the princess of the Taisu dynasty, who not only recognized Bai Ye, but even addressed him as young master. When had Bai Ye become acquainted with the princess of the Taisu dynasty? Simultaneously, the individuals accompanying Su Mingxi entered as well. Among them was Guan Yuan, the chancellor of the Qian dynasty, along with several notable figures from the Taisu dynasty, each exuding an extraordinary aura. As the chancellor, Guan Yuan ranked among the top 10 powerhouses of the Qian dynasty, yet his cultivation was the weakest among those present, second only to Su Mingxi, showcasing the might of the Taisu dynasty. Chancellor, princess, and esteemed guests, Bai Hao, leading the Bai family, immediately addressed the prominent figures with utmost respect. However, Su Mingxi's expression suddenly shifted. This is not right. I have come seeking assistance from young Master Bai Ye. She had already learned from Chancellor Guan Yuan that today was the day the Zhao family had come to the Bai family to annul the engagement, and the Bai family's patriarch and elders would all be present in this conference hall. She had also gathered intelligence on Bai Ye, the young master of the Bai family who had joined the Heavenly Fate Sacred Land a year ago. Though recent developments regarding him remained elusive. Initially, she was quite surprised to discover that this young master hailed from such humble beginnings. After all, as the princess of the Taisu dynasty, Bai Ye's background appeared rather meager in her eyes. Being the young master of the Bai family meant that the patriarch and matriarch were Bai Ye's parents. Su Mingxi's demeanor indicated her desire for Bai Ye's favor. Hence, she preferred that his family and kin not treat her with excessive deference. Bai Hao, taken aback, exclaimed, "What do you seek from Ye?" The rest of the Bai family, along with the Zhao family members, were equally astonished. The princess of the Taisu dynasty sought something from Bai Ye. Although Chancellor Guan Yuan remained silent, he was equally puzzled. Since the princess's arrival at the Qian dynasty, he had been baffled by the purpose of her visit to Bai Ye. Before this incident, he had not even known of Bai Ye's existence. Now, he was even more perplexed. What could a mediocre young master from an ordinary family have that would warrant the personal attention of a princess from the Taisu dynasty? Let us discuss that matter later. Young Master Bai Ye is currently occupied with the engagement issue. Mingxi should wait until he has concluded that matter. Su Mingxi's tone and demeanor were calm and even somewhat conciliatory, lacking any air of superiority. The powerful figures from the Taisu dynasty accompanying Su Mingxi remained silent, as their sole duty was to ensure her safety, without any authority to interfere in her affairs. The onlookers were left in utter shock, gazing at Bai Ye with incredulity. The princess of the Taisu dynasty exhibited such profound respect towards him. At that moment, they could not help but be convinced that Bai Ye was indeed the son of the Heavenly Fate Sacred Land. For only someone of such stature could stand on equal footing, or even above, that of a princess from the Taisu dynasty. Let us first address the engagement matter. Bai Ye finally spoke. His expression was relatively indifferent regarding Su Mingxi's arrival. However, he was taken aback by her attitude, which seemed devoid of any coercive intent, as she approached him with a desire to negotiate amicably. Yet, he remained cautious, uncertain if she might suddenly change her demeanor upon his refusal. The focus quickly shifted back to the engagement issue. The Zhao family members felt a chill run down their spines. The pressure from the sacred maiden of the heavenly fate's sacred land had already left them breathless, and now the princess of the Tai Su dynasty had arrived. Under such dual pressure, their spirits were utterly crushed, leaving them bereft of their earlier bravado. Within 3 days, no, by tomorrow, the betrothal gifts will be fully returned. The Zhao family's elder, Zhao Pingyuan, was utterly terrified, having lost all courage. In the presence of the heavenly fate, sacred land, and the Tai Su dynasty, a misstep could lead to the annihilation of the Zhao family. They dared not cling to the betrothal gifts any longer. Since they had not even contemplated returning the betrothal gifts, they were unprepared. Otherwise, Zhao Pingyuan would have returned them on the spot. The formerly arrogant Zhao Lingxue, who had looked down upon Bai Ye, now found herself unable to lift her head, her face drenched in cold sweat. Previously, Zhao Lingxue had believed that after annulling the engagement, her beauty would easily attract a young talent of greater standing than Bai Ye, considering herself a swan that Bai Ye could never hope to attain. Yet the stark reality was the opposite. She was the ugly frog, while Bai Ye, the son of the heavenly fate, sacred land, was someone entirely beyond her reach. At this moment, Zhao Lingxue felt utterly humiliated, unable to face anyone. Then let us formally dissolve the engagement. Bai Ye held the engagement contract in his hand and tore it asunder. As the two contracts were ripped in half, it signified the complete nullification of his engagement to Zhao Lingxue. Very well, from this moment forth, Zhao Lingxue and I, Bai Ye, shall have no further ties. Bai Ye stated blandly. He had never cared much for this matter. Had the Zhao family not displayed such an inappropriate attitude, it could have been resolved more peacefully. Now, the Zhao family's panic and loss of face were entirely self-inflicted. He had wished for the dissolution of the engagement anyway. As he had been a modern person in his past life, leaning towards the idea of marital freedom, feeling indifferent towards such a childhood betrothal with Zhao Lingxue. Furthermore, he did not wish for any inexplicable wives to hinder his martial journey. Dissolving the engagement would save him considerable trouble. Zhao Lingxue remained silent, her head bowed, unable to meet Bai Ye's gaze. Just then, Su Mingxi unexpectedly spoke up. Mengxi wishes to form a union with young Master Bai Ye. If he is willing, we can become engaged today. Su Mingxi's declaration was nothing short of astonishing. The crowd had yet to recover from their previous shock when another wave of astonishment swept over them, especially the members of the Bai family, who felt as though they were caught in a dream, bewildered by the fact that the princess of the Tai Su dynasty had taken the initiative to propose a union with them. Did this not imply that the Bai family was on the verge of a royal alliance with the Tai Su dynasty? As for the Zhao family, their hearts were filled with an indescribable discomfort. The son of the heavenly fate, sacred land. Prior to this moment, who could have anticipated that Bai Ye would suddenly ascend to such a prestigious position? Even the members of the Bai family appeared astonished by this turn of events. Had they not come to annul the engagement, Zhao Lingxue and Bai Ye would have successfully united in matrimony, thus allowing the Zhao family to climb to new heights of fortune. Indeed, as the saying goes, when one achieves greatness, even the humble rise alongside them. Regardless of how dismissive Bai Ye may be towards Zhao Lingxue, the mere bond of kinship would have brought the Zhao family considerable benefits. Yet, they had willingly relinquished such a golden opportunity, one that even the princess of the Taishu dynasty favored. Now, the members of the Zhao family were filled with regret. But it was too late. Their lamentations were rendered meaningless. At this moment, the Prime Minister, Guan Yuan, was utterly bewildered as the developments unfolded in a perplexing manner. The royal family of the Taishu dynasty was willing to ally with the Bai family. The disparity in their status was staggering. Not only the Bai family, but even the royal family of the Qian dynasty would find themselves unworthy of such an alliance. The Taishu dynasty typically formed unions only with other top-tier dynasties or major powers, such as the heavenly fate sacred land. The Bai family, being merely a moderately respectable clan within the Qian dynasty, was hardly deserving of such an honor. And what of Bai Ye? Was he not just an ordinary young master? Could he possibly possess some extraordinary capabilities? In his confusion, Guan Yuan scrutinized Bai Ye, soon noticing a detail that struck him. That token at Bai Ye's waist. Clearly, it was the insignia of the son of the heavenly fate sacred land. He recalled that a message had arrived the previous day from the border, indicating that the son of the heavenly fate sacred land had come to the Qin dynasty. Although it did not specify who exactly it was. Everyone in the palace, including himself, had assumed the visitor was Qin Wuqiu, for in their minds, he was the current son of the heavenly fate sacred land. They had never considered that Bai Ye had recently supplanted Qin Wuqiu to become the new son. This revelation left Guan Yuan in disbelief. When had Qin Wuqiu been replaced by Bai Ye? After all, he was the prince of the Kanglan dynasty. Moreover, how could someone deemed an ordinary young master ascend to such heights? Was the information erroneous? Even the powerful figures from the Taishu dynasty changed expressions, caught off guard by the princess's unexpected intentions. Although they lacked the authority to intervene, they could not help but caution Su Mengshi. Your Highness, please reconsider. They understood her motivations, but felt compelled to intervene, as she had yet to consult with the emperor before pursuing an alliance with an ordinary family from the Qin dynasty. Yet, Su Mengshi had no intention of heeding their warnings. Her resolve was unwavering. At that moment, Bai Ye was utterly dumbfounded. What did this woman intend? Suddenly, she appeared at his doorstep to propose a marriage? Wait. Upon hearing Su Mengshi express her desire to unite with Bai Ye, Ji Qingshang could not contain herself and spoke up, only to realize too late that she had overstepped. Many gazes turned toward Ji Qingshang, and Su Mengshi scrutinized her before recognizing the token at her waist. You are the holy maiden Ji of the heavenly fate sacred land, are you not? She inquired, having heard of Ji Qingshang's renown as a celebrated beauty in the southern region. However, in her earlier excitement, Su Mengshi had failed to notice Bai Ye's token representing the son of the heavenly fate sacred land. With the words already spoken, Ji Qingshang felt compelled to continue, albeit awkwardly. I must apologize, but our heavenly fate sacred land also harbors intentions of allying with the Bai family, and we hope to adhere to the principle of first come, first served. In an almost supernatural twist of fate, Ji Qingshang boldly made such a declaration. The aggressive actions of Su Mengshi had unsettled her, driving her to be even more audacious. As soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them. But there was no turning back. She forced herself to maintain a composed facade, striving to project confidence. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, faces alight with astonishment. The holy maiden Ji herself sought to wed Bai Ye. The significance of this was profound, as she was not only the holy maiden, but also the daughter of the sacred lord of the heavenly fate sacred land, indicating a true union between the Bai family and the sacred land. If all went as expected, Bai Ye might be assured a future as the sacred lord. In contrast, an engagement with the princess of the Taishu dynasty did not guarantee that he would become the future emperor, given the presence of the crown prince and several other princes. Comparatively, the benefits of an alliance with the heavenly fate sacred land appeared far more advantageous. Bai Ye, at that moment, Bai Hao clenched his fists in excitement, while Zi Yi was nearly moved to tears. They had never imagined that Bai Ye would achieve such a claim, being pursued by both the princess of the Taishu dynasty and the daughter of the sacred lord of the heavenly fate sacred land. Regardless of which lady he ultimately chose to wed, it would greatly enhance Bai Ye's future prospects and elevate the Bai family to new heights. The elders of the Bai family were equally astonished, yet a sense of guilt gnawed at them. The greater the surprise Bai Ye delivered, the more remorse they felt for previously questioning his worth. They resolved to find an opportunity to sincerely apologize to him after the day's events concluded. Their conscience would not allow them to ignore their earlier misgivings. Amidst the jubilation of the Bai family, only Bai Shuang's gaze held a hint of melancholy. While she felt joy for her cousin Bai Ye, the brilliance of the women surrounding him overshadowed her. One was the princess of the Taishu dynasty, and the other was the daughter of the sacred lord, both of whom she felt she could never rival. Meanwhile, Bai Ye was utterly perplexed. Why was Ji Qingshang involved in this chaotic situation alongside Su Mengshi? Chapter 69. What on earth do you two intend to do? Were they conspiring to toy with him? Bai Ye could not believe that these two women were genuinely interested in marrying him without ulterior motives. They surely had some scheme in mind. He could somewhat guess Su Mengshi's motives, likely revolving around his divine essence or her assumption of his purported ability to resurrect the dead. However, Ji Qingshang's intentions eluded him entirely. Nevertheless, it was unnecessary to delve into her motives, for Bai Ye had a master-servant contract with Ji Qingshang, ensuring that she could not harm him. Without a doubt, the most distressed individuals in attendance were the Zhao family. Just after Zhao Lingxue had annulled her engagement with Bai Ye, The princess of the Taishu dynasty and the holy maiden of the heavenly fate's sacred land were vying for his hand in marriage. Ironically, they had initially come to dissolve the engagement, only to find themselves compelled to withdraw under the pressure of Bai Ye's newfound status, leaving Zhao Lingxue in the unfortunate position of being the one rejected. The one feeling the most discomfort was undoubtedly Zhao Lingxue, who sat there feeling immensely awkward. At this moment, Su Mengxi was clearly caught off guard by Ji Qingshang's recent actions. The Prime Minister, Guan Yuan, remained silent throughout, finding it of little concern to him. Thus, he chose to observe the unfolding drama. He was genuinely pleased that the Qin dynasty had produced such an extraordinary talent as Bai Ye. Although he could not fathom how Bai Ye had achieved such greatness, surely it could not be attributed to a sudden stroke of fortune. He was nonetheless entertained. Let's find another location for our discussion. Ladies, Bai Ye finally spoke up. If he did not intervene, who knew what nonsensical chatter might ensue between Su Mengxi and Ji Qingshang? With that, he made his way towards the exit of the council hall. Very well, young Master Bai. Su Mengxi obediently followed him out, while Ji Qingshang, unwilling to back down, resolutely trailed behind. In short order, the formidable figures from the Taishu dynasty also departed, their duty being to ensure the safety of the princess, and they could not allow her to stray from their sight. At this juncture, only the Bai and Zhao families remained in the hall, along with Prime Minister Guan Yuan. Since the matters at hand no longer pertained to him, Guan Yuan decided to rest within the council hall. May we return now? Zhao Pingyuan, the elder of the Zhao family, inquired with a tone laden with complexity. They felt exceedingly uncomfortable lingering any longer, but in the presence of the Bai family, they could hardly raise their heads, let alone brazenly declare their intention to depart. Please, you may take your leave, Bai Hao said, showing no further inclination to trouble the Zhao family. With Ye having turned his fate around and a promising future ahead, the Zhao family no longer warranted any regard from the Bai family. They had already paid their due price. There was no need for the Bai family to further complicate matters. Thank you, head of the Bai family. Zhao Pingyuan expressed his gratitude with solemnity. He then led the Zhao family away, their former confidence now replaced by a sense of defeat. With the Zhao family gone, only the Bai family members and Prime Minister Guan Yuan remained. Observing Guan Yuan savoring his tea, Bai Hao quickly expressed his apologies. Our Bai family lacks the finest tea to serve you, esteemed Prime Minister. I hope for your understanding. The tea they offered was indeed the best they could provide. It surely paled in comparison to what the Prime Minister was accustomed to. Not at all. I'm not so esteemed as to require such lavish hospitality. Your Bai family is destined to become the most powerful clan in the Qin dynasty, Guan Yuan replied with a smile, devoid of any airs of superiority. As Prime Minister, his rank was second only to the Emperor, yet he found greater respect for Bai Ye's displayed abilities and potential than he did for the Emperor himself. Bai Ye was not only the holy son of the Tianyan sacred land, but also being courted for marriage by both the princess of the Taishu dynasty and the daughter of the sacred lord of Tianyan. The mere title of Holy Son of Tianyan would undoubtedly prompt the emperor to meet Bai Ye in person and bestow honors upon him. Should Bai Ye marry into the Taishu dynasty or the Tianyan sacred land, the Bai family would gain formidable backing within the Qin dynasty's territory. Consequently, most factions in the southern region would have to regard the Qin dynasty with a measure of caution. Your flattery is unwarranted, Bai Hao humbly replied, though he struggled to contain his excitement and joy. The sheer terror of years' growth was such that even the Prime Minister regarded their family with respect. At that moment, the elders of the Bai family were equally exhilarated, realizing they had greatly benefited from the brilliance of their young master. Otherwise, they would be inconsequential in the eyes of the Prime Minister. Please, do not refer to me as esteemed Prime Minister. I cannot bear such a title. Just call me Guan. Guan Yuan even went so far as to refer to Bai Hao as his brother. He was unconcerned about the disparity in their statuses. Bai Hao was Bai Ye's father, and the Bai family was Bai Ye's kin. He understood that cultivating goodwill with Bai Ye was the best course of action. Bai Hao ceased to be overly formal and immediately clasped his fists in greeting. Brother Guan, by the way, how did Bai Ye become the holy son of the Tianyan sacred land? It is truly astonishing. Guan Yuan could not help but ask, believing Bai Ye's father might possess some knowledge on the matter. To his surprise, Bai Hao admitted he was equally in the dark. I am equally uninformed. My wife and I only recently learned of your status as holy son of Tianyan. The occurrence was so sudden that we have yet to inquire with him. Oh, even you are unaware. Guan Yuan noted, growing increasingly intrigued, though he decided not to press further. The head of the Bai family might be intentionally withholding information, and the more he probed, the more he risked offending Bai Ye. He certainly did not wish to provoke such a reaction. The conversation continued with Guan Yuan and Bai Hao engaging in casual banter over tea. Meanwhile, Su Mengxi and Ji Qingshang had accompanied Bai Ye to a secluded lakeside courtyard, where only the three of them and a few strong figures from the Tai Su dynasty remained. And let us not forget the two little ones, Fei Hong and Fei, who could be considered either human or not. The presence of the Tai Su dynasty's strongmen was inconsequential, as long as no other outsiders were present. With no extraneous individuals around, Bai Ye, sitting in the pavilion, inquired seriously of Ji Qingshang and Su Mengxi, "What is it that you two truly desire?" At that moment, Su Mengxi contemplated revealing her true intentions to Bai Ye, yet hesitated, casting a glance at Ji Qingshang, as if feeling it inappropriate to discuss the matter in her presence. Bai Ye surmised her hesitation and reassured her. "Miss Ji is not an outsider. You may speak freely." Given a master-servant contract between him and Ji Qingshang, she could not be considered an outsider. As for Fei Hong and Fei, they were even less so. Although Ji Qingshang understood that Bai Ye's reference to not an outsider was to indicate her inclusion, she instinctively felt a flush of embarrassment at the implication. Very well. Su Mengxi, oblivious to Ji Qingshang's subtle reaction, proceeded to voice her intention. "It concerns a matter we discussed previously. I implore you, young Master Bai, to save my great-grandfather." "Indeed, it is that matter. But did I not mention before that I possess no power to resurrect the dead?" Bai Ye replied, exasperated. Su Mengxi was tenacious and stubborn, convinced that he could wield such abilities. "But I clearly saw you bring that young girl back to life." Su Mengxi insisted. Upon hearing her reference him, Fei became indignant. "You were the one who died." "I have never died." Su Mengxi was momentarily taken aback by Fei's retort. Bai Ye then affirmed, as Fei stated, "She has never died. What transpired was not a resurrection, and the specifics are not something I can elaborate on. Regarding his ability to fabricate a physical form for souls, it is best not to let Su Mengxi become aware of this. The envy evoked by such a power is nearly as intense as that of resurrecting the dead. One Su Mengxi is already enough to cause him a headache. If the news were to spread throughout the southern domain, he would be inundated with daily pleas for assistance, which would surely become unbearable. Even though Bai Ye has made it abundantly clear that he cannot and does not wish to assist Su Mengxi, she remains unwilling to concede. "Could you not offer just a small favor? Even if it is merely to extend my great-grandfather's life for a few more days. It would hold immense significance for both me and the entire Tai Su Empire." Su Mengxi's pleas have grown increasingly desperate, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Clearly, her great-grandfather is entangled in some deeply significant secrets. Witnessing Su Mengxi on the verge of tears, Bai Ye feels a profound sense of helplessness. Why must it come to this? Here stands a princess of a prestigious empire, not only begging him in various humble manners, but also crying before him. Setting aside whether the breath of the divine soil possesses the capability to restore life, even if we assume it does, such a precious artifact cannot be so casually wielded to aid others. Once this information leaks, it would attract countless nuisances and potentially bring about lethal consequences. Although both Fei Hong and Fei Ye are by his side, they have yet to attain invincibility within the southern domain. If assisting Su Mengxi posed no risk for Bai Ye, he would be more inclined to offer his help, but the potential repercussions are indeed too significant. As long as young Master Bai Ye is willing to assist me, aside from a marriage alliance, Mengxi would provide the most generous dowry within her capabilities. Su Mengxi continues to promise various conditions in hopes that Bai Ye will relent. "No, I have little interest in a marriage alliance," Bai Ye responds, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Well, even without the title of husband and wife, Mengxi is willing to serve until young Master Bai Ye is satisfied. Su Mengxi murmurs, her cheeks tinged with a blush, her demeanor pitiful. Ji Qingshang, observing from his side, grows increasingly uncomfortable but refrains from interrupting the serious discussion between Bai Ye and Su Mengxi, opting instead to endure her discomfort in silence. Bai Ye is utterly bewildered. Truly a loss. He sighs softly. "This is not merely a matter of whether I wish to help you. I genuinely may lack the ability to do so." Despite the heartbreaking expression on Su Mengxi's face, Bai Ye's tone remains resolute. Miss Su, please take your leave. I truly cannot assist you. Should he choose to help Su Mengshi, the breath of the divine soil might indeed resurrect her great-grandfather. However, the inherent risks associated with this action pose a significant threat to Bai Ye, Fei Hong, Fei Yi, and the entire Bai family. He cannot jeopardize his loved ones for the sake of a stranger. At this moment, Su Mengshi's lips part as if to speak, but falter. Her gaze dimming with sorrow as she turns away, her delicate figure appearing exceedingly pitiable. Even Ji Qingshang finds herself feeling a twinge of compassion for Su Mengshi. However, sympathy aside, she has no intention of persuading Bai Ye to assist Su Mengshi, believing that Bai Ye's refusal stems from genuine inability rather than a lack of compassion. She will not act as a hypocrite and urge him mindlessly. Your Highness, let us return. As Su Mengshi exits the lakeside courtyard, the previously hidden, powerful figures of the Tai Su Empire appear beside her. Having witnessed the recent exchange, their mood is understandably somber. Yet, they do not harbor ill will towards Bai Ye and his family, as they hold no obligation to assist them. Moreover, Bai Ye's current close ties with the heavenly prophecy sacred ground make it unwise for the Tai Su Empire to offend them unnecessarily. Su Mengshi lowers her head, remaining silent. It is unclear what thoughts occupy her mind, but a flicker of determination shines through her melancholy eyes. It should have been Ji Qingshang's turn to answer Bai Ye's question, but having been affected by Su Mengshi's presence, Bai Ye feels somewhat disheartened and opts to return to his quarters for rest to alleviate his headache. Ji Qingshang feels fortunate that Bai Ye lacks the inclination to continue questioning her. Otherwise, she would not know how to respond. In that moment of eagerness, she had spoken impulsively, failing to consider the consequences. At this moment, Ji Qingshang follows Bai Ye back to his room. Logically, the matter of the Zhao family withdrawing the betrothal has been resolved perfectly, allowing her to return to the heavenly prophecy sacred ground with ease. Yet, she finds herself reluctant to leave, wishing to linger a while longer. However, shortly after Bai Ye returns to his room and rests for a brief moment, his mother arrives. Zi, curious about the developments between Bai Ye, Ji Qingshang, and Su Mengshi, approaches him directly. My dear, which young lady did you ultimately choose? Or do you intend to pursue both? Even with Ji Qingshang seated nearby, sipping tea, Zi speaks so candidly. Mother, please refrain from teasing me. I am quite troubled at present, Bai Ye replies with a tone of resignation. Troubled? What has occurred? Zi inquires with genuine concern. It is essentially a matter I cannot assist with, yet the princess of the Tai Su Empire insists that I help her. Bai Ye summarizes the situation succinctly to his mother. Zi falls silent for a moment before speaking. There is a matter from many years ago that I have yet to share with you. Do you know where I hail from? I have an impression. It seems to be from the Jiang kingdom. Bai Ye suddenly realizes that he has not delved deeply into his mother's past, primarily because he has not thought to ask. He knows little about her life before his birth, only that she comes from a remote nation known as the Jiang kingdom. In a vast southern domain, where numerous empires exist, there are also many lesser-known small nations, and Jiang kingdom is one of them. Additionally, Jiang kingdom is one of the vassal states of the Tai Su Empire, which is all that Bai Ye is aware of. In truth, Jiang kingdom was already conquered and annexed by the Great Jin Empire 20 years ago, with its royal family nearly annihilated. His mother was once a princess of Jiang kingdom and narrowly escaped death. Zi's tone appears calm, yet a thread of hatred lingers within. Upon receiving the news, the Tai Su Empire promptly dispatched troops for assistance. Yet the Great Jin Empire's offensive was too swift. Jiang kingdom had fallen before the Tai Su forces arrived. The Tai Su Empire, unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation that would deplete their military strength, could only rescue a handful of survivors, among which Zi was one. Eventually, she fled to the Qian Empire, where she fortuitously met and fell in love with your father, resulting in your birth. Though Zi is unaware of the specifics regarding your relationship with that princess, she believes that if the request is not overly excessive, it would be wise to offer assistance, given that the Tai Su Empire has done her a favor. After this revelation, Bai Ye finds himself lost in thought. Even with his mother's words, he still cannot assist Su Mengshi, for her requests are indeed quite unreasonable. However, he was indeed somewhat hesitant due to his mother's words. The gratitude owed to the Tai Su dynasty was undeniable. Without the intervention of its people to save his mother, his very existence would not have been possible. While it was conceivable that he could be reborn into another life, the essence of the matter remained unchanged. At that moment, a voice echoed in Bai Ye's mind, announcing the arrival of a new task. Ding! A new signing task is now available. Signing location: the Imperial Palace of the Taisu Dynasty. Task deadline: within 7 days. Task reward: absolute command. Absolute command can be used on anyone, compelling the subject to unconditionally obey one command from the user. Usable 3 times, with commands remaining effective indefinitely, and only the user can revoke them. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye was taken aback. The new signing location was fortuitously the very palace of the Taisu Dynasty. Moreover, the task reward was intriguing, an absolute command. Although its effect might not surpass the previous servant master contract, the distinction lay in its usability 3 times without any restrictions. This meant even the mightiest of beings could not resist the absolute command. Unlike the servant master contract, which could only be employed on individuals whose cultivation levels did not exceed his by more than 2 major realms and could only be utilized once. With the absolute command, he could issue a silencing order to Su Mengxi, preventing any potential revelations of her resurrection capabilities. However, such an approach seemed somewhat narrow-minded. It might be wiser to regard the absolute command as 3 life-saving measures, as its efficacy in preserving life was remarkable. For instance, should he encounter a superpower that even Hong Hong and Yi Yi could not contend with, employing the absolute command would not only safeguard his life, but also allow him to use the opponent to his advantage. Thus, Bai Ye considered assisting Su Mengxi primarily to obtain the signing reward, while also repaying a favor. "I understand, my child," Bai Ye remarked to Ziyi. "Indeed. I wonder if the lady has departed. By the way, her desire to forge a bond with you might also be to solicit your assistance," said Ziyi. "Yes. She mentioned a generous dowry, yet I find myself disinterested in such unions," Bai Ye replied with a slight nod. "Silly child. It largely depends on whether you harbor feelings for that lady. A union is merely nominal. If you are not inclined, we shall not compel you," Yi remarked, subtly glancing at Ji Qingshang. "Let's not dwell on this matter further, lest it discomfort Miss Ji." Upon being mentioned, Ji Qingshang was taken aback. No, I do not mind." Ziyi smiled silently in response, leaving Ji Qingshang feeling somewhat guilty under her gaze. Subsequently, Ziyi departed. Bai Ye reclined on the bed, hands cradling the back of his head, contemplating that Su Mengxi had likely returned to the Taisu Dynasty with the powerful individuals. He decided to set off for the Taisu Dynasty the following day. Though the distance was considerable, traveling by spirit ship would allow him to arrive in less than half a day. "Bai Ye, do you truly intend to assist the princess of the Taisu Dynasty?" Ji Qingshang suddenly inquired. "Yes," Bai Ye nodded, "though I am uncertain of my success." "Uncertain? So, your ability to revive is not merely a figment of Su Mengxi's imagination?" Ji Qingshang queried, astonishment etched on her face. "Something like that. It is complicated to explain," Bai Ye replied. "But let us set that aside. I shall rest for a while." Feeling drowsy from lying in bed for too long, he decided to take a brief nap. Meanwhile, Hong Hong and Yi Yi had already fallen asleep beside him, instinctively using his arm as a pillow. Ji Qingshang did not disturb him further, choosing to sit at the table and sip tea in contemplation. After what felt like a brief interlude, Bai Ye gradually awoke as darkness enveloped the sky. Upon waking, he detected faint sounds, initially attributing them to Hong Hong and Yi playing or Ji Qingshang engaged in some activity, so he paid little heed. Suddenly, Su Mengxi appeared before him, adorned with an apron, as she busied herself in the kitchen. The open dormitory door allowed Bai Ye to see her bustling outside, and his lingering sleepiness dissipated instantly. He quickly sat up and surveyed the room, noting that Hong Hong and Yi were still asleep, while Ji Qingshang was nowhere to be seen. He promptly descended from his bed to investigate. Hearing his footsteps, Su Mengxi turned and smiled. "Young Master Bai, you are awake. What brings you to my room, dressed as you are?" Bai Ye inquired, noticing her by the sink, seemingly washing something, perhaps ingredients? "As you can see, I am preparing dinner for you, young master," Su Mengxi replied, embodying the role of a devoted maid, personally cooking for Bai Ye. "Wait, what is this?" Bai Ye began to ask Su Mengxi, but his peripheral vision caught sight of Ji Qingshang, who was also clad in a similar apron. Realization dawned upon him. These aprons were evidently from the Bai family, hence the familiarity of the style. "Ji Qingshang, what is going on here?" Bai Ye questioned, perplexed. Both of them, donning aprons in his room, were preparing dinner for him. The abruptness of Bai Ye's awakening and inquiry caught Ji Qingshang off guard, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. The princess unexpectedly came to offer to prepare dinner for you, and I thought I would lend a hand. Yet the underlying reason was that Ji Qingshang, unwilling to concede, was subtly competing with Su Mingxi. So those aprons are indeed from the Bai residence? Bai Ye asked. Yes. They were temporarily lent to us by Lady Zi. It is said she sewed them personally. We are very grateful to her, Su Mingxi affirmed. When Zi Yi had handed over the two hand-sewn aprons to Su Mingxi and Ji Qingshang, her gaze had been akin to that of a mother observing her daughters-in-law. Indeed, Bai Ye sighed softly. It seemed his mother had already informed Su Mingxi about his change of heart, prompting her to fulfill her earlier promise. Yet, he had never requested Su Mingxi to perform such a servile act. Rather, it appeared she was unilaterally adhering to her self-imposed vow. Actually, Miss Su, you need not go to such lengths. I never insisted you engage in this act of servitude, Bai Ye expressed gently. Nay, Driamsi sees no shame in serving one as distinguished as you, young Master Bai, Su Mingxi replied with a smile. Very well, do as you please. Bai Ye, weary of reiterating his sentiments, refrained from further discussion. He proceeded to wash his face and mouth, preparing for dinner. After approximately 10 minutes, the dinner meticulously prepared by Su Mingxi and Ji Qingshang was ready, awaiting Bai Ye's enjoyment. After this incident, Bai Ye realized that although Su Mingxi and Ji Qingshang were both pampered daughters of noble birth, they were not the kind of spoiled princesses utterly devoid of skills. Their culinary techniques revealed no signs of clumsiness, and the dishes they prepared were quite exquisite, indicating that they had practiced their culinary arts diligently. It seemed they had both received an excellent education from a young age, mastering everything from music to chess, painting, and calligraphy. This, indeed, was the hallmark of a true noblewoman. Aside from a few exceptions, such as the sword-obsessed Yi Jianxin, who lacked common sense, or a handful of truly spoiled princesses, most were well-rounded individuals. At this moment, the table was laden with dishes, and Su Mingxi and Ji Qingshang appeared to share a tacit understanding as they sat beside Bai Ye, their gazes fixed upon him. Why are you all looking at me? Please start eating, Bai Ye exclaimed, puzzled by the tension and anticipation in their eyes. No, as your maid, it is only right that I allow the master to dine first, Su Mingxi replied with an air of solemnity. Master? The boldness of Su Mingxi's address startled Ji Qingshang. She could not utter such a shameful term and chose to remain silent. Moreover, Ji Qingshang suddenly recalled that, in truth, Bai Ye was indeed her rightful master, as they were bound by a servant-master contract. The thought caused her cheeks to flush crimson. She resolutely refused to acknowledge Bai Ye as her master. At that moment, Bai Ye's attention was entirely on Su Mingxi, and he failed to notice Ji Qingshang's embarrassment. Su Mingxi delicately picked up a piece of fragrant poultry with her chopsticks and extended it towards Bai Ye. Master, here, she said coyly. The intimate gesture snapped Ji Qingshang back to reality. She yearned to emulate Su Mingxi's action, but found it far too embarrassing. Her chopsticks hesitated in midair. Yet, if she continued like this, she would surely lose to Su Mingxi. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you really feeding me? First of all, I am not your master, and secondly, I can feed myself. I'm not a child anymore. Bai Ye was reluctant to be fed and held a certain aversion to the title of master. My sincerest apologies if I have upset you, sir, Su Mingxi replied earnestly. I am not upset. Let us simply enjoy our meal, Bai Ye said, feeling mildly annoyed but ultimately tolerant, for it is true that beauty often enhances one's patience, regardless of gender. Then, I shall be direct. Both Ji and I are eager to know your thoughts on the dinner we have prepared, Su Mingxi stated in a surprisingly serious tone. In truth, her underlying competition with Ji Qingshang hinged on whose culinary efforts Bai Ye would praise more highly. However, out of consideration for Ji Qingshang's feelings, she refrained from stating it too bluntly. Allow me to taste, Bai Ye said, sampling the dishes prepared by both Su Mingxi and Ji Qingshang. What a delightful aroma. Just then, Fei Hong and Fei Ye emerged from their quarters, rubbing their eyes, seemingly awakened by the enticing scents wafting from the food. May we have a taste? Fei Hong asked politely. Of course, dear sisters, Su Mingxi replied warmly, smiling at Fei Hong and Fei Yi. Witnessing this scene, Ji Qingshang felt a pang of envy towards the royal maiden, admiring her eloquence and boldness. She felt inadequate in comparison and resolved to find her own strengths in other areas. Chapter 73. The Young Master's Great Favor. However, as Fei Hong and Fei Ye began to eat, they immediately reached for the food with their hands. Wait, Bai Ye quickly interjected, use chopsticks. Grabbing food with your hands is neither hygienic nor elegant. Though Fei Hong and Fei Ye's bodies naturally expelled impurities, Bai Ye still found it unacceptable and handed them each a pair of chopsticks. What is this? Fei Ye asked curiously. Both sisters stared at the chopsticks, clearly unsure of how to use them. Just watch me, like this, Bai Ye demonstrated. They attempted to mimic him, but mastering chopsticks was not easy, especially for the Dragonborn, Fei Hong and Fei Ye. Fei Ye gripped the chopsticks awkwardly with all 5 fingers, exclaiming, "Why is this so hard to use?" While Fei Hong's grasp was less comical, it was still far from proper, making it impossible for her to pick up any food. Realizing he had underestimated the difficulty of using chopsticks, Bai Ye sighed, "Forget it. I shall feed you myself." He proceeded to feed Fei Hong and Fei Ye while dining himself, with the 2 sisters simply waiting with their mouths agape, although they shared a pair of chopsticks. They paid no heed to saliva. Bai Ye did not possess a severe aversion to such matters, especially since he regarded Fei Hong and Fei Ye as akin to sisters. The twins, in turn, were oblivious to any concerns regarding saliva, as they had no such notions. Ji Qingshang observed from the side, feeling a twinge of envy towards Fei Hong and Fei Ye. She too wished for Bai Ye to feed her with such affection. "Allow me to assist you, Bai Ye," assuming she offered, eager to lend a hand. However, when she brought the food-laden chopsticks to Fei Ye's mouth, Fei Ye turned her head away, her expression clearly displeased. "I do not know you. I only want Bai Ye to feed me." Meanwhile, Fei Hong echoed her sentiments, making it abundantly clear that she too desired Bai Ye alone. Assuming she felt a touch of embarrassment and offered a slight smile. She genuinely wished to help, but had not anticipated that these charming twin sisters would be so dependent on Bai Ye. Bai Ye noticed their excessive reliance on him and their aloofness towards others. Yet, he refrained from mentioning it to them, instead apologizing to Su Mingxi. "I think I will manage on my own." As dinner drew to a close, both Su Mingxi and Ji Qingshang eagerly awaited Bai Ye's evaluation of their culinary creations. "I believe Ji's dishes suit my palate more," Bai Ye stated without hesitation, expressing his true opinion without considering a more diplomatic response, such as claiming they were equally delicious. It was not that he lacked social grace. He simply had not contemplated it. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingshang's heart soared with joy. She had managed to regain some ground. Su Mingxi pouted slightly, feeling defeated even before Fei Hong and Fei Ye had given their input. The twins, however, held differing opinions. Fei Hong favored Ji Qingshang's cooking, while Fei Ye preferred Su Mingxi's. Thus, Ji Qingshang managed to salvage her culinary reputation, albeit barely. At that moment, Bai Ye suddenly broached the subject with Su Mingxi, inquiring whether they should set off tomorrow morning or depart tonight instead. He had initially presumed that Su Mingxi had already left. Thus, the original plan was to embark on the spiritual vessel to the Tai Su dynasty the following morning. To his surprise, she reappeared and even prepared a dinner for him. Now, he sought Su Mingxi's opinion. If she wished to leave immediately, they could set out right away. What do you mean?" Su Mingxi was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend Bai Ye's intent. Bai Ye was equally bewildered. Did she not know? He had assumed that his mother had already informed Su Mingxi, only to discover that she remained in the dark. Indeed, Su Mingxi did not grasp the young master's meaning. She remarked that Bai Ye had previously been so resolute in his rejection that she could hardly fathom a sudden change of heart. "Very well, let me clarify." Bai Ye promptly stated, "I have changed my mind. I am willing to assist you, though I cannot guarantee success. I have emphasized this to you several times. What do you think?" Su Mingxi's eyes widened, sparkling with surprise and disbelief. On the other hand, Ji Qingshang was not particularly surprised, as she had already known that Bai Ye had been persuaded by Madame Z, making this development rather predictable. Hibiscus and Hayu were wholly engrossed in their desserts, oblivious to Su Mingxi's affairs. "Thank you immensely for your kindness, young master." Su Mingxi expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "There's no need for such formality, and I cannot assure success," Bai Ye replied with a gentle smile. "Regardless of the outcome, as long as you are willing to help, I will fulfill any conditions you desire within my means." Su Mingxi's voice trembled with suppressed excitement. As for conditions, we can discuss that later. I have not yet made up my mind, Bai Ye responded, though he had no desire for any conditions from Su Mingxi. He realized that stating a lack of requirements might arouse her suspicion and lead her to take liberties. Having learned from the previous incident with the spiritual sword fairy's presumptive actions, he chose to exercise caution this time. However, since you were unaware of my change of heart, what was that all about? Bai Ye suddenly recalled the incident involving Yi Jianxin's presumptuousness and realized that Su Mingxi had also acted without logic this time. This was due to Mengxi's wish to remain and serve the young master until he reconsidered. Su Mingxi candidly revealed her true thoughts. Bai Ye sighed, marveling at her unwavering dedication, willing to humble herself as a maid in hopes of rekindling his affection. This likely stemmed not only from her deep feelings for his great-grandfather, but perhaps also from some undisclosed circumstances. In any case, you need not continue in this manner, Bai Ye declared. Su Mingxi nodded with a smile. Bai Ye maintained a slight skepticism regarding whether Su Mingxi truly absorbed his words. Yet he had no means to compel her otherwise, as he could not squander his authority on such trivial matters. Now, do you intend to depart tonight or tomorrow morning? Bai Ye inquired. Tomorrow morning, please rest well tonight, young Master Bai, Su Mingxi replied. In truth, Bai Ye felt he had rested sufficiently, but he refrained from elaborating. Meanwhile, the news of the Prime Minister's visit to the Bai family in Qingyang City had yet to circulate, as there had been no prior notice. However, the Lord of Qingyang City's estate soon received word, given that members of the Zhao family had witnessed the Prime Minister's arrival. The events of the day would bring shame upon the Zhao family, rendering them the laughingstock of the entire city, and naturally, they wished to suppress the information. Yet, the Zhao family had informants embedded within the Lord's estate, some of considerable standing, which enabled the estate to obtain the news promptly. Not only did the Zhao family confront the Bai family regarding the broken engagement, but the Prime Minister and the Princess of the Tianxuan dynasty had also visited the Bai residence. It was utterly unexpected that the young man from the Bai family had become the saint of the heavenly transformation sacred land, even attracting high-ranking figures from the Tianxuan dynasty. Lord Mo Wenfeng was astonished upon receiving the report from his subordinate. No one could have anticipated that Bai Ye had seemingly transformed overnight. The severity of the situation necessitated an immediate cessation of all actions against the Bai family. Mo Wenfeng made his decision swiftly. Since the position of a lord was obtained through strength, the Mo family had secretly targeted and suppressed families such as the Bai Wu and Zhao families, which posed threats to their dominion over Qingyang City. The gradual decline of the Bai family in recent years was partly attributable to this. Although the Wu family was not yet at the height of its power, they too would have been a target if they had been more formidable. However, after today's events, Mo Wenfeng dared not pursue the Bai family any further. This was no longer merely a question of retaining his position, but rather a matter of the Mo family's survival, as continuing to offend the Bai family could risk their annihilation. Now that Bai Ye had become the saint of the heavenly transformation sacred land and established connections with the princess of the Tianxuan dynasty, he would command respect not only in Qingyang City, but even in the imperial capital, where the emperor himself would have to accord Bai Ye due deference. To preserve the Mo family, Mo Wenfeng resolved to relinquish the Lord's position to the Bai family, although given Bai Ye's formidable potential. It remained uncertain whether the Bai family would even desire the position. The events of the day quickly spread among the higher echelons of the Lord's estate, including Wu Yinzhong, a senior elder of the Wu family and a high-ranking official within the Lord's estate. Upon learning of these developments, Wu Yinzhong was engulfed in anxiety. He was well aware of the conflict between his son, Wu Shaojia, and Bai Ye. Although Wu Shaojia had narrowly escaped with his life, he now lay incapacitated, akin to a vegetable, and it was uncertain how much time and resources would be required for his recovery. Wu Yinzhong and the Wu family harbored intense animosity towards Bai Ye, particularly Wu Shaojia's elder brother, Wu Wu, who had stormed to the Bai residence just half an hour ago to confront Bai Ye. Initially, Wu Yinzhong had been unconcerned, believing that the Bai family was now powerless and that Bai Ye was merely a waste. Little did he expect Bai Ye to suddenly transform into an unparalleled genius. Quick, notify Wu Yong. Have him come to me. Wu Yinzhong urgently called for a servant. He wished to relay this news to Wu Wu, urging him to cease his actions to avoid catastrophic consequences. Sir, the young master has already gone to the Bai residence, the servant replied, flustered, having never before witnessed Wu Yinzhong in such a state of agitation. What? Wu Yinzhong was nearly propelled from his chair with excitement. He realized that it was too late to send someone to stop Wu Wu. He had to go himself. Wu Yinzhong hurriedly made his way to the Bai residence, fearing that if he delayed, his son might lose his life. He could not bear the thought of losing one son to death and the other to incapacitation. It would surely drive him to the brink of despair. Although Xiaojie is already in a pitiable state, Wu Yin cannot help but feel an overwhelming fury. His wayward second son has caused him a myriad of troubles with his extravagant and domineering behavior. Yet this time, he has entangled himself with a prodigious genius like Bai Ye. Prior to this, no one could have anticipated that Bai Ye would suddenly become so formidable. At this moment, Wu Wu has naturally arrived at the gates of the Bai residence with a group of Wu family elites, intending to coerce the Bai family into surrendering Bai Ye. He aims not only to severely punish Bai Ye, but also to compel him to kneel and kowtow before his younger brother. Although dusk is fast approaching, the gates of the Bai residence are always guarded. "You there, summon Bai Ye to come out," Wu Wu boldly shouted at the entrance of the Bai residence. His outburst immediately attracted the attention of numerous bystanders. What is happening here? Isn't that young Master Wu Wu from the Wu family? Why is he demanding the Bai family's young master to come out? I heard that the Bai family's young master returned unexpectedly from Tianyan Sacred Land due to the Zhao family's annulment of the engagement, and he appears to have clashed with Wu Xiaojie upon entering the city, seemingly leaving him severely injured. This must be related to that incident. The Bai family's young master has become so strong, he was able to injure Wu Xiaojie. However, this has now led to significant trouble, as Wu Wu has come to confront him directly. Alas, poor Bai Ye has just been humiliated by Zhao Lingxue, and now Wu Wu is here to settle scores with him. The crowd, unaware that it was Zhao Lingxue who was truly humiliated, began to express their sympathy for Bai Ye. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the guards at the Bai residence treated Wu Wu with indifference. These guards were already privy to the situation. They had merely been instructed by the head of the house not to disclose it too prematurely, as the prime minister and significant figures from the Taishu Empire were still within the premises. Being too ostentatious would create a negative impression. Thus to them, their young master was already a super genius, while the Wu family was but ants before the Bai family. Why pay any heed to Wu Wu? What arrogance! Do you truly consider yourself important? One guard, with a fiery temperament, pointed a finger at Wu Wu's nose and berated him. At that moment, all outsiders, including Wu Wu and the Wu family elites, were utterly stunned. "You! How dare you!" Wu Wu regained his composure and was instantly filled with rage. A mere guard from the Bai family had the audacity to insult him to his face. He had never endured such humiliation. The expressions of the Wu family elites were equally grim. Master Wu Wu held a position of considerable esteem within the Wu family, and for a guard from the Bai family to openly disrespect him was a blatant affront, undermining their dignity. Should Master Wu Wu issue the command, they would swiftly cripple that guard and leave him at Wu Wu's mercy. At this critical moment of tension, a third party finally appeared, none other than Wu Yin himself. "Stop!" Wu Yin shouted loudly. He could not allow them to assault the Bai family guards. Otherwise, it would spell disaster. However, Wu Wu could hardly fathom that his father would personally intervene, let alone command them to cease hostilities. Consequently, he failed to react promptly and ordered the Wu family elites beside him, "Strike." Upon witnessing this, Wu Yin became frantic. He rushed forward and slapped Wu Wu across the face, hoping to jolt him into awareness. Although Wu Yin did not exert much force, the sound of the slap echoed loudly. This spectacle left nearly everyone dumbfounded, especially Wu Wu, who stood there, rigidly clutching his face, utterly incredulous that his father would dare to strike him in public. While the pain was negligible, the blow to his pride was monumental. The Wu family elites beside him were also bewildered, unable to comprehend why Elder Wu Yin would suddenly slap young Master Wu Wu. What was happening within the Wu family? Had a rift emerged? Wasn't he Wu Yin Wu Wu's father? The spectators were equally astonished, though the Bai family guards, while surprised, could at least surmise the situation. It seemed that Wu Yin had learned of the events that transpired today at the Bai family and was hastily attempting to prevent Wu Wu from escalating matters, albeit in a moment of panic that resulted in the slap. "Let us go." Immediately, Wu Yin had no time to explain to Wu Wu. He seized his hand and began to leave. If the prime minister or a figure from the Taishu Empire were to emerge, they would find it impossible to depart at that point. Father. At that moment, Wu Wu resisted, saying, Xiaojia has been severely beaten by Bai Ye. Are we to simply endure this? His defiance was quite bold, daring to oppose his own father. You know nothing, Wu Yin retorted angrily. If I were to tell you that Bai Ye is the son of the Tianyan Sacred Land, would you still dare to endure it quietly? Hearing this, Wu Wu's expression shifted to one of shock. How could this be possible? The nearby Wu family elites were equally astonished, unable to believe Elder Wu Yin's declaration. We'll discuss this later. Wu Yin would not waste more words with Wu Wu, forcibly dragging him away. The other Wu family elites had no choice but to follow, unable to remain behind. Just moments ago, Elder Wu Yin had claimed that Bai Ye was the son of the Tianyan Sacred Land. Was that even feasible? Given that it was Elder Wu Yin himself who said it, coupled with his erratic demeanor, it was highly likely to be true. This revelation was utterly astonishing. Who could have predicted that Bai Ye would become the son of the Tianyan Sacred Land? The crowd was filled with disbelief. In their minds, Bai Ye was merely someone who had managed to enter the Tianyan Sacred Land through connections and had struggled to maintain a foothold in the outer gates. He could never be the son. Such a statement, if made by an ordinary person or even someone from the Bai family, would undoubtedly be met with skepticism. However, the critical factor was that this assertion came from Wu Yin, who belonged to the sworn enemy of the Bai family, and held a high position within the Wu family. He would have no reason to fabricate such a falsehood to undermine his own prestige. Thus, they had no choice but to believe it. Consequently, the news of Bai Ye becoming the son of the Tianyan Sacred Land quickly spread throughout Qingyang City. At this point, Bai Ye had already received word of Wu Wu's attempt to confront him. However, Wu Wu had long been taken away by Wu Yin, and Bai Ye was indifferent to the matter. As long as they did not cause a scene before him, who would care about an insignificant insect? That night, with nothing better to do, Bai Ye sat cross-legged on his bed, engaging in meditation. However, he was not absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Rather, he was refining and assimilating the residual energy within his body. Upon recalling the moment he first acquired the heavenly body, he realized he had only absorbed a portion of its energy, while another part lingered within his chi palace. Now, he had the opportunity to thoroughly absorb this remaining energy. To this day, Bai Ye still regarded this energy with a sense of dread. Therefore, he knew he must proceed cautiously. Any haste could lead to catastrophic consequences, compelling him to absorb it slowly and steadily. Nevertheless, even with this gradual absorption, his cultivation was rapidly advancing. Breakthrough after breakthrough, he ascended to the second and third levels of the opening heaven realm within a single night, all thanks to the energy residing in his chi palace. Having finally absorbed all the energy, Bai Ye prepared to take a bath and retire for the night. After bathing, upon returning to his room, Bai Ye was taken aback to discover that the quilt on his bed was bulging, as if someone were nestled within. Only a tuft of hair was visible, and the color indicated it belonged to Su Mingxi. Su Mingxi, what are you doing? Bai Ye inquired immediately. Mengxi is warming the bed for my lord, she replied, emerging from the covers without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Warming the bed? Bai Ye felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Didn't I already mention that such things are unnecessary? It is merely what Mengxi wishes to do. If my lord does not approve, I shall rise at once, she said, finally vacating the bed. It is getting late. You should return to rest, Bai Ye advised Su Mingxi. After her departure, he lay on his bed, ready to sleep, and was immediately enveloped by warmth within the quilt, a comforting contrast to the usual chill he felt when first getting out of the covers. Additionally, there lingered a subtle fragrance, likely left by Su Mingxi. At that moment, Su Mengxi peered in through the door, her tone slightly flirtatious. Does my lord require Mengxi's service tonight? That is quite unnecessary. Otherwise, it would be too cramped, Bai Ye declined without hesitation. The bed was perfectly suited for him and the two others, and adding Su Mingxi would make it rather crowded. Very well, she conceded, finally departing. However, her earlier antics had merely been in jest. She had no genuine intention of serving him in such a manner. Bai Ye's persistent indifference had frustrated her, and she had hoped to provoke a reaction, but alas, she had not succeeded. The following morning, after completing his morning routine and breakfast, Bai Ye prepared to set off. Before leaving, he engaged in conversation with his parents. Are you heading to the Tai Su Empire? Bai Hao asked, concern lacing his voice. Indeed, the princess has requested my assistance. Bai Ye nodded in affirmation. Oh, then do take care, Bai Ye replied. Before Bai Ye could respond, he had nearly assumed that his son was going to propose to the princess, especially since she had expressed a desire to form a union with Bai Ye just the day before, leading to such speculation. If you have intentions, you could consider proposing in the palace, Zi remarked at that moment. Bai Ye was momentarily speechless. He swiftly redirected the conversation to more serious matters. I shall return to the Bai residence after this mission. Will it be all right to be away from the heavenly sacred land for so long? Although Bai Hao and Zi hoped Bai Ye could stay home a bit longer, they did not wish to hinder his martial pursuits, preferring instead for him to focus on his training in the heavenly sacred land. It's nothing. A few days one tea matter, Bai Ye reassured them. After conversing a while longer, he set off. As for Ji Qingshang, she returned to the heavenly sacred land, as matters concerning the Tai Su Empire did not pertain to her, and she was unfamiliar with its people. Next, Bai Ye, along with Su Mengshi and several powerful individuals from the Tai Su Empire, would first visit the imperial city, specifically that of the Qian Empire. There was no pressing matter at hand. It was merely customary for the Tai Su Empire's distinguished individuals to inform the Qian Emperor of their departure. Additionally, Prime Minister Guan Yuan was still at the Bai residence, making it convenient for them to travel to the imperial city together. Suddenly, a large spiritual vessel appeared in an open area of the Bai residence, unmistakably belonging to the Tai Su Empire. My lord, please, Su Mingshi said respectfully. Inviting Bai Ye on board. Although Bai Ye had intended to take his own vessel, he acquiesced and boarded the Tai Su Empire's ship. Fei Hong and Fei naturally accompanied him. The speed of the large spiritual vessel far surpassed that of smaller ones, though the energy consumption was considerable. However, this posed no challenge for the powerful individuals of the Tai Su Empire, all of whom possess cultivation levels no lower than the merging heaven realm. Within mere minutes, the vessel arrived above the imperial city. Thanks to its superior cloaking abilities, the common folk below were oblivious to the ship's presence. The vessel directly entered the palace, landing in a spacious courtyard. Given the Tai Su Empire's unique status, their vessel could traverse the palace freely. Even if spotted, no one dared to obstruct it, for they were well aware of its origin. Subsequently, Bai Ye accompanied Prime Minister Guan Yuan to a grand palace, with Fei Hong, Fei, and Su Mingshi in tow. Upon entering the resplendent hall, Bai Ye beheld a stately man, exuding an aura of authority, clad in a yellow dragon robe, accompanied by a stunning young woman in a purple gold palace gown. It was evident that these two were none other than the emperor of the Qian Empire and his daughter, the princess. At that moment, the Qian emperor had descended from his dragon throne, wishing to avoid appearing condescending before the representatives of the Tai Su Empire. You must be Bai Ye, the young master of the Bai family, the emperor remarked, his gaze fixed upon Bai Ye. Prime Minister Guan Yuan had relayed certain information about Bai Ye upon his arrival at the Bai residence, allowing the emperor to be already cognizant of Bai Ye's true identity. Not only was he the son of the heavenly sacred land, but he also had connections with the princess of the Tai Su Empire, who even wished to forge a bond with him. Esteemed emperor, I am Bai Ye. I humbly greet your majesty. Bai Ye nodded, his demeanor neither servile nor overbearing. Unlike Prime Minister Guan Yuan, who knelt, Bai Ye simply clasped his fists in greeting. Having been a modern individual prior to his transmigration, his perspectives differed greatly from those of ancient customs. While respect toward the emperor was due, he did not wish to adopt such a humble position as to kneel merely to exchange pleasantries. Notably, aside from Bai Ye, neither Fei Hong, Fei, nor Su Mingshi knelt either. It was primarily Prime Minister Guan Yuan who was on his knees. The Qian emperor did not take offense at Bai Ye's lack of kneeling. After all, it was not obligatory for everyone to prostrate themselves before him. For instance, those from the Tai Su Empire were exempt, and given Bai Ye's status as the son of the heavenly sacred land, the emperor dared not demand such submission. Indeed, the emergence of a prodigious talent like you, Bai Ye, is a great honor for our Qian Empire, the emperor proclaimed. Your majesty flatters me, Bai Ye replied humbly. In light of Bai Ye's exceptional talents, he was officially designated as a national scholar by the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty. At this moment, the emperor addressed Guan Yuan directly. The Bai family's treatment would certainly be considered, but that matter would be deliberated upon later. Yes, your majesty, Guan Yuan replied solemnly. A national scholar is a title bestowed only upon an unparalleled talent within the nation, and Bai Ye embodies this distinction perfectly. Without delving into the specifics of his treatment, the significance of this title lies in the emperor's personal endorsement, granting him an esteemed position within the great Qian dynasty, one that few would dare to challenge. National scholar Bai, the princess beside the emperor, spoke with respect. "Your Highness," Bai Ye nodded in acknowledgement, having engaged in initial conversation and observed Bai Ye's demeanor. The princess found him exceedingly remarkable. Alas, she had heard from her father that both the Saintess of the Tianyan Sacred Land and the princess of the Tai Su dynasty were vying for Bai Ye's attention. In comparison to those two, she felt she lacked both talent and status, rendering her entirely unqualified to compete. Thus she refrained from harboring any aspirations. Subsequently, the representatives of the Tai Su dynasty exchanged pleasantries with the emperor of the Great Qian before preparing to continue their journey. Chapter 77, Encontrine ennemi vaisselle, instant annihilation. The distance between the Great Qian dynasty and the Tai Su dynasty spanned nearly half of the southern region. Along the way, they occasionally encountered other spiritual vessels. Yet those vessels would always yield the right of way, for the influence of the Tai Su dynasty was formidable. "We are approximately an hour away from reaching the Tai Su dynasty. If you find yourself impatient, I can play a melody for you," Mengshi offered, preparing to entertain Bai Ye with her instrument. However, at that moment, a solemn voice emanated from the cockpit. "Your Highness, we have encountered enemy vessels from the Dejin dynasty, and currently, 3 have been confirmed." Upon hearing this, Mengshi's expression shifted. Bai Ye, too, was alert to the voice. The Dejin dynasty. Upon hearing its name, Bai Ye recalled the words of his mother, noting that the Dejin dynasty was an arch-nemesis of the Tai Su dynasty and one of the leading dynasties in the southern region. The deployment of at least 3 spiritual vessels by the Dejin dynasty indicated that Mengshi's movements had been compromised, and they had dispatched forces to intercept her. If they were to capture a princess of the Tai Su dynasty, it would place the Tai Su dynasty in a precarious position, unless the emperor were to be indifferent to his daughter's safety. "Young master, the situation is dire," Mengshi lamented, her desire to play music extinguished. She refrained from intervening with the powerful elders, wary that her interference might exacerbate the predicament. "I am aware, but there is no need for concern. Should it become absolutely necessary, Hong Hong and Yi Yi will take action," Bai Ye replied with an air of calm, devoid of any trace of panic in his eyes. "Hong Hong and Yi Yi?" Mengshi inquired, puzzled. These 2 young sisters seemed so innocent and naive. Could they truly possess such formidable strength? Bai Ye chose not to elaborate further, instead awaiting the imminent assault of the enemy vessels. The number of enemy ships had now increased, encircling them with 5 vessels. At that moment, another alarming report came from the cockpit. The powerful figures of the Tai Su dynasty swiftly reached a decision. They resolved to engage the enemy vessels outside, sacrificing themselves to ensure the safety of the princess. Only one remained in the cockpit to pilot the spiritual vessel. Having already sent a distress signal to the Tai Su dynasty, determined to hold out until reinforcements arrived, she was restless, unwilling to see the elders sacrifice themselves on her behalf, yet powerless to alter the course of events, as her own strength was insufficient to contend with the Dejin dynasty's adversaries. Sensing that several strong figures were preparing to confront the threat outside the vessel, Bai Ye decided it was time to act. Just as she felt cornered and fraught with anxiety, she suddenly heard Bai Ye say, "Hong Hong, Yi, it's time to make your move." The Dejin dynasty had nearly claimed the life of Bai Ye's mother, and now they sought to harm him. To him, they were enemies deserving of annihilation. The sisters nodded, and under She's bewildered gaze, their eyes transformed into pale, golden dragon-like orbs. An overwhelming and invisible momentum surged forth, causing their long hair to dance wildly. In that moment, the dual dragon might radiated from the Tai Su dynasty's spiritual vessel, extending outward, and the 5 enemy vessels nearby were instantly affected. What seemed like a mere gust of wind went unnoticed by the Dejin dynasty personnel aboard the enemy ships. Yet the next moment, they suddenly bled from their orifices, their minds ensnared in chaos and agony, clutching their heads in despair. The pilots were no exception. They were rendered incapable of navigating their vessels, their previously continuous flow of spiritual energy abruptly severed. The spiritual vessels, bereft of energy, spiraled uncontrollably toward the ground. The powerful figures of the Tai Su dynasty were left in stunned silence, watching as the enemy vessels plummeted to the earth. What is happening? Since the dragon might of Hong Hong and Yi targeted only the enemies of the Jin dynasty, Bai Ye and the Tai Su personnel remained untouched, unaware of the dragon might, perceiving the enemy vessels as inexplicably losing control. Should we halt to ascertain the situation? Or perhaps consult with the princess? A curious elder inquired. Addressing the cockpit personnel, the individual in the cockpit promptly relayed to Meng Shi, "Your Highness, 5 enemy vessels have inexplicably lost control and are crashing. Should we find a place to land and investigate?" Meng Shi did not respond immediately. Instead, her gaze shifted to Bai Ye. "It was the work of Hong Hong and Yi. If you wish to investigate, it is permissible. Those enemies have undoubtedly lost their combat capabilities," Bai Ye clarified, dispelling Meng Shi's doubts. "It truly was your doing," Meng Shi exclaimed in astonishment. This was her first encounter witnessing Hong Hong and Yi in action. She had not seen how they had executed their strike, but it seemed as though they simply emanated an aura that caused the 5 enemy vessels to fall. "It was not solely my doing. It was the merit of Hong Hong and Yi," Bai Ye corrected her. "I understand. Yet how can such fearsome sisters be so obedient before you?" Meng Shi marveled. To her, the strength of the sisters was astonishing. But Bai Ye's ability to command such obedience from them was even more remarkable. "After all, they are my sisters," Bai Ye replied somewhat dismissively. Regaining her composure, Meng Shi conveyed to the cockpit elder, "It was Bai Ye who instructed the sisters to act. He has also indicated that we may descend to investigate. So let us find a nearby location to land, ensuring that the enemies do not escape." "Understood." The cockpit personnel swiftly relayed Meng Shi's instructions to the other powerful figures. Upon learning the truth, they were utterly astonished. The seemingly innocent and adorable young girls beside Bai Ye possessed such terrifying strength. They had not even detected the traces of their actions, as the 5 enemy vessels had simply plummeted from the sky. Subsequently, the spirit fleet of the Tai Su dynasty descended upon a nearby clearing, dividing into 5 paths to inspect the status of the enemy vessels and eliminate any surviving foes. Although this division posed a risk, young Master Bai reassured them that the enemy had lost its combat capability, and they trusted his words. Nonetheless, even if Su Mengshi and the others chose not to deal with the half-dead enemies, Bai Ye would certainly instruct Hong Hong and Fei to finish them off. Silencing witnesses was imperative. Otherwise, if any surviving enemies were to relay information back to the Great Jin dynasty, the risk of exposing the true identities of Hong Hong and Fei would significantly increase. Furthermore, eliminating enemies was always a prudent practice. Chapter 78. The Hidden Truth of the Supreme Emperor Bai Ye, along with Hong Hong and Fei, proceeded together while the other 4 paths were entrusted to several formidable elders. Due to Hong Hong and Fei's recent astonishing performance, Su Mingxi felt that following Bai Ye and the 2 sisters was undoubtedly the safest choice, and the elders were reassured by this. Before long, the quartet arrived at the site where one of the enemy vessels had crashed. The area was a scene of devastation, with a large spirit ship having plummeted from the sky, creating a vast crater. The vessel itself lay in ruins, a heap of scrap metal, surrounded by billowing smoke, and even engulfed in flames. Although the fire and the widespread toxic fumes rendered it impossible for ordinary people to approach, Bai Ye and his companions were far from ordinary. By employing their spiritual energy to shield themselves, they could easily isolate these dangers. Aside from the impaired visibility, they were hardly affected. One could surmise that the cultivation levels of Hong Hong and Fei were nearing the Divine Mansion realm. The fact that Su Mingxi could converse with Bai Ye and the sisters amidst this inferno was a testament to their ease in navigating through the flames. She initially thought they might have already reached the Divine Mansion realm, but upon reflection, she deemed it improbable. After all, even her father had lingered for many years at the 9th level of the Melding Heaven stage, admitting it would be difficult to break through to the Divine Mansion realm within a century. Before her great-grandfather's demise, he was the sole Divine Mansion expert of the Tai Su dynasty, and with his passing, their dynasty was now devoid of such a powerhouse. This absence had led the Tai Su dynasty to gradually fall into a weakened position against the Great Jin dynasty, especially with rumors of the Supreme Emperor of the Great Jin dynasty striving for the Divine Mansion realm. Should he succeed, the Tai Su dynasty would face an unprecedented crisis. In simple terms, a single divine mansion expert could almost dictate the rise and fall of a premier dynasty in the southern domain. It was precisely due to the deteriorating health of Su Mengxi's great-grandfather that the Great Jin dynasty dared to provoke the Taisu dynasty. Yet they never ventured to encroach upon its territory while he was there to defend it. That's about right, Bai Ye replied vaguely. Notably, even in their weakened state, Hong Hong and Fei possessed the strength of top-tier divine mansion experts, and it would not be an exaggeration to say they were very close to the realm beyond. However, he felt it unwise to divulge the truth to Su Mengxi. Upon hearing this, Su Mengxi was left speechless in shock. The talents of Hong Hong and Fei surpassed her understanding. They appeared to be no more than 15 years of age, yet their strength was comparable to that of her father. Her father had once been a prodigy of the southern domain and had endured centuries of arduous training to reach his current level, only to be matched by Hong Hong and Fei in a mere 15 years. This was unprecedented in the entire history of the southern domain. Su Mengxi had initially believed that young Master Bai's talents were unparalleled in the southern domain, but the extraordinary abilities of Hong Hong and Fei far exceeded her comprehension. She could not fathom that they were of the Dragon Clan, nor could she grasp the concept that their lifespans were entirely different from those of ordinary humans. Nevertheless, even so, the fact that Hong Hong and Fei reached the equivalent of a human warrior in the creation realm in just a millennium before their sealing was unparalleled in the history of humanity in the southern domain. Soon after, the four entered the spirit ship's interior. Noticing Su Mengxi's cautious demeanor, Bai Ye reassured her, there is no need to be overly anxious. Those enemies can hardly move a finger, resembling nothing more than ordinary people incapable of resistance. Understood, Su Mengxi replied, feeling considerably relieved. A short while later, they encountered their first enemy. The individual was bloodied from all 7 orifices, his face contorted in agony, seemingly unconscious, yet still exhibiting faint breaths. The sight of such misery was somewhat terrifying to Su Mengxi. Bai Ye, however, remained expressionless as he drew forth a black sword from his storage ring, an artifact previously gifted to him by Yi Jinxing. He stepped forward and swiftly severed the man's neck, the blood splattering onto the ground as he flicked the sword. Following this, Bai Ye efficiently eliminated all the enemies within the ship, leaving no survivors. After dispatching the last foe, he returned the black sword to his storage ring. Just as they were about to exit the enemy vessel, Su Mengxi suddenly spoke. The reason I am so eager for young master to save my great-grandfather is that the situation between the Taisu dynasty and the Great Jin dynasty is becoming increasingly dire. While I do harbor personal feelings for my great-grandfather, the future of the Taisu dynasty is of utmost concern to me. It would not be long before the Taisu dynasty engaged in its most critical battle against the Great Jin dynasty. Should we lose, it would severely deplete our strength, potentially resulting in a fall from our esteemed position or worse, being swallowed by the Great Jin dynasty. Su Mengxi had not intended to divulge these realities to young master Bai so soon, yet the recent events compelled her to express her thoughts. This experience had heightened her trust in him, and she found herself instinctively wishing to rely on him. My great-grandfather was the only divine mansion expert of the Taisu dynasty. Had he been alive and in good health, the Great Jin dynasty would not have dared to invade us. Su Mengxi's words clearly indicated her hope that Bai Ye could resurrect her great-grandfather to secure the future of the Taisu dynasty. When her great-grandfather passed, his eyes held an infinite unwillingness, unable to let go of the land he had sworn to protect, a sight Su Mengxi could never forget. If young Master Bai truly possessed the ability to bring the dead back to life, her great-grandfather's condition would surely improve, even if it were only for a few days. It would profoundly impact the Great Jin dynasty. If he could sustain life for several years, the Taisu dynasty would no longer fear the Great Jin dynasty and could decisively crush them before their supreme emperor broke through to the divine mansion realm. I understand. I shall do my utmost, Bai Ye assured her. Indeed, Su Mengxi's fervent plea for assistance hinted at deeper implications. The relationship between the Taisu dynasty and the Great Jin dynasty had devolved into a relentless struggle, further motivating him to assist Su Mengxi. This would also spare Hong Hong and Fei from intervening. Should they take action against the Great Jin dynasty, the commotion would be too great. However, the prerequisite was whether Bai Ye could succeed. He remained uncertain if the breath of the divine could truly restore life. If it could, he might wield the power of the supreme emperor of the Taisu dynasty to obliterate the Great Jin dynasty. The term Supreme Emperor referred to Su Mengxi's great-grandfather. Chapter 79. Arrival at the Taishu Empire. Subsequently, the other four factions of the Taishu Empire swiftly eliminated all survivors aboard the enemy's ships, leaving no one alive. They discovered that among the fallen were adversaries whose strength was comparable to theirs, or even superior, yet they met their demise in a pitiful state. Their faces frozen in expressions of terror and confusion, as if they were oblivious to the manner of their own deaths. This left them feeling somewhat unnerved. It became apparent that the two young girls named Crimson and Nightshade, should they choose to strike, could do so in the blink of an eye. It was imperative that they did not offend these two young ladies, particularly the gentleman known as young Master Bai. Otherwise, they sensed their fate would not be any better than that of the Golden Empire. Soon after, everyone gathered aboard the spiritual vessel of the Taishu Empire. Young Master Bai confirmed that there were no remaining enemies who had managed to escape. At this moment, the elders who had accompanied Zimengxi displayed a markedly more respectful demeanor towards Bai Ye, primarily due to the intimidating prowess of Crimson and Nightshade. Very well, let us proceed. Bai Ye nodded. The spiritual vessel continued its journey, and the cockpit promptly communicated to the Taishu Empire that the crisis had been resolved. As time flowed gently by, the spiritual vessel finally arrived within the borders of the Taishu Empire. There was no need to land at the border for inspection. As a vessel belonging to the Taishu Empire, it possessed a function akin to a whitelist. Ding! The system has detected that the host has arrived at the designated location. Please remain within the designated area for 1 hour to successfully check in. Otherwise, the mission will fail. This time, the required duration was set to 1 hour, but Bai Ye was not in a hurry and chose to wait patiently. Ultimately, the spiritual vessel flew directly into the imperial palace, landing in the designated area for spiritual vessels. Young Master, we have arrived. Sensing the vessel beginning to decelerate in preparation for landing, Zimengxi promptly addressed Bai Ye. Bai Ye nodded, acknowledging the sensation. After disembarking from the vessel, Zimengxi led Bai Ye, along with Crimson and Nightshade, toward the specific location while explaining. My father is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the divine palace realm, and is unable to meet with you. Let's go directly to the palace where my great-grandfather's coffin is kept. The notion of an emperor of such a vast empire being in seclusion for cultivation might have been unfathomable to Bai Ye, given his previous life. After all, powerful beings often seclude themselves for months or even years. Such lengthy absences from imperial affairs could lead to potential crises, even the usurpation of power. However, this was a perspective shaped by his past life. In the realm of Tianxuan Continent, it was not unusual for an emperor to seclude themselves for cultivation. In a world where strength was revered, the emperor of an empire was typically the most formidable individual within their realm. Even if the current emperor was not the strongest, they were often related by blood to a supreme or exalted emperor. Moreover, the higher the cultivation level of a formidable being, the more their pursuit of martial arts took precedence over the desire for power. Figures such as the ancestor of Tianyan initially founded sects, only to later seek greater martial prowess in the central continent, never contemplating the theft of a throne or the dominion over a territory. Thus, many supreme and exalted emperors willingly abdicated their positions, avoiding familial strife over power with their designated heirs. While this was not universally applicable, it was a prevalent phenomenon. As for the civil and military officials, they dared not covet the throne. Merely attempting to do so would be tantamount to courting death. Their duty was to assist the emperor in managing the empire's affairs, earning the reputation, status, and remuneration they rightfully deserved. At most, there might be internal strife within the royal family, but it was not within their purview. If they possessed martial talents exceeding those of the royal bloodline, they would not be serving as officials. Though exceptions existed, such instances were exceedingly rare. For instance, should the Taishu Empire discover any internal issues upon emerging from seclusion, a thorough purge could be enacted immediately. Even if the rebels commanded vast armies, the Taishu Emperor, as the strongest, could suppress them single-handedly. In the stable internal environment of the Taishu Empire, no one would be foolish enough to consider such actions. Very well, Bai Ye responded. He was not particularly eager to meet the Taishu Emperor. He could directly attend to matters with the exalted emperor. Soon, Bai Ye and his companions arrived at the palace housing the exalted emperor's coffin. However, they found other individuals present within the palace. These individuals donned mourning attire, yet their demeanor was distinctly exceptional likely members of the Taishu royal family. At that moment, Zimengxi explained to Bai Ye, "These are my relatives." Simultaneously, the royal family members took notice of Bai Ye and his companions. Among them, a man nearing 30, whose features bore a slight resemblance to Zimengxi, furrowed his brow upon recognizing Bai Ye and the girls, exclaiming, "Ninth sister, why have you brought 3 outsiders here? Elder brother, even if you are my elder brother, you must not be disrespectful towards young Master Bai." Zimengxi's aura was equally formidable, her tone laced with warning. At this moment, young Master Bai was the one determining the future of the Taishu Empire. She would not tolerate any disrespect directed at him, not even from her elder brother, let alone their father. Chapter 80. Opening the coffin, Zimengxi's elder brother appeared, taken aback, clearly unprepared for his ninth sister's sudden assertiveness. However, he quickly regained his composure, narrowing his eyes and his expression darkening further. "It is truly unexpected, ninth sister, that you would confront your elder brother for an outsider, especially before our great-grandfather's coffin. If our great-grandfather were to learn of this, he would surely be unable to rest in peace." The other royal family members also regarded Bai Ye and the girls with cold expressions, though none were as direct as Zimengxi's elder brother. Their indifferent demeanor towards Bai Ye was understandable, as they were unaware of the events that had transpired between him and Zimengxi, nor did they know of Bai Ye's potential ability to bring the dead back to life. In their eyes, it was profoundly taboo for outsiders to enter the palace where the exalted emperor's coffin was placed. How could non-royals venture into such a sacred place? The reason the other royal family members did not immediately turn against Bai Ye was that they sensed certain discrepancies. Firstly, why had the ninth princess brought 3 outsiders to this uniquely significant palace? Secondly, why was the ninth princess treating that young man with such respect? This was the first time they had witnessed her displaying such assertiveness. It struck them as decidedly odd. Was there some secret they were unaware of? Just as Zimengxi was about to erupt in anger, Bai Ye silenced her with a mere glance. There was no need to quarrel over this. They should commence with the important matters at hand. Bai Ye found it a waste of time to engage with her elder brother. "My apologies for not informing you of young Master's situation in a timely manner," Zimengxi expressed, filled with regret. "Important matters? What could an outsider like you possibly want to do here? This palace is not a place for non-royals." The second prince, Su Ruoming, Zimengxi's elder brother, immediately became alert. "Enough." At that moment, the crown prince, Su Shang, unexpectedly interjected. The title of crown prince signified that Su Shang was destined to become the legitimate emperor of the Taishu Empire. Barring the untimely demise of both the exalted emperor and the current emperor, once established, the identity of the crown prince would remain unchanged. If the former emperor and the current emperor were to encounter any misfortune, it would essentially signify the annihilation and annexation of the Taishu dynasty by the Dajin dynasty. In such dire circumstances, there would be no need to discuss anything further. Confronted by the crown prince, the second prince, Su Ruoming, naturally dared not oppose him and could only obediently remain silent, though displeasure was still evident on his face. "Let us first hear what Jumei has to say regarding the situation," suggested the crown prince, Su Shang, who displayed remarkable composure. Believing that Jumei's staunch defense of the outsider named Bai Ye must be grounded in reason. Based on his understanding of Jumei, he was certain she would not engage in such folly as to bring an outsider, 3 to be precise, into such a significant place without justification. At this moment, Su Mengxi's expression softened considerably. Indeed, her elder brother was reliable, unlike their second brother, who was a foolish and spoiled libertine, destined never to ascend to the role of crown prince. "This young Master Bai Ye is the youth I mentioned previously from the Tianmu. I have secretly invited him here for a covert operation," Su Mengxi elucidated. "Ah, I see." Su Shang's eyes widened in astonishment. Does that youth truly possess the power of resurrection? During the Tianmu incident, the royal family had participated in a funeral for the supreme emperor aboard the spirit ship. But upon hearing Su Mengxi's inexplicable remarks, Bai Ye had left, and they had not had the opportunity to see his visage. They only knew that there remained a glimmer of hope for the supreme emperor, whose interment had been delayed and was temporarily housed within this palace. Furthermore, Su Mengxi's visit to the Bai family of the Daqian dynasty, including her prior investigation into Bai Ye's identity, had been conducted secretly, known only to her, their father, and a few esteemed officials, after which their father discreetly dispatched several formidable protectors to accompany her. However, The presence of a large spirit ship was conspicuous, and on their return journey, they were nearly discovered by the Dajin dynasty, almost falling into their clutches. To be precise, had it not been for young Master Bai, she would have undoubtedly been captured. What nonsense! Do you truly believe this lad possesses the ability to resurrect the dead? Su Ruoming scoffed disdainfully. How can one know without attempting? Su Mingxi replied, not entirely certain. Bai Ye had previously emphasized to her that success was not guaranteed. Initially, she had been skeptical, but even after agreeing to assist her, he reiterated this point, which compelled her to believe him. Continuing, Su Mingxi addressed Su Ruoming. Moreover, given young Master Bai's status, though he is not of our Taishu royal family, he is also the holy son of the Tianyan sacred land. How could we show such disrespect? At this, Su Ruoming's expression shifted dramatically. It seemed he had not anticipated that this youth would be the holy son of the Tianyan sacred land. His interactions with the sacred land had been minimal. He was aware that the holy son had recently been Qin Wuqing of the Kanglan dynasty, and he could hardly have imagined that a change would occur so swiftly. If this youth were indeed the holy son of the Tianyan sacred land, he could not afford to show him disrespect, especially with the formidable external threat of the Dajin dynasty looming. They could only seek to cultivate a relationship with such a powerful entity, lest the Taishu dynasty meet its swifter demise. The holy son of Tianyan, the members of the royal family, including Crown Prince Su Shang, expressed their astonishment. Su Shang immediately scrutinized Bai Ye, discovering a familiar insignia, though he had initially failed to recognize it due to their limited interactions with the Tianyan sacred land. Despite this youth's extraordinary identity, he still found it hard to believe in the miraculous power of resurrection. Meanwhile, Bai Ye, unwilling to squander time, proceeded to unveil the Supreme Emperor's coffin, figuratively speaking, to lift the lid of the coffin. Impudent! Upon witnessing Bai Ye's audacity, Su Ruoming exclaimed in fury. Several other royal members present were equally agitated, nearly unable to restrain themselves from confronting Bai Ye. After all, this was the coffin of their most revered Supreme Emperor. And how could they remain calm while an outsider dared to disturb it? Crown Prince Su Shang's expression turned grave. This was a profound disrespect towards the Supreme Emperor. Even Su Mingxi was taken aback by Bai Ye's directness. If he succeeded, it would be one matter, but should he fail, it would spell trouble. Yet, Bai Ye's boldness was not without assurance. He had recently gleaned the specific capabilities of the divine essence soil through the system, which indeed possessed the ability to resurrect the dead, requiring only a minuscule amount to extend life by a century. As Bai Ye lifted the coffin lid, he deftly flicked a particle of divine essence soil, no larger than a sesame seed, into the coffin, landing upon the forehead of the Supreme Emperor. At that moment, Su Ruoming could not care less about the Holy Son's status. Daring to offend his great-grandfather was tantamount to courting death. He charged forward, intent on stopping Bai Ye. Chapter 81. Grateful Beyond Measure. However, Su Ruoming's actions were too slow. The minuscule particle of divine essence soil had already entered the Supreme Emperor's body through his forehead. Such a tiny amount was sufficient to grant resurrection and extend life by a century. While a century may seem modest in a fantastical world, the crucial factor was that this minuscule particle could yield such effects, and he still possessed a considerable quantity of divine essence soil. This was a remarkably effective means of preserving life, capable of facilitating direct resurrection with a significant extension of life. The only limitation was that the higher the deceased's cultivation, the more divine essence soil would be required for resurrection. Although Su Mingxi's great-grandfather was a formidable figure in the divine palace realm, his cultivation was not particularly high in the presence of such a divine object. Furthermore, Bai Ye's current cultivation was even lower, yet with the divine essence soil he possessed, he could potentially resurrect countless times, provided someone assisted him after his death. At that moment, the Supreme Emperor's body radiated a resplendent white light as the formless death energy enveloping him dissipated instantaneously, and the afflictions that had plagued him vanished in an instant. The Supreme Emperor, Su Tianyuan, abruptly opened his eyes. The once dull and murky gaze transformed into clarity and vitality, soon filled with bewilderment. Had he not already drawn his last breath? Was he not in the underworld? No, this was clearly a coffin, and beyond it lay a familiar palace. Simultaneously, Bai Ye sensed Su Ruoming rushing towards him. Just as Su Ruoming was about to make contact, An aura of spiritual energy erupted from Bai Ye, forming a protective barrier that completely neutralized Su Ruoming's advance, sending him hurtling backwards. Hearing the commotion, Su Tianyuan sprang to his feet hovering above the ground. It dawned on him that he was indeed within the palace, surrounded by his descendants. Great-grandfather! Su Mengshi exclaimed in joy upon witnessing her great-grandfather's revival. The other royal members were equally astonished. Had the Supreme Emperor truly returned from the dead? Surely, they were not imagining things. Su Ruoming, who had been sent flying, attempted to rise again, only to behold his great-grandfather levitating before him. His immediate reaction was one of terror, believing he had witnessed a zombie, and he promptly sat back down on the ground in fright. Crown Prince Su Shang was utterly astonished. He understood that it was after that young man, Bai Ye, had lifted the coffin lid that the Supreme Emperor had miraculously revived. This youth truly possessed extraordinary powers of resurrection. Yet, Su Tianyuan remained perplexed, his aged features reflecting a sense of confusion. Great-grandfather, it was that young man before you, Bai Ye, who brought you back to life. Su Mengshi explained to her great-grandfather. Such a thing is indeed possible. Su Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend that he had perished yet found himself revived. Who, indeed, was this young Master Bai? His gaze swiftly shifted to Bai Ye, and he ceased to hover, choosing instead to position himself beside the young man. After all, as she had indicated, this youth was his benefactor. It would be improper to maintain a lofty demeanor while gazing down upon him. I am the young master of the Bai clan from the great Qian dynasty, and also the holy son of the heavenly transformation sacred land, Bai Ye stated calmly, revealing his identity without reservation. The Bai clan of the great Qian dynasty? Su Tianyuan was taken aback. He was familiar with the great Qian dynasty, yet had never heard of the Bai clan. Coupled with the identity of the holy son of the heavenly transformation sacred land, it astonished him further. Was it truly possible for someone from the great Qian dynasty to ascend to such heights? The very thought that this youth possessed the extraordinary ability to resurrect him was beyond belief. Regardless, I'm immensely grateful to you, young master. I shall endeavor to repay your kindness in the future, Su Tianyuan declared earnestly. At that moment, Su Ruoming finally grasped the situation. His great-grandfather had not returned from the dead, but had been revived by Bai Ye. He sat down in shock, momentarily forgetting to rise. Was such an astonishing method of resurrection truly possible? After all, no one in the entire southern region had achieved such a feat. Otherwise, they would have sought help long ago. Yet this young man had shattered their understanding, especially since Su Ruoming had just been so disrespectful. He felt a wave of dread wash over him, realizing he had offended the one who had rendered such a monumental service to their Tai Su dynasty. That is unnecessary. I have but two conditions. First, the destruction of the great Jin dynasty. Second, the confidentiality of my resurrection method, Bai Ye stated nonchalantly. Su Tianyuan was astonished by the simplicity of the young master's demands and quickly vowed, that is absolutely no problem. He had already sensed that the affliction that had once tormented him had vanished, and he felt no lingering deathly energy. This indicated that his lifespan would not be in jeopardy for several years. He had been granted a healthy body and several years of life. Annihilating the great Jin dynasty was merely a matter of course. Even without Bai Ye's urging, given the deep-seated enmity between their Tai Su dynasty and the great Jin dynasty, he would have to eliminate them. Otherwise, he could find no peace. As for keeping the information secret, that was quite simple. All present were members of the royal family. With a mere command from him, none would dare leak the information. In the ancestral hall of the royal family, there existed a Grand Spirit tablet, and Su Tianyuan, with his special status, had the authority to alter the stipulations inscribed upon it, which served to bind the royal family members of all generations. Should any member violate the regulations inscribed upon the tablet, their name would illuminate, thus ensuring that none would dare betray the Tai Su dynasty. Naturally, the stipulations were not excessively stringent. They merely represented the inviolable baseline. Young Master Bai, Su Mengshi's heart brimmed with gratitude, recognizing that the two conditions posed by the young master were exceedingly easy to fulfill. The other royal family members felt the same, overwhelmed with appreciation for Bai Ye. The mere mention of two requests made it hard for them to feel at ease, for the young master had revived their supreme emperor, effectively altering the fate of the Tai Su dynasty. They would no longer face the threat of being annihilated by the great Jin dynasty, but could instead turn the tide against them. Such a favor warranted nothing less than half of their national treasury. I must also inform you that while I have revived him, his lifespan has only been extended by a century, Bai Ye continued. A century is more than sufficient. Xu Tianyuan exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. He had expected to receive merely a few additional years. So the prospect of a full 100 years was beyond his wildest dreams, a lifespan akin to that of an ordinary person. His greatest regret had been failing to safeguard the realm of the Taisu dynasty. 100 years would certainly allow him to amend that regret. A century? Su Meng, she was both astonished and elated, never anticipating that the young master would extend her great-grandfather's life by such a generous margin. The other royal family members were equally grateful, understanding that the Supreme Emperor's forced extension of life by 100 years would not merely prolong their existence, but would drastically transform the fortunes of the Taisu dynasty. In truth, this was merely the minimal effect of the divine essence of creation. Bai Ye did not consider himself particularly magnanimous. As long as my esteemed elder is satisfied, there is no issue, Bai Ye said. He still possessed a considerable amount of the divine essence of creation, but he intended to reserve it for himself. Certainly not to be given away without consideration. Of course, I am satisfied. Just then, Xu Tianyuan noticed Su Ruoming's embarrassed demeanor. What transpired earlier? Ruoming, why do you appear so disheveled? Su Ruoming found himself at a loss for words, panic seizing him. He had just been so disrespectful to the one who had saved his great-grandfather. If his great-grandfather were to find out, he might very well be furious enough to strip him of his skin. It is nothing serious, merely a misunderstanding, Bai Ye interjected, having no animosity towards Su Ruoming. From the outset, he had not regarded him as a significant concern, allowing him to speak disrespectfully without taking offense, as it had not affected him in any way. Moreover, he wished to grant the royal family a modicum of dignity, which would encourage them to wholeheartedly aid him in eradicating the great Jin dynasty. There was no need for him to resort to killing Su Ruoming. Such an action was unwarranted. Upon hearing Bai Ye's words, Su Ruoming was instantly dumbfounded. He had considered the possibility that the young master might report him to his great-grandfather, but never imagined that he would speak on his behalf. The magnanimity of Bai Ye's demeanor only deepened his shame. Su Ruoming couldn't help but kneel on one knee, sincerely apologizing to Bai Ye. I sincerely regret my earlier disrespect. I was ignorant and failed to discern right from wrong. I hope you can forgive me, although he knelt on one knee rather than both. The sincerity of his gesture was evident. It was uncommon for a prince of the royal family to kneel before an outsider. After all, a man's knees are worth their weight in gold. The dignity of the Taisu dynasty's royal family dictated that even in the face of overwhelming foes, they would rather die than bow in humiliation. It was precisely because of Bai Ye's immense kindness toward his great-grandfather and the fact that he had disrespected him that Su Ruoming willingly knelt. Even though the words exchanged between Bai Ye and Su Ruoming remained unclear, Xu Tianyuan could surmise the situation. From his understanding of Ruoming's character and the conversation he had with the young master, it was evident that a conflict had arisen. Perhaps a lesson was in order. Otherwise, this young man would inevitably stir up trouble in the future. Thus, witnessing Su Ruoming kneeling before Bai Ye, Xu Tianyuan refrained from intervening, recognizing the need for self-reflection. Self-awareness is sufficient, Bai Ye remarked calmly. At that moment, Su Meng, she felt increasingly convinced of Bai Ye's exceptional character, not only for his kindness and gentleness, but also for his remarkable capacity for forgiveness. Compared to other talented youths she knew, young Master Bai stood unparalleled in both strength and character, not to mention his striking appearance. Even among the few who might rival his looks, they were merely superficial, lacking the depth of talent and ability that he possessed. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, it is folly to value mere appearances. One cannot survive solely on looks, as insufficient strength renders one a mere pawn to be manipulated. It is no wonder that the Saintess of the heavenly origin sacred land was captivated by young Master Bai's charm, and this stirred something within Su Mengshi. The other royal family members, while grateful to Bai Ye, grew increasingly admiring of him. They could not help but feel relieved that this young Master Bai was not the type to harbor grudges. Otherwise, given the second prince's previous actions, they would have had no grounds to expect his assistance in resurrecting the Supreme Emperor, let alone to avoid retaliation. At this moment, Su Tianyuan found himself immensely admiring young Master Bai as well. He recalled Meng Shi's earlier reaction, suggesting that she was acquainted with Bai Ye, and he thought how wonderful it would be if Meng Shi could marry him. In the general mindset of the people of Tianxuan Continent, when an exceptionally gifted young man emerges, the threshold of his home would soon be worn down by visitors from various families seeking to court his favor for their daughters. Hence, Su Tianyuan's thoughts were not out of the ordinary. Even Crown Prince Su Shang shared this sentiment with his great-grandfather, noting that ninth sister was now of marriageable age and seemed to have a fondness for young Master Bai. If it could come to fruition, it would be ideal. Yet, Su Tianyuan sensed that young Master Bai might regard Meng Shi and their royal family as beneath him, as they were the ones aspiring to his level. With the resurrection ability he possessed, every force in the southern region would surely seek to court and flatter him. And although there were not many powers stronger than their Tai Su Empire, there were certainly more than 10. Observing the expressions of those around him, Bai Ye felt something was amiss. He had not taken Su Ruoming's earlier behavior seriously. He merely sought to give some face to the Tai Su royal family, not realizing how much internal drama was brewing among the royal members. How could he be as extraordinary as they imagined? Nonetheless, Bai Ye was too weary to explain and decided to let them think as they wished, as their misunderstandings were not detrimental to him. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Host has successfully checked in. Reward. Absolute command. Although Bai Ye already possessed the excellent life-saving ability of the Divine Breath Soil, both the Divine Breath Soil and Absolute Command had their unique characteristics. Absolute Command could serve not only for survival, but also as an offensive means, with its applications being quite versatile. Thus, would young Master Bai be inclined to linger a few more days in our royal palace? We intend to hold a grand banquet in his honor. At this moment, Su Tianyuan spoke again to Bai Ye to express gratitude for young Master Bai's kindness. And since he did not desire any gold or treasures, Su Tianyuan intended to host an extravagant feast for him. However, Bai Ye politely declined, stating that is unnecessary. I have pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 83. Could the young master have an inclination towards the same sex? Upon hearing of the banquet, Bai Ye felt little interest, as he had never been fond of alcohol, neither in his past life nor in this one, especially not in a crowded banquet where throngs would approach him for toasts. Rather than endure the awkwardness of declining drinks or explaining his aversion to Su Tianyuan, he found it easier to simply refuse outright. Moreover, he believed it far more important to return and spend time with his family. Additionally, there were new check-in tasks about to be launched. If the banquet lasted too long, it would hinder his ability to complete these tasks. Therefore, from all angles, the banquet held little allure for Bai Ye. Su Tianyuan was evidently taken aback by Bai Ye's refusal, completely perplexed as to what could possibly entice this young master. Did he truly regard wealth and fame as worthless? Most would hesitate to decline Su Tianyuan's invitation, as it would seem disrespectful. Yet, given Bai Ye's unique circumstances, Su Tianyuan did not interpret the refusal as a slight. The others present were equally astonished. This young master truly desired nothing in return. In light of this, Su Tianyuan had no choice but to suggest, then let Meng Shi accompany young Master Bai back. His words were laden with ulterior motives, aiming to create more opportunities for Meng Shi and young Master Bai to interact, unaware that they had already spent considerable time together. Certainly, Su Meng Shi was more than willing. Yet, she felt a tinge of regret that Bai Ye did not plan to linger longer in the Tai Su Empire. By the way, are those two little girls acquainted with young Master Bai? At this moment, with no pressing matters at hand, Su Tianyuan voiced a long-held curiosity. He had noticed two strikingly beautiful twin girls in a corner, seemingly indifferent to the ongoing events, engrossed in their sweet treats. Their presence contrasted sharply with the gravity of the situation, making them stand out once noticed. Yes, they're my sisters, Bai Ye replied with a nod. Su Tianyuan chose not to dwell on this, but continued discussing important matters, assuring Bai Ye, I will not disappoint you in your two requests, especially regarding the situation with the Great Jin Empire. I will personally lead the charge and keep you updated on the battle. He had devised a plan and intended to prepare thoroughly over the next few days before launching a full-scale attack on the Great Jin Empire. Having endured their provocations for far too long, this time he would not hold back, personally leading his forces to obliterate the Great Jin Empire. I believe in you, Elder. Bai Ye nodded in agreement. Are you departing now, young master? Su Mingxi inquired. Indeed, it is time to leave, Bai Ye responded. Subsequently, Bai Ye and Su Mengshi boarded a large spirit ship to return to the Qin Empire, accompanied by Hong and Yi, along with several powerful guardians who would escort Su Mengshi. Although with Hong and Yi present, there was no concern for safety on the way to the Qian. They could not allow the princess to return alone to the Tai Su Empire. Along the way, Su Mengshi continually expressed her gratitude to Bai Ye, to the point where he felt his ears might develop calluses, yet she seemed utterly unfazed by the repetition. Suddenly, Su Mengshi asked, "I have a question, young master. Do you truly have no desires? You appear indifferent to wealth and treasures, and you do not seem to possess the typical male appreciation for beauty." Su Mengshi was genuinely puzzled, as it was quite natural for men to desire beauty and wealth. Yet Bai Ye seemed to want for nothing. Bai Ye was momentarily speechless, thinking, "Does this imply that I am not a normal man?" Su Mengshi fastidiously clarified, No, I did not mean that at all. I merely find that young Master Bai's character seems rather unrealistic. To be honest, I am not as perfect as you all think." Bai Ye could only respond in this manner, as he was unable to elaborate further. If he were to explain, it would be that the rewards bestowed upon him by the system were simply too generous, rendering anything the Tai Su dynasty could offer him utterly inconsequential. The things that would truly entice him were beyond the reach of the Tai Su dynasty, and the benefits they could provide held little value for him. At this moment, Bai Ye added, "If you insist on offering me something, please extend it to my family instead. My kin are the ones who truly need those riches." "Oh, understood." Su Mengshi nodded. Yet, young Master Bai still made no mention of any fondness for beauty, which sparked a thought in Su Mengshi's mind. She cautiously inquired, "If I may be so bold, could it be that young Master harbors an affection for men?" Men? Bai Ye initially did not grasp the meaning of her words. However, upon realizing her insinuation, he felt a vain throb on his forehead, and a playful flick struck Su Mengshi's brow. "What nonsense! My orientation is perfectly normal." Su Mengshi winced from the light blow, though it did not cause her any real pain. This was the first time she had witnessed such a display of emotion from young Master Bai, and it became clear that she had misunderstood. She quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I should not have asked such a question." "It's fine, really," Bai Ye replied, not genuinely angry, merely bemused by the misunderstanding. "In truth, I'm focused on martial pursuits for the time being, so romance is not on my mind." Su Mengshi seized upon this detail, noting the word temporarily. Did this imply that young Master Bai might consider in the future? "Of course, I will consider it eventually, but that is a matter for another time," Bai Ye stated. Then, Su Mengshi paused, appearing contemplative before continuing. "What are your thoughts on the Saintess of the Tianyan Sacred Land?" "Why do you ask me that?" Bai Ye questioned, puzzled by her increasingly peculiar inquiries. He had not previously noticed her propensity for chatter. "Out of curiosity, I suppose. Girls tend to be a bit gossipy." Su Mengshi explained casually. "I don't quite understand what is so intriguing about it." Nevertheless, Bai Ye offered a brief response. "As for the Saintess Ji, while her words can be quite sharp at times, she possesses a kind heart. Is that all?" Su Mengshi was taken aback by the brevity of his answer, which seemed to echo a rather straightforward male perspective on the Saintess. However, upon reflection, it appeared that young Master Bai held no particular feelings for her, which meant she might still have a chance. Chapter 84. A lifetime devoted to one at this moment. A grand spiritual vessel arrived at the Qingyang city of the Qin dynasty. After landing in an open area, Su Mengshi, along with Bai Ye and the two others, entered the city gates, while several powerful figures from the Tai Su dynasty shadowed them from the dark. This time, Bai Ye's entrance was starkly different from the last. The guards at the gates dared not stop him for an inspection, allowing him to pass without hindrance. This was partly due to the fact that his true identity as the son of the Tianyan Sacred Land was now common knowledge in Qingyang City. No one would dare show him any disrespect. Additionally, they had received strict orders from above to avoid offending anyone from the Bai family, lest they pay the price with their lives. Even if they had 100 heads, they would not dare to offend Bai Ye. Furthermore, the young lady beside Bai Ye was rumored to be a princess of the Tai Su dynasty, and like Bai Ye, she was not to be trifled with. "Look, isn't that the young master of the Bai family?" The recent news surrounding him has been explosive. Rumor has it he is the current son of the Tianyan Sacred Land. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Even now, I find it hard to believe, but this information came from the city lord's residence, so it must be credible. They say that today, the young master of the Bai family visited the Tai Su dynasty alongside the princess. I heard he went to propose, and it seems the princess expressed her desire to form a union with the young master first. Such a possibility seemed quite plausible. After all, why else would they leave and return together? If true, the Bai family would rise to prominence. Indeed, with Bai Ye as the son of the Tianyan Sacred Land. If he were to become the imperial son-in-law of the Taisu dynasty, very few young talents in the entire southern region could rival him. As soon as Bai Ye and Su Mengxi appeared, the surrounding crowd erupted into fervent chatter. Bai Ye could vaguely hear their discussions and felt somewhat speechless. Had the rumors spread this far? Even tales of his proposal to the Taisu dynasty had surfaced. Yet, he noticed that Su Mengxi did not seem perturbed by the gossip. Rather, she appeared quite pleased. Aren't you concerned about their fabrications? Bai Ye asked Su Mengxi. Why should I be? I don't feel offended by them at all, Su Mengxi replied, her tone tinged with sadness. However, it is understandable for young master to feel discomfort, considering your talents. How could you settle for being the imperial son-in-law of the Taisu dynasty? You likely look down upon someone as ordinary as me. Bai Ye could not help but smirk slightly. Stop joking. If you were truly ordinary, there would be very few outstanding women in the entire southern region. Thank you for the compliment, Su Mengxi said, a sweet smile gracing her face. Her mood seemed to shift as rapidly as the turning of a page, revealing that her earlier comments were intended to tease Bai Ye. What does imperial son-in-law mean? At that moment, Fei Yi suddenly inquired. Fei Hong was also curious, having never encountered these terms before. It refers to the emperor's son-in-law, or simply put, a prince consort, Bai Ye explained earnestly. And what is a son-in-law? Fei Yi continued to ask. Bai Ye sensed trouble brewing. Was this about to turn into a barrage of questions? Su Mengxi interjected, explaining, for instance, I am a ninth princess of the Taisu dynasty. If young master were to marry me, and we became husband and wife, then he would be the imperial son-in-law of our Taisu dynasty. I see. So humans have so many customs surrounding mate selection, Fei Yi remarked, her expression one of newfound understanding. Fei Hong nodded, as if she comprehended much. Ahaha. Su Mengxi laughed awkwardly, slightly embarrassed by Fei Ye's blunt words. The phrase mate selection for reproduction is rather direct, isn't it? Ahem. Bai Ye coughed lightly to remind Fei Hong and Fei Yi to refrain from speaking so bluntly. So, if not through marriage or a formal union, would young master consider marrying me? Su Mengxi boldly ventured to ask. However, as soon as she spoke, she felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, she was still a modest young lady, and uttering such audacious words was bound to evoke a sense of embarrassment. To mask her awkwardness, she quickly added, I was just joking. It was merely a hypothetical scenario. Please do not take it seriously. This statement from Su Mengxi left Bai Ye feeling somewhat perplexed. Just as he was about to respond, he was interrupted by the sudden interjection of Qi Hong. If you were to marry me, Bai Ye, would you then be my spouse? Qi Hong tugged at Bai Ye's sleeve, her question direct and somewhat absurd. Bai Ye's attention shifted as he initially addressed Qi Hong's inquiry. Theoretically, yes, he replied. Then, I also wish for Bai Ye to marry me. Qi Hong stated without a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing this, Qi Yi became visibly flustered. She excitedly placed her hands on Qi Hong's shoulders and shook her gently. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, What nonsense are you spouting? This is one of the most significant matters of our lives. Unfamiliar with the entirety of the dragon clan's customs, she only knew that among their disaster-bone dragon lineage, once a mate was chosen, the bond was unbreakable, and one would love but a single person throughout their life. However, Qi Ye's words were merely an excuse. In truth, she was taken aback by Qi Hong's sudden boldness and felt a sense of urgency. She harbored a competitive spirit towards Qi Hong, particularly in the presence of Bai Ye, yet could not outrightly reprimand her, so she sought a more subtle way to express her discontent. I'm serious. Yet Qi Hong remained steadfast, responding to Qi Yi. Do you dislike Bai Ye? This piercing question left Qi Yi momentarily speechless. At that moment, her adorable face reflected a mixture of panic and shyness. She felt embarrassed to admit her feelings for Bai Ye, yet it was impossible to claim she disliked him, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged pause, she finally managed to utter, This isn't a matter of like or dislike. All right, you two, cease this banter. Bai Ye interjected, gently ruffling Qi Hong's hair. You're still quite young. Impulsive declarations like this should be avoided. You can address such matters once you are of age and have contemplated them thoroughly. I'm not that young. Qi Hong vetoed. However, due to the presence of outsiders and the necessity to keep her true identity concealed from Su Mengxi, she found it impossible to emphasize her actual age. In truth, she had lived for thousands of years. By human standards, that was hardly young. Yet according to dragon customs, she was still far from adulthood, needing a few more thousand years to be considered fully mature. In stark contrast, Qi wholeheartedly agreed with Bai Ye's words, nodding in affirmation. Yes, yes. Let's discuss it once we are adults. With this, she felt momentarily relieved, no longer fearing that Qi Hong would outpace her. Qi Hong's lips puffed out slightly, resembling a sulking child. The playful exchange between Qi Hong and Qi Yi rendered Su Mengxi almost invisible. She felt as though she had become irrelevant in their midst. Given that Su Mengxi had just declared her previous remarks as a jest, coupled with the distraction caused by Qi Hong and Qi Ye's antics, Bai Ye paid little heed to their playful quarrel or to Su Mengxi's earlier comment. Nevertheless, Bai Ye recalled Su Mengxi's earlier query. Although you were jesting, I shall respond earnestly. Matters of marriage are something I wish to approach with a focus on martial arts for now. I will consider marriage only after I reach adulthood. His tone was surprisingly serious. As a transmigrator, his thoughts were heavily influenced by his prior life, and marrying before adulthood seemed rather hasty to him. Particularly since both he and Su Mengxi were still minors, he found the notion unacceptable. After all, he was not from ancient times, and his modern views on marriage were deeply ingrained. Su Mengxi found herself momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated that Bai Ye would hold such views. Generally, in both their Tai-Su Empire and Bai Ye's Qian Empire, marrying in one's teenage years was considered quite normal. Young women of 15 or 16 were already seen as of marriageable age. Being unmarried after reaching adulthood was viewed as late. Perhaps Bai Ye placed too much emphasis on martial arts, as there was indeed a notion of a golden age for martial cultivation, spanning from 16 to 22. With the ages of 16 to 18 being especially critical. Simultaneously, Su Mengxi felt relieved that she had emphasized her earlier comments were made in jest. Bai Ye did not take them seriously, which spared her further discomfort. However, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Once Bai Ye reached adulthood, would he consider marrying her? Soon after, Bai Ye, Qi Hong, Qi Yi, and Su Mengxi arrived at the Bai family estate. Upon seeing the young master return with the princess of the Tai-Su Empire, one of the guards quickly went to inform the family head and his wife. Thus, as Bai Ye entered the Bai residence, he soon encountered Bai Hao and Zi Yi approaching them. Back so soon? Has the matter been resolved? Bai Hao inquired. He was well aware of Bai Ye's purpose for visiting the Tai-Su Empire, a secret known only to him and his wife, while the rest of the Bai family remained oblivious. Given that Bai Ye's round trip took less than a day, it was astonishing that he had accomplished the task of resurrecting the supreme emperor of the Tai-Su Empire so swiftly. Even the royal family of the Tai-Su Empire had learned of Bai Ye's remarkable ability, and Bai Ye saw no reason to conceal this information from his parents. But he would only share such details with those closest to him. As for matters concerning the system, he would never disclose them to anyone. He understood the gravity of such secrets, as the system was a taboo that could only be known by him alone, while the ability to resurrect was comparatively less forbidden. Indeed, thanks to Bai Ye's assistance, my great-grandfather is now completely well. This kindness is something I shall never forget, Su Mengxi expressed gratefully. Bai Hao exclaimed, astonished. When he first learned of Bai Ye's ability to resurrect the deceased, he was incredulous. Now that it was confirmed that Bai Ye had indeed revived the supreme emperor of the Tai-Su Empire with such astounding speed, he was left in utter shock. The supreme emperor was said to be a formidable figure at the divine mansion realm. That Bai Ye could bring a being of such strength back to life seemed utterly preposterous. At that moment, the expression on Ziyi's face was no less remarkable than Bai Hao's. Although Bai Ye was her son, she found herself increasingly bewildered by his sudden transformation. Since such an immense favor was bestowed upon them, shouldn't they offer something in return? Perhaps by pledging oneself? Once she recovered from her shock, Ziyi did not forget to play matchmaker for Bai Ye and Su Mengxi. Now that Bai Ye had grown up, she eagerly hoped he would find a partner soon, preferably one who would bear her a chubby grandchild, allowing her to relish the joys of grandmotherhood. Upon hearing this, Su Mengxi's face flushed slightly, appearing not unwilling at all, though it ultimately depended on whether young Master Bai was inclined. Observing Su Mengxi's reaction, Ziyi felt a surge of excitement and immediately exchanged furtive glances with Bai Ye. What were they waiting for? Miss Su had already made her feelings clear. However, Bai Ye appeared somewhat helpless. His martial training at the Tianyan Sacred Land was not yet complete, and matters of this nature could not be rushed. What's the issue? Let Miss Su join us at the Tianyan Sacred Land. Then you and she can cultivate together and conceive a child. And send the grandchild back for me to care for, Zi Yi remarked casually. Bai Ye was at a loss for words. Su Mingxi, on the other hand, felt embarrassed to speak. Zi's frankness about matters, such as procreation, caught her entirely unprepared. Meanwhile, Fei Hong and Fei Ye began to converse quietly amongst themselves. Fei Ye, what does conceive a child mean? Fei Hong inquired innocently. It likely refers to having a baby, Fei Ye replied, her cheeks reddening and her tone noticeably awkward. Although Fei Hong and Fei Ye were originally one entity, in the days since their separation, Fei Ye had come across various books, making her more knowledgeable in certain aspects than Fei Hong. Baby. Fei Hong was momentarily stunned before she grasped the meaning. Wasn't she just like a little baby when she was born? She had some understanding that this involved mating with a partner to produce offspring. All right, since doesn't he wish to rush into marriage and parenthood, let us respect his wishes. Bai Hao intervened, coming to Bai Ye's aid. While he too believed that should establish a family before pursuing a career, given that was now the holy son of the Tianyan Sacred Land and had no inclination towards marriage, it was wise to prioritize martial pursuits. Very well. Forcing is certainly not advisable, Zi acquiesced. With young master delivered to the Bai residence, Su Mengxi prepared to take her leave. She then exchanged a few similar sentiments with Bai Hao and Zi. The more Zi observed Su Mengxi, the more she grew fond of her, reminiscent of her initial feelings towards Ji Qingshan. Watching Su Mengxi depart, Zi felt a pang of conflict. Which of the two young ladies would be more suitable for Or perhaps it would be ideal to have both. At that moment, Bai Ye remained blissfully unaware of his mother's musings. After Su Mengxi and the formidable figures from the Tai Su dynasty had left, Bai Ye retrieved 2 Shisui pills from his storage ring and handed one to each of his parents. What is this? Bai Hao asked, gazing at the unfamiliar pill in his hand. It must be a high-quality pill, likely brought back from the Tianyan Sacred Land, Zi speculated. Not from the Tianyan Sacred Land. It is an advanced pill I chanced upon, known as the Shisui pill, capable of refining the marrow and enhancing the physique of martial artists, Bai Ye clarified. Shisui pill. I cannot accept this, Bai Hao exclaimed, attempting to return the pill to Bai Ye. Though he had limited knowledge of the Shisui pill, he had encountered its descriptions in ancient texts. In his eyes, it was an extraordinarily precious pill, invaluable even in Qingyang City and the entire Deqian dynasty. Many families sought to enhance the physiques of their promising younger generations. Yet they had no means to do so. If the Shisui pill were auctioned, numerous families would risk their fortunes for it. The matter of physique was largely predetermined by nature. Either one found no way to enhance it or stumbled upon a miraculous opportunity that changed everything. Realizing this, Bai Hao suddenly understood that Yi's profound capabilities were indeed a result of such an extraordinary chance. Thus, he felt even less deserving of accepting the Shisui pill. Yi was now their family's greatest and only hope, and it was crucial to concentrate all resources on him. Especially since this Shisui pill was a resource belonging to Yi, it would be improper to take advantage of his possessions. Zi shared Bai Hao's sentiments. Now was a critical time for Yi to receive resources, and they certainly could not allow his to be squandered on themselves. Yeah, you should keep it for yourself. Giving it to us would be a waste, Zi insisted, attempting to return the Shisui pill to Bai Ye. Why return it? It is intended for you. Bai Ye asserted. To put plainly, I have more than one Shisui pill, and given my current physique, this particular pill holds little value for me. So, please feel free to consume it. Is that so? Bai Hao pondered for a moment before accepting it. Yi's physique was likely beyond their imagination. Otherwise, he would not have become the holy son of the Tianyan Sacred Land. This reasoning made perfect sense. Nevertheless, Bai Hao hesitated before accepting the Shisui pill, having no intention of consuming it himself, feeling it too precious to use, preferring instead to store it safely. Zi felt similarly, carefully placing the pill into her storage ring. Bai Ye could perceive his parents' thoughts and therefore emphasized, do not hesitate to use it. This pill is meant to enhance your physiques. You must consume it promptly. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao and Zi exchanged glances and nodded silently. Since Yi was so considerate, they would heed his wishes. They simultaneously retrieved the Shisui pills from their storage rings and ingested them before Bai Ye's eyes. At the moment the Shisui pill entered their bodies, both Bai Hao and Zi experienced an extraordinary sensation. Their physiques underwent astonishing transformations. Is this the sensation of a royal body? Bai Hao exclaimed in disbelief. He could distinctly feel his original Xian body had strengthened several-fold. A physique vastly superior to the Xian body could only be a royal body. Moreover, it seemed not just any royal body, as there were distinctions in strength among them. He had encountered a rather average royal body before, which had been significantly stronger than his Xian body. Now the roles had completely reversed. I seem to be experiencing the same, Zi noted, also sensing her physique transforming, shifting from the original Xian body to a royal body. The effects of the Shisui pill exceeded their expectations, proving to be overwhelmingly powerful. Despite the exceptional efficacy of the Shisui pill, they still felt it was too extravagant to use, even with Bai Ye's insistence. It works remarkably well, Bai Ye remarked, satisfied as he observed the changes in his parents' physiques. I have additional Shisui pills, but consuming a second one of the same kind significantly diminishes its effects, making it unlikely to further break through to the imperial body. No, you should keep the remaining Shisui pills for yourself. Giving us more would truly be a waste. Bai Hao and Zi both fervently declined. They could hardly bear to waste Knight's cleansing elixirs. Such a notion was utterly unacceptable. Even if Knight were to auction them for immense wealth or other treasures, it would be preferable to their squandering. Thus, Bai Ye decided to retain the remaining 3 elixirs for the time being. Should he obtain more advanced elixirs in the future, he could certainly help his parents ascend to the royal physique. With such a physique, they would wield considerable influence in the great Qian dynasty, as it was said that even the current emperor possessed only a lower-tier royal physique. However, the Bai family harbored no grand ambitions. They sought only a peaceful existence, showing little interest in imperial power, provided the imperial family did not trouble them. Chapter 87. Like a pervert, Bai Ye intended to stay at the Bai residence for a day or two before returning to the heavenly Yan sacred land. Moreover, the system was about to issue new sign-in tasks, so he could not linger for too long at the Bai residence. During these days, Knight, you should rest and conserve your energy, or perhaps indulge in some entertainment around Qingyang City, suggested Bai Hao. Following his father's advice, Bai Ye prepared for a bit of amusement, though his form of entertainment involved addressing some minor issues. Before departing, Bai Ye encountered several elders of the Bai family. Surprised to see so many elders gathered, he suspected something significant was afoot. It was too coincidental otherwise. Elders, what brings you here? He inquired. We are here to apologize to you, young master. These elders, who had previously harbored reservations about Bai Ye, were now filled with guilt over his astonishing rise. They sincerely apologized, casting aside any notions of seniority in their earnestness. Bai Ye, however, did not dwell on past grievances, recognizing that he had once been of mediocre talent. Had it not been for the activation of his system, he might have squandered the considerable resources the Bai family had invested in him, making their earlier discontent entirely understandable. At least they had not openly mocked him like some from the Zhao and Wu families. At the Wu residence, Bai Ye stood before the entrance alongside Qi Hong and Qi Yi. Isn't that the young master of the Bai family? What brings him to the Wu family? Could he be seeking to annihilate us? Someone speculated. It was unlikely, as he appeared to have come alone, accompanied by 2 seemingly powerless young girls. Though they were undeniably, strikingly beautiful, true beauties in the making. Regardless, their arrival could not bode well. The relationship between the Bai and Wu families had always been tense, and Bai Ye had endured mockery and disdain from the Wu clan. Change is upon us in Qingyang City. The Bai family has become an entity no one dares to provoke. As Bai Ye made his entrance, onlookers were filled with anticipation and curiosity about his next move, and how the Wu family would respond. Unfortunately, they could not breach the Wu residence's gates and had to wait for news. With the attention of the crowd upon him, Bai Ye strode confidently towards the Wu residence's entrance, and the guards dared not obstruct him. According to Wu family rules, no one from outside was permitted entry easily. Yet this youth was exceptional. They would rather violate protocol than impede his passage. Moreover, they believed that the higher-ups would not reprimand them. Offending Bai Ye would lead to dire consequences. Thus, Bai Ye boldly entered the Wu residence, and the guards remained speechless. Meanwhile, the upper echelon of the Wu family quickly received word of his arrival. and they were all filled with trepidation and anxiety. "Father, I hear Bai Ye has entered our residence. What should we do?" Wu Gang, the young master of the Wu family, asked, his demeanor rife with concern. Reports indicate he has come with only 2 young girls, without any representatives from the Heavenly Yin Sacred Land or the Tianxuan dynasty. He likely seeks to negotiate or issue threats. "We must assess the situation," Wu Lai replied, a shadow of gloom darkening his features. Having enjoyed prominence in Qingyang City for many years, he had never felt so powerless. Bai Ye's sudden ascent was meteoric. Not only was he now the holy son of the Heavenly Yin Sacred Land, but he also had connections to the Tianxuan dynasty, 2 formidable forces capable of crushing the Wu family at will. With that, Wu Lai rose and exited to greet Bai Ye. He dared not show any displeasure, understanding that failing to properly welcome Bai Ye would give him further reason to target the Wu family. Watching his father leave, Wu Gang hesitated, ultimately remaining in his room. In the past, when Bai Ye was merely an ordinary young master, he had mocked and ridiculed him, leaving him reluctant to face Bai Ye now, instead choosing to hide like a turtle. Besides the family head, several elders accompanied Wu Lai to welcome Bai Ye. "Young Master Bai," they greeted him, their tones submissive. "If you have matters to discuss, please let us find a more suitable venue." Wu Lai addressed Bai Ye, "Young Master, if you have any matters, it will be best to discuss them elsewhere." He cast a furtive glance at the 2 young girls beside Bai Ye, noting their lack of power, which eased his mind somewhat. However, this assessment was not entirely accurate. He gauged their strength based on the absence of spiritual fluctuations. While he could not discern their exact cultivation levels, he believed their low power was the reason for the lack of energy he sensed. In reality, the opposite was true. Qi Hong and Qi Ye's power was immense, far surpassing Wu Lai's, rendering him unqualified to detect their spiritual energy. As for Bai Ye, while Wu Lai could sense his energy, he could not ascertain his cultivation level, indicating they were likely on par. Nevertheless, given Bai Ye's status as the holy son of the Heavenly Yin Sacred Land, Wu Lai deduced that Bai Ye must have reached the spiritual sea realm. In Wu Lai's estimation, with 2 members of the Wu family possessing spiritual sea level 9 cultivation, they had no reason to fear Bai Ye. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Ye had already surpassed the spiritual sea realm. "Very well," Bai Ye replied coolly, not in a hurry to discuss matters. However, at that moment, Qi suddenly interjected disdainfully. "That old human was staring at me and Qi Hong like a pervert." She pointed her little finger at Wu Lai, as if reporting him to Bai Ye. Wu Lai and the elders, who had turned to head to the hall to discuss matters with Bai Ye, immediately turned back at the sound of her voice. They were taken aback to see Qi Ye's finger aimed directly at Wu Lai. The esteemed head of the Wu family found himself unceremoniously confronted by a young girl, who audaciously accused him of being an old fool, even labeling him a pervert. Chapter 88. A Desperate Gamble. Coming to his senses, Wu Lai was instantly filled with indignation. He had not gazed upon her with lewd intent, and, as the patriarch of a family, being openly insulted by a mere child left him at a loss for composure. Yet, he had no choice but to endure. Wu Lai could only seethe in silence, suppressing even the slightest change in his expression. The elders, witnessing such blatant disrespect towards their leader, shared in his outrage. Yet their rational minds cautioned against offending Bai Ye and his associates, for the consequences could be dire. At that moment, both Wu Lai and the elders were chafing under the constraints of their situation, powerless against the formidable presence of Bai Ye. Unperturbed by their discomfort, Bai Ye remained unfazed. After all, Wu Lai had insisted on scrutinizing the cultivation levels of Fei Hong and Fei, thus inviting the disparagement upon himself. Lest depart swiftly, Bai Ye remarked indifferently. Wu Lai dared not express any frustration, forcing himself to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, news of Bai Ye's arrival at the Wu residence spread gradually among the lower ranks of the family, causing widespread anxiety. The members of the Wu family were left in the dark about Bai Ye's intentions, but they could sense that his presence boded ill for them. The formidable backing of the Tianyan Sacred Land and the Taishu dynasty instilled a palpable fear. They could be annihilated at any moment. In due course, Bai Ye, along with Fei Hong and Fei, entered a hall alongside Wu Lai and the elders. This chamber, exclusive to discussions of grave importance, was devoid of any other presence. "Young Master Bai, please, feel free to express your concerns," Wu Lai stated, striving for a tone of calm. Bai Ye's response was straightforward. "I have 2 demands. First, All unequal treaties signed with my Bai family over the years must be rendered null and void. Second, all properties, including shops and mines, wrongfully seized from the Bai family must be returned. His demeanor was notably serene, as if discussing a trivial matter, despite the gravity of the situation for the Wu family. Wu Lai and the elders reacted instinctively, recognizing that such terms were utterly unacceptable. However, they hesitated to voice outright rejection. After a prolonged pause, Wu Lai cautiously spoke. "Young Master Bai, your demands are excessively harsh. Might you consider a more lenient approach?" Wu Lai was reluctant to refuse outright, hoping instead to negotiate. Yet, Bai Ye was uninterested in bargaining. The items he requested rightfully belonged to the Bai family, having been unjustly taken by the Wu family. "It seems you have misunderstood. I'm not here to negotiate." Bai Ye's voice grew colder. "Should you refuse, I offer a second option. The heads of your family as higher-ups will be stripped of their powers, and the Wu family will be disbanded." Bai Ye's new terms included the further demand that the Wu family relinquish 20% of their assets to the Bai family. This was tantamount to a death sentence for the Wu family, as their economic lifeblood was intricately tied to their various holdings. A loss of such magnitude would cripple them, relegating their status in Qingyang City beneath that of the Zhao family. Wu Lai was momentarily stunned. After failing to negotiate, they found themselves confronted with even more egregious demands. If they refused, it could very well cost them their lives. Finally, one elder, known for his fiery temperament, could no longer contain himself and rose angrily. "Do not presume to bully us." With this outburst, the other elders rallied, their tempers flaring. "Young Master Bai, while we acknowledge your formidable background, should you push us to the brink, we may no longer regard the consequences." They had not initially found Bai Ye's original terms entirely unacceptable. After all, those items rightfully belonged to the Bai family. However, the stakes were too high, and they had hoped for some room to negotiate. They had not anticipated Bai Ye's unyielding stance and further escalation of his demands. The notion of relinquishing 20% of their assets, compounded with the return of the Bai family as properties, would severely damage the Wu family as foundation. The prospect of annihilation loomed large, as Bai Ye's second choice would result in their utter obliteration. Their leaders dead, their ranks dissolved, and the Wu family erased from existence. Driven by desperation, the elders found newfound resolve, even veering towards threats against Bai Ye. Bai Ye merely smiled faintly, shaking his head. "What makes you believe I cannot handle all of you alone?" With his current strength, he was unmatched in all of Qingyang City, and the most formidable among the Wu family was merely at the 9th level of the Linghai realm, insignificant in his eyes. "Shall we take action?" Fei inquired coldly. "No need. They are unworthy," Bai Ye replied dismissively. This statement further incensed Wu Lai and the elders, who could not fathom Bai Ye's capabilities at such a young age. The sacred son of the Tianyan Sacred Land had never dared to boast of taking on multiple Linghai realm experts before completing his training. In a flash of inspiration, Wu Lai conceived a plan to capture Bai Ye as a hostage. Faced with imminent peril, they had nothing left to lose and might as well fight back desperately. Seizing Bai Ye as leverage against the Tianyan Sacred Land in a last-ditch effort for survival. Chapter 89. The Takeover of the Wu Family. At this juncture, Wu Lai had resolved to confront Bai Ye recklessly and communicated his intentions to the other elders through a mental link. They unanimously supported Wu Lai's bold plan, their patience with Bai Ye having reached its limit. As long as Bai Ye existed, the Wu family would remain in a state of fear, their lives at the mercy of another. With Wu Lai's signal, the elders launched a coordinated attack, intent on capturing Bai Ye alive, without lethal intent. TSK. Bai Ye clicked his tongue lightly. Initially, he had no intention of killing indiscriminately. He preferred resolving matters through benefits when possible. However, when the other party insisted on their own demise, he could only acquiesce to their wishes. Wu Lai and the elders of the Wu family moved with remarkable speed, almost employing their full strength. Yet to Bai Ye, their pace seemed woefully sluggish. At that moment, Bai Ye stood leisurely, betraying no hint of tension on his countenance. Both Qi Hong and Qi Yi did not even cast a glance at Wu Lai and his associates. Just as Wu Lai and the elders were about to reach him, Bai Ye finally made his move. He swiftly drew the black sword from his spatial ring and, in an instant, flashed past them. The next moment, he halted behind them, the black sword still poised as if he had done nothing at all. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice the faint outlines of sword marks appearing on the elders' necks. Their blood had yet to react, only beginning to seep forth moments later. They themselves remained oblivious to the occurrence, merely puzzled by the sudden disappearance of Bai Ye's figure. As an unusual sensation coursed through their necks, they finally grasped the pain, clutching their throats in anguish, one by one collapsing, their eyes filled with terror and confusion. Realizing the elders had fallen, Wu Lai sensed something was amiss. Turning around, he was confronted by a scene drenched in blood, the elders having been silenced by some unseen blade. His expression shifted abruptly. He recalled a fleeting glimmer of sword light, too brief to discern clearly at the time. And only now did he comprehend its significance. As the implications dawned on him, disbelief filled his eyes. How had this youth's strength escalated so dramatically? Every elder of the Wu family was a formidable Spirit Sea realm practitioner, with the Grand Elder boasting the same 9th level of Spirit Sea cultivation as himself. That Bai Ye could dispatch all the elders with a single strike implied his power far surpassed the 9th level. Otherwise, the elders would not have been caught completely off guard. Did this mean he had already attained the sky-opening realm? Now it is your turn, Bai Ye declared. The tip of his black sword aimed directly at Wu Lai. Instantly, Wu Lai cowered. Young Master Bai, let us discuss this calmly. With even the Grand Elder, his equal, having been slain with a single blow, he realized he was facing certain death. He could hardly fathom that Bai Ye had reached the sky-opening realm. Had he known, he would never have dared to provoke him. I offered you a chance, yet you chose to forfeit it, Bai Ye replied coolly. It was evident he would not grant Wu Lai another opportunity. From the moment Wu Lai and the elders threatened and attacked him, the nature of this encounter had irrevocably changed. Without allowing Wu Lai to plead for mercy, Bai Ye swiftly ended his life with the black sword, marking the complete annihilation of the Wu family's upper echelons. The family head and the elders were the highest authorities, and with their demise, the Wu family would descend into chaos. Subsequently, Bai Ye confiscated the spatial rings of Wu Lai and the elders, leaving their corpses unattended. He gazed upon the lifeless bodies, devoid of any compassion, viewing them merely as a cadre of fools. His initial desire was to reclaim the properties that rightfully belonged to the Bai family, yet these imbeciles attempted to haggle and scheme. In the end, they not only lost their lives, but also rendered the entire Wu family vulnerable to his whims. Bai Ye then exited the hall, observing the comings and goings of the Wu family members outside. With a calm demeanor, he announced, "Your family head and elders are dead. You may collect the bodies yourselves. From now on, the Bai family will take control of the Wu family." Such a sudden and momentous declaration left those present momentarily speechless, unable to grasp the gravity of the situation. The news of their family head and elders' deaths was met with disbelief. Bai Ye ceased his discourse, and, accompanied by Qi Hong and Qi Yi, departed without hindrance, the Wu family watching helplessly as he exited. Meanwhile, many within the Wu family were deeply troubled by his words. Hastening to the hall to ascertain the truth, they were met with a scene of carnage. The family head and all elders had perished without exception. This is grave. The first to react rushed out to inform others of this cataclysmic event. Soon, the news of the family head and elders' demise spread throughout the Wu family. Those already anxious were now engulfed in panic. They understood that Bai Ye had been responsible for the massacre, yet they could not believe he had accomplished it alone. Speculating that powerful figures from the Heavenly Transformation Sacred Land or the Void Emperor's dynasty must have intervened behind the scenes. Furthermore, they had heard Bai Ye's final proclamation that the Bai family would take over the Wu family, leading them to anticipate a complete reorganization of their hierarchy under the Bai family's authority. They could scarcely fathom the oppression they would soon endure, their lives rendered as inconsequential as grass, subject to the whims of the Bai family. After dealing with the Wu family head and elders, Bai Ye did not pursue further slaughter, but returned to the Bai family. "Father, I have slain the Wu family head and elders. Please arrange for personnel to take over the Wu family," Bai Ye stated to Bai Hao directly. "What? You killed them all?" Bai Hao was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that his son had so swiftly eradicated the upper echelons of the Wu family. "Indeed, I initially sought only to reclaim the benefits previously plundered from our Bai family." Bai Ye recounted the events leading to their demise. "Very well. They indeed courted their own destruction." Bai Hao nodded in agreement. While the enmity between the Bai and Wu families had not reached the point of slaughtering for vengeance, those who had threatened his son deserve their fate. "I shall personally lead a team to manage the Wu family's affairs," Bai Hao declared. Chapter 90. City Lord's Mansion in the Southern Domain. The Uxin sect is an institution that exclusively admits female disciples. Although the overall strength of the Uxin sect pales in comparison to the Heavenly Transformation Sacred Land, it remains an esteemed destination for the young women of the Qin dynasty. The sect leader, a formidable figure in the fusion heaven realm, commands respect and authority in the Southern Domain. Amidst a tranquil and picturesque bamboo grove, two young women clad in the sect's uniform walk side by side. The girl referred to as junior sister is named Wu Ye, an inner disciple of the Uxin sect, with striking features and a tall frame. Her ponytail adds an air of spiritedness to her demeanor. Beside her is her senior sister, Lung Mingyue, one of the core disciples, ranked second in the Uxin sect. However, due to the sect's lack of heritage, they have yet to establish a system for holy sons and holy daughters like the Heavenly Transformation Sacred Land. Otherwise, Lung Mingyue would hold a status akin to that of a holy daughter within the Uxin sect. Compared to Wu Ye, Lung Mingyue possesses even fairer and more exquisite features, rendering Wu Ye's beauty somewhat overshadowed. Her features seemed meticulously sculpted by the heavens. Her expressive brows and eyes complemented her slender physique, and a tiny beauty spot adorned her lips. Junior sister, the journey ahead may be fraught with peril. I shall accompany you to the great Qian dynasty, Cold Mingyue remarked, her voice ethereal and gentle, exuding an approachable warmth. Thank you for your concern, senior sister, but it seems inappropriate to trouble you, Wu Ye responded, somewhat taken aback. She had always sought to befriend her fellow disciples, including Cold Sister, due to her ordinary lineage from the Wu family, which paled in comparison to the illustrious backgrounds of many disciples within the Uxin sect. Her father had advised her that in the sect, cultivation and connections were paramount. While martial cultivation was indeed crucial, forging relationships was equally vital for the younger generation from ordinary families. These connections would prove invaluable after their training concluded. Initially, Wu Ye had tentatively approached Cold Sister, harboring little hope. However, to her surprise, Cold Sister was remarkably amiable, and they soon became close friends. Today, having taken leave to attend to matters at the Wu family, she did not anticipate that Cold Sister would wish to accompany her back. With Cold Sister by her side, even the prospect of encountering demonic beasts or bandits on the way became less daunting, a benefit without any drawbacks. Yet, as a top-ranking core disciple, Cold Sister's time was precious, and Wu Ye felt somewhat unworthy of such attention. What is there to be concerned about? A few days will not make a difference. And besides, has not some significant event recently transpired in Qingyang City? I am quite curious to witness it. Cold Mingyue replied with a light smile. Very well. Then I shall trouble you, senior sister. Wu Ye nodded in agreement. She had indeed heard of the recent upheaval in Qingyang City, particularly concerning the Zhao family and Zhao Lingshue's abrupt cancellation of her engagement with the Bai family. Coincidentally, Zhao Lingxue was also her fellow disciple, and Wu Ye had been quite invested in the matter. However, the day of the engagement's dissolution had been marred by a monumental incident. It was rumored that the young master of the Bai family was a scion of the Heavenly Fate's Sacred Land, though the truth of this remained uncertain. It must be true. Wu Ye's eyes briefly flickered with concern. The information she possessed had been relayed from the Wu family, lending it a degree of reliability. She understood well that Zhao Lingshue's engagement termination was not merely a matter between the Bai and Zhao families. It had significant implications for the Wu family as well. The Wu family had harbored numerous grievances against the Bai family over the years, and with the rise of the Bai family's young master, retaliation against the Wu family seemed inevitable. This concern prompted her to return home, hoping to negotiate with the Bai family's young master. Regrettably, she had arrived too late. I shall now proceed to rent a spirit ship. It will take us merely an hour to reach the great Qian dynasty, Cold Mingyue stated. Her motives were not solely to ensure Wu Ye's safety. As she had mentioned, her curiosity also drove her to accompany her. Thank you, senior sister. Wu Ye expressed her gratitude. Renting a spirit ship as a means of transportation posed almost no safety risks. However, spirit ships were considered precious treasures within the Uxin sect, reserved solely for core disciples. The rental fees were considerable, and any damage incurred during usage would fall upon the renter to compensate. Thus, even core disciples typically refrained from renting spirit ships casually. Meanwhile, in Qingyang City, after discussing matters concerning the Wu family with his father, Bai Ye again ventured out with Qi Hong and Qi Yi. This time, however, His destination was the city lord's manor. Located at the heart of Qingyang City, the Mo family had held dominion over this position for centuries. The underhanded dealings orchestrated by the Mo family were well known to the Bai Wu and Zhao families. Yet, as the Mo family had recently focused their schemes against the Bai family, the Wu and Zhao families feigned ignorance, while the weakened Bai family could only suffer in silence. Originally, the Mo family might have shifted their focus to target the Wu family, but with Bai Ye's ascension, everything changed. The guards at the city lord's manor treated Bai Ye with utmost reverence, showing no intention of conducting checks and promptly allowing him and his companions to pass. Upon learning of Bai Ye's visit, City Lord Mo Wenfeng hastened to greet him. "Young Master Bai, it is a great honor to have you here. I apologize for not welcoming you properly," Mo Wenfeng said, his demeanor humble and deferential, entirely unbefitting that of City Lord. The recent events surrounding the Wu family had reached his ears, instilling fear within him. He was acutely aware of their covert actions against the Bai family, and the strained relations between the two families were no secret. With the entirety of the Wu family's leadership extinguished, Mo Wenfeng was gripped by dread, fearing that Bai Ye might similarly purge the Mo family's upper echelons. "I have matters to discuss with the city lord," Bai Ye stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Mo Wenfeng's heart sank. He had heard that the Wu family's leadership had met their demise while negotiating with Bai Ye. Now, so soon after the Wu family's tragedy, Bai Ye had come knocking at his door. Cold sweat broke out on Mo Wenfeng's brow. His lips turned pale and trembled as he thought, could I be facing the same fate